Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4064 to Chapter 4117. In the following month, Xianxia didn't leave the Ice Ocean continent. Instead, he stayed in the Ice Ocean continent. He went to a lot of places in the Ice Ocean continent. Naturally, he mainly went to the famous big cities in the Ice Ocean continent. As long as Xianxia went to a big city, the city lords and some important people in the city would become Xianxia's slaves. In the past, Xianxia didn't want to be in a hurry. But now, he wasn't in the mood to think too much about it. He wanted to go to the other continents and take a look. But if you want to go to the other continents, you can only go by ship. Because of this, the 5 spirit realms weren't very peaceful. Because of this, even if there was a transmission formation, they wouldn't be able to establish one. In their opinion, this was too unsafe. Once a war breaks out, the other party could just use the transmission formation to go to the other continents. This was simply too dangerous. But if you want to go to other continents by ship, it would take more than a month to reach the nearest continent, not to mention the other continents. Xianxia's original plan was to go to the volcanic continent after leaving the Arctic continent. But now, he discovered that this was impossible. This was because the volcanic continent was too far away. One would need to go around the thick Earth continent, which would take almost a year. On the other hand, there weren't any ships from the Arctic continent to the volcanic continent. Ordinary people would need to travel for a month before arriving at the thick Earth continent. From there, they would take a transmission formation and head south until they reached the thick Earth continent. From there, they would board a ship and head to the volcanic continent. This would save a lot of time. It would take less than 3 months to reach the volcanic continent. This made Xianxia change his itinerary. Going to the volcanic continent would be a waste of time. It seems like he can only go to the thick Earth continent first. However, this didn't affect Xianxia. He wanted to go to the volcanic continent because he wanted to see the scenery of the Arctic continent. Since it wasn't convenient to go there now, he might as well go to the thick Earth continent first. In this month, Xianxia settled everything in the Arctic continent. Then he prepared to leave by ship. Naturally, everything in the Arctic continent was handled by Xianxia. The glass handles that Tang Ming and the others made were also praised by Xianxia. However, Xianxia still gave Tang Ming a suggestion. They should make the handles longer and make them look like short staffs. Moreover, they should engrave more formations inside so that the handles could release more spells. This way, they would look more like the people of the 5 spirit realms. Naturally, Tang Ming accepted Xianxia's suggestion. He immediately had people improve the handles. Then he took over the Arctic continent's affairs. After dealing with everything, Xianxia and Tang Ming went to the southernmost city of the Arctic continent, Broken Sea. Not only was this the southernmost city of the Arctic continent, it was also the continent's largest estuary. Xianxia booked a ship here. There were 2 types of ships that go from the Arctic continent to the thick Earth continent. One was a professional passenger ship. These ships were mainly used to transport guests as well as cargo. These ships were often very large and had a lot of people on board. Moreover, the ship's conditions were also very good. However, the journey wasn't very fast. There would only be 1 ship every month. The other type was a cargo ship. There were a lot of cargo ships that went from the Arctic continent to the thick Earth continent. These cargo ships also had rooms that could accommodate guests. However, the number of guests that they could transport each time was small. Moreover, their speed was very fast. But at the same time, the conditions on these cargo ships weren't very good. Moreover, they weren't very safe. These cargo ships didn't have formations on them. Moreover, it was easy for them to encounter pirates and even sea beasts. On the other hand, passenger ships had formations on them. Moreover, there were experts on board. Even if sea beasts attacked them, they would be repelled by the experts. Because of this, a lot of merchants would take passenger ships to the thick Earth continent. The goods that they wanted to bring would be sent to the thick Earth continent. Naturally, if you have the conditions, you can also use the space to transport your goods. But in the end, there were only a small number of people, and most of them were from great clans. Because of this, the business of passenger ships was still very good. Xianxia and Tang Ming were currently in Broken Sea City. Xianxia originally wanted to take a passenger ship, but the ship just left. If he wanted to take a passenger ship to the thick Earth continent, then he would have to wait for another month. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only take a cargo ship. In fact, Zhao Hai wanted to fly, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. There were a lot of experts in the five-spirit realm. Moreover, the maritime industry here was very developed. If he flew in the sky, then he might be seen. Naturally, Zhao Hai could also go underwater, but it wasn't very safe. The strength of the beasts in the five-spirit realm wasn't weak, especially in the sea. Not only were there a lot of beasts in the sea, they were also very powerful. Humans have never been able to gain an advantage against these beasts. If Zhao Hai were to go underwater, then he would certainly be attacked by these beasts. And when the time comes, the surface of the sea would certainly react. And if he were to be discovered by the experts of the five-spirit realm, then it would be bad. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take a cargo ship to the thick Earth continent. However, the ship that Zhao Hai booked would depart in 3 days. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only wait in Broken Sea City. Naturally, Tang Ming was also with Zhao Hai. The two have been observing this situation in Broken Sea City for the past few days. In fact, the underground world of Broken Sea City was already theirs. Even the great clans listened to them, and the city lord was also one of their people. However, the two were still very low-key as they bought a courtyard in the city and settled down. In the past few days, the two have been walking around Broken Sea City, gaining a better understanding of the city. One must know that there were a lot of forces in Broken Sea City. Moreover, these forces were very powerful. This was because shipping was very profitable. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was able to control the great clans in the city as well as the underground world. Even the city lord was under his control. The two strolled around outside for a while before they found a tea house and sat down. They ordered 2 small dishes and some good wine. Tang Ming looked at the fish on the table and couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "Everything is good here, except for the food. Every meal is really bad. Now that I smell the fish, I can't eat anything." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "With so much food, there's no need to worry about not having enough to eat. The courtyard we bought this time isn't small. You can call some people from your family and get more food." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it later. Boss, you'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. I heard that the thick Earth continent is the largest continent in the 5 spiritual realms. Moreover, the people there are also the strongest. Boss, you should be careful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright. How could the people here be my opponent? You don't have to worry about it. Although the Arctic continent's foundation is good, it's still not easy for the higher-ups of the Arctic continent to find out about our actions." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry." Tang Ming smiled and said, "It's fine, boss can rest assured. I'll make sure to do a good job." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can rest assured that you'll do your job well. In the future, the Arctic continent will be our first battle. I'll go to the other continents to understand the situation." Tang Ming nodded, then he said, "Boss, what will you do after going to the thick Earth continent? Where will you go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "After coming out of the thick Earth continent, I'll go to the tree spirit continent to take a look. Then I'll go to the volcano continent, and finally to the acute metal continent. After that, I'll go to the miscellaneous spirit continent." Tang Ming coldly snorted and said, "I didn't think that people like us would have such a low status in this place. It's really infuriating." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're not bad. Actually, you can show your soul. After all, you're a weapon soul, a variant metal soul. Not only is your status not low, it's actually quite high. However, your fighting style is different from the people here. People here use spells while we use martial skills. Because of this, even if you show your weapon soul, you'll still need to use your staff to attack the enemy, which is quite inconvenient." Tang Ming nodded and said in a deep voice, "In this place, only those who use spells are considered orthodox. If I use a soldier's soul and use martial skills to fight, people will think that I'm from the mixed spirit continent. If that's the case, it'll be even more disadvantageous for us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's good that you understand. Let's leave it at that for now. When our army arrives, the 5 spirit realms will change." Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, actually, I have an idea." Do you think we can make the people of the five spirit realms stronger? This way, the people of the five spirit realms would recognize the existence of the miscellaneous spirit realm. Otherwise, if we attack them one day, the people of the five spirit realms would still look down on us. Their resistance would certainly become more intense. When that time comes, it would be very troublesome. When Zhao Hai heard Tang Ming, he stared for a moment before his expression slowly turned serious. Zhao Hai was very clear that what Tang Ming said was reasonable. Moreover, this matter was very important. If you have a very strong force and someone you look down on suddenly surpasses you, then you would certainly fight back. This is because you think that the other party is simply inferior to you. But now that they want to ride on your head, you would certainly be angry. This principle was the same everywhere. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate these people. If they really fight back, then it would be very difficult. Moreover, after hearing Tang Ming's words, Zhao Hai suddenly understood that the reason why he was able to move smoothly in the five spirit realms was because of his strength. Secondly, it was because he used the slave formation. Thirdly, it was because he changed his soul into a tree soul. If people knew that he was a grass soul, then he wouldn't be able to recruit anyone without using the slave formation. This was because in the eyes of the people of the five spirit realms, miscellaneous spirits were slaves. How could they let slaves manage them? Therefore, they would certainly resist. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this problem. This was because in his opinion, there was no difference between miscellaneous spirits and other spirits. However, in the five spirit realms, this principle didn't make sense. This was because the people of the five spirit realms looked down on miscellaneous spirits. Therefore, their resistance would certainly be greater. Even in the 21st century, racial discrimination still existed on Earth. Tang Ming didn't think that his casual words would make Zhao Hai's expression turn serious. But now, looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Tang Ming felt as if he had said something very important. Tang Ming carefully thought about it and felt that what he said wasn't that important. This couldn't be blamed on Tang Ming. After all, people's experiences were different. Zhao Hai's experience was much more than Tang Ming's. He was very clear about the deep impact of racial differences. However, Zhao Hai felt that Tang Ming's proposal was good. The miscellaneous spirits in the five spirit realms didn't give up on resisting. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a miscellaneous spirit continent. Countries also wouldn't prohibit the existence of slave trade. In fact, all of these were fought for by the miscellaneous spirits. It was precisely because of the strength of the miscellaneous spirits that the other races had to face them. Because of this, there was such a rule. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at the restless Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, your proposal is very good and very important. I'll think of a way to deal with this matter. We were wrong from the beginning. We just wanted to use the Arctic continent as our first landing point. This is because there is a spatial passage here. For the current S, the spatial passage is dispensable. Just like in the secret realm, no one can enter the spirit weapon realm through the spatial passage. Then why would we use the Arctic continent as our first landing point? Why don't we use the miscellaneous spirit continent as our first landing point? As long as we can take the miscellaneous spirit continent, we can use it as our first landing point. Not only would the people there not resist us, they would also support us." When he heard Zhao Hai, Tang Ming stared for a moment. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Boss, this idea is very good. If we really land on the miscellaneous spirit continent, then we might be able to get their support. After all, the miscellaneous spirit continent has been bullied by the five spirit continent for many years. If they have a chance to take revenge, then they wouldn't give up." "Good, very good." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's what I meant. But we shouldn't be anxious. No matter what, we can't relax our understanding of the five spirit continent. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in every battle. Now that we have the ice ocean continent, we can't give up. This place will be very important to us in the future. Therefore, you must guard it well, understand? Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Boss, you don't need to worry." Tang Ming nodded with a dignified expression. Zhao Hai was standing at the bow of the ship. It was a three-masted wooden sailboat. It looked a bit old. The sailors on the ship also didn't look young. However, Zhao Hai was still reassured by this ship. This was because the people on the ship seemed to be doing things at a leisurely pace. Everyone was busy with their own matters. Not only did they not disturb each other, they even had the time to chat and laugh. One could see that they were very experienced sailors. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was reassured. Although the ship's rooms weren't very good, they weren't bad either. There were beds, tables, and chairs. Aside from these, there wasn't anything else. However, this was already very good. Zhao Hai has been on the ship for 3 days now. They had already left the inland sea of the Arctic continent and were now sailing on the vast sea. Zhao Hai didn't know how many times he had seen this scenery, but he still liked it now. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a person walking behind him. This person's body reeked of alcohol. Upon smelling this alcohol, Zhao Hai immediately knew that this person was the captain. This person was more than 50 years old. His body looked very strong. He was also an ice soul user. However, this person was very fond of drinking, his body always carried a trace of alcohol. Then Zhao Hai heard a deep voice, "Mr. Zhao, why are you here enjoying the sea breeze? Are you not satisfied with the room?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the captain, then he smiled faintly and said, "Captain Long, the room is very good. I'm very satisfied. I just came out for a stroll, I can't always stay in the room, it's very boring." Captain Long laughed and said, yes, you can't always stay in your room. That would be too boring. But this is how it is on the sea. Aside from working every day, the rest of the time is just boring. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at the sea and said, "I heard that the sea isn't very safe. There will be sea beasts attacking the ship. Is that true?" Captain Long nodded and said, "It's true. Sea beasts always like to attack ships. However, these sea beasts aren't stupid at all, they have a sense of propriety. Let's not take our route as an example. We know all the powerful sea beasts here. Every time we arrive at a place, as long as we give the sea beasts some gifts, then we can pass through smoothly. They won't attack us, because if they kill us, then they won't get any benefits. But if they don't attack us, then we'll give them some gifts every time, so that they can continue to get benefits." When Zhao Hai heard Captain Long, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but look puzzled, "There's such a thing? Is this true?" Captain Long smiled and said, "Of course it's true. But to be honest, these sea beasts have different preferences. Aside from old sailors, most people don't know what they like. If you don't like the things you give them, then the sea beasts will still attack you." This blind dragon spent several decades to find out what kind of gift to give to a sea beast. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Long and said, "Captain Long, I can see that you have a pair of sharp eyes and ears. You don't seem to have any problems with your eyes. How can you have such a nickname?" Captain Long laughed and said, "When I was young, I was shot in the forehead by a pirate's ice arrow. At that time, my shield was broken, and my forehead was covered in blood. This blood also blocked my eyes. People thought that I was shot blind. From then on, I got the nickname Blind Dragon." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Are there a lot of pirates here?" Captain Long shook his head and said, "Not many. Actually, sea beasts and pirates aren't the most terrible things on the sea. This is because as long as you give them a gift, they won't touch you. Sometimes, even if you don't give them a gift, they still won't touch you. When they want a gift, they will stop you. If they stop you, you have to give them a gift. If you don't give them a gift, they will turn hostile. Therefore, sea beasts aren't very scary, and pirates are the same. Every pirate has their own territory. Like us, as long as we give them a gift, they won't touch us. Even if we have some difficulties, they will help us. After all, everyone makes a living on the sea, it isn't easy for anyone. What we hate the most are slave ships." Captain Long shook his head and said, "Actually, we don't need to worry about anything." "Slave ships?" Zhao Hai looked puzzled as he looked at Captain Long and said, "Slave ships shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Why do you hate them?" Captain Long coldly snorted and said, "How can it have nothing to do with us? Whether it's pirates or sea beasts, all of them had their own rules. However, slave ships were completely unruly. They were like pests on the sea. Not only did they go to the mixed spirit continent to capture people as slaves, they were also the most abominable pirates. As long as you give them money, they wouldn't make things difficult for you. However, slave ships don't have this idea at all. You don't know when they will appear, so you can't even give them money. When you find them, they are already not far away from you. The people on the slave ships are all desperados. As soon as they see your ship, they will immediately rush over. When that time comes, even if you don't want to fight, you will still have to fight. If you can beat them down, then you can keep your ship. If you can't beat them down, then your ship will be theirs, while your people will become meat in the mouth of the sea beasts. Because of this, it's impossible for ice soul warriors to be sold as slaves. Therefore, they won't leave anyone alive. It's precisely because of this that nobody likes encountering slave ships at sea, except for those large passenger ships. The people on the slave ships don't dare to touch those large passenger ships because those large passenger ships have a strong background. Moreover, the people on those large passenger ships are also people with high status. The slave ships don't dare to touch those large passenger ships because those large passenger ships have a strong background. Moreover, the people on those large passenger ships are also people with high status. When Zhao Hai heard Captain Long, he couldn't help but nod and said, "So that's how it is." I didn't know that slave ships would do such a thing. Aren't slave ships owned by great clans? Shouldn't they know the rules? Why would they attack you? Captain Long coldly snorted and said, "Even the slave ships of those great clans don't follow the rules. They kill the people on the ship, rob the things on the ship, and then sink the ship. Who knows that it was them who did it? Those guys are even more vicious than pirates. Therefore, every time we encounter a slave ship, we will suffer casualties. Moreover, the casualties are very large. Every year, about 50% of the ships that are destroyed on the sea are destroyed by the wind and waves, 1% are destroyed by sea beasts, 1% are destroyed by pirates, and the remaining 3% are destroyed by slave ships." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then these slave ships are really abominable." Captain Dragon said, "Isn't that so? Actually, for us, the biggest threat is the slave catchers. Because we've been living on the sea for a long time, we know when there's a storm. If we can avoid it, we'll avoid it. If we can't avoid it, we'll still be able to survive it. It's very rare for a ship to be destroyed. Pirates always deal with us, so we have a good relationship with them, so they won't attack us. Sea beasts are the same, sometimes they'll even help us. Those sea beasts are actually very simple, they just want something. If you give them something, they'll treat you as a friend, so they won't attack you. In this way, the biggest threat to us on the sea are the slave catchers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Does no one care about this?" Captain Dragon shook his head, then he sighed and said, "Why would anyone care? The Arctic continent and the thick Earth continent had a conflict a few years ago. The two navies had a huge battle on the sea. After that, they agreed that neither side's warships can enter the sea. If either side breaks the agreement, then war will break out. Because of this, the sea has become a lawless world. Moreover, even if the warships can come out, we can't be protected by warships all the time. Even if we are protected by warships, as long as the slavers don't attack us, then they are legal existences. Warships can't do anything to them." Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. He didn't think that there would be so many twists and turns in this matter. But for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a big deal. Once his army arrives, the slave ships would disappear. Captain Long looked at the sea and sighed, "I got on the ship when I was 12 years old. I worked for 20 years before I slowly got my own ship. It took another 10 years before I turned it into a big ship. This ship has been with me for 7 years now. I'm getting old, I can't run anymore. In the future, I'll leave this ship to my son. No matter what, it's still a bowl of rice. But my son still doesn't want to get on the ship. He's more than 20 years old, yet he stays at home every day. I really don't know what will happen to him in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Captain Long has been on the sea for so many years, your family should have some property, right? If your son doesn't want to go on the ship, then don't go on the ship. It's not a big deal." Captain Long shook his head and said, "My family has some property, but it's just 2 shops and 2 fish farms. Our foundation is still at sea. If we don't have this ship, what can we sell in our shops? We can only sell fish. There are more fish shops in the Arctic continent than there are people. What kind of profit can we make by selling fish? If you don't sell fish, you can only buy fish from other ships. Your price is too high. Besides, you might not be able to get the goods in. Of all the merchants, how many of them don't have their own stores? What can they do if they only guard the fish farm? It can be seen that Captain Long was very dissatisfied with his son, but he couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Long and said, "Captain Long, you don't have to worry. It's good to have a fish farm. Also, if you really can't run the ship, he can't just not take over." Captain Long sighed and didn't speak. He didn't know how to tell Zhao Hai. With his son's character, he really might not take over. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Long's appearance and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly found that not far in front of the ship, the sea suddenly rolled, and then a black back appeared on the sea. With the appearance of this sea beast, a huge column of water shot up into the sky. It sprayed more than 10 meters high before stopping. Seeing the sea beast, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but become dignified. Captain Long smiled and said, "I didn't expect to encounter a Kuan whale today. This is a good sign. Come, bring out the top-quality venison we brought and throw it into the sea." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I didn't expect to encounter a Kuan whale today. This is a good sign." The people on the ship responded and went to do it. Not long after, the venison was carried out. It weighed about 1,000 pounds. Then, they threw it directly into the sea and no longer cared about it. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. He looked at Captain Long and said, "Captain Long, what do you mean by this?" Captain Long smiled and said, "Mr. didn't jump off the ship, so you don't know. Kuan whales are auspicious beasts in the sea. Not only are they very docile, but as long as a Kuan whale appears, it means that there won't be any undercurrents or reefs. The weather will also be very good. It's a good day for sailing. Therefore, as long as we see a Kuan whale, we will give it some venison." This is because Kuan whales like to eat venison. Zhao Hai suddenly understood and said, "So it's like this. I really didn't know that this Kuan whale is very smart. Isn't it? Kuan whales are very smart. They are also sea beasts that rarely attack people. In fact, Kuan whales are very strong in the sea. However, they don't attack people. Therefore, they are regarded as auspicious beasts." When Captain Long heard Zhao Hai's words, he also nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the Kuan whale and smiled. "This Kuan whale's body seems to be very big." Captain Long nodded and said, "Of course. The Kuan whale is very big. The one that we encountered shouldn't have reached adulthood yet. Adult Kuan whales can be even bigger than our ship. If the Kuan whale were to attack us, then I'm afraid our ship would be destroyed." Captain Long nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Will this Kuan whale attack the ship? If they didn't take the initiative to attack, would they retaliate if someone attacked them? Of course it will fight back. Although the Kuan whale is docile, it doesn't have a temper. If you attack it will immediately fight back. The techniques we use are really useless against the Kuan whale. If the Kuan whale fights back, then our ship will be finished. Once we fall into the sea, it will be the Kuan whale's world. Although we are strictly speaking water souls, how can the Kuan whale attack us in the sea? Although their water techniques are simple, their power is very strong." Captain Long said in a deep voice. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, he discovered that the Kuan whale had already sunk into the sea. Zhao Hai could even see a shadow under the water. The shadow seemed to be devouring something in the water. Captain Long also looked at the water and said, "There's an unwritten rule in the sea that almost all ships respect. There are a few types of sea beasts that cannot be killed. The first is the Kuan whale, the second is the dolphins. Dolphins are playful, they usually stay beside the ship. If someone falls into the water, they will push the person up. Because of this, almost no one will kill these two types of sea beasts. The third type is the flying fish, they are called the sea wolves. These guys move in groups, but they rarely attack ships. But if you kill a flying fish, these flying fish will pounce on you like a pack of wolves. They can fly out of the sea and directly onto the ship. They are very frightening, and because of their large numbers, no one dares to provoke these flying fish. Zhao Hai nodded but didn't speak. Captain Long might have been because he had been at sea for a long time, so he didn't have anyone to talk to. However, Zhao Hai wasn't annoyed. At this time, 2 more people appeared on the deck. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people and saw that they weren't crew members. They were also going to the thick earth continent. However, the 2 usually stayed in the cabin and rarely came to the deck. One of the 2 people was a fat man in his 40s. His soul was also an ice soul. His clothes were very luxurious, and the staff in his hand looked extraordinary. However, he always had a sleepy look on his face. The other person was a young man in his 20s. This young man's clothes looked very ordinary. He also held a magic staff in his hand, but it could be seen that it wasn't anything high grade. At first glance, one could tell that he wasn't a rich person. He always had a cold face and rarely spoke. Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with these 2 people. In fact, there were more than 3 people on the ship. There were 7 people on the ship, and each of them had 100 gold coins. However, besides Zhao Hai, the other people rarely came to the deck. These 2 people could be considered to be the exception. The other people didn't come out for several days. Their food was sent to the cabin, and their toilets were cleaned every day. These things were all done by the people on the ship. However, although they didn't come out of their cabins, Zhao Hai knew what they were doing. Some of these people were cultivating in their cabins, some were reading books in their cabins. They didn't do anything out of line. When Captain Long saw the 2 come out, he enthusiastically greeted the 2. The fat man seemed to be sleepy as he greeted Captain Long. Then he walked towards the bow of the ship. The young man just nodded, he didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Captain Long was also used to the 2's appearance. They had been like this for the past few days. Captain Long was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, he stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people, then he turned to Captain Long and said, "Captain Long, are we the only 3 guests on this ship?" The reason why Zhao Hai asked this was because when he boarded the ship, the other 4 guests were already on board. Moreover, these people didn't come out. He only saw the fat man and the young man. As for the other 4, he saw them with his spiritual force. Captain Long shook his head and said, "There are still 4 guests. They have already boarded the ship. However, they are a bit strange. They don't come out of their cabins, they only come out at night when there's no one around." Speaking up to here, Captain Long looked to the side and saw that the fat man and the young man were some distance away from them. Then he whispered to Zhao Hai, "I suspect that the 4 of them might have offended someone in the Arctic continent. Therefore, they took my ship and left. They didn't leave their cabins because they were afraid of being discovered." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't ask anything. However, he still paid attention to the fat man and the young man. The fat man seemed to have sobered up a lot, he was looking at the sea. Nobody knew what he was thinking. The young man was also looking at the sea, his eyes were staring blankly, it seemed like he was in a daze. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the 2. After chatting with Captain Long for a while, he returned to his room to rest. He didn't come out until night fell. After dark, the ship would stop. Captain Long and the others had already finished cleaning up. Several people were sitting there drinking wine. The food they ate was very simple, it was just grilled fish. In addition to that, everyone also had a large glass of orange juice. When Captain Long saw Zhao Hai come out, he quickly said, "Mr. Zhao, come, let's have a drink together." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he walked over and sat down. Captain Long looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, are you from the tree spirit continent?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Although I'm a soul tree, I'm still a person from the Arctic continent. My family came to the Arctic continent a long time ago. I was born in Aurora City. This is my first time going to the thick earth continent." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm a soul tree." When Captain Long heard this, he looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said, "Mr. Zhao, what do you do? Do you do business? Are you going to the thick earth continent to do business?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I'm doing business. My family runs a staff shop. But now that I'm cooperating with someone else, I don't like managing things. So I want to go out and see the thick Earth continent. I feel that if a person doesn't go to other continents in their lifetime, it would be a great loss. It just so happens that the shop's business has been doing well recently. I've been getting a lot of dividends, so I don't have to worry about money. Captain Long and the others nodded. Then Captain Long let out a long breath and said, I didn't expect Mr. Xiao Hai to be born in Aurora City. I heard that it's much colder than Broken Sea City. But I also heard that you can see the aurora there. It's very beautiful. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's true. It's very cold, but it's also very beautiful. Our Aurora City's animal fur business is very good, it's very popular all over the world. Captain Long nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, that's true. Aurora City's fur business is famous throughout the Arctic continent. My family still has a piece of deerskin produced by Aurora City. Don't say, the deerskin produced by Aurora City is really good. Not only is the fur long, it's also warmer and sturdier. Xiao Hai smiled and said, because Aurora City is very cold, the animal fur there is much better. At this point, Xiao Hai suddenly stopped, then his complexion changed. He stood up and looked at the distant sea, then he said, Captain Long, there's a ship coming. It seems to be a large ship. Captain Long and the others were listening to Xiao Hai's words. Now that they heard what Xiao Hai said, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. Captain Long immediately jumped up and said, is what Mr. Xiao said true? Xiao Hai nodded and said, it's true. That ship isn't far from us. Not good, there's something wrong with the 4 people on the ship. After he said that, Xiao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the cabin. When Captain Long heard what Xiao Hai said, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he loudly said, everyone be careful, prepare for battle. The people on the ship who were drinking with Captain Long jumped up and ran towards the cabin, preparing to get their staffs. At this time, Captain Long grabbed a person next to him and said, after going down, see what Xiao Hai is doing. Pay attention to him. Is there something wrong with him or with the 4 people who haven't left the cabin? The person nodded, then he turned around and ran towards the cabin. At this time, Captain Long waved his hand and a staff appeared in his hand. This was a metal staff. It looked like it had been used for a long time. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made of. The entire staff was blue in color and looked very beautiful. At the top of the staff was a carving of a fish. This fish seemed to be the Kuan whale that Xiao Hai saw before. At this time, Xiao had already appeared in a man's room. The man had just slammed his staff on the ground, and a huge icicle appeared under his staff. The icicle pierced a big hole in the ground, but the man didn't stop there. He continued to stab downwards, and the entire ship was pierced. Xiao Hai's expression was somewhat ugly. He looked at the person, and the person also looked at Xiao Hai. However, the person's face had a smile on it. He looked at Xiao Hai with contempt. Then the person said, if you surrender, we'll. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Hai waved his hand, and an ice blade appeared in front of the man's neck. In an instant, the man's neck was cut off, and the man's head fell to the ground. At this time, Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the other 3 rooms. The people in these 3 rooms also stabbed their own ice spikes. At this time, the ship began to leak. Naturally, Xiao Hai wouldn't take it lightly. He directly killed the 3 people. Then Xiao Hai's figure moved and landed on the bottom of the ship. At this time, the bottom of the ship was leaking water. Even the ballast was washed to the side. Xiao Hai waved his hand and a blue gas flew to the bottom of the ship. Then the leaking bottom of the ship was frozen. Not a single drop of water leaked out. After doing this, Xiao Hai's figure moved and returned to the deck of the ship. Just as Xiao Hai arrived on the deck, he heard a voice, 3 feet of ice. Along with this voice, a blue light flew straight towards the ship. At this time, Xiao Hai also saw the ship that was chasing them. It was a 3-structure sailboat. However, this sailboat was different from their ship. This sailboat was longer and narrower. Its speed was very fast. Naturally, the most important thing was that this ship had a red flag hanging on it. This flag was the pirate flag. At this time, Captain Long took his Kuan whale formation and waved it forward. Then he said, silent water. Following his voice, the surface of the sea suddenly fluctuated, and then a group of waves rushed straight towards the blue light. As soon as the blue light touched the wave, it immediately dispersed. Then the wave turned into ice and slowly fell into the sea. At this time, several more voices were heard, 3 feet of ice. Then several blue lights flew towards Captain Long's ship. Captain Long looked at the blue lights, his expression changed. He coldly snorted and said, "Kuan whale turning over." Along with Captain Long's voice, the ship surrounding suddenly turned upside down. It was as if a huge Kuan whale was turning over. Large waves directly flew in all directions, blocking the blue light. Although the blue lights were all blocked, there were huge blocks of ice around the ship. If the ship hit it, it would suffer some damage. Zhao Hai went to Captain Long's side and said, "Captain Long, the 4 people who didn't come out of the room were killed by me. They used ice cones to pierce the bottom of the ship. Now the bottom of the ship has been frozen by me. As long as we defeat this pirate ship, we can find a way to move forward safely." When Captain Long heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "So, the bottom of the ship has been broken?" Zhao Hai nodded. Captain Long stared hatefully at the pirate ship. At this time, the crew of the ship also came out. They all had magic staffs in their hands. Even the sleepy fat man and the indifferent young man came out. However, the performance of the two was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The fat man who looked like he couldn't wake up was now looking at the pirate ship like an eagle. The indifferent young man had a trace of fear on his face, the fear in his eyes was even deeper. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Long and said, "Captain Long, what do we do now? Repel them?" Captain Long also recovered at this time. He said, "It's useless to repel them. We have to seize their ship. This ship can't be used." Zhao Hai looked at Captain Long. Captain Long looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "With a hole in the bottom of the ship, it's impossible to sail for a long time. Even if we use magic to freeze the bottom of the ship, it still wouldn't work. Don't forget that there are sea beasts in the sea. If those sea beasts find out about the hole in the bottom of the ship, they would certainly attack us." Zhao Hai looked at Captain Long in confusion. Captain Long looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "After the bottom of the ship is frozen, there will be fluctuations of magic energy. Those sea beasts hate this. Therefore, once they see the fluctuations, they would certainly attack us. This is troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the pirate ship and saw that it didn't seem to have any intention of approaching. Instead, it was parked in the distance. However, the pirate ship didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. It just stopped and looked at them. Moreover, the people on the ship seemed to be preparing for the next attack. At this time, Captain Long didn't have time to talk to Zhao Hai. He said, "Everyone knows that our ship has been attacked. Now, we have to seize the other party's ship in order to reach the thick Earth continent. Listen to me, we're going to attack." After he said that, Captain Long raised his staff and began to chant an incantation. His incantation speed was very fast. Before long, the incantation was finished. Then he waved his staff and shouted, "1,000 miles of ice." Following this sound, a blue beam shot into the sea, and the sea surface froze into ice. The ice extended all the way to the pirate ship. At the same time, the people on the pirate ship immediately counterattacked. After a short incantation, a voice was heard, "Stormy waves." As soon as the voice came out, the sea began to fluctuate. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the frozen sea. At the same time, Zhao Hai noticed that the ship they were on was also shaking. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He understood why the other party used this move. Stormy waves can not only break the ice on the surface of the sea, it can also crack the ice on the bottom of the ship. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard the fat man say, "This won't do. Let me try." Then the fat man's hand moved as a metal staff appeared in his hand. Then the fat man softly chanted an incantation as he pulled the staff forward and said, "Ice Jade Ruler." Along with his voice, a blue ray shot into the sea. Then the sea surface froze. But this time, it wasn't the same as before. The frozen sea didn't look like ice, instead, it had a jade-like luster. Captain Long stared, then he said, Ice Jade Art. You're from the Ice Jade country's imperial family? There were several countries in the Arctic continent, and each country's imperial family had their own unique spells. The Ice Jade country's imperial family had a very special spell called the Ice Jade Art. The Ice Jade Art didn't refer to a single spell, but it was a collective name for all of the Ice Jade country's imperial family's Ice Jade Art. Their Ice Jade Art didn't refer to a single spell, but rather, it was a collective name for all of the Ice Jade country's imperial family's Ice Jade Art. It was unknown why their Ice Jade Art had mutated. The ice produced by their Ice Jade Art was much harder than the ice produced by ordinary ice spells. Moreover, it had a jade-like luster. Because of this, outsiders gave the Ice Jade country's imperial family's Ice Jade Art. The fat man didn't reply. Instead, he said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Upon hearing this, everyone stared. Then Captain Long immediately reacted and loudly said, "Everyone, let's go." After saying that, he jumped directly from the ship onto the ice. Then, with a wave of his hand, he cast a haste spell on himself. His body was like lightning, and he slid straight to the pirate ship. The other crew members on the ship did the same. Xianxia was stunned by their actions. He didn't think that these people would use this method to attack the enemy. At this time, the fat man jumped down from the ship, leaving only Xianxia and the indifferent young man. Xianxia looked at the young man. The young man was now standing there with a pale face. It seems like he was frightened. Xianxia didn't care about him. He also ran onto the ice and glided towards the pirate ship. At this time, Captain Long and the others had already arrived near the pirate ship. They were already fighting with the people on the pirate ship. Both sides were constantly attacking each other with spells. The scene was quite beautiful. The fat man also joined the battle. When the fat man joined the battle, Xianxia immediately discovered that the target of these people was the fat man. This was because when the fat man joined the battle, many people on the pirate ship immediately changed their target and rushed towards the fat man. It seems like they wanted to kill the fat man. The fat man didn't hesitate. He had 3 ice shields in front of him, protecting him very well. The attacks from the pirate ship were all blocked. Moreover, his hands weren't idle. One spell attack after another went straight towards the people on the pirate ship. At this time, Xianxia also arrived at the side of the pirate ship. He discovered that Captain Long and the others still haven't attacked the pirate ship. They were standing on the ice and fighting with the people on the pirate ship. Xianxia didn't know how long the fat man's spell would last. However, he knew that spells have a certain time limit. This was the sea, not the ice ocean continent. Because of the low temperature in the ice ocean continent, as long as an ice spell was used, it would stay there forever. Because of the low temperature, the spell wouldn't melt. As long as there was a damage, it would be repaired with a staff. This was also the reason why the ice ocean continent was filled with igloos. However, this place was different. This was the sea, the temperature here was very high. Moreover, the temperature of the sea wasn't too low. Because of this, the duration of an ice spell would become shorter. Once there was no magic support, the ice wouldn't melt very quickly. Xianxia looked at the pirate ship, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't care why these pirates came. Now that they had provoked him, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them. They deserved to be unlucky. After thinking about this, Xianxia rushed towards the pirate ship. He also buffed himself with a haste spell, making his speed very fast. The people on the pirate ship also noticed Xianxia. When they saw Xianxia rushing towards the pirate ship without using any defensive spells, they couldn't help but grin. Then they waved the staff in their hands as icicles blotted out the sky and shot towards Xianxia. These icicles were equivalent to an attack, making it hard for people to dodge. Captain Long also noticed Xianxia's situation. However, he didn't know about Xianxia's strength. So when he saw so many icicles attacking Xianxia, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said, "Be careful." Xianxia didn't care too much. He waved his hand and an icicle immediately rose from the ice. Xianxia was standing on top of the icicle, so he was able to avoid the icicles. Then Xianxia jumped on top of the icicle. He wasn't far from the pirate ship. This jump was just enough for him to land on the pirate ship. However, he was also very high from the deck. The icicles were more than 10 mago. Xianxia was now 10 meters above the deck of the pirate ship. If someone fell from such a height, then even if they didn't die, they would still be crippled. After all, there was no such thing as martial arts in the 5 spirit realms. The people on the pirate ship were very surprised. They didn't think that Xianxia would use this method to attack the pirate ship. They all looked up at Xianxia and forgot to attack Xianxia. Captain Long and the others were the same. They stared blankly at Xianxia, who was jumping down. They didn't think that Xianxia would use this method. In their opinion, Xianxia's move was too risky. Even if he jumped to the deck, he would still be seriously injured. How would he still be able to fight? At this time, Xianxia had already landed. Just as he was about to reach the deck, a wave suddenly rose from the sea. This wave appeared right under Xianxia's feet, causing Xianxia's fall to slow down. Then the wave receded and Xianxia stood on the deck. Xianxia's movements were very fast. When he reached the deck, the pirates on the deck reacted. Their complexions changed, then they waved their staffs and sent spells towards Xianxia. These spells were stored inside the staffs, they didn't need to chant incantations to release them. When Xianxia saw the spells coming towards him, he threw himself forward and fell to the ground. Then he slid forward and rushed out of the range of the attacks. Then Xianxia stood up and waved his hand, shooting icicles towards the pirates. The icicles that Xianxia released weren't large in range, they appeared one by one. However, the speed of the icicles was very fast and the power behind them was very strong. Xianxia wasn't just shooting icicles, his body was also moving. He was like a loach as he drilled through the deck. The spells of the pirates couldn't hit him, instead, they were killed by the icicles. At this time, the pirates naturally couldn't block Captain Long's attack. They were killed by Captain Long's group. Both sides began to fight on the deck. At this time, Xianxia's might was displayed. Those who were fighting with Captain Long's group would be attacked by Xianxia from time to time. The spells that Xianxia used were very simple, but he didn't chant any incantations. His speed was also very fast. For a while, the pirates were completely suppressed. Xianxia stopped and looked at the pirate ship. All the pirates on the ship had been cleaned up, there wasn't a single person left. It can be said that the ship was now in their hands. At this time, Captain Long and the others were relieved. However, they were still panting. To be honest, the attack this time was very thrilling, they were also very tired. However, Captain Long and the others still went to Xianxia's side. Captain Long looked at Xianxia with a special gaze and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Xianxia to be this strong. Moreover, you're walking the path of instant casting." When Captain Long said instant casting, it meant instant casting spells. This was a set of theories. At this time, there were a lot of people in the 5 spirit realms who believed in this theory. They were even using and practicing this theory. However, although there were a lot of people who used it, there were only a few who were proficient in it. However, nobody dared to look down on those who specialized in instant casting. This was because those who specialized in instant casting were able to use their staffs very quickly. Such people couldn't be underestimated. Captain Long had seen people who used instant casting before. However, compared to Xianxia's instant casting, that person's instant casting couldn't be compared at all. When Xianxia heard Captain Long, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Although I'm a soul tree, I've been living in the ice ocean continent, so I'm proficient in ice spells. Naturally, I'm proficient in other elements as well. But since we're at sea, using ice spells is the best choice. Because of this, I've been studying instant casting since I was a child. You should know that it's best for a soul tree like me to cultivate in the tree spirit continent. But since I don't have that much money, I can only cultivate in the ice ocean continent. Although the ice ocean continent doesn't have a huge impact on a soul tree, it still has an impact. Wood element spells here are slower and less powerful. Later on, I began to study instant casting techniques. The requirements for instant casting techniques aren't high, so I've been studying them since I was a child." Xianxia nodded and said, "I've been studying instant casting techniques. Because of this, I've been studying them for a long time." Fatty looked at Xianxia and said, "Amazing. I've seen a lot of people studying instant casting spells, but I've never seen anyone as good as you. You must have gone through a lot of battles. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use low-level spells so well and combine them so perfectly. Zhao Hai smiled and said, in order to study instant casting spells, I became an adventurer for a while. You should know that adventurers are very dangerous. Naturally, there are all kinds of battles. After fighting a lot, I naturally know how to use these spells and where to use them. Captain Long smiled and said, alright, let's not talk about this. Mr. Zhao Hai, you've helped us a lot today. But that ship is no longer usable. We need to transfer the goods from that ship to this one as soon as possible. But rest assured, this ship won't be mine anymore. You'll also get a share of it. What do you think? Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, that's not necessary. I don't need money right now. Moreover, I won't be returning to the Arctic continent in the near future. Even if you want to give me money, you won't be able to find me. Fatty also shook his head. No need, I don't lack money. Just do what you need to do, as long as you can send me to the thick Earth continent. After listening to the two, Captain Long didn't know what to say. After a while, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao, I can see that your skills are good, but you don't have a staff. How about this, I'll give you my Kuan whale staff. This staff has 10 layers of formations. In addition to the defensive ice shield, there is also a floating formation. There are also 5 offensive formations, 2 ice cone techniques and 3 blizzard techniques. In addition to these spells, there are also 3 auxiliary spells, namely the giant strength technique, the stone skin technique, and the flying softening technique. This staff has been with me for many years, and I had it custom made. Now, I'll give it to you. Mister, I'll give this magic tool to you. It's not a particularly good thing, but it can allow you to fly for a short period of time. Of course, the flying distance is not very far, and the consumption is very high. Captain Long looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao, I can see that your skills are good, but you don't have a staff. However, it doesn't cost much. While speaking, Captain Long gave Fatty a disc-like object. This disc wasn't small, it had a diameter of more than 1 meter. It was enough for a person to stand on it. Of course, the most important thing was that this artifact could fly. In the 5 spiritual realms, this was a very extraordinary artifact. There were almost no flying artifacts in the 5 spiritual realms. This was because they didn't have formations like the spirit gathering formation. Without such formations, they didn't have a stable power source. Although they could use the 5-element spirit shellfish as a power source, the consumption was too high. Nobody could afford to use it. It was already good enough for people to use it for cultivation, so it was impossible for them to use artifacts. Because of this, there were very few flying artifacts in the 5 spiritual realms. Even if there was only one artifact that could fly for a short period of time. There were no artifacts that could fly for long distances in the 5 spiritual realms. Therefore, flying artifacts like this were very precious. Zhao Hai and Fatty also understood Captain Long's meaning. The reason why they were able to take down the pirate ship was because of Zhao Hai and Fatty. Therefore, Captain Long said that the 2 of them would have a share of the ship in the future. However, the 2 of them didn't want it. Captain Long felt apologetic, so he gave Zhao Hai and Fatty 1 artifact each, the Kuan whale staff and the flying disc. However, Zhao Hai had to admit that the flying disc and the Kuan whale array were very suitable for Fatty. Zhao Hai's attack style was mainly based on instantaneous spells. Using instantaneous spells would have a little weakness in defense. Moreover, it required a high level of skill. Although the Kuan whale staff had 10 layers of arrays, most of them were useless. On the contrary, the 3 auxiliary arrays were very useful to Zhao Hai. They would greatly increase Zhao Hai's combat strength. Therefore, the Kuan whale staff was very suitable for Zhao Hai. Although the Fatty hadn't revealed his identity yet, from the technique he used, it could be inferred that he was a member of the Yu family. As the imperial family of the Ice Jade country, the Yu family had seen all kinds of good things. However, things like flying artifacts were definitely rare in the 5 spirit realms. It would be a good gift for anyone. Moreover, the value of this flying artifact was very high. Giving it to the Fatty was also a way to befriend him. Jiao Hai and Fatty looked at each other. They both felt that Captain Long was shrewd in handling matters. The two of them really couldn't refuse the things he gave out. Jiao Hai had always wanted to get a staff, but there was nothing suitable. Now that Captain Long said so, and this staff looked very heavy, he really couldn't refuse. Fatty was the same. If anyone refused a flying artifact, they would really feel that the gift was too little. Therefore, after the two of them looked at each other, they reached out to receive the gifts and thanked Captain Long. When Captain Long saw the two of them receive the gifts, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Although the Kuan whale staff and the flying disc were good things, for Captain Long, they weren't as important as a ship. With a ship, it could bring him a steady stream of income. Without a ship, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, in his eyes, although the Kuan whale staff and the flying disc were good, they couldn't be compared to this ship. In addition, he also guessed Fatty's identity. He wanted to give Fatty a big gift and take the opportunity to get closer to Fatty. This way, if the Yu family had any business going out to sea in the future, they might think of him. Then, he would earn more. Therefore, he didn't suffer a loss at all. Maybe he would even earn more in the future. After Captain Long said a few more words to the two of them, he turned his head and looked at the others. This time, because of the addition of Jiao Hai and Fatty, the casualties on their ship weren't very serious. However, 5 people died in battle, and more than a dozen were injured. This was already a very good thing. Captain Long let the corpses of the pirates be thrown into the sea, and the corpses of his own people were carried to the ship. Then, he commanded the ship to move closer to his original cargo ship. Although a pirate ship was different from a cargo ship and couldn't transport so much goods, a pirate ship was faster. This was something that a cargo ship couldn't compare to. After all, pirate ships were some warships, not specially used to transport goods. However, just the speed alone was already very good. Therefore, with this ship, their losses weren't big, and they didn't suffer a loss at all. When Captain Long and the others arrived at their original cargo ship, they also saw the indifferent young man. He didn't participate in the attack on the pirate ship and stayed on the cargo ship. However, Captain Long didn't give the young man any face. After all, the young man was just a guest on the ship. He didn't want to help, and no one could say anything about it. However, the other people on the ship secretly despised the young man. In this vast sea, a ship was like a world. If other ships attacked, they had to fight back, and everyone had to participate. This was because if you didn't kill the pirates would kill you. You might think that you were a guest, but pirates didn't care whether you were a crew member or a guest. Therefore, when encountering pirates, the people on the ship would generally participate in the attack, but this young man didn't participate. Although Captain Long and the others didn't say anything, they secretly despised him in their hearts. Jiao Hai and Fatty naturally didn't say anything, this wasn't something that they could say. However, after fighting side by side, the relationship between the two became better. As for the young man, they didn't pay any attention to him. The fatty walked to Zhao's side and smiled. "Mister, I still don't know your name. Since we're on the same ship, it can be considered fate. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How about we become moon friends?" Zhao nodded. The fatty walked over to Zhao's side and smiled. Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, I can't ask for more. Ha ha ha, I'm Jiao Hai. I used to do business in Aurora City and opened a small staff shop. But now, I've handed it over to my partner to manage. Looking at your identity, you should be a member of Ice Jade City's imperial family, right? Ha ha ha, speaking of which, I'm a person under your rule. Brother Zhao is too polite. What do you mean by a person under your rule? We'll be friends from now on. I'm Jade Flood Dragon." Jade Flood Dragon? When Zhao Hai heard the fatty's name, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at the fatty who was less than 1.8 meters tall and weighed nearly 300 jin. Then he thought about the Qing dynasty's Gij and the Jade Flood Dragon who had sex in the wild. The gap was too big. Jade Flood Dragon didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking, he just smiled and said, "Right. My family hopes that I can soar like a flood dragon. But unfortunately, with my status, it's impossible for me to soar." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard Jade Flood Dragon making fun of himself. He felt that this fatty was very interesting, so he smiled and said, I didn't expect Brother Yu to have such a resounding name. What is Brother Yu's status in the Ice Jade country? Prince? Crown Prince? County King? Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, Brother Zhao and I hit it off, so I won't hide it from you. Then he moved closer to Zhao Hai and whispered, I'm the 8th prince of the Ice Jade country. After that, Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai's reaction. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react after hearing his identity. After hearing Jade Flood Dragon, Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. It's good to be born in an imperial family. You have endless money to spend. Actually, Zhao Hai's words were for Jade Flood Dragon to hear. Others might be surprised about Jade Flood Dragon's status, they might even feel awe and envy. But for Zhao Hai, this was nothing. Zhao Hai didn't feel envious of a country that was only as big as a province of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, the status of an imperial family wasn't something that Zhao Hai envied. Therefore, his reaction was very calm. However, Zhao Hai's reaction made Jade Flood Dragon very happy. As a member of the imperial family, no matter where he went, no matter what kind of people he met, those people would either scheme against him or treat him with respect. In short, no one would treat him as an ordinary person. This made Jade Flood Dragon very sad that he didn't have any friends. Therefore, he wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react after knowing his identity. If Zhao Hai behaved like the others, then it would be very boring. However, Zhao Hai's reaction didn't disappoint him. Zhao Hai's reaction was very calm. Aside from saying that he had endless money to spend, there was nothing else. This was beyond Jade Flood Dragon's expectations. Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, of course we don't lack money. But we can't spend money recklessly. Otherwise, we would be punished. Zhao Hai nodded, then he asked in confusion, Brother Yu, as a prince, why did you go to the thick earth continent without bringing any attendants? Why is that? Could it be that you ran away from home? Jade Flood Dragon awkwardly said, Brother Zhao, I really didn't run away from home. In fact, if my family didn't kick me out, I wouldn't want to come out. Every day, I would just eat and sleep at home. It's so boring to run so far away. But no, Imperial Father and Imperial Mother forced me to go out and train. This is actually a rule of the Yu family. Once a man reaches adulthood, he must go out and train before returning home. But the money given to him is very limited. If you want to earn money outside, you don't have to leave Ice Jade City. In any case, your family won't give you any money, so you can only rely on yourself. Fortunately, I still have some savings, so I took them out. Since I might not be able to leave the Ice Ocean continent for the rest of my life, I might as well take this opportunity to go out and have some fun. So I came to Broken Sea City and just happened to have a ship heading to the Thick Earth continent, so I came here. Jade Flood Dragon smiled and said, it's fine. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Yu is really free and easy. But this is also good. I also want to go out and have a look, so I came to Broken Sea City. After that, I want to go to the other continents to have a look. Jade Flood Dragon's eyes lit up, alright, I also want to go to the other continents. I can see that Brother Zhao isn't an ordinary person. How about we travel together? Zhao Hai looked at Jade Flood Dragon and couldn't help but smile faintly, alright, there's nothing wrong with that. Jade Flood Dragon looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, alright, I've been waiting for you to say that. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I still have a lot of money, enough for us to spend. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, money isn't an issue. But there's something I want to make clear to Brother Yu. I don't know how long this trip will take, and I might have to go to a lot of places. If Brother Yu feels that it's boring to travel with me, then you can leave. What do you think? Jade Flood Dragon nodded and said, that's how it should be. The two of us are just traveling together. If we don't have a good time, then what's the point of traveling together? It's boring. Zhao Hai laughed and said, alright, I like Brother Yu's temperament. But looking at you, I really can't bring myself to call you Brother Yu. How? About this, I'll call you Fatty from now on. Ha ha ha. Fatty, how about we have a drink later? Jade Flood Dragon didn't expect that after knowing his identity, Zhao Hai would still joke with him. He even dared to call him fatty. This was beyond his expectations. However, he wasn't angry at Zhao Hai calling him that. On the contrary, he was very happy. This was because he could tell that Zhao Hai really treated him as a friend. At this time, Captain Dragon and the others also began to move their things to the pirate ship. Before long, all the things on the cargo ship were moved to the pirate ship. Aside from some things that were damaged by the water and some things that were destroyed by the pirates, everything else was changed. After changing the ship, Captain Dragon and the others immediately set sail. But after setting sail, Captain Dragon looked at the sinking cargo ship with a complicated expression on his face. He had used this ship for several years and had developed feelings for it. Now that he had to give it up, he didn't feel good about it. However, there was nothing he could do about it. People who live in the sea must learn to be like the sea. The sea was ruthless. At this time, Zhao Hai and Jade Flood Dragon arrived at Captain Dragon's side and looked at the cargo ship. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Captain Dragon, don't look at it. You just got another ship, right? No matter what, everyone's lives were saved. This is a good thing. How many people would lose their lives in the sea every year? We're lucky to be alive. We're lucky to be alive." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Captain Dragon couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then he laughed and said, "Right, Mr. Zhao, you're right. We're lucky to be alive. How about we have a drink tonight to celebrate?" "Ha ha ha, Captain Long, that's why we're looking for you. Look, we're already at sea. Can you get us some good dishes to go with wine? Let's have a good drink today. Fatty and I are friends now. I happen to have a lot of good wine in my hand. I'll take it out and drink with everyone, but you'll have to prepare some dishes." "That's easy. But if your wine isn't good, then I won't agree." "Ha ha ha, don't worry. If the wine isn't good, then I'll jump into the sea and catch some fish for everyone. What do you think?" "Alright, that's what you said. Sixth brother, where did sixth brother die? Don't die there. Hurry up and get me something delicious to eat. Tonight, we're going to drink until the end. We're also going to send off our dead brothers." "Alright, Captain. Just wait and see." Then a splash was heard as a person jumped into the sea. Captain Dragon turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the rule of the sea. People who die at sea won't be brought to land. They will be buried at sea. When we bury them at sea, we won't cry. Instead, we'll sing loudly and drink a lot. Let's get drunk. This is how we live on the sea." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good men, if you don't have this kind of character, then how could you conquer the sea? Ha ha ha. Alright, let's send our fallen brothers off today. No matter what, we still fought side by side. I'll take care of tonight's drinks." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Captain Dragon cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. However, the people on the ship were busy. They washed the bodies of the dead with clean water and gave them the best clothes. Everyone was tied to a wooden board. Everything that needed to be prepared was ready. Captain Dragon looked at the corpses of the people on the ship. His face was ugly, but he didn't shed any tears. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Today, let me send these brothers off." No one objected. Everyone on the ship stood on the deck. Even the indifferent youth was standing on the deck. He looked at everyone with a complicated expression. Naturally, he heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Captain Dragon. He was envious of Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was now friends with Captain Dragon. On the other hand, he was obviously outside of that circle. Captain Long stood there, then he formed a seal with his hands and softly chanted a few incantations. Then he waved his hand, and a wave slowly rose until it was level with the ship. Captain Long then personally lifted the 5 corpses to the top of the wave. Then the wave fell, and the 5 corpses slowly fell to the surface of the sea and drifted away with the waves. The people on the ship looked at the 5 corpses. They knew what this meant. Although the 5 corpses were still floating, it wouldn't take long for them to be eaten by sea beasts. However, this was also the rule of the sea. People who lived on the sea couldn't avoid such a day. It wasn't until the 5 corpses were no longer visible that the people on the ship started to move. Before long, some seafood was brought onto the ship. These seafood were fresh and good, so the people on the ship immediately started to prepare. The materials used for cooking on the sea were also very strange. They used formations, but the driving force of these formations wasn't the 5-element spirit shell, but rather the people on the ship. This formation was of the fire element. It can be used to make food. However, because there were no energy-gathering formations, the only way to activate the formation was to have someone provide it with energy. This was the most commonly used method of cooking on the sea. Zhao Hai took out 2 jugs of wine from his space. He made these jugs of wine when he was bored. Originally, he liked to drink, so he made some wine. Before long, all the dishes were brought out. Zhao Hai and the others filled their cups with wine. Then the captain of the dragon boat said, "Everyone, today we encountered a great danger. But now, the danger has passed. We defeated the pirates and seized their ships. This is a joyous occasion. Let's drink together." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, today we encountered a great danger. But now, the danger has passed." Everyone responded, then they raised their cups and drank the wine. Then they poured themselves another cup of wine before they went to the side of the ship. Captain Dragon looked at the sea and said, "Brothers, you were born by the sea, you grew up in the sea, you sought survival in the sea. Now, your souls have returned to the sea. This is a good place to return to. Brothers, let us give you a toast. Have a safe journey. It won't be long before us brothers go down to look for you." Then he poured his cup of wine into the sea. The others did the same. Zhao Hai and the others did the same. To be honest, Zhao Hai admired these men of the sea. They might not be strong, but they relied on their courage to kill their way through the sea. It was impossible to say that these sea routes didn't have the blood of these men. After giving a toast to the dead, they returned to the ship and began to drink. There were also some people who didn't want to drink. Everyone ate and drank happily. In the end, many people on the ship drank too much. Although Zhao Hai didn't drink too much, he still pretended to drink and went back to his room to rest. When Zhao Hai woke up, he found that the sky was still dark. When Zhao Hai came out of his room, he discovered that almost everyone on the ship was awake. Naturally, the fatty jade flood dragon and the indifferent youth didn't come out. When Captain Dragon saw Zhao Hai come out, he quickly greeted him and smiled, "Mr. Zhao, you're awake. The wine you brought out is really good. I drank a lot yesterday, but I didn't feel any pain in my bones." "Good wine, good wine." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have some more here, I'll give it to you." "Right, there's something else I want to give you. Here, take it." Then Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a tree branch. Zhao Hai handed the tree branch to Captain Dragon. When Captain Dragon saw the tree branch that Zhao Hai handed over, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Is this a natural staff?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, a natural staff. Hee, I got it during an adventure. I'll give it to you." Captain Dragon waved his hand and said, "Forget it, this staff is too precious. I can't afford to use it. Looking at the length and thickness of this staff, it must be very expensive. I don't want it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine, I didn't spend money anyway. You can keep it. To be honest, the Kuan whale staff you gave me is really good. It's very useful to me." When Captain Dragon heard Zhao Hai, he looked at the staff again. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be polite. If you return to the Arctic continent in the future, you must look for me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I will." Captain Dragon nodded, then he looked at the staff in his hand and said, "When I was young, I also used a natural staff. I didn't expect to use it again." "Good, very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Then he looked at the surrounding and said, "It's dark again?" Captain Dragon nodded and said, "Yes, it's dark again. We've been delayed here for a day. But it doesn't matter, this ship is much faster than ours. When we reach the thick Earth continent, we might even be faster than now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, we're not in a hurry anyway. Right, if we take this ship to the thick Earth continent, we won't be mistaken as a warship, right?" Captain Dragon shook his head and said, "No, don't worry. Although this ship looks like a warship, it's not one. People with discerning eyes can see that it's not a warship. We merchants use cargo ships, the army uses warships, and the pirates use a combination of warships and cargo ships. This kind of ship doesn't have as much cargo as a warship, but at the same time, it has more cargo than a warship and faster than a cargo ship. It's very suitable for pirates." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Does the Empire really not care about these pirates? How much do the merchants lose every year?" Captain Dragon smiled bitterly and said, "Even if the army wants to, they can't. The Navy isn't as familiar with the sea as the pirates. If the pirates hide, the Navy simply can't find them. Although the Navy's warships are faster than the pirates, the Navy isn't familiar with the sea. Therefore, it's easy for the pirates to escape. At the same time, the pirates have a good relationship with the sea beasts. These sea beasts are fed by the pirates and will attack the pirates' ships. And do you think that the pirates are really independent pirates? Some of them aren't pirates, they're actually royal privateers." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Royal privateers? What's that?" Captain Dragon replied, "Royal privateers are pirate ships supported by the imperial family. Not only are these pirates better equipped, they also have a privateer license issued by the imperial family. In other words, they can rob legally, even the Navy doesn't care." "Legal robbery? How is that possible? How is it impossible? These privateers are actually good. Some of them are pirates who have surrendered. They also abide by the rules of the pirates. If you encounter a Navy ship, then you're out of luck. Pirates aren't like other pirates, they don't abide by the rules. If you encounter them, not only will they rob you, you won't be able to survive." Zhao Hai was speechless, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The sea was really a lawless world. However, this had nothing to do with him. He'll talk about it after he takes over the 5 spiritual realms. Captain Long sighed and said, "It's getting harder and harder to do business on the sea. Fortunately, I've been doing business for many years. Generally, pirates have to give me some face, especially the pirates here. But this time I've never seen these pirates before. It's really strange, they don't look familiar. Most importantly, they don't look like they're here to rob, they look like they're here to kill." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a serious tone he said, "This time, I suspect that they were targeting Fatty. When Fatty was helping you attack the pirate ship, I discovered that a lot of pirates were targeting him. The number of people attacking Fatty was much more than the number of people attacking you." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a serious tone, he said, "I suspect that they were targeting Fatty." Captain Long stared blankly, then said in a deep voice, "That's possible. If they were really pirates who came to rob us, then they wouldn't have directly penetrated the ship. You should know that even if they penetrated the ship, all the things on the ship would have been destroyed while we were fighting." Zhao Hai replied, "They arrived earlier than us. At that time, Fatty still hasn't boarded your ship. But it's very simple to determine whether or not Fatty was on your ship. As long as they follow Fatty, they would know that he booked a spot on your ship. When the time comes, they can arrange for someone to board your ship. This way, you wouldn't be suspicious." Zhao Hai nodded. Captain Dragon said, "Mr. Yu is a member of the Ice Jade country's imperial family. It's not strange for someone to target Mr. Yu. Well, we can only blame ourselves for being unlucky." "Right, Mr. Zhao, I heard that you want to travel with Mr. Yu? Is that true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. But I don't think there will be any danger. After all, it's the thick Earth continent, not the Arctic continent. The Ice Jade country is very far away from the thick Earth continent. It's impossible for them to send people to the thick Earth continent to kill us." Captain Dragon nodded and said, "That's unlikely. But when you come back, if you're able to reach Broken Sea City, you must look for me. When the time comes, I'll invite you for a drink or two." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Then he chatted with Captain Dragon for a while and ate something before returning to his room. Early the next morning, Zhao slowly woke up to the sound of the ship's music. He went out of his room and saw that Fatty had woken up earlier than him and was strolling around the deck. When Fatty saw Zhao Hai come out, he immediately greeted him and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, you woke up late today." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that I woke up late, it's you who woke up early. I woke up last night, but you didn't wake up until now. You're really good at sleeping." Fatty laughed and said, "Being able to eat and sleep is a blessing. You can't be envious of me." Jiao Hai laughed and said, "I'm not envious of you. Alright, let's take a walk on the ship and have breakfast. In any case, the ship is only this big, there's not much we can do." When Fatty heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Right, there's not much we can do right now. The ship is only this big. Even if you play with flowers, what can you do? It's so boring." Jiao Hai laughed but didn't say anything. Nobody could do anything about this situation. In the following period of time, they didn't encounter anything. At this time, it wasn't the time for the sea breeze. They just sat on the ship and hurried along. This kind of journey was very boring. On the other hand, the indifferent youth rarely came out of his room. He just stayed inside his room every day. After nearly 20 days, they could see more ships on the sea. Jiao Hai and Fatty stood on the deck and looked at the ships with excitement on their faces. To be honest, they had been at sea for more than 20 days, but they rarely saw ships. This kind of loneliness wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. In the end, Jiao Hai and Fatty also drank a few glasses of wine with the people on the ship every night. Now they knew why the people on the sea were so good at drinking. Captain Dragon walked towards the two and looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "We're about to reach the thick Earth continent. We'll arrive in about 3 days, which is 5 days faster than we expected. And this is because we didn't leave quickly. Otherwise, we would have arrived 2 days earlier. But this is already very good. How about it? Are you tired of staying on the ship?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly but didn't say anything. The reason why he looked annoyed these days wasn't because he was anxious, but rather because he was pretending. In fact, a month of travel was nothing for him. His seclusion didn't last for a month. But on the ship, he couldn't just go into seclusion openly. However, this wasn't a big deal for Jiao Hai. But in order to not be seen through, he could only pretend to be annoyed. The fatty laughed and said, "That's true. Speaking of which, I was very happy in the first few days of the boat ride. I felt that everything was new. But after a long time, it's the same every day. This is really annoying." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Captain Dragon laughed and said, "You think it's annoying, but we think it's good. This kind of boredom also means that everything is going smoothly. For us, this is good news." Fatty sighed and said, "It's not easy for you to be so happy. It seems like I won't be able to sail for the rest of my life. Next time I come back, I'll take a passenger ship. I heard that there are more people on a passenger ship, it's not as boring." Captain Long nodded and said, "That's true. There are a lot of people on the passenger ships, and the environment is also much better than our cargo ships. There are a lot of fun things on the ship, there are taverns, theaters, and even brothels and casinos. Ha ha ha. But the cost is also very high. The tickets you bought only have room and meals. If you want to go to those places, you will have to pay extra. The cost isn't low, it's 10 times more than the cost of our ship." Hearing Captain Long's words, Fatty couldn't help but be speechless. So many. This passenger ship is really expensive. Hey, old Zhao, do you think we should take a cargo ship or a passenger ship from the thick Earth continent to the other continents? Jiao Hai smiled and said, "We'll take whichever ship we catch. I don't have high requirements, any ship is fine. Cargo ships are cheaper while passenger ships are more comfortable. But the next time we go on a cargo ship, we should bring some fun things in advance. Uncle Dragon, I think you should also prepare some fun things, such as beast chess, fishing rods, and so on. This way, we won't be too bored, right? Otherwise, we'll be drinking every day, it's boring." Captain Dragon stared, then he nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Moreover, the things you mentioned aren't difficult to prepare." Ha ha ha, good, good. Next time, I'll certainly prepare these things. But Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yu, next time you go on a cargo ship, don't let people know that you have the space. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. Some cargo ships will become pirates as soon as they go out to sea. You should be careful. When Fatty and Zhao Hai heard Captain Dragon, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. Fatty asked, "Uncle Dragon, are you serious?" Captain Long nodded and said, "Of course, there are a lot of people who die at sea every year, so you must be careful. They may not necessarily use force to deal with you, but they will drug you, making it impossible for you to guard against it." Zhao Hai and Fatty nodded solemnly. There was a huge pier on the seashore. There were countless ships coming in and out of the pier. These ships were all seagoing ships. Each of them was huge, but here, they were as inconspicuous as small boats. Not far behind the pier, one could see a huge city. The city walls were dozens of feet high and were made of huge stones. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the ground. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already disembarked from Captain Long's ship. The indifferent youth had already left, but Zhao Hai and the fat man didn't leave immediately. Instead, they were talking to Captain Long. "Uncle Long, we'll go now. Don't worry, we'll definitely look for you when we return to Broken Sea City." "That's right, Uncle Long. The seafood you make is really amazing. I want to eat the seafood you make next time. By the way, Uncle Long, what's the name of your restaurant? I'll definitely visit your restaurant next time." "Ha ha ha, my restaurant is called Longfeng Restaurant, the same name as my original ship. But now, I'm going to call this ship Longfeng. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to my Longfeng Restaurant in Broken Sea City. I still have some influence in Broken Sea City." "Longfeng Restaurant? Is that the Longfeng Restaurant on Dinghai Street in Broken Sea City?" "Oh, that's a big restaurant. I didn't expect Uncle Long's restaurant to be called Longfeng Restaurant." "Uncle Long, you're the owner of such a big restaurant, how come you're still running your own ship?" "It's not a big restaurant, it's just a partnership. Haha, the old guys on our ship have been running ships all their lives. They really can't let go of this business, so they come out from time to run ships. Our family's restaurant was handed over to the children to manage, and they're doing a good job now. Old bones like us can only run ships a few times when we can move, but in the future, we won't be able to run even if we want to." "Ha ha ha, you're too polite, Uncle Dragon. Take care of yourself, Uncle Dragon. We'll definitely look for you when we return. Let's have a few more drinks, then we'll take our leave. It's our first time on the thick Earth continent, so we need to find a place to rest." Okay, you guys go quickly. This period of time is the time when ships gather. The rooms in the inns in the city are very tight. You guys go quickly. We are staying on the ship. If you have any problems and we haven't left yet, you can come to the ship to find us. If we can help you, we will definitely help." "Okay, Uncle Long, then it's settled. The two of us will leave first." After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he and the fat man cupped their fists to Captain Long, then turned and left. Looking at the two people leaving, Captain Long couldn't help but show a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Finally, he sighed, then turned to the people standing beside his ship and said, "Quickly, unload the goods on the ship, quickly." These people had been waiting for this order for a long time, so as soon as they heard the captain, they immediately went to work. At this time, Zhao Hai and Fatty arrived outside the pier. There were a lot of carriages parked outside. Some of these carriages were flat carriages, some were very large, while some were carriages with cabins. They didn't look very big. The coachmen were all standing beside their carriages, nobody dared to move. When Zhao Hai saw this, he nodded, then he turned to the fat man and said, "Fatty, let's go. We'll take a carriage to the city." Then he led the fat man to a carriage with cabins. As soon as they arrived, the coachman immediately said, "Greetings, mister. Do you need a carriage? My carriage is cheap and comfortable. It only costs 5 silver coins to enter the city from here." From the pier to the city, Zhao Hai looked around. It was about 30 li away, it wasn't too far. 5 silver coins wasn't too expensive, so he nodded and said, "All right, we'll take your carriage." "Let's go, Fatty, get on." Fatty wasn't polite, he nodded and got on the carriage. This was the first time he went out, so he didn't understand the rules. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to take care of this matter. After the two got on the carriage immediately set off and headed towards the city. Fatty sat in the carriage and felt a bit uncomfortable. The carriage wasn't very big, and he was very fat, so he felt a bit crowded. Fatty looked at the carriage curiously, then he smiled and said, although it's a bit narrow, it's still not bad. 5 silver coins isn't too expensive. Zhao Hai looked at the fatty and said, you're a prince, so you really don't understand the hardships of the people. 5 silver coins isn't that expensive. Back in the Arctic continent, 5 silver coins is enough for a family to eat. Here in the thick earth continent, 5 silver coins is enough for a meal. The fatty nodded and said, I'm afraid that 5 silver coins is enough for a meal. Fatty clearly didn't have much concept of money. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, can 5 silver coins really do that much? This is really rare. Zhao Hai gave him an unhappy look and didn't say anything. Before long, the carriage entered the city. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai saw 3 words written on the city wall, Calmwave City. After Zhao Hai and Fatty entered Calmwave City, Zhao Hai turned to the waiter and said, waiter, do you know any good inns that still have rooms? You can just go there. When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, he immediately complied. Before long, the carriage arrived in front of a hotel. This was a very big hotel. It had 5 floors and was made of stone. It was painted blue and looked very beautiful. In front of the door, there was a large signboard with the words Calmwave Hotel written on it. After stopping the carriage, the waiter went to the back and opened the door. Then he saluted Zhao Hai and Fatty and said, 2 sirs, this is the Calmwave Hotel. Although the rooms here are a bit expensive, the prices of the inns in the city aren't cheap. But this is the only place that has rooms. Zhao Hai nodded, then he casually threw a gold coin to the waiter and said, all right, there's no need for change. Then he followed Fatty inside. The waiter stood there and loudly said, many thanks to the 2 sirs. Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction, but Fatty frowned. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, old Zhao, why did the coachman shout so loudly? It scared the hell out of me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this might be a habit that they have developed. When a guest gives them money, they must shout loudly. This way, the guest will feel honored. Fatty suddenly understood, oh, so there are so many things to say. I really didn't think about it. While they were talking, the 2 had already arrived in front of the hotel. The door of the hotel was open, and there was a curtain made of seashells hanging on the door. It looked very beautiful. In front of the door stood 2 waiters. When they saw Zhao and the fat man, they immediately reached out and lifted the curtain. Welcome, Mr. Zhao and the fat man nodded. Mr. Welcome. Zhao and the fat man nodded. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them and directly went inside. Fatty looked at the 2, but he didn't say anything. He directly followed Zhao Hai into the hotel. Just as the 2 waiters were disappointed, they found 2 silver coins flying towards them. They immediately received the coins and then loudly said, many thanks to the 2 sirs. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them as he looked at the hotel. After entering the hotel, they saw a lobby. On both sides of the lobby, there were 2 places to rest. There were sofas where people were sitting and chatting. Facing the lobby's door was a bar. There were several girls sitting at the bar. These girls weren't very old, and they looked pretty good. Zhao Hai led Fatty to the bar and then said to one of the girls, we want 2 rooms. If you have a suite with 2 rooms, then we can have one. The girl immediately replied, all right, mister. The 4th floor of the hotel has suites like this. Each suite has a living room, a dining room, and 2 bedrooms. Each bedroom also has a washroom. Each suite costs 1 bell a day. Does Mr. want such a suite? Zhao Hai nodded, then he picked up a handful of gold coins and threw them on the bar. Then he said, let's open it for 2 days. If we need to stay 2 days later, then I'll let you know. The girl immediately nodded, then she picked up the gold coins that Zhao Hai threw on the bar and counted them. Then she said, it's exactly 20 gold coins. Mister, please wait a moment. Then she put the gold coins away. Then she sat down and took out a wooden card from a box and said, Mister, this is your room card. You can take this card and go upstairs to find your room. When you enter, you can place the card on the door. When you go out, please take it off. Zhao Hai took the wooden card and looked at it. Then he said, what if someone steals the card while we're in the room? The girl smiled and said, that won't happen. Mister can rest assured. We have people guarding the door on each floor. If you don't take the card, then you won't be able to go upstairs. Even if you go upstairs, there will also be people guarding the door. Nobody will be able to take the card away. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Fatty and said, let's go. Let's go up and take a look at the room first. Then we'll go out for a stroll. Fatty naturally listened to Zhao Hai. He didn't go out much. This time, he went out on a whim. He directly took the transmission formation to Broken Sea City and then boarded the ship. Therefore, he didn't know much about the outside world. Naturally, everything was now under Zhao Hai's management. Zhao Hai took the card and then followed the girl up the stairs. Sure enough, there were two people standing next to the stairs. The two people looked at the card in Zhao Hai's hand and didn't say anything. They just let Zhao Hai and Fatty go upstairs. Zhao Hai led Fatty up the stairs. When they reached the second floor, there were two people standing there. The two people also looked at the card in Zhao Hai's hand and didn't say anything. The same was true for the stairs on the third floor. After the two went up to the fourth floor, they found that there were also people on the fourth floor. However, their rooms were on the fourth floor. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't go up to the fifth floor and directly went to his room. However, in the corridor on the fourth floor, he saw two people wearing the same clothes. They were clearly people from the hotel. It seems like the girl downstairs wasn't wrong. The room was very good, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. Although the living room wasn't big, it wasn't a problem for a few people to sit in. The dining room could also accommodate 7 people. The two rooms weren't small. In addition to the bed, there was also a desk and a washroom. This washroom was actually Wei Jianqing's room. There was a toilet bowl and a bathtub. Naturally, there was also a basin for washing one's face. The toilet bowl and bathtub were both made of wood. However, there was a hole at the bottom of these two things. The bathtub's hole could be blocked while the toilet bowl's hole could be opened. Next to the toilet, there was a chair. There was a round hole in the middle of the chair. It seemed like it was for people to sit there and use. Next to the toilet, there was a bucket. The bucket was half the size of the bathtub. It was filled with water. On top of it, there was a gourd that was cut in half and made into a scoop. It seemed like it was used to flush the toilet. In general, the place was very clean. Although it wasn't particularly good, it still looked good. This was because the quilt on the bed was new. This could be felt with just a touch. Zhao Hai walked around the room and nodded, not bad. I also saw tea leaves in the dining room. Hee, the environment here is really good. When the fatty heard Zhao Hai, he curled his lips and said, I say, old Zhao, you really haven't seen anything good. Is this place considered good? I think this place is really simple and crude. How can you say that it's good? Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and said, hurry up and accept it. The environment here is good, but you still need to see where you can compare it to. Compared to other shops, this place is much better. Not only can you take a bath, the rooms are also very clean, and you even have tea prepared. If you compare it to the Imperial Palace, then naturally there's no way to compare it. Also, since we're outside, you should just put up with it. You're the Ice Jade country's prince, that doesn't work here. The fatty snorted and didn't say anything. Naturally, he wasn't angry with Zhao Hai. These days, Zhao Hai often teased him about his status as a prince. The fatty was already used to it. In fact, he liked the way Zhao Hai talked. This was because Zhao Hai treated him as a friend, not as a prince. This was what the fatty liked. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the fatty. He looked around and said, let's go, we've already seen the room. We don't have anything to prepare. Let's go out and eat something. These days, we've been eating fish and seafood. We also have some meat, but it was all eaten by sea beasts. Now that we're in the thick Earth continent, I heard that this continent has the most abundant resources. No matter what, we have to eat something good. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the fatty's eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately said, right, let's eat something good. Let's go. Then he turned around and walked out faster than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the fatty's appearance and couldn't help but smile. In the past few days, he discovered that the fatty was very good at eating and sleeping. The fatty was very good at eating and sleeping at least 10 hours a day. Xiaohai also went out of the room and received the room card. Then he followed the fatty downstairs. When they arrived at the staircase, Xiaohai stopped and said to the guard, "Hello, I want to ask if there are any special restaurants in the city." "Right, I don't want seafood. We came here by boat. I've been eating seafood for a month now, it's really annoying. Do you have any special restaurants that have good meat and vegetables?" When the guard heard Xiaohai, he quickly replied, "Of course we do. Our restaurant on the first floor is very good. Moreover, the price isn't that high." Xiaohai waved his hand and said, "We can go to your restaurant anytime in the next 2 days. Today, we want to eat something special. Which restaurant in the city is famous?" The guard smiled and said, "Mister, there are several famous restaurants in the city. But if you want to eat good meat and vegetables, then you should go to Food and Taste Residence. It's the most famous restaurant in the city. The dishes there are very good. Moreover, they have special roast ducks and roast lambs. Their beef is also very good. They also have vegetarian dishes, which are also very good. When the two of you go out of the door, turn left and walk about half a mile, then you will see Food and Taste Residence's sign." Xiaohai nodded and threw a silver coin to the guard. Then he went downstairs with the fatty. The two quickly left the hotel and turned left. After walking a short distance, they saw a restaurant with the sign Food and Taste Residence. Xiaohai and the fatty directly went inside. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, they heard a burst of noise. But then a guard immediately came over and bowed to Xiaohai and the fatty, "Mister, welcome. Please come inside, we have empty seats." Xiaohai lowered his voice and said, "Is there an empty room in the store?" When the guard heard Xiaohai, he quickly replied, "Mister, all the smaller rooms in the restaurant are already occupied. Only a few large rooms are available. But our restaurant has a rule that unless you spend a bell or more, you can't use the large rooms. This is because the large rooms can seat 20 people." Xiaohai nodded and said, "I want a large room. Fatty, let's go." The fatty nodded and followed Xiaohai inside. When the guard heard Xiaohai, he naturally didn't stop Xiaohai. Instead, he led Xiaohai upstairs. The Food and Taste restaurant had a total of 3 floors. The large private rooms were all on the 3rd floor. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at a large private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was really big. There was a large table in the middle that could seat 20 people without any problem. Moreover, the table in the middle had a swivel, allowing for a lot of dishes to be placed, making it more convenient to eat. Xiaohai looked at the room and nodded, "Do you have a menu?" The guard quickly replied, "Yes." Then he took out a menu from his pocket and handed it over to Xiaohai. The menu was very refined, it looked like a card, it was very beautiful. Xiaohai took the menu and looked at it. Although there were only the names of the dishes, they were still very good. Moreover, the prices were also very clear. Naturally, Xiaohai wouldn't be polite. He ordered all the famous dishes in the restaurant, a total of 36 dishes. These dishes were definitely worth more than 100 gold coins. Then Xiaohai ordered 2 pots of wine before giving the menu to the fatty. When the fatty saw that Xiaohai had ordered so many dishes, he naturally didn't order any more. He directly handed the menu to the guard and had him serve the dishes. The guard nodded and then turned around to leave. After the guard left, the fatty turned his head to look at Xiaohai and said, "Old Xiao, aren't you being too wasteful? You said that I don't treat money as money, but I can see that you're the same. I'm afraid that this meal cost nearly 2,000 gold coins. You're really generous." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I recently made a fortune. I don't lack money. In the Arctic continent, it's very difficult to eat meat and vegetables. I'm not like you imperial clans who have your own land to grow vegetables and raise demon beasts to eat meat. We don't have such conditions. Sometimes, even if you want to eat meat and vegetables, you won't be able to." The fatty nodded and said, "There's no other way. The cost of transporting vegetables from other continents is too high. Even the imperial clan eats a certain amount of vegetables every day. We can't eat more than that." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Now that we're in the thick Earth continent, we have to enjoy ourselves. We don't lack money. If we don't know how to enjoy ourselves, then we would have lived in vain. Am I right? The fatty nodded and said, "You're right. But let me tell you, I'm a poor prince. When I came out, my family didn't give me much money. I also don't have any savings. My family also said that we have to earn what we eat, what we wear, and how much we spend. Therefore, I really don't have any money right now." Xiaohai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you starve. Also, didn't I tell you that I don't lack money right now? I sold a lot of natural magic staffs some time ago. I have enough money to spend." Hearing Xiaohai, the fatty quickly said, "Natural magic staff? That's a good thing. Do you have any more? Can you give me one? My natural magic staff withered some time ago. I wanted to get another one, but since I'm going out for a trial, my family won't let me." Xiaohai gave him a blank look and said, "Forget it, what are you going to do with it? I'm telling you, we're going to be adventurers. It's inconvenient to have a natural magic staff." Fatty chuckled, "From what you said, it seems like you do have some. Give me one. I don't usually keep them in my spatial equipment. I'll only use them when I cultivate at night. Come, give me one." Xiaohai looked at the fatty and couldn't help but flip his hand to take out a natural magic staff. Although this natural magic staff wasn't the best, it was still very good. This was a pure natural magic staff. It was much better than ordinary natural magic staffs. Xiaohai casually threw the natural magic staff to the fatty. The fatty took the natural magic staff and looked at it. Then he exclaimed, "Good thing, it's really good. It seems like adventurers have a good future. To be able to get such a good thing, it's really good." Xiaohai coldly snorted and said, "It's not bad. Do you know how many years it takes to encounter such luck? Adventurers are using their lives in exchange for money to support themselves. If there's a way, who would want to be an adventurer? If you're an adventurer for a few days, then you'll know what's going on. You won't need to say such things." The fatty smiled and said, "Didn't you just say that you want to be an adventurer? If being an adventurer is so bad, then why do you want to be one? You don't lack money right now, so what's the point of being an adventurer?" Xiaohai said, "Even if we have money, we can't just sit there and eat it. Moreover, traveling and being an adventurer don't conflict. We can just take on escort missions. This way, we can go around and look around. Not only can we look around, we can also do missions to make money. Killing two birds with one stone. What do you think?" "I don't think so. Wouldn't we be under someone's control? That's boring." The fatty shook his head. Xiaohai smiled and said, "Let's go together. Although we have enough money to spend, you, the prince, haven't experienced the life of an adventurer. Don't you want to experience the life of an adventurer?" When Fatty heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but hesitate. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll experience the life of an adventurer. Will there be battles?" Xiaohai smiled and said, "There should be, who knows?" Just as they were talking, someone knocked on the door. Then a waiter's voice was heard, "Mister, can the dishes be served?" Xiaohai said, "Come, bring all the dishes." The waiter nodded, then he opened the door and began to serve the dishes. While serving the dishes, the waiter couldn't help but look at the two. This was because the two had ordered too many dishes. Xiaohai didn't care about them. Instead, he waited for the dishes to be served before he began to eat. While eating, he also drank. To be honest, the dishes made by the Food and Taste House were very good. However, they weren't as good as Meg's. For Xiaohai, the dishes here were very ordinary. However, for Fatty, the dishes here were very good. Although he was a prince, he had always lived in the Arctic continent. The Arctic continent didn't have this many dishes. Therefore, it was impossible for Fatty to eat so many dishes in the past. Now that the Food and Taste House had all kinds of dishes, Fatty wanted to eat as much as he could. The two swung their chopsticks and ate. However, they still couldn't eat more than 30 dishes. Looking at the remaining dishes, Fatty rubbed his stomach and said with a satisfied expression, "Delicious, it's really delicious." Xiaohai looked at him and smiled, "Looking at your appearance, you're still getting fat. Waiter, come in." The waiter outside the door nodded, then he pushed the door and came in. Zhao Hai looked at the waiter and said, pack up the remaining dishes and pack them in food boxes. Consider the food boxes sold by us. Also, send a pot of tea. Calculate the total amount, we'll pay with gold coins. The waiter nodded and turned around to leave. Not long after, he came back with a group of people. These people were all holding food boxes in their hands. These food boxes were very big, with each box having 5 boxes. There were a total of 4 big food boxes. Then the waiter packed the dishes into the food boxes. Then he cleaned up the table and brought a pot of tea. After everything was done, the waiter brought a list to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, a total of 357 gold coins. Zhao nodded, then reached into his chest and took out a cloth bag. He opened the bag and looked inside, then threw it to the shop assistant and said, Here you go. There are 360 gold coins. The rest is yours, so you don't need to keep the change. The waiter received the bag, then after thanking Zhao Hai, he turned around and left the room. Zhao Hai picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Fatty, then he said, Come, Fatty, have some tea. Fatty received the tea and took a sip, then he nodded and said, The tea is good. I must say that the thick earth continent is better. The people of our continents can't compare to the thick earth continent. The Arctic continent is covered in ice and snow, the volcanic continent is full of volcanoes, the tree spirit continent is full of trees, and the trees grow very fast. The acute metal continent is full of stones, but there's no place that can compare to the thick earth continent. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Everyone has their own way of life. We don't need to envy them. Fatty smiled bitterly and said, It would be a lie to say that I don't envy them. But it's a pity that envy is useless, we can only accept it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Fatty sighed and didn't say anything, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Do you know where to take an adventure mission? Zhao Hai replied, There should be a place in the city where you can take an adventure mission. Don't worry. Fatty nodded, then he said, Let's go back. We'll rest in the city for 2 days before taking a mission. Zhao Hai smiled and said, You seem to be in a hurry. Don't worry, we'll play for a few days and then talk about the mission. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao, how much money do you have in your hands? You see, you don't treat money as money now. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I have a lot of money. Fatty, don't you know? When I sold the staffs, I had them pay with bell and then exchange them for gold coins. This way, I made a lot of money. Ha ha ha. Fatty, I'm not going back to the Arctic continent. I'll accompany you to the other continents. You can go back if you want, I'll go to the mixed spirit continent to take a look. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, You want to go to the mixed spirit continent? No, it's too dangerous. You might be killed by those people there. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's fine. I'm just going there for a stroll. I'm not going there to catch slaves. There shouldn't be any problems. If I can't, then I'll just get some food to transport there. Fatty shook his head and said, No, listen to me. You really can't go there. It's too dangerous, really. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's fine, you don't have to worry. Let's go back to the hotel. I've been sitting on the ship for so long, I'm not used to it. Let's go back and rest for a day. Then we'll come out again tomorrow. Fatty nodded, then Zhao Hai waved his hand and packed the food boxes. Then Zhao Hai followed Fatty out of the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant and looking at the bustling city, Fatty suddenly said, Let's take a stroll around the city. I'm not tired anyway. It wouldn't be too late if we stroll around the city and then head back. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, let's take a stroll around the city. Then the two walked along the city's streets. While walking, the two looked at the situation on both sides. On both sides of the road were either hotels or restaurants. Moreover, their business was very good. Most of the people eating here were dark-skinned people. At a glance, one could see that they had just gotten off the ship. Zhao Hai looked at this situation and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, No wonder Captain Long said that there are a lot of people in the city right now. Fatty nodded and said, That's true. Right, should we look for a place that specializes in selling seafood? Maybe we can see things from other continents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let me ask. Then Zhao Hai went to a small fruit stall and said, Mister, may I ask, is there a place in the city that specializes in selling seafood? The man smiled and said, Mister, the seafood is not on this street. You can go through this side street and cross another street. Then you'll see a shop that sells seafood. Zhao Hai cupped his fist to the man and said, thank you, mister. The man also smiled faintly and said, you're too polite. Zhao Hai turned his head and led Fatty to the side street. After the two walked through another street, they arrived at another street. Upon arriving at this street, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. If the street that was full of restaurants and hotels was very lively, then this street couldn't be described as lively. There were too many people on this street. People were squeezing each other. Looking at the entire street, one couldn't see anything else, it was all people. The two were stunned as they looked at the street. Zhao Hai looked at the street and said, my goodness, there are too many people here. Fatty, are you sure you want to squeeze on this street? Fatty looked down at his stomach and then looked at the street full of people. Finally, he shook his head and said, forget it, I'm afraid I'll be squeezed out of oil. Let's go back. Zhao Hai laughed, then the two walked back. Before long, the two returned to their hotel room. After washing their faces and rinsing their mouths, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. The two slept until the next morning. After washing their faces and rinsing their mouths, they directly ate something in the hotel. After that, they went to the city again. Today, they went to the seafood street again. However, the two only looked at it before they turned around and left. This was because the number of people in the street today wasn't any less than yesterday. The two strolled around the city. At noon, they ate outside. In the afternoon, they went to the theater to watch a play. To be honest, there wasn't much to see here. However, Fatty watched it with great interest. After Zhao Hai accompanied Fatty to watch the play, the two returned to the hotel. After resting in the hotel for another night, Zhao Hai and Fatty woke up the next morning and went to the hotel's restaurant. The waiter wasn't wrong, the food in the hotel's restaurant tasted very good. The two ordered 2 sets of breakfast before Zhao Hai called the waiter over. The waiter gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, Mister, how can I help you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I want to ask, is there a place in the city where I can issue an adventure mission? I want to issue an adventure mission. The waiter immediately replied, Mister, there are a lot of places in the city where you can issue an adventure mission. However, I know of a very famous place, the Dragon Slaughtering Bar. Dragon Slaughtering Bar? That's a very domineering name. Do you have a dragon here? Zhao Hai looked at the waiter with a puzzled expression. He hadn't heard of a dragon in the 5 spirit realms, therefore, he asked this question. The waiter smiled and said, Mister, actually, we don't have a dragon here. The dragon that adventurers talk about is just a type of sea snake. However, the owner of the Dragon Slaughtering Bar used to be a boatman. Later on, when he got older, he stopped boating and opened the Dragon Slaughtering Bar. I heard that when the owner was young, he killed a 100-meter-long sea snake. Therefore, he gave the bar its name. The Dragon Slaughtering Bar is located not far from the Ocean Street. It's a very big hotel. Mister, do you know where the Ocean Street is? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I know. Thank you. The waiter smiled and said, you're too polite. Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After the waiter left, Fatty looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, aren't we going to take an adventure mission? Why are you going to issue an adventure mission? What kind of adventure mission do you want to issue? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I'm going to say that. Otherwise, if we say that we're going to take an adventure mission, they would feel very strange. People who can afford to stay in a hotel like the Calm Wave Hotel wouldn't need to take an adventure mission. Do you think any adventurer can afford to stay in a hotel like this? Fatty nodded and didn't say anything. It must be said that he was far behind Zhao Hai in terms of experience. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly. In a while, we'll go to the Dragon Slaughtering Bar and take a look. Then we'll come back and book a room. If there's no suitable mission, then we'll book a few more rooms. If there's a suitable mission, then we'll just do it. Right, did you leave anything in your room? Fatty shook his head and said, "No, I brought everything with me. I didn't leave anything in my room. Let's eat. After we're done eating, we'll go and take a look." Xiaohai nodded. After the two finished eating, they left the Calm Wave Hotel. It didn't take long before the two arrived at the Marine Street. There was still a sea of people there. However, the two didn't enter the Marine Street. Instead, they asked around and soon saw the Dragon Slayer bar next to the Marine Street. Although it was daytime, there were still a lot of people in the bar. Moreover, the area of the bar was very large. Even if hundreds of people were to drink in the bar, it wouldn't feel crowded. The two of them entered the bar and found that most of the people in the bar were crew members who had disembarked from the ship. They were drinking and chatting while some of them were adventurers. They were mostly holding some cheap ale and looking at the missions there. Inside the bar, there was a wooden board with a lot of papers stuck on it. Each paper had a mission written on it. Xiaohai and Fatty went to the bar counter and ordered a glass of wine each. Then the two brought their glasses to the wooden board and looked at the missions written on it. There were a lot of missions, but there weren't any good ones. There weren't even any escort missions. Fatty looked at Xiaohai in confusion and said, "Why aren't there any escort missions?" Without waiting for Xiaohai to speak, an adventurer next to Fatty looked at him and said, "Of course there aren't any escort missions here. All the escort missions are sent to the large adventurer teams. It's impossible for them to be placed here." Fatty stared, then Xiaohai looked at him and smiled, "Brother, you're right. Escort missions are generally given to big adventurer groups. These adventurer groups have their own stations, so they don't need to come here to receive missions. If someone has a mission, then they can just go to them. Most of the missions that are issued here are small ones." Fatty nodded, then he looked at Xiaohai and said, "You're right." Fatty nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then what should we do? There aren't any missions here. Are we not going to take any missions?" Xiaohai smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not in a hurry anyway. If there are missions, then we'll take them. If there aren't any missions, then we'll just stay in the city for 2 days. If there aren't any suitable missions, then we'll just leave." At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Mister, do you want to take an escort mission? How strong are the two of you? We have an escort mission here, and we need people." Zhao and Fatty turned to look and found that the speaker was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He was nearly 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. He was very sturdy, with a red face, a big beard, and red phoenix eyes. His whole person gave off a very strong feeling, but he also had a face full of righteousness. Xiaohai looked at the man and said, "Mister, you said that you have a guard mission? You want us?" The man replied, "Yes, I have a guard mission that requires 30 people to travel from here to the Ocean Province. But I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Although I want to establish an adventurer team, I don't have enough money. I've only recruited some people to join my adventurer team, but we only have 15 members. We need to save money together, and once we have enough money, we can establish an adventurer team. But you can rest assured that although we haven't established an adventurer team, we have connections with a lot of merchants in the city. They will give us some small guard missions. After all, large adventurer teams aren't willing to accept small missions. Even if they do, the price is very high. Therefore, the merchants will give us the task." Xiaohai looked at the man and said, "But why did Mr. look for us? Is it just because we want to take a guard mission?" The man shook his head and said, "Of course not. The two of you shouldn't be from Pingbo City, or even the Thick Earth continent. Moreover, the two of you don't lack money. It's possible that the two of you are only here to train. Taking a mission is just a matter of convenience for you. From this point, I can see that the two of you aren't weak. Moreover, you don't care too much about missions. Therefore, I dared to invite the two of you." When Xiaohai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, "May I know Mister's name? How did Sir know that we were here for training?" The person smiled faintly and said, "This one is called Guan Yunfei. Actually, this one can tell that this Mister's soul is an ice soul. Moreover, this one hasn't seen the two of you in Flatwave City. Moreover, the wine in your hands isn't something that ordinary adventurers can afford. Although the two of you said that you want to accept a mission, you aren't in a hurry. From these aspects, it can be seen that the two of you don't lack money. Moreover, the two of you just said that if you can't accept a mission, then you'll leave on your own. Moreover, the two of you don't have the temperament of an ordinary adventurer. Therefore, I can see that the two of you must have come from the Arctic continent. And in the Arctic continent, you're a disciple of a great clan. When the fatty heard Guan Yunfei, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Right, you're right." Ha 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 ha. Old Zhao, he actually guessed it. How about it? Why don't we follow him to complete this quest? Zhao Hai looked at Guan Yunfei, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right. In any case, we're just here to play. It doesn't matter where we go. But where is the ocean province?" Guan Yunfei felt that Zhao Hai's smile had a deeper meaning, but he didn't know what it was. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "It's not very far. It would take about 15 days to reach there. Moreover, the ocean province is one of the big cities in the Rocky Bear country. If the two of you really want to play, then you can't go wrong there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll follow Mr. Guan. What time does Mr. Guan leave? And where will you depart?" Guan Yunfei replied, "Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll depart at the south gate of Flatwave City." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll wait for Mr. Guan at the south gate of Flatwave City." Guan Yunfei nodded and said, "All right, then we'll see each other there." Then he cupped his fist towards the two before he turned around and left. Looking at Guan Yunfei's back, Zhao Hai's face showed a deep smile. At this time, Fatty smiled and said, "Our luck is really good. Just as we were about to accept a quest came immediately. This person seems to be full of righteousness. Moreover, the time of the quest isn't long. It's just right for us. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, this quest is really good. Let's go. Now that we've accepted the quest, let's go have a drink before returning to the hotel." Fatty naturally wouldn't disagree. The two sat at the bar and drank. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the bar from time to time, especially the adventurers. On the other hand, the adventurers were also looking at the two. However, their faces showed a hint of schadenfreude. Naturally, there were also some who showed a sympathetic expression. When Zhao Hai saw these people's expressions, he knew what was going on. After drinking 2 glasses of wine with Fatty, they returned to the hotel and booked a room for another day. When the two returned to their room, Zhao Hai didn't immediately let Fatty return to his room to sleep. Instead, he looked at Fatty and said, "Fatty, come and sit down. I have something to tell you." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai with a confused expression, then he said, "Old Zhao, what do you want to tell me?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "Fatty, today I'm going to tell you something very important. You must remember that the person who asked us to go to Haizhou City isn't a good person." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Not a good person? What do you mean? Are you saying that he's a bad person? He doesn't look like one." Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "He might be a bad person. Think about it, we just said that we wanted to accept a quest and he immediately appeared. Moreover, the quest is suitable for us. Don't you think that it's too fast? Moreover, he also saw through our origins. He knew that we came here to train, but he still wanted us to join them. This is very strange." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's strange about this? I don't quite understand what you mean." Zhao Hai replied, "Of course it's strange. Generally, adventurers, even if they want to form a temporary team, wouldn't form a team with someone who's just out of a trial. This is because most of the adventurers who come out of the trial are disciples of great clans. Although they are strong and have a lot of methods, they don't understand the way low-level adventurers survive. Moreover, these people are generally very arrogant and don't like to cooperate with others. They don't even listen to commands. For a temporary team, this is very fatal. Once a temporary team encounters a battle, their cooperation is very important. If someone doesn't listen to their commands, then mistakes will appear in their cooperation. Originally, they were very strict in their defenses, but if that happens, then their entire team would be finished. It's precisely because of this reason that it's very difficult for disciples of great clans to form a temporary team with ordinary adventurers. Those people would rather have someone who's a bit weaker than someone who's strong but disobedient. But that person directly chose us, isn't this very strange? Xiaohai nodded, then he said, of course it's strange. Fatty frowned and said, but based on this, we can't conclude that this person is a bad person. Xiaohai replied, of course not. When we were in the bar today, you might not have noticed it, but the adventurer who told us that all the good missions were taken by the adventurer group immediately left after Guan Yunfei appeared. However, he didn't open the bar, instead, he found a remote place and sat there. He looked at us but didn't say anything. After Guan Yunfei and us agreed on a time to leave, many adventurers in the bar looked at us with gloating expressions. There were even some who looked at us strangely, as if they were looking at two dead people. Because of this, I can be sure that Guan Yunfei has a problem, he might be thinking of us as fat sheep. Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at Guan Yunfei and said, that's not good enough. Because of this, I can be sure that Guan Yunfei has a problem, he might be treating us as fat sheep. Fatty looked at Xiaohai and said, fat sheep? What do you mean? Xiaohai replied, generally, when a great clan's disciple comes out for a trial, they would have a lot of good things on them. At this time, some people with ulterior motives would invite them to form a group. Once they reach the wilderness, where there's no one else, they would kill them and take away their good things. I suspect that Guan Yunfei wants to do this. Fatty looked at Xiaohai and said, that's impossible. With our strength, do you think we would dare to fight against Guan Yunfei? Xiaohai replied, if it's a real fight, then we wouldn't be afraid of Guan Yunfei. But what if they use other methods? Don't forget, there are a lot of pills that can make us unable to use our spiritual force. When the time comes, how can we fight against them? When Fatty heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, then what should we do? Aren't we going tomorrow? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, why wouldn't we go? If they want to scheme against us, then we'll play with them. But they forgot that we're soul trees. Not only can we use wood element techniques, we also have a deep understanding of poisons. It's impossible for them to scheme against us. As long as we're here, we won't need to worry about them using poisons. When the time comes, we'll clean them up in one fell swoop. What do you think? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, I'll go. What do you think? When Fatty heard Xiaohai, he stared for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he said, good, good. Ha ha ha. We'll listen to you. If they don't deal with us, then we'll let them go. But if they do, then we'll slaughter them. Xiaohai looked at Fatty's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, all right, then we'll agree on a secret signal. If I find out that they're trying to scheme against us, then I'll say the secret signal. At that time, you'll know that they've drugged us. At that time, whether it's food or drinks, we'll just throw everything into the space. Then we'll pretend that we've been tricked by them and see what they'll do. Once they're satisfied, we'll deal with them in one fell swoop. When that time comes, their expressions will be very interesting. Fatty was so excited that his face turned red. He loudly said, right, let's do that. When the time comes, their expressions will be very good. Ha ha ha. Right, what's the secret signal? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, the secret signal must be simple. How about this, I usually call you Fatty. If I find something wrong, then I'll call you Old You. When you hear me call you Old You, then you should prepare yourself. Fatty nodded excitedly and said, no problem. In a dimly lit room, more than 20 people were sitting. These people looked very ordinary. They were wearing the gray short clothes of ordinary adventurers. They also had magic staffs in their hands. Those magic staffs weren't high-grade goods at first glance. Moreover, they looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. In the middle of these people was a red-faced man. This man looked at the others and said, everyone should rest well tonight. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, we'll go to the south gate on time. Fatty, have you prepared everything? Potions and props? A fat man wearing silk clothes, who looked like a small merchant, quickly replied, boss, you can rest assured. Everything is ready. We're also doing business. This time, we'll be delivering goods to Haizhou City. We've already contacted the owner. When we get there, we can deliver the goods and make a profit. The red-faced man nodded and said, "All right, these two people are definitely fat sheep this time. They didn't bring any magic staffs. In my opinion, it's not like they don't have any magic staffs. It's impossible for them to leave their magic staffs in the hotel. Therefore, they should have spatial equipment on them. As long as we complete this task, we can establish our own adventurer team. When the time comes, we'll be rich." This person was Guan Yunfei. The two people he was talking about were naturally Zhao Hai and Fatty. When the other people in the room heard Guan Yunfei, their eyes lit up. They all wanted to have their own adventurer team. However, it wasn't easy to establish an adventurer team. Even if you have the money to pay the registration fee, management fee, and even if you have your own house, you still need to recruit people. Regardless of whether you make money or not, you still need to pay the adventurer team every month. Otherwise, who would want to work with you? Aside from recruiting people, you also need to have a business. If you don't make a few deals a month, then you will lose money. But right now, the business of an adventurer team wasn't easy to do. Every city had their own adventurer teams, and some of the old adventurer teams were doing very well. There were also some great merchants who liked to join these adventurer teams because they had a guarantee. On the other hand, it wouldn't be easy for a new adventurer team to snatch business. You need to be prepared to lose money in the first month. Only then would you be able to slowly make a business. Because of this, it wasn't easy to establish an adventurer team. If you don't have enough money, then it's better not to open one. After all, you'll only lose money if you do so. On the other hand, spatial equipment had a very high price in the 5 spirit realms. Even if there was nothing inside, as long as there was spatial equipment, then they could establish an adventurer team. This was also what they wanted. Guan Yunfei looked at everyone and said, "After we establish our own adventurer team, we'll be able to receive more business. When the time comes, we'll be able to meet more fat sheep and earn more money." Everyone roared. They didn't think that if they wanted to make money as an adventurer team, they would just kill and rob people. This was because they were already used to this kind of life. Guan Yunfei said, "All right, let's go and rest. We'll set off tomorrow." Everyone nodded. Then they found a place to rest. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and Fatty had their breakfast, they immediately checked out of the hotel. But they still bought 2 horses from the shop before heading towards the south gate of Pingbo City. Buying horses was Zhao Hai's idea. If they didn't have a horse to ride on, then it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid, but Fatty wasn't. With Fatty's weight, he wouldn't be able to walk long distances. Moreover, Fatty didn't want to lose weight, so it was better to not let him walk. Therefore, Zhao Hai proposed to buy 2 horses. Before 7 o'clock, the two arrived at the south gate. When they arrived, they saw Guan Yunfei and the others waiting for them. Guan Yunfei and the others were also riding horses, protecting the 6 carriages. Zhao Hai and Fatty immediately rode their horses over. When they arrived at the carriages, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Guan, we're late. Please forgive us." Guan Yunfei smiled and said, "It's not that you're late, it's that we're early. Did you prepare horses? I was afraid that you wouldn't be prepared." "Haha, let's go, we'll set off immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "Mr. Guan is too polite. We didn't have any other choice. Look at Fatty, if we don't buy horses, how far can he go? When the time comes, he'll have to sit in a carriage. Therefore, we bought horses." Guan Yunfei smiled and said, "Buying horses is the right thing to do. If you don't buy horses, then you can only sit in a carriage. All right, let's go." Following his words, the carriages slowly moved forward. At this time, Guan Yunfei also introduced the people in their group to Zhao Hai. The people in their group looked kind, only a few of them looked fierce. However, Zhao Hai was very vigilant towards them. This was because the smell of blood on their bodies was very heavy. In other words, these people weren't good people. Fatty was somewhat curious. Although he trusted Zhao Hai, it was impossible for him to completely trust him. He grew up in the Imperial Palace. In a place like the Imperial Palace, it was natural for him to encounter all kinds of conspiracies. This made Fatty develop vigilance and a sense of distrust since he was young. He was always vigilant. Although he looked fat and seemed to focus all of his attention on eating and sleeping, he was actually very vigilant. Moreover, he didn't trust anyone. His attitude towards Zhao Hai was already very good. Fatty was also observing the people in Guan Yunfei's group. However, he didn't see anything wrong with them. These people gathered in twos and threes and chatted. The content of their conversation was very ordinary. There was nothing that could arouse Fatty's vigilance. This made Fatty even more curious about Guan Yunfei's group. He didn't know if Zhao Hai was telling the truth or if Guan Yunfei and the others were scheming against him. Along the way, they didn't encounter any problems. In the middle of their journey, they stopped by a roadside shop to eat. Zhao Hai and Fatty also met the owner of the goods. The owner was also a fat man, but compared to the Jade Flood Dragon, he was a lot thinner. The Jade Flood Dragon and the fat man chatted happily. Zhao Hai and the Jade Flood Dragon chatted happily. There was nothing to do in the afternoon. When night fell, Guan Yunfei and the others found a shop in a small town to rest. Obviously, Guan Yunfei and the others were very familiar with this route. They were very clear about when and where to rest. The next day was very normal, nothing happened. This made Fatty even more puzzled. He even became anxious. This didn't mean that he was starting to doubt Zhao Hai. Compared to Guan Yunfei and the others, he trusted Zhao Hai more. He just wanted to know if and when Guan Yunfei and the others would make a move. Unlike the inexperienced Fatty, Zhao Hai already knew what Guan Yunfei and the others were planning. The road that Guan Yunfei and the others took was getting more and more remote. There were fewer and fewer people in the surroundings. Although they could still occasionally see a village, there were very few pedestrians and carriages on the road. This was no longer the main road of the Rocky Bear country. Zhao Hai can see that the main roads of the Rocky Bear country were all made of stone. Even if they weren't made of stone, they would have been repaired. The road was very hard, and it can be seen that people were regularly protecting it. However, the road that they were taking now wasn't made of stone. There were also ruts on the road. It was obvious that it hadn't been repaired for a while. The road wasn't wide either. This was enough to prove that this wasn't the main road. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately knew what Guan Yunfei and the others were planning. Guan Yunfei and the others must have deliberately taken this road because there weren't many people taking it. Moreover, there must be a very remote place on this road. When they arrive at a remote place, Guan Yunfei and the others would make a move. Just as Zhao Hai thought, for days after they left Pingbo City, the road that they took became even more remote. They didn't see a single person or a single village. Their lunch was dry rations that they ate in the wilderness. When they set off in the afternoon, Guan Yunfei said to Zhao Hai and Fatty, "Tonight, we won't be able to find a village to stay in, so we can only rest in the wilderness. But you don't need to worry, we brought tents. Moreover, the place where we rest is very safe. Tonight, we can drink some wine and have a good sleep." Fatty smiled and said, "Good, that's great. Tonight, I'll have to drink 2 more cups." Everyone laughed. However, Zhao Hai could hear that these people's laughter carried a hint of ill intent. When the sky slowly darkened, they arrived outside of a forest. This forest was very large, but outside of the forest was a flat land. The carriage stopped there. After the carriage was parked, Guan Yunfei smiled at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "This forest is called the Rock Bear Forest. In this forest, there are beasts called rock bears. They have extraordinary strength and formidable defense. Although other countries also have rock bears, the Rock Bear country's rock bears are the tallest, the largest, and the strongest. But now, this forest is very safe. This is because the number of rock bears in the forest is very small. Moreover, rock bears rarely come out of the forest. Originally, there weren't any open spaces here, but later on, more and more people came here. Everyone slowly cleared out this open space and used it for camping." Zhao Hai and Fatty nodded. They also helped everyone set up the carriage and set up the tents. Naturally, there were people who went to cook. The entire camp was bustling with activity. While Zhao Hai and the others were setting up the tents, 2 of Guan Yunfei's subordinates also entered the forest. When Zhao Hai saw the 2 enter the forest, he knew what they were doing. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Fatty looked at the 2 and asked, "Mr. Guan, what did the 2 of them do in the forest?" Guan Yunfei smiled and said, hunting, and also bringing back some wild vegetables. We also need to make some soup tonight. Otherwise, eating dry rations would be too boring. The camp was quickly built. Zhao Hai had a smile on his face as he chatted with the group. In the past few days, he had been getting along very well with the group. At this point, the group was starting to like Zhao Hai. Fatty was also chatting with the people in the group. Although Fatty didn't know as much as Zhao Hai, his carefree nature made him very likable. If the two weren't fat sheep in the eyes of these people, then these people would really like the two of them. Guan Yunfei looked at Zhao Hai and Fatty, he couldn't help but sigh. But in the end, he didn't say anything. In his opinion, as long as they kill these two, they would be able to obtain the spatial equipment. This was more important than anything else. Before long, the hunters returned. Moreover, they also brought back some mushrooms as well as a wild goat. The cauldron in the tent was already set up. Under Guan Yunfei's command, the people in the camp began to roast the goat and make mushroom soup. These people were veterans of wilderness survival. The roast goat was very good, and the mushroom soup was also very good. Fatty had already surrounded them with a greedy look on his face. When the goat was roasted, they finally began to eat. The goat and mushroom soup were ready. Fatty and the others immediately gathered around. Just as Fatty was about to fill a bowl with mushroom soup, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Old you, wait for a moment. Let's eat together." Fatty nodded and said, "All right." This sentence seemed very normal, but when Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then his expression changed, but it didn't take long before he returned to normal. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait for you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he filled a bowl with mushroom soup. Then he cut a piece of mutton as well as some dry rations. Then the two sat together and ate. From time to time, they would also take a sip of the soup. However, because the two of them were still some distance away from the others, everyone was able to see that Zhao Hai and the others didn't eat the mutton or the soup. They just threw them into their spatial equipment and pretended to be chewing. Guan Yunfei and the others didn't notice anything. This was something that Zhao Hai did on purpose these past few days. Every day when they were eating, he would go to the side to eat with Fatty. The two of them would chat while eating. These people were already used to the two of them, so they didn't suspect anything. After the two of them finished eating, they put the bowls down. Naturally, someone went to wash the bowls. After the meal, everyone chatted for a while. However, Fatty had been paying attention to everyone's reaction. He had already noticed that everyone's reaction was definitely not right. Those people kept glancing at them from time to time. Their gazes were obviously malicious. After about half an hour, the camp was cleaned up. At this time, Guan Yunfei stood up and walked towards Zhao Hai and Fatty. Zhao Hai and Fatty looked at Guan Yunfei in confusion. Guan Yunfei stood in front of Zhao Hai and Fatty, then he looked at the two and sighed, "To be honest, I really like you. I'm a bit reluctant to kill you." When Zhao Hai and Fatty heard Guan Yunfei, they stood up and looked at Guan Yunfei with a puzzled expression. Fatty said, "Mr. Guan, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly." Guan Yunfei looked at Fatty and said, "I didn't say anything. I just said that I'm a bit reluctant to kill you." Really? The two's expression changed. Zhao Hai looked at Guan Yunfei coldly and said, "Mr. Guan, what do you mean? I don't understand." Guan Yunfei looked at the two and smiled faintly, "My meaning should be very clear. You two will die here today." "What's wrong? Did I not make it clear enough?" Zhao Hai looked at Guan Yunfei and coldly said, "Why do you want to kill us?" Guan Yunfei smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple, we need money. You two should have spatial equipment on you. Although you're both holding magic staffs, I'm sure that you have spatial equipment on you as well. Your spatial equipment and the items inside your spatial equipment should be worth a lot of money. We can use this money to open an adventurer team. This can be considered as your greatest contribution." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai looked at Guan Yunfei and coldly said, "You want to kill us? Let's see if you have the ability." Then he raised his magic staff, but then his expression changed. Guan Yunfei looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "Young man, don't think that strength is everything. Disciples of great clans like you always think that strength is everything. But you don't understand that strength doesn't mean anything. There are many ways for the weak to kill the strong. Unfortunately, you learned it too late. Xianxia smiled and said, don't think that strength is everything. At this time, the other people in the camp also surrounded them. They all had smiles on their faces as they looked at Xianxia and Fatty. Xianxia and Fatty looked at these people. Then Xianxia said, you just want money. We'll give you the money. As long as you spare our lives, everything is negotiable. Ha ha ha, you're really naive. We want money, but if we let you go, then even if we have money, we won't have the life to spend it. Therefore, you must die today. Is there no room for negotiation? Do we have to die? Yes, you must die. Because if you don't die, then we'll die. Therefore, you must die. Then Guan Yunfei raised his magic staff and was about to attack. Xianxia quickly said, wait, before I die, I want to be a ghost that understands everything. Can you tell me how you poisoned us? We obviously ate from the same pot, so why are you fine? Guan Yunfei looked at Xianxia's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, telling you isn't a big deal. We didn't poison the pot, nor did we poison the mutton. We poisoned your bowls. As long as you drink the soup, you will be poisoned. This poison won't kill you, it will only make you temporarily unable to use your spiritual force. Why did you do this? Wouldn't it be better to poison us and then take away our things? Young man, you're wrong. Medicines that make you temporarily unable to use your spiritual force generally aren't very toxic. Moreover, they don't have any color or taste. But if it's a highly toxic poison, then it would have a taste and color. Colorless and tasteless poisons are too rare, we can't get our hands on them. If you're experienced, then you can see that we didn't poison you. Therefore, we can only use this kind of poison. Oh, so that's how it is. Fatty, do you understand? Did we learn another trick? Zhao turned to Fatty and asked with a relaxed expression. Fatty also smiled and said, I understand. Sometimes, it's good to spend more effort. Good, good, we really did learn something. Guan Yunfei looked at the two and couldn't help but stare. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately raised his staff and was about to make a move. But at this time, hands made of mud suddenly stretched out from where they were standing and grabbed them, making them unable to move. At the same time, the staff in their hands were also knocked away. Xianxia looked at Guan Yunfei and smiled faintly, isn't it strange? Why can we still use our spiritual force? Do you think we have something on us that can detoxify the poison? Now that our spiritual power has recovered, do you think? Actually, it's not like that. Fatty, throw those things away. Those things really take up too much space in our spatial equipment. Fatty nodded, then he waved his hand and threw some soup and mutton to the ground. Xianxia did the same, he also did the same. Upon seeing the two's actions, Guan Yunfei and the others' faces couldn't help but turn ashen. Just a moment ago, they were staring at the two with resentment. But now, they seemed to have lost their spirit. Guan Yunfei said, no wonder you didn't eat with us. When did you start to be on guard against us? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, we've been on guard since the beginning. The two of us were just casually chatting in the tavern when you suddenly appeared. Moreover, you also happen to have a task that suits us. Don't you think that this is too much of a coincidence? Moreover, you were able to see through our identities. But even after seeing through our identities, you were still willing to cooperate with us. This is also a problem. You should know that adventurers like you don't like to cooperate with great clans. But you're the opposite. Moreover, the adventurers in the tavern were looking at us with sympathy and schadenfreude. If we couldn't see through it, then we would have wasted all these years. Do you really think that we're young masters who don't know anything? But you're not wrong. This Fatty is indeed a young master, he's also a prince. Unfortunately, I'm not. The Fatty smiled and said, to be honest, I really didn't see through him. But he's very crafty. You shouldn't be unable to see through him. But it's no wonder, this guy has been a boss for some time. He doesn't look like an adventurer at all. Therefore, it's not strange that you didn't see through him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Guan Yunfei and the others and said, "We guessed that you have a problem, but we still followed you because we were bored. You should know that we just came from the ice ocean continent. In fact, we didn't come here to be adventurers, nor did we come here to train. We just came here to travel. It's just that this fatty doesn't know what an adventurer's life is like, so I wanted him to experience it. Because of this, I wanted to take a mission. I didn't think that you would actually take a fancy to us, it's really our honor." Guan Yunfei looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "The two of you, it's our fault. We were blind. The two of you didn't lose anything. I think the two of you should spare us. We're willing to follow the two of you blindly and be your servants." Zhao Hai looked at Guan Yunfei's appearance, then he smiled faintly, then he turned to the fatty and said, "Fatty, what do you think?" Fatty coldly snorted and said, "We came out to play, why did we bring so many people? I don't have any opinion, but they deserve to die. If we leave them here and don't do anything about it, then who knows how many people will die because of them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a chivalrous heart. Alright, we'll listen to you. Then we won't let them stay." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a root stabbed Guan Yunfei and the others to death. He didn't hesitate at all. Guan Yunfei died looking at Zhao Hai and the others. His eyes were wide open. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to make a move so quickly. He was even more nimble than them. The fatty was also startled. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Aren't you a bit too fast? I still wanted to say a few words to provoke them. I didn't expect you to come up and kill them. It's really boring." Zhao Hai shook his head and said with a heavy expression, "Fatty, remember, when you decide to make a move, it's best to kill them. You can't give them a chance to flip their cards. I've seen this kind of thing too many times. You think that you've already won, and the other party has already lost their ability to resist. Therefore, you have to say some nonsense in order to make yourself happy. But at the last moment, the enemy flipped their cards. Fatty, we can't do this kind of thing. Rather than letting them die knowing the truth, don't you think it's better to let them die confused? Even if I die, I won't let them know the truth. I've already said enough today. If it was before, I would have just killed them. I wouldn't have waited until now." When the fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. Then he said, "You're right. If we let them flip their cards, then it would be troublesome. But in this case, they shouldn't be able to flip their cards. Look at them, they've been firmly grasped by those big hands. How can they flip their cards? I really can't see how they can flip their cards." Zhao Hai looked at the fatty and smiled faintly, "You can't see it, but that doesn't mean that they can't. I also just felt it. Look." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the big hands disappeared. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Guan Yunfei. Then with a move of his hand, a jade talisman flew out from Guan Yunfei's chest. This jade talisman wasn't very big, it was only the size of a walnut. However, it was very refined. One could see that it was a very good item. Moreover, this jade talisman was different from other items. When using other items, one would need to make some movements. But with this jade talisman, as long as one injects spiritual force into it and stimulates it, it would immediately be activated. When the time comes, they would be attacked by the jade talisman. If they weren't prepared, then it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Zhao Hai threw the jade talisman to the fatty and said, "Take a look, this is the Earth Thorn talisman. As long as you activate it with spiritual force, it can instantly fill a 100-meter radius with earth thorns. I guess he wants to wait for us to relax a bit before activating this jade talisman. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance." The fatty received the jade talisman from Zhao Hai. His expression was somewhat ugly. After some time, he let out a long breath and said, "I didn't expect him to have a card up his sleeve. Old Zhao, you did the right thing. If you didn't kill them, then we might have been in danger. It seems like we can't talk nonsense. When it's time to make a move, we must make a move." Zhao Hai and Fatty slept in the same tent. This kind of tent was very large and could accommodate 10 people. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't sleep separately. This way, they could take care of each other at night. Zhao Hai had already dealt with Guan Yunfei's body and directly buried it in the woods, so there was no need to worry about it being seen. After dealing with the corpses, Zhao Hai took out the leftover food that he and Fatty ate at the food and taste residence. They hadn't eaten these dishes in a while. In any case, they didn't need to worry about them spoiling in the space. Because of this, the two of them didn't eat anything tonight. Now that they were hungry, they took out the leftover food. After eating, the two of them didn't immediately go to rest. Instead, they sat around the fire. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, what are we going to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're going to the Hai province. I don't think Guan Yunfei and the others would do this just to kill us. They should also want to go to the Hai province. In any case, we're just going to have fun." Fatty nodded, then he looked at the carriages and said, "But what about the carriages? What about the horses?" It must be said that Guan Yunfei and the others left behind a lot of things. There were 6 carriages, 40 horses, as well as tents and other things. These things were worth a lot of money. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. We'll put the carriages in the space. We'll just drive the horses. After we reach the front, we'll look for a small town and sell the horses." Fatty didn't object. Then his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Old Zhao, what do you think about the two of us being bandits? I found out that robbing really makes a lot of money. These carriages are worth a lot of money. If we include the things in the carriages, then they'll be even more valuable. What do you think?" Zhao looked at the fat man and smiled wryly. "Well, you dare to think about being a bandit. If people find out about this, I don't care. I'm just the owner of a small shop, and I used to be an adventurer. But you are a dignified prince. If people find out that a prince like you is going to be a bandit, I think you will be laughed at to death." Fatty smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? This is the thick Earth continent, not the Arctic continent. There's nothing to worry about. Nobody knows me here. Even if I rob someone, who would know that I did it?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Fatty to have such thoughts. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "What? You can't believe it? I don't have any other choice. My family kicked me out, and I don't have a lot of money. I can only make money myself. But you should know that I'm a prince. I've never thought about making money before. Now that you suddenly want me to make money, I don't know how to do it. It's better to just rob, it's the easiest way." Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and asked, "Your family sent you out to train, but didn't they teach you how to make money? If you don't know how to do anything, how can you survive outside?" The fat man smiled and said, "Of course, the family won't teach you that. They just want to see how you survive in this kind of situation. It doesn't matter if you steal or rob, but if you really can't get any money and starve yourself to death, the family will send someone to take you home. But once you return home, you will be punished and can only be an idle prince. You won't be able to do anything." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. That's interesting. But Fatty, I have something to tell you. I should have told you earlier, but I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me. Now, I think I should tell you, lest you fall into someone else's trap." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What's the matter? You're afraid that I won't believe you? How can I not believe you?" Zhao Hai replied, "You should know that we encountered pirates at sea. After that, Captain Long and I analyzed the situation. That incident didn't seem to be a coincidence. Captain Long has been sailing on the sea all year round, so he knows all the pirates there. He even has some friendship with them. But the pirates that attacked us last time, he didn't know any of them. Moreover, those pirates didn't seem like they came to rob us. They came to destroy our ships as soon as they came. It seems like they came specifically to kill us. Captain Long also discovered that when those pirates fought with them, their main target seemed to be you." Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "That's right." When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, what do you mean? Explain it clearly." Although Fatty's face was still puzzled, Zhao Hai could see a trace of fear in his eyes. It was obvious that Fatty wasn't as ignorant as he appeared to be. On the contrary, it was very likely that he had guessed something. However, Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see it, then he continued, before you boarded Captain Long's ship, those people had already boarded. I think they must have made an agreement with someone to attack us together. This way, they could kill all of us at sea. Who knows, in less than 2 days, we would be eaten by sea beasts, not even leaving a single bone behind. But it's clear that whether it was me or the other people on the ship, they didn't use this method to kill us. If they wanted to kill us for money, then they wouldn't have destroyed the ship. But now, they didn't do it for money, they just wanted to kill us. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, you mean to say that those pirates were specifically targeting me? But why? Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, I don't know. Perhaps it's because of your identity. Your identity has blocked some people's path, so they want to kick you away. But no matter what, Fatty, you have to be careful. If they can kill you in the sea, then they might chase you to the thick Earth continent. Although this isn't the Arctic continent, it's still inconvenient for them to do things here. But don't forget that you don't have any help from your family. So it's much easier for them to deal with you. You just said that if you run out of money to eat, then your family can take you home. In other words, it's possible that your family will be watching over you and protecting you. But what if this person is bribed? Then they wouldn't be protecting you, they would be trying to take your life. Your whereabouts would be known, and when the time comes, you would be in even more danger. Fatty turned silent, then he sighed and said, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have a way to deal with it. You know my situation, so what can I do? Use my family's power? For people like me who come out to train, if I return to the clan within the stipulated time, I will be severely punished. In that case, I will also lose everything I have. If I don't return, then I will be in danger outside. At this point, the fatty paused and sighed. At that time, it was precisely because I didn't want to be hunted down and was afraid of danger that I left the ice ocean continent in the shortest time possible. I didn't expect that I would still be attacked at sea. Old Zhao, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The ones who attacked me were most likely my brothers. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and faintly smiled, I can almost guess it. But Fatty, why would your brothers attack you? From what you said, you should be very low-key at home. Moreover, they are your brothers, so they have no reason to attack you. Their succession should be higher than yours, right? Fatty bitterly smiled and said, the problem is that our Yu family doesn't choose the crown prince based on succession. In fact, my brother was originally the crown prince, but he died of illness when I was 15. After that, the position of crown prince of the Ice Jade country has been empty. My brothers all wanted to fight for the position of crown prince. I originally didn't want to fight for it, so my performance was very ordinary. I didn't even dare to let go of my cultivation, eating and sleeping every day, making myself this fat. But who told me to be the 8th prince? Maybe you don't know what the 8th prince means to the Ice Jade country, but to the people of the imperial family, we all know what the 8th prince means to the Ice Jade country. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty with some confusion, not knowing what Fatty meant. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, if I tell you this, you should understand. In the past 20 generations of the Ice Jade country's king, the 8th prince has become the king 16 times. The reason why there were 4 times was not because the 8th prince became the king of the Ice Jade country. 2 times were because the 8th prince's body wasn't good and he died of illness. The other 2 times were because there wasn't an 8th prince, but an 8th princess. Now you understand what I mean. When Zhao Hai heard Fatty say this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he said with some surprise, so strange? Doesn't that mean that your Ice Jade country's throne has been monopolized by the 8th prince? Fatty smiled bitterly and said, you're right. Because my imperial father was the 8th prince back then and his performance was very ordinary. Everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to become the king, but in the end, he became the king. Now that I'm the 8th prince, I'm also very ordinary. Besides eating and drinking, I don't seem to have done anything. But even so, I'm still the biggest threat in their eyes. Even if I was in the imperial palace, nobody would dare to do anything. I heard that back then, my big brother didn't really die of illness, but because of some small tricks, my imperial father bestowed death upon him. Therefore, I'm absolutely safe in the imperial palace. But everyone in the Yu family has to come out for training. Once I leave the imperial palace, I'll be in danger. To be honest, Xiaohai didn't think that Fatty would tell him these things. These were the secrets of the imperial family. For Fatty to tell him these things really surprised him. Xiaohai looked at Fatty and said, "Why are you telling me these things? To be honest, I've never thought of going back after leaving the ice ocean continent this time. If you really want to go back with me, then let's go together. When you want to go back, I'll send you on the ship. I'm afraid I can't help you with anything else." Fatty looked at Xiaohai and smiled bitterly. "I didn't want you to help me. But you should know that if you go with me, then it would be very dangerous. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "I understand. But if someone comes to kill you while we're together, then I'll help you kill them. But if you want to go back, then I can't do anything about it. How about it, Fatty?" The fat man laughed and said, "Good, very good. To be honest, the throne doesn't appeal to me at all. Although I can eat good food every day, I have to be very careful because I'm afraid of being poisoned. Although I can sleep on the best bed every day, I still have to be very careful because I'm afraid of being killed in the middle of the night. I've had enough of this kind of life. I really don't want to go back. It would be good if I can stay outside for a long time. Maybe after a long time, the people at home would think that I died outside. Isn't that good?" Xiaohai looked at Fatty's appearance and smiled faintly. "You don't have to wait until then. Maybe as soon as the new emperor ascends the throne, you can go back." Fatty shook his head and said, "I won't go back. Why would I go back? Even if I go back, I'll just be an idle prince. Maybe someone will find an excuse to behead me. Even if I don't get beheaded, I might be locked up in the mansion for the rest of my life. There's no way I can be as happy as outside." Xiaohai looked at the Fatty and said, "I really can't see how happy the outside world is. If we didn't prepare in advance, then I'm afraid that we would have died here. You're still happy about this? I really don't know what to say about you." The Fatty chuckled and said, "To be honest, a day in the outside world is no better than a year in the imperial palace. Death is nothing. In my opinion, a day in the imperial palace is worse than death." Xiaohai curled his lips and said, "Don't talk nonsense. You don't know how many people are willing to risk their lives just to eat. If you say that to those people, I'm afraid they would beat you up on the spot. In their opinion, the days that you lived in the imperial palace are nothing to them." Xiaohai smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The fat man didn't say anything. He just took out a bottle of wine and took a sip before saying, "At least now I know that you don't want anything from me, and you really treat me as a friend. At the very least, I can eat and drink without worrying about being poisoned every time I drink. I'm 20 years old this year, and before I was 15, I lived very carefully. I didn't have a good meal or a good night's sleep, but in the past 5 years, I've thought it through. At worst, I'll die, and in that place, I'd rather die than live. So I started to eat and drink without worry, and gradually became fat. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my brothers to be so timid. They didn't dare to kill me even though I didn't take any precautions. I've already decided that if I die in the imperial palace before I'm 20 years old, then I won't say anything. But if I don't die, then I'll wait until I'm 20 years old, then I'll leave the imperial palace and go to the thick earth continent. I'll find a place where nobody knows me, and when nobody comes looking for me, I'll go to the other continents and explore the 5 spirit realms." The fat man didn't say anything. He just turned his hand and took out a bottle of wine. He took a sip and then said, "At the very least, I now know that you don't want anything from me. You really treat me as a friend. At the very least, I can eat and drink without worry. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhao, I've made a lot of preparations for this trial. I brought a lot of money with me, a total of 30,000 bell. I'm afraid that this amount of money will be enough for me to spend for a long time. I didn't think that I wouldn't have to spend any money after traveling with you." "Ha ha ha, you're really a good friend." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "Ha ha ha, Brother Zhao, I've made a lot of preparations for this trial. I brought a lot of money with me, about 30,000 bell." Xiaohai looked at Fatty, then he coldly snorted and said, 30,000 bell is nothing. If we really go out to play, how long can you last with that amount of money? This time I brought all my savings. Hee hee, hundreds of thousands of bell in gold coins. Ha ha ha, even if I eat, drink, and play for a lifetime, I still won't be able to spend it all. So, I don't mind having you with me. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Fatty's eyes lit up. Hundreds of thousands of bell? I say, where did you get so much money? Is it so easy to make money by running a shop? Is it even higher than a prince's salary? Zhao Hai looked at him and said, do you really not know, or are you just pretending? You're a prince, you don't go out, you don't even go out of the palace. What do you need so much money for? His Majesty gave you money to give to your servants, but you kept it all for yourself. How can I be the same as you? These hundreds of thousands of bell were obtained when I was doing a mission. I accidentally found a spirit tree and cut down its branches, turning them into a natural staff. This kind of luck is hard to come by in a million people. If you just run a small shop, do you think you can make so much money? It's good that you're so straightforward. Fatty muttered, oh, so that's how it is. No wonder. Hee hee. But I haven't treated my servants badly over the years. I'm still living in the palace, so my expenses aren't that big. Also, I don't like to have too many servants accompanying me. Because of this, I have very few servants under me. I give them a lot of money every year, so the rest of the money was saved up little by little. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, I don't care where you get your money, but 30,000 bell is not a small amount. If you want to go around the 5 spirit realms, then it should be enough. Moreover, don't forget that we can take missions and even rob people. Do you think that those ordinary adventurers are really law-abiding citizens? Once they leave the city, they can kill people and set fires. Adventurers who can come back alive from outside the city aren't simple characters. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, you're right. Fatty nodded, then he said, I can tell just by looking at you killing people. You didn't even blink your eyes. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course. When you're adventuring outside the city, if you don't kill others, then others will kill you. There's no such thing as being soft-hearted. If you're soft-hearted, then you'll be the one to die. Fatty nodded, then he suddenly laughed. Zhao Hai looked at him and asked, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? Think about it, what's the point of being an adventurer? No one cares, no one asks. The world is big, and I can go anywhere I want. I can eat, sleep, walk, and stop whenever I want. Isn't such a life better than staying in the palace, reading countless memorials? Why can't they think about it? Zhao Hai looked at the fatty and said in a deep voice, because a single word from that position can decide the life and death of millions of people. Because that position is supreme in the Ice Jade Nation. Everyone must submit to that position. This is the charm of that position. Fatty shook his head and said, I don't see the charm of that position. In any case, I don't want to sit in that position. Forget it, even if I say this, I'm afraid that others won't believe me. Because in other people's eyes, we were born to fight for that position. If you don't fight for that position, then it's the same as being born in the imperial family. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai was very clear that what Fatty said was the truth. Everyone thinks that those born in the imperial family must fight for that position. Even if you don't want to fight, others will think that you will. And those who think this way are the ones who can fight for that position. Therefore, those born in the imperial family can only fight for it. Because if you don't fight, then you'll die. If you fight, then you'll live. Therefore, those born in the imperial family have no choice but to fight for that position. Zhao Hai also took out a bottle of wine, took a sip, and said in a deep voice, actually, I don't like the current 5 spiritual realms at all. Do you know why? It's because I know a person with a mixed spirit root who died in front of me. Although he was my enemy, I didn't think that he was inferior to me. He was born to be a slave. Later on, I went to White Fox City and saw a large slave market. There, I saw a child, a 10-year-old child, standing there with wounds all over his body, both old and new. In front of him was his mother's corpse. His father seemed to have been sold while his mother died of illness. He just stood there and looked at me with hatred, as well as at everyone in the market. I was also looking at the child. Just as I was looking at the child, a slave merchant came over and said that the child hadn't been trained yet, so he couldn't be sold. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined, so he bought the child for 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin, ha 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 ha. In Calmwave City, we spent 360 gold coins for a meal. In other words, we could buy 360 boys for a meal. 360 boys, ha ha ha. It's really ironic. So from that time onwards, I had an idea. I wanted to go to the other continents before going to the mixed spirit continent to see how the people there live. I want to help them. Fatty quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. He also knew about the matter of slaves. He was also very clear about the attitude of the other continents towards slaves. On the surface, they were opposed, but in fact, they were supportive. However, he had never seen a slave trade with his own eyes, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Moreover, he didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent. The two chatted a lot throughout the night and drank a lot of wine. It wasn't until midnight that the two returned to their tents and slept. The next morning, the two woke up and ate something. Then they stored the carriages and their spatial equipment. Then they led their horses and went straight ahead. This time, the two were a lot faster. It didn't take long before they arrived at a small town. Zhao Hai and Fatty went to the town's horse market and sold everything. These horses were all good war horses. And since the two didn't want to make money, they dealt with them very quickly. They only kept 2 horses while the rest were sold. In total, there were more than 30 horses. This brought a lot of income for the two, but for the two, this was nothing. Then Zhao Hai and Fatty discussed again. In the end, the two directly disposed of the goods on the spot along with the carriages. Although the people in the town guessed that the goods were of dubious origin, this had nothing to do with them. The key point was that these goods were very cheap, so they were quickly dealt with. The two stayed in the town for 2 days. After dealing with all the goods, they rode their horses and left. They were still preparing to go to Haizhou City. However, the two didn't know who Guan Yunfei received the goods from, nor did they know who he was going to give them to. Naturally, they couldn't complete any missions, so they directly dealt with the goods. Zhao Hai was very clear that the two of them were tricked into joining Guan Yunfei's team. Therefore, aside from the adventurers in the dragon-slaying bar, nobody knew that they took this mission. Even if they wanted to find them, they wouldn't be able to. The reason why the two wanted to go to the Haizhou city was because it was a big city. There were a lot of interesting things there, as well as a lot of ancient ruins. But this time, the two weren't in a hurry. They came here to travel. If they were in a hurry, then it wouldn't be fun. Therefore, the two just sat on their horses and walked forward. From time to time, they would look at the scenery. If they saw a beautiful place, then they would get down from the carriage and look at the surrounding scenery. This was truly a leisurely time. One day, the two were eating in a small village. After eating, Zhao called the waiter over. After paying the bill, Zhao smiled at the waiter and said, "Waiter, I see that you have a lot of people here. Is there anywhere fun around here?" The waiter nodded and said the reason why Zhao Hai said this was because there were a lot of people in the store. Moreover, these people were dressed like adventurers. They had magic staffs in their hands and bags on their backs. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant smiled and said, "Mister, you two might not know, but the main reason why we have so many people here is because someone discovered a holy tomb." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, the reason why we have so many people here is because someone discovered a holy tomb." When Zhao Hai and Fatty heard the waiter, they couldn't help but stare. Then the two looked at each other in shock. One must know that holy graves only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, holy graves weren't tombs, but rather caves, where warlocks lived. The reason why it was called the sacred tomb was because the warlocks were very powerful. They were even more powerful than the spirit masters of the 5 spirit realms. They had already become sages, and the concept of sages was ascension. The place left behind by an ascended warlock was called the sacred tomb. There weren't many holy graves in the 5 spiritual realms. However, the discovery of a holy grave was a big deal for the people of the 5 spiritual realms. This was because the holy grave might contain the lifetime knowledge of the warlock. The lifetime knowledge of an ascended warlock wasn't something simple. A lot of adventurers came from ordinary families. The cultivation methods that they learned were the most common. In other words, they were the kind that could be practiced by anyone. Such cultivation methods were the most common, and their power was also the most common. It was simply impossible to practice them to a high realm. Generally, large families would have their own unique cultivation methods. These cultivation methods were very powerful and could be cultivated to a higher realm, even to the point of ascension. Of course, these cultivation methods were all strictly confidential. The ice jade technique of the Yu family was such a cultivation method. As for a warlock who had ascended, it was very likely that he would leave behind everything he had learned in his lifetime. These things were very important to ordinary adventurers. With these things, they would know what to do in the future. Perhaps they could even ascend. However, no matter how big this possibility was, it was still a very important opportunity for adventurers. This was because the Holy Grave wouldn't only contain cultivation methods. There might also be pills, magic artifacts, magic staffs, and even bells. Every Holy Grave was a huge treasure. Zhao's interest was piqued. In fact, for a cultivator, robbing tombs was inevitable. Back in the cultivation realm, after some powerful cultivators passed away, they would bring their lifetime wealth to their tombs. Once their tombs were discovered, people would immediately flock to them in order to snatch the things inside. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would encounter such a thing here. But for him, this was a very novel experience. He immediately looked at the shop assistant and said, "Assistant, do you know where the Holy Grave is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Mister, nobody knows where the Holy Grave is. People only say that the Holy Grave might be in the Boundless Mountains. The Boundless Mountains are a huge mountain. This mountain is very amazing. Who knows how many beasts there are inside? Moreover, there are traps everywhere. Warlocks don't dare to fly on the mountain because they would be attacked by giant eagles. Therefore, they can only walk in the forest. But the forest is very dangerous. I heard that not only are there beasts, there are also barbarians." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Barbarians? Right, barbarians. The shop assistant looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It said that there are barbarians in the Boundless Mountains. These barbarians are 3 meters tall and have extraordinary strength. They can even tear apart beasts. They are very powerful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the warlocks in the shop and said, "Did they come here because they heard this news?" The shop assistant nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that a lot of people have entered the Boundless Mountains. I don't know how many of them will come out alive." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand, making the shop assistant withdraw. Then he turned to the fatty and said, "Fatty, what do you think about this matter? Do you think that there's a holy grave in the Boundless Mountains?" The fatty frowned and said, "It's hard to say. This is because after a warlock reaches the saint rank, they would find a place that nobody knows about and go into seclusion. Then they would ascend in that place. Because of this, their seclusion places are usually covered with a lot of defensive formations. When they ascend, they would generally go into seclusion. I heard that even if they don't transcend their tribulation, they would still be in their own residence. Because of this, after they ascend, they would leave behind a holy grave. As far as I know, there are more than 100 known holy graves in the 5 spirit realms. Who knows how many holy graves there are that we don't know yet?" Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Don't tell me that those warlocks don't ascend in their own clans? Then wouldn't there be no holy graves?" The fatty shook his head and said, "That's impossible. It's said that when one ascends, a very strong heavenly tribulation would descend. And this heavenly tribulation can kill anyone who hasn't reached the saint rank. In the past, there was a saint rank expert in the 5 spirit realms who ascended in his own clan. But after he ascended, the entire clan died. Because of this, nobody would ascend in their own clans." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Then can't they tell their own clans about this? Where did they ascend? After they ascend, their clans can go there and look for them." The fatty shook his head and said, "Most people wouldn't do this. This is because they are afraid that their whereabouts would be leaked. If their whereabouts were leaked and they were disturbed during their ascension, then they would be done for. Because of this, they wouldn't reveal their whereabouts, even to their closest kin." After saying this, the fatty sighed and said, "Actually, besides this reason, there's another reason. Once other people know that they're about to ascend, then it's very likely that they would attack their own clans and ask them where they ascend. If that happens, then their clans would be in even more danger. Because of this, saints generally wouldn't tell their clans about their ascension. This is also a way to protect their own clans. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, so to say, those who might reach the saint rank, after going into seclusion, they wouldn't be able to reach the saint rank, so they would just stay in their own places. No wonder it's called a holy tomb. The fatty nodded and said, right, it's like that. Moreover, the construction of holy tombs is generally done in places with very strange terrains. This is because holy tombs require large formations, and you can't always use a bell to supply energy to these formations. Therefore, you need places with a lot of energy, such as rivers, volcanoes, or other types of energy. Only such places are suitable for building holy tombs. The fatty nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, in other words, there might be a holy tomb in the Boundless Mountains? The fatty replied, of course there might be a holy tomb in the Boundless Mountains. I've heard about the Boundless Mountains when I was in the Arctic continent. I heard that there are a lot of warlocks in the thick earth continent who would come to the Boundless Mountains to cultivate. This is because the spiritual energy in the Boundless Mountains is very abundant. However, the Boundless Mountains are also very dangerous. This is because the people who cultivate in the Boundless Mountains are very xenophobic. They might be friends, but if an outsider enters the Boundless Mountains, then they would certainly attack. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, what about the barbarians? Have you heard of the barbarians in the Boundless Mountains? The fatty nodded and said, I've heard of them. They seem to be powerful monkeys. In fact, there aren't only monkeys in the Boundless Mountains, there are also a lot of beasts. The beasts here are much more powerful than those in the outside world. This might have something to do with the environment. There are even a lot of beasts in the Boundless Mountains that can't be seen outside. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, then do you want to go to the Boundless Mountains? In any case, we came out to play this time. Let's go to the Boundless Mountains and see if we can find a holy tomb. Even if we can't find a holy tomb, if we can see a barbarian, then it would be good to have a fight with the experts of the Boundless Mountains. What do you think? The fatty nodded and said, all right, of course it would be good. Just like you said, it would be best if we can find a holy tomb. If we can't find a holy tomb, then even if we can see a barbarian, it would also be good to have a fight with the cultivators of the Boundless Mountains. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, then let's go. There's still some distance between here and the Boundless Mountains. We might not be able to reach the foot of the Boundless Mountains by tonight. Let's go now. The fatty nodded and said, all right, let's go. After saying that, the two stood up and went outside to fetch their horses. Then, they went straight towards the direction of the Misty Dang Mountains. Many people in the store saw the two's movements. When they saw the two heading towards the Misty Dang Mountains, the people in the store had different reactions. Some people showed a disdainful expression and still sat in the store to eat. Some people looked at the two's back as if they wanted to remember them. Some people showed an anxious expression and directly left. It was obvious that they were going to chase after the two. Zhao Hai and the fatty didn't have any reaction. The two were just interested in going to the Boundless Mountains. Their main purpose wasn't to find a holy tomb. The two weren't short on money and cultivation methods. Naturally, they didn't need to go to the Boundless Mountains to find a holy tomb. However, the situation of the Boundless Mountains made the two very curious. Therefore, the two decided to go there and take a look. Looking at a mountain, running a horse to death. This saying wasn't false at all. From the small village, one could already see the Boundless Mountains. However, it wasn't easy to reach the foot of the Boundless Mountains. The two arrived at the foot of the Boundless Mountains at noon the next day. However, what surprised the two was that at the foot of the Boundless Mountains, there was a town. Moreover, this town wasn't small. At this time, there were a lot of people in the town. Most of these people were dressed as adventurers. Some of them were together while others were alone. Most of them were in a hurry while some were strolling around the town. Zhao Hai walked around the town for a long time but couldn't find a hotel. The hotels in the town were all full of people. Even if they wanted to stay in the town, they wouldn't be able to. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, this isn't good. There's no place to stay. Fatty, what do you think we should do now? The fatty frowned as he looked at the adventurers in the town. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, I have a good idea. We'll find a shop and have them take care of our horses. We'll leave them enough money. The two of us will go outside the town and set up tents. In any case, we have tents. What do you think? Xiao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's do that. Xiao Hai and Fatty placed the horses in a hotel. Moreover, they gave the hotel owner 3 months' worth of money to take care of the horses. Naturally, the hotel owner was very happy. This was because Xiao Hai said that if they don't return after 3 months, then the hotel owner can sell the horses. If he doesn't want to sell them, then the horses will be given to him. Hearing Xiao Hai and Fatty's words, the hotel owner couldn't help but smile. However, Xiao Hai and Fatty didn't care. For them, these 2 horses weren't worth paying attention to. Leaving them in the hotel instead of directly dealing with them was just to make it more convenient for them to leave the mountains in the future. Xiao Hai and Fatty didn't stay in the town for long. After selling some necessities, they directly left the town. However, they didn't set up a tent outside the town. That would be too conspicuous. Everyone would know that they had spatial equipment on them, which would bring them endless trouble. Because of this, the 2 directly entered the mountains. After the 2 of them entered the vast mountains, they immediately put the things they had brought into their own space equipment. Then, they found a place to sit down. Looking at the mountains, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, you don't have to say, I feel different after entering the forest. I'm a soul tree, so I can finally cultivate in the forest. It's really rare. Fatty smiled faintly and said, when it comes to trees, there's no other continent that has more trees than the tree spirit continent. The tree spirit continent is the most suitable place for soul trees like you to cultivate. I heard that soul trees are invincible in that place. Xiao Hai smiled and said, I don't believe that. There are also people who say that in the ice ocean continent, there are endless water spirits. Although the fighting strength of fire spirits in the ice ocean continent will be affected, in my opinion, the effect isn't that big. Xiao Hai smiled and said, that's right. The fat man shook his head and said, no, you're wrong. The impact is really big. You're different from them. You're using instant cast spells. Instant cast spells have very low requirements for the environment. These spells themselves have very low requirements for the environment. Even if you're in the sea, you can still use low-level spells like Fireball. But if you want to use a large-scale spell like Raging Inferno in the sea, then it's absolutely impossible. This is also the reason why there are so many people studying instant cast spells. But in the entire 5 spirit realms, only a small number of people are studying instant cast spells. Therefore, the environmental impact for most warlocks is still very big. The fat man shook his head and said, what's the matter with instant cast spells? Xiao Hai nodded and said, I already know about the weakness of instant cast spells. A raging inferno can directly kill 100,000 people and turn an entire city into ruins. However, instant cast spells don't have such a large-scale spell. Nobody can do this, this is the biggest weakness of instant cast spells. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's the weakness of instant cast spells. Fatty nodded and said, not only that, because all the energy is spent on studying how to cast spells faster, it's very difficult for arcane masters who can cast instant cast spells to become spirit masters. But generally, those who become spirit masters can use instant cast spells. Of course, they don't really use instant cast spells, they just rely on their own mental strength to support an instant cast spell. Old Zhao, I don't know if you've noticed, but with the appearance of more and more artifacts, the use of instant cast spells seems to be getting smaller and smaller. If a person carries several artifacts, or even some low-level arrays on their staff, they can completely achieve the same effect as instant cast spells. Now, the cooldown of arrays is getting shorter and shorter, so if you have the opportunity in the future, you must learn more powerful spells. Xiao Hai understood that Fatty was doing this for his own good. Although he didn't need to do this, Xiao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and said, I will. I also feel that sometimes, it's impossible to achieve the best defensive effect just by relying on instant cast spells. Fatty nodded and said in a deep voice, instant cast spells are good. You don't need to give up. But I can see that you're already using instant cast spells very well. This shows that your mental strength is very strong. If you want to learn other spells, you'll definitely be able to do it faster. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. You wait here for a while. I'll go hunt some game. In this wilderness, if you don't eat some game, then you've come in vain. Fatty smiled and said, all right, I'll wait for you. I'll set up the tent now. We'll sleep here tonight. You go and come back quickly. In any case, we still have a lot of delicious things to eat. Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Both of them liked to eat, so along the way, as long as they saw a restaurant with good food, they would order a bit more and put it in their spatial equipment. Then, they would take it out and eat it when they were ready to eat. In any case, they rarely had the time to do this. The things that were put in their spatial equipment were the same as when they were first put in. Naturally, Zhao Hai's space wasn't like this. There was time inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't put the food inside the space. Instead, he put it in his spatial equipment. Although Zhao Hai had his own space, he still had another one on him. This was to provide cover for his space. The trees in the five-spirit realm weren't the same as the trees in the spirit weapon realm. The trees here had their own soul source. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to communicate with the trees here. For Zhao Hai, hunting became a very simple matter. As long as he knew where his prey was, he could directly go and take it back. Because of this, he could have the plants help him trap the prey. Then he could go and pick it up. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai came back with several prey. Among them were a wild goat, 2 hares, and a few pheasants. When Zhao Hai returned to the tent, Fatty's tent still hadn't been set up. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, Fatty, are you lazy? Look, I've already brought back so much prey, but you still haven't set up your tent. Fatty stared at Zhao Hai and said, don't waste your breath. Come and help me. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, forget it. You're busy with the tent. I'm going to deal with the game and cook. Otherwise, what will you eat later? Then Zhao Hai turned around and left. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and didn't say anything. In any case, the tent wasn't difficult to set up. Zhao Hai and the others had already replaced their previous big tent with a small one. It was a waste for the two of them to live in such a big tent. Moreover, if they wanted to set up a big tent, they needed a suitable place. It wasn't as convenient as a small tent. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others changed to a small tent. By the time Zhao Hai finished dealing with the game, Fatty's tent was already set up. The two lit a fire in front of the tent and prepared dinner. Although fire couldn't be used in the forest under normal circumstances because it could easily cause a fire, as long as one didn't waste any effort, there was no problem with using fire. The reason for a fire was that the leaves in the forest hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Therefore, there was a thick layer of leaves in the forest, and these leaves were the easiest to cause a fire. But if you cleaned the leaves before starting a fire, then you would be able to cause a fire. However, that would require a large area to be cleaned. And since the leaves in the forest hadn't been cleaned for a long time, the area that needed to be cleaned wasn't small. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai and the others. This was because they could use magic to directly raise the soil from below. Then they could make a fire on top of it. There wouldn't be any problems. They could even cook some stewed chicken under the fire. The two drank chicken soup and ate roasted rabbit and roasted lamb. Although they were in the wilderness, the two liked to eat. Therefore, they prepared a lot of seasonings. Moreover, the ingredients were very fresh, so there was no need to mention how delicious the food was. After eating, the two gathered around the fire and drank 2 cups. While drinking, they talked about what to do tomorrow. After that, they went to rest. However, not long after the two entered the tent, a dark shadow slowly crept into their tent. This dark shadow entered the tent and looked around. Then he looked at the two's tent. His eyes flashed with greed. Then he took out a small black ball and threw it into the fire. After throwing the ball into the fire, the person immediately left the camp. He ran to a place about 100 meters away from the camp and quietly looked at the camp. Just as he stood still, he heard a voice, that should be the legendary 100 feet fall, right? I heard that it's very expensive. Where did you get it? Although the sentence was very ordinary, it scared the person. The person immediately turned his head and saw two people standing behind him. It was Zhao Hai and Fatty. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and Fatty, the person's expression couldn't help but change. He raised his magic staff. But just as he raised his magic staff, a branch from a nearby tree stabbed into his body like a sword. The person's body shook a few times before he finally stopped moving. It was clear that he was dead. Zhao Hai looked at the person's corpse and said, "When we were in the town, I felt that we were being watched. This guy's tracking technique is very good. He didn't follow us all the time. Instead, he saw our general direction and followed our tracks. Unfortunately, he actually wanted to follow a soul tree in the forest. He really doesn't know how to live." Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at the person. Then he smiled and said, "It just so happens that we haven't received anything in the past few days. Now that he's here, he can give us some money. Ha ha ha." After saying that, Fatty walked over to the man's side. He first took the magic staff from the man's hand, then he searched the man's body. After a while, he took out a money pouch from the man's body, as well as some other miscellaneous items. There was also a small knife, a 100 treasure pouch with some hidden weapons inside. There were also a few medicine bottles. Naturally, Fatty wouldn't let go of the bottles, so he took them all. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and couldn't help but shake his head and said, "I say, Fatty, can't you be a bit more mature? He's just a small adventurer, how many valuable things can he have? You're a dignified prince, it's not like you haven't seen money before. Why are you acting like this?" At this time, Fatty had already taken out the items on the person's body. When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "How can it be the same? Before, I didn't earn the money myself. Now, this money was earned by us. How can it be the same?" Zhao Hai looked helplessly at Fatty and said, "You call this earning money? Fatty, I think you're crazy about money." Zhao Hai looked at the items on the person's body before his gaze finally landed on a sign. While looking at the sign, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How can it not be earned? We're now adventurers. Adventurers kill people who want to rob us and turn their things into our own. What's wrong with that? How can this be considered earning money?" While Zhao Hai was speaking, he was attracted by the sign in Fatty's hand. He quickly said, "Fatty, let me see that sign." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and then threw the sign in his hand to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the sign and looked at it carefully. Finally, his expression became dignified as he said, "How can this be? It's actually them? How can this be?" Fatty looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion and said, "Old Zhao, what are you talking about? What's impossible?" Zhao Hai looked at the sign in his hand and said, "I recognize this sign. There is a ghost mask on it. This sign is a symbol of identity. These people are all members of the Ghost Mask Assassin Group. I gave them the name Ghost Mask Assassin Group. No one knows their real name. We only know that the people who do business in this assassin group wear a ghost mask on their face. No one knows the name of this assassin group." Zhao Hai looked at the sign in his hand and said, "This sign has a ghost mask on it." When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "You mean to say that this person is an assassin? He didn't come to rob us, but to take our lives?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he carefully looked at the sign before he slowly closed his eyes. Then Fatty saw the sign in Zhao Hai's hand flickering. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and let out a long breath. "I didn't expect this thing to have such a use. It can actually replace jade slips. However, the identification formation on it is quite powerful. It almost destroyed the sign." Then Zhao Hai threw the iron sign to Fatty. After Fatty received the token, he immediately infused his mental strength into it. Then, a piece of information immediately entered his mind. There were also jade slips in the 5 spirit realms. However, there weren't many of them. Since Fatty was born in the imperial family, he had seen and used jade slips before. Naturally, he wasn't unfamiliar with the text that appeared in his mind. However, when he saw the content, his expression couldn't help but change. After some time, Fatty put down the jade slip in his hand. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like you and Captain Dragon were right. Someone really wants my life. But this person is clearly an earth soul. I can tell at a glance that he's from the Thick Earth continent. How did you know that the Thick Earth continent has such an assassin group? Zhao Hai stared at Fatty and said, who told you that this assassin group is from the Thick Earth continent? I've met people from the Ghost Mask assassin group in the Arctic continent and even in the Ice Jade country. However, that person has already withdrawn. Because the Ghost Mask assassin group is too secretive, and because that person's strength isn't high, he was only a peripheral member. However, I still got to know some of the characteristics of this assassin group from him. This Ghost Mask token has a recording formation inside it. This recording formation can store some words. It's a must-have for all members of the Ghost Mask assassin group. Generally, after a contact person receives a mission, he will find the person who wants to complete the mission and enter the mission into the token. This way, there's almost no contact between the two sides, they won't even speak a word. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Fatty and said, in other words, it's very likely that someone in the Arctic continent issued this mission. Then the Ghost Mask assassin group accepted the mission and sent this person to kill you. Fatty nodded and said, it's possible. According to what you said, the Ghost Mask assassin group isn't small. And the 5 spirit realms have always been in contact with the other continents. Therefore, it's very possible that they sent someone to kill me. Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned and said, unfortunately, it doesn't say who hired them to kill you. Zhao Hai looked at the contents of the token. It was very simple. The Ghost Mask assassin group killed Fatty. There wasn't much explanation. The iron token didn't mention Zhao Hai at all. It was precisely because of this that Fatty was sure that the target of the pirates was him and not Zhao Hai. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he said, this is actually very simple. Maybe others wouldn't be able to think of it, but I'm sure that someone wants to deal with me. What do we do now? If we're targeted by such a large group, then we'll be in trouble. You'll also be in danger if you go with me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, isn't this good? I was worried that I wouldn't have any meaning in my life. Now that such an exciting thing has come to me, my future life will be wonderful. Ha ha ha. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. However, his mouth said, madman, you're a madman. This is the first time I've seen someone being chased by assassins and still being able to smile. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what can I do if I don't smile? Should I cry? Moreover, I really didn't take this matter seriously. I've seen a lot of life and death situations. There are a lot of people who want my life. But now, I'm still alive. I can even travel with you. On the contrary, those people who want my life are already dead. Fatty shook his head and said in a deep voice, this time is different. The people who want to deal with us this time are all very professional assassins. In the future, the two of us will definitely encounter more assassins. Old Zhao, I know that you are a good friend, but I think it's better for us to separate. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and smiled faintly, all right, you said that I'm a good friend. What's the point of saying this? Am I the kind of person who gives up on friends? Moreover, the two of us are together, so we can take care of each other. What will you do if you're alone? I bet that with the strength of the Ghost Face Assassin group, you won't be able to live for more than a month. Fatty, I treat you as a friend. You don't need to say this. Do you understand what I mean? Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and took a deep breath. Then he said, I understand. Rest assured, I'll only say this once. I won't say it again in the future. Alright, the effect of the 100 feet drop is almost over. Let's go back and sleep. Tomorrow, I still want to look for the barbarians. Zhao Hai laughed and said, to be honest, Fatty, I like your carefree attitude. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed as they walked towards the camp. As for the corpse, it had already been buried by Zhao Hai. The next morning, the two ate something casually before putting away their tents. Then they walked towards the woods. It must be said that there were a lot of trees in the boundless mountains. Moreover, the trees here were very tall and dense. Even if you walk in the woods during the day, you wouldn't be able to see much light. The two didn't walk very fast. In any case, they didn't really intend to look for the holy tomb. Naturally, they didn't need to be in a hurry. After walking for about an hour, Fatty couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to find a place to rest. The two cleared a place and sat down. Fatty sat there and wiped his sweat as he said, "I'm too tired. Why do I feel that walking in the woods is more tiring than fighting? How far have we walked?" Xiaohai looked at Fatty and said, 5 miles. The straight line distance is less than 3 miles. Fatty, at this speed, if we want to walk through the boundless mountains, I'm afraid that it would take a few years. Do you really need to lose weight? When Fatty heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but exclaim, 5 miles? The straight line distance is less than 3 miles? Did you make a mistake? Why do I feel like we've walked at least 300 miles? 300 miles? You're really daring. Alright, let's rest for a while before continuing. To be honest, the environment here is really good. Look, the surrounding trees are lush, and the air is very fresh. After he said that, Xiaohai sniffed his nose. But he immediately stopped and stood up. Then he looked at Fatty and said, "Fatty, be careful. I smell blood." When the fat man heard Xiao, he stood up and looked around with his magic staff in hand. He sniffed the air and couldn't help but frown. "Blood," he said. "How come I don't smell it? Where is it?" Xiaohai said in a serious tone, "Listen to me, there's definitely the smell of blood. Come with me." After he said that, Xiaohai led Fatty to their right. However, Xiaohai walked very slowly. While walking, he looked around and sniffed from time to time. After some time, Xiaohai said, "The other party didn't go in our direction. In other words, we're safe here. Let's go and take a look." Actually, Xiaohai was just communicating with the trees when he found out that there was a pile of corpses not too far away. Moreover, they were killed not too long ago. Xiaohai lied about smelling blood. In fact, he didn't smell it, he clearly saw it. After walking for a while, the fatty also smelled the scent of blood. Then, a place where a battle took place appeared in front of him. The trees here were full of marks left by spells, and there were a total of 7 corpses lying on the ground. Xiaohai and Fatty stood at the edge of the battlefield. They carefully looked at the corpses and the traces around them. After some time, Xiaohai turned to Fatty and said, "Fatty, what do you think?" Fatty said in a deep voice, "This should be a mercenary group, but I can't tell who killed them or how many people killed them. What about you? Did you find anything?" Xiaohai replied, "Yes, this is a mercenary squad. But their enemy is only one person. This person is very strong. Most importantly, this person is a soul tree." When Fatty heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "How can you tell if their enemy is a person or a soul tree?" Xiaohai pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, "Look at the corpses when they died. It seems like they were besieged. But look around, aside from the traces of magic attacks on the trees, are there any other traces? There are no traces on the ground, not even the slightest fluctuation of spells. Look at the traces of spells on the trees, they're all in the middle of the trees. It's very clear that the attacker was aiming for the trees, not the people. Only the tree soul can command the trees to fight for them." Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at Xiaohai and said, "That's right." Fatty nodded, then he said, "Looking at the corpses, they shouldn't have died more than 3 hours ago. If the battle really happened 3 hours ago, then if someone used magic in the forest, then magic fluctuation should have been left behind. But there's nothing here. It seems like what you said is true, the other party is a soul tree." Xiaohai nodded, then he pointed at the tree's branches and said, "Look at those branches, there are some places where there are no leaves. Moreover, there are bloodstains. Look at the wounds on the corpse, it's very irregular. This isn't something that can be done by ordinary magic." Xiaohai nodded, then he pointed at the tree's branches and said, "Look at those branches." Fatty nodded, then he knit his brows and said, "If that's the case, then it's troublesome. The other party is a soul tree. Do you think they'll come and deal with us?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Even if they come, what can they do? Don't forget that I'm also a tree soul, I'm not afraid of him. Just let him come. It's just that the other party really didn't pay attention to the details, killing them and burying them. Just leaving them there is a bit too much. There are a lot of demon beasts in this forest. If those demon beasts find these corpses, I'm afraid it won't take long for them to be eaten up. Moreover, the smell of blood might attract powerful demon beasts. Let's just bury them. Fatty nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Bury them. Xiaohai nodded, then he waved his hand as the ground around the corpses fluctuated. Then the ground turned into quicksand as the corpses quickly sank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After dealing with the corpses, Xiaohai looked at the tree again. Then he turned to Fatty and said, let's leave this place. If people find us and think that we're fighting, then it wouldn't be good. Moreover, the boundless mountains are full of adventurers. They're all looking for the holy tomb. If they find us, then they might think that we're looking for the holy tomb as well. When that time comes, they might attack us. Fatty nodded and said, let's go. Being able to bury them is already good enough. After saying that, the two turned around and left. Not long after they left, the roar of a beast could be heard. Then a huge beast appeared. It was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. This beast was very strange. It had 6 legs. 2 of its front legs were very long, but they seemed to be curled up on its shoulders. The remaining 4 legs were on its back. The 4 legs were used for walking. The beast sniffed the area and then roared. It stretched out its 4 legs and began to dig. Before long, the corpses that were buried by Xiaohai and Fatty were dug out. At this time, a voice was heard, 6-legged, stop. When the beast heard this voice, it immediately stopped. Then it turned its head towards the direction where the voice came from. Then an old man slowly walked out of the forest. This old man looked to be about 50 years old. His green hair was already gray. The wrinkles on his face were very deep, and his skin was very rough. One could see that he was a person who had been walking outside for a long time. The old man wore coarse hemp clothes and held a magic staff in his hand. His clothes weren't very good, but his magic staff looked very good. It was a magic staff made of fine steel. At the top of the magic staff was a green gem. This gem was about the size of a human fist. It flashed with a green light, as if it was alive. It was very beautiful. The old man looked at the corpses and frowned. Then he waved his hand and buried the corpses. At this time, the beast went to the old man's side and laid down on the ground. It looked very well behaved. The old man looked at the surrounding trees, then he sighed and said, it's a good seedling. Unfortunately, its murderous aura is too strong. 6-legged, besides the corpses, see who else came here. They all went in that direction. The beast seemed to be able to understand the old man's words. It slowed down and sniffed around. Then it went to the place where Xiaohai and the others appeared. Then it roared at the old man. Then it went to the place where Xiaohai and Fatty appeared. Then it turned its head to the old man and roared twice. Although the old man has been living with the beast for a long time, he understood what the beast was trying to say. He nodded and said, so you're saying that one person appeared here and then left. Then 2 more people appeared here and then left. It seems like the person who killed these people was the one who left first. Looking at the time of death, it should be around 3 hours ago. Also, the soil where these people were buried should be less than an hour ago. In other words, the first person left after killing them. Then 2 more people came here and saw the corpses, so they buried them. Lu Jiao, let's look for those 2 people. Let's find 2 people. The beast roared and walked towards the direction where Xiaohai and Fatty left. The old man also slowly walked forward. On the other hand, Xiaohai and Fatty didn't know that someone was looking for them. The 2 of them didn't return to their original resting place. Instead, they went straight into the depths of the forest. While walking forward, Xiaohai said to Fatty, it seems like we need to be more careful in the future. The boundless mountains are no longer safe. Fatty nodded, then he sighed and said, I really don't understand why this is happening. We haven't even seen the shadow of the holy tomb, yet we're already killing people. Aren't we a bit too anxious? Xiaohai looked at Fatty, then he smiled faintly and said, who said that killing people must be for the holy tomb? Why can't we kill people for other reasons? Don't forget, they're all adventurers. Fatty stared, then he immediately reacted. He understood what Xiaohai meant. Those people were all adventurers. Adventurers didn't kill people just to find the holy tomb, they also killed people for money. Fatty smiled bitterly and said, I still haven't adapted to the identity of an adventurer. Old Zhao, when you were an adventurer, were you also like this, killing people for money? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, not every adventurer is like this. In fact, most adventurers respect the rule that if people don't offend them, they won't offend them. If I didn't smell blood today, then I wouldn't have approached you. This is because whether an adventurer is fighting a demon or a human, if other adventurers approach, they would be regarded as hostile. In that case, both sides might end up in an immortal state. In the wild, no one would casually offend people. Even if you're stronger than the other party, you still shouldn't offend them. This is because you don't know when the other party will suddenly plot against you. If the enemy suddenly attacks you while you're fighting a demon, then you're dead. Of course, if you have to offend the other party, then you must kill them. You can't give them a chance to flip their cards. This is the law of survival in the wild. Fatty nodded and said, I understand. To put it bluntly, if you want to survive in the wild, then you have to be like a beast. Beasts have their own territories, and two beasts whose territories are close to each other won't fight unless one of them goes to the other's territory. But if it comes to a point where you have to fight, then you have to beat the other party, or even kill them, right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, that's what I mean. I call this the law of the jungle. In the wild, everything is the law of the jungle. It's completely different from the city. Fatty nodded and said, well said, the law of the jungle. There's no more suitable description than this. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, I found that you're quite talented. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Just as he was speaking, his expression suddenly changed as he said, be careful, there's a giant beast coming towards us. There's someone behind it, it seems to be coming for us. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, giant beast? What kind of giant beast? Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, how would I know? I just felt a very powerful beast's aura coming towards us. Behind this beast's aura, there's also a person's aura. Moreover, this person's strength is very formidable. We need to be careful. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't tell Fatty the truth. He knew that Fatty was a member of the imperial family, so he was very familiar with the cultivation methods of each soul. If he showed a completely different cultivation method, then Fatty would certainly feel strange. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't tell the truth. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't say anything, but the two of them had already taken out their staffs, ready to attack at any time. The two of them waited for half an hour before they heard the beast's roar. When Fatty heard the roar, he looked at Zhao Hai in surprise and said, Zhao Hai, you're really strong. You can feel the enemy from so far away? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, it would be great if I could feel the enemy from so far away. When we were moving forward, I would use an early warning spell every once in a while. I would use it on a tree. As long as someone passes by, it would produce early warning fluctuations and I would know. Fatty had an envious expression as he said, that's good. No wonder people say that no one can defeat a soul tree in the forest. With this ability, no one can defeat you. As he spoke, a black head suddenly appeared behind a tree. This head looked like a tiger's head, but it was much bigger than a tiger's head. After this head appeared, a pair of cold and ruthless eyes swept towards Zhao Hai and Fatty. The two of them couldn't help but feel nervous. Then the huge beast slowly revealed itself. When Fatty saw this beast, he exclaimed, Tiger King Beast. It's actually a Tiger King Beast. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty with a puzzled expression and said, what Tiger King Beast? I've heard of tigers, but I've never heard of a Tiger King Beast. Fatty smiled bitterly and said, most people wouldn't have heard of a Tiger King Beast. This is because Tiger King Beasts are very rare and incomparably powerful. Did you see it? It has 6 legs, and its 2 front legs are its main weapons. Not only are they incomparably strong, they can also dig. These 2 front claws aren't like the claws of a tiger, but more like the claws of a human. Whether it's grabbing or tearing things, it's much more convenient. This kind of beast is much stronger than a tiger. Hee, not bad. I didn't think that there would be someone here who could tell the origin of these 6-legged beasts. Young man, it seems like your identity isn't ordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the Tiger King beast. An old voice was heard from behind the Tiger King beast. Following this voice, an old man slowly appeared in front of Zhao Hai and Fatty. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Old mister, what do you mean by this? Why are you following us?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai and Fatty. His gaze lingered on Zhao Hai for a while before he finally said, "Not bad, young man. I didn't think that you would discover me so quickly. Tell me your identity. Are you also looking for the divine tomb?" Zhao Hai and Fatty looked at each other. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "We just came to the Boundless Mountains to explore. When we passed by the Boundless Mountains, we heard about the divine tomb. Therefore, we came here to try our luck. We also heard that there are a lot of experts here, so we wanted to exchange blows with them." The old man looked at Zhao Hai and then at Fatty. Then he nodded and said, "Not bad, it seems like you didn't lie. Let me ask you, did you bury the corpses in that place?" Then he pointed at the road that they came from. Zhao and the fat man looked at the direction the old man was pointing at. Their expressions changed. Zhao nodded. "Yes, we did bury them, but we didn't kill them. We just found their bodies and buried them." Zhao nodded. "Yes, we buried them, but we didn't kill them." The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't say that you killed them, but why are you poking your nose into other people's business?" Zhao Hai looked at the old man and his face sank. "Mister, I see that you are old, so I have been talking to you nicely. Just because I talk to you doesn't mean that I am afraid of you. Since you appeared, you have been questioning us. I want to ask you, why are you questioning me?" Zhao Hai said with a deep voice. "Mister, you are old, so I have been talking to you. Does this mountain belong to your family? Do I have to report everything that happens in this vast mountain to you first? If that's the case, then why don't you go and fight the killer? Why are you looking for us instead? What's wrong? Are you afraid of the person who killed you? Seeing that we're soft-hearted, you think that we're easy to bully, so you came looking for us?" When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Nonsense. Do you know who you're talking to?" Zhao Hai looked at the old man, then he coldly smiled and said, "A muddle-headed old man who doesn't even know who he is. You." The old man was speechless for a long time after hearing Zhao Hai's words. The old man was very strong, so in his opinion, it was normal for him to talk to Zhao Hai like this. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would directly talk back to him. This made him angry. The Tiger King beast also felt the old man's anger. It roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. But when the Tiger King beast moved, the surrounding trees also moved. In an instant, the branches formed a huge cage and trapped the Tiger King beast inside. Just as the Tiger King beast was about to struggle, a very sharp branch slowly rose from below the Tiger King beast. It slowly reached the Tiger King beast's throat. At this time, the Tiger King beast's entire body was being held by the branch. It couldn't move at all, so it could only let the branch slowly reach its throat. When the old man saw this, he couldn't help but become even angrier. He angrily shouted, "You're courting death." Then the old man waved his hand, causing the trees around Zhao Hai to move and attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, and the trees immediately calmed down. Then Zhao Hai coldly looked at the old man and said, "Old mister, I advise you not to take advantage of your seniority. We're not your juniors, so there's no need for us to respect you. If you dare to mess around, then don't blame me for being impolite." The old man's expression couldn't help but change. He wanted to control of the tree's branches. He wanted to use the branches to deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai's cold snort the Tree King beast. This made the old man shocked. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but become angry. He looked at Zhao's at Zhao. Now, S's, and the Tree King. So. Teat. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter made the surrounding trees shake. Then Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "I gave you face and didn't want to kill you. But you don't have the right to warn me. If you know what's good for you, then quickly leave. I'm in a good mood, I don't want to kill anyone." When the old man heard Zhao Hai's laughter, his expression completely changed. While Zhao Hai was laughing, his aura had already locked onto the old man. His aura was as deep as the sea, making the old man feel as if he had fallen into hell. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He was very clear that Zhao Hai had the ability to kill him. If Zhao Hai wanted to, then he wouldn't even need to waste time talking with the old man. It was clear that Zhao Hai was holding himself back. The old man finally understood what kind of person he was facing. He also understood that his arrogance in front of Zhao Hai and how ridiculous it was for him to act like a senior teaching a junior. Zhao Hai retracted his chi that had locked onto the old man and said, "We didn't enter this vast mountain range for the holy tomb. We just wanted to have some fun. When we have enough fun, we will naturally leave. Old mister, you don't need to worry about us." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the trees returned to their original state. The Tiger King Beast was also released. After being released, the Tiger King Beast looked at Zhao Hai and bared its fangs. However, it didn't attack Zhao Hai. The old man looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression, then he said, "If Mr. says so, then this old man won't say anything. Lu Jiao, let's go." Then the old man turned around and led the Tiger King Beast away. When the fatty saw the old man leave, his eyes couldn't help but shine as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, you're too awesome. Do you know who that person is?" Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the fatty and said, "I don't know who that person is. However, that Tiger King Beast is pretty good. If I have the chance, I'll definitely get one." The fatty looked at Zhao Hai as if he was a madman and said, "Old Zhao, I really admire you. The person you scared away is Mr. Yale, the king of the jungle. Although I haven't seen Mr. Yale, I know that the only person in the 5 spiritual realms who can use the Tiger King Beast as well as a soul tree is Mr. Yale." Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the fatty and said, "King of the jungle? Is he that strong? How come I didn't see it?" The fat man patted his head and said, "What are you thinking about? Although Mr. Yale is very strong, he still hasn't reached the Spirit Master rank. However, if he cooperates with the Tiger King Beast, he should be able to fight against Spirit Master experts. You should know that Spirit Master experts rarely appear, they usually go into seclusion. Because of this, Master experts are considered extraordinary existences in the 5 spiritual realms. Mr. Yale is a Master expert who has been famous for a long time. His Tiger King Beast was also inadvertently subdued by him, making him even more powerful. In the past few years, his fame has been spreading throughout the 5 spiritual realms. But in recent years, we haven't heard any news about him, so there are a lot of rumors. Some say that he was killed by a Spirit Master, some say that he has reached the Spirit Master rank and is now in seclusion. It seems like he came to the vast mountains to cultivate. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So he was a master-level expert. But his strength is really good. If he really came here to cultivate, then why would he appear in this place? This place can be considered as the edge of the boundless mountains." The fatty shook his head and said, "No one knows. But no matter what, he's still here, isn't he? You actually fought with him. To be honest, old Zhao, I really admire you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We didn't fight, he just didn't guard against me. Moreover, he underestimated my strength. Because of this, I took advantage of him." The fatty smiled bitterly and said, "Are you telling the truth or are you deliberately trying to make me angry? That's a master-level expert. Even if he underestimated you, even if he was careless for a moment, how many people do you think can take advantage of him?" When Zhao Hai heard the fatty, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't say anything and just said, "Forget it. No matter what, it's all in the past. Let's go." The fatty shook his head and sighed. Then he followed Zhao Hai. He didn't say anything, but it was clear that he and Zhao Hai regretted offending such a person. Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts about it. The fatty was just a sky dancing expert. He had too many people like that under his command. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to explore the thick earth continent was because he wanted to see the terrain, the customs, and the strength of the people here. The main reason was to have fun, not to relax. This was Zhao Hai's main purpose. The two walked all the way forward. At noon, they casually found a place to sit down and eat the leftover roast lamb. From time to time, they would take a sip or two of wine. They were very relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at the fatty who was gnawing on a lamb leg and couldn't help but shake his head. He sighed and said, "You really need to exercise. Look at how far we've walked this morning. With your physical strength, what would you do if you met a powerful opponent? In the end, they would exhaust you." The fat man looked at Zhao and said, "What you're saying is nonsense. Before, I didn't have the opportunity to train. Even if I didn't train, I would have been raised like a pig. Now, there are people who want to kill me. If I train every day to make myself look smart and capable, I'm afraid I would have died long ago." When Zhao Hai heard the fatty, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "It seems like there's no meaning in being born in the imperial family. You can't do anything, you can't do anything. If you want to do something, people will think that you want to compete for the position and kill you. What's the point of living like that?" The fatty sighed, then he put down the lamb leg in his hand and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. The heavens gave the imperial family a supreme status, so they will take away some things in return. Just like kinship. Have you ever heard that the imperial family is very friendly and respectful towards each other? Not to mention the imperial family, even the descendants of the great clans would fight among themselves." Zhao looked at the fat man and said, "What you said is indeed very reasonable, and also very profound. But next time, can you not hold a lamb leg and grease your mouth? Your current image is seriously inconsistent with what you said. It gives me a very serious sense of inconsistency, really." Scram. When the fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but angrily curse, "The mood that I've been cultivating was destroyed by a bastard like you. Also, weren't you the one who brought up this topic? Now you're the one who's undermining me. What do you want? Ha ha ha, look at you. You can't be serious, and you have to pretend to be serious. That's even funnier. Fatty, you don't want the throne, and you don't want to go back. What's the point of thinking so much? In the future, if you like that woman, just marry her and have a bunch of children. Just let them live well. Why do you have to pretend like that? Ha ha ha, you're right. In the future, if I can really marry a woman that I like, have a bunch of children, and live the life of an ordinary person, that's not bad." After saying that, he took another big mouthful of lamb leg, followed by another mouthful of wine. Another night came. Zhao Hai and Fatty were sitting in front of the fire, drinking wine, eating chicken, and chatting. The two had already been in the mountain for 5 days. In these 5 days, aside from the first 2 days, they didn't encounter anything else. Of course, they did encounter 2 demon beasts with decent strength. However, they simply weren't a match for Zhao Hai and Fatty. Those demon beasts became dishes in their mouths. After Fatty drank a mouthful of wine, he let out a long breath and said, "To be honest, old Zhao, don't you feel bored staying in this forest where there's not much sunlight?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "What's wrong? Are you bored?" Fatty muttered, "When I first came in, it was really refreshing. Everything was fun. But after a few days, it's still the same. To be honest, I'm a bit annoyed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not annoyed. Because as an adventurer, the most important thing is to be able to endure loneliness. Sometimes, in order to complete a task, you have to stay in the wilderness for many days. I used to do this kind of thing, so what's there to be annoyed about?" Fatty sighed and said, "Being an adventurer isn't easy. Now I know why you had that kind of expression when you first heard me talking about adventurers. Now I also understand that being an adventurer isn't easy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Have you thought about what you'll do in the future? Even if you don't want to return to the Ice Jade country, even if you want to live an ordinary life here, you still need to have a source of income. You also need to let your wife and children live without worry, right? Do you want to be an adventurer all the time? To be honest, you're not suitable. Old Zhao, although I don't have a child, but as you said, I also need to think about my child. If I return home, I might marry a woman I don't like, but my child will get the best education. He will be born superior, but he will also lose his family. If I don't return home, then my child won't have any advantages. He will have to be like an ordinary person, rushing about in order to live. He doesn't know how dangerous the imperial palace is, he doesn't know how ruthless the imperial family is, but he will have to face all kinds of difficulties that ordinary people have. Therefore, I don't know what to do right now. Fatty, I really didn't know that you were such a sentimental person, but you're right. This is indeed a dilemma. Do you want to live freely, or do you want your children and grandchildren to live in limitless glory? Both choices have their pros and cons. Fortunately, we have time, so you can slowly think about it. If you really can't, we can pay for it and open a store together. When you have your own business, your children and grandchildren won't have to worry about living, and they will also have their freedom. Isn't that good? Fatty smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai was comforting him. Although Fatty hadn't been out of the imperial palace before, he also knew that the situation of those families was similar to that of the imperial palace. In order to compete for property, there were a lot of disputes. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and said, "You don't think too much about it. Do you think that ordinary people's families would be harmonious?" "Not necessarily, I'm afraid that they would fight even more fiercely." "Why?" "Because they don't have much property. Every bit of property can change their lives. Therefore, they would fight for it." "Fatty, this time, you should think of it as relaxing. I think it's better for you to go back. No matter what, that place is your home." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you advising me? Didn't you support me in the past?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "No matter what, familial love isn't so easy to erase. You might think that everything is good outside, that everything is free, but have you ever thought about your imperial father? Have you ever thought about your mother? Can you really let go of them and not go back to see them for the rest of your life?" Fatty turned silent. Zhao Hai's words were very straightforward. This made Fatty seriously think about Zhao Hai's words. Before, he really wanted to stay outside and not go back. But now, he was at a loss. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "Everyone has their own destiny. You can never escape fate. You are a prince, you want to live an ordinary life. Even if you do, your family wouldn't allow it. You said that your family would send people to protect you. Then your whereabouts would always be monitored by your family. Maybe they have bad intentions in monitoring you. But Fatty, how do you know that your father doesn't know about this matter?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fatty couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, what do you mean? Do you want to say that my father knew that my brother wanted to deal with me, but he still allowed them to do so? Why is that? Does he not want me to be the king?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's expression. He knew that Fatty had misunderstood, so he said, "How do you know that this isn't your imperial father's test for you? Think about it, if you can really escape the pursuit of your brothers and return safely to the imperial palace and complete this trial, then your imperial father will think highly of you. Just as you said, you were too low-key in the imperial palace, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, as if you were useless. But your strength can't lie. You didn't cultivate much and yet you were able to reach your current strength. This has already let your imperial father see another side of you. A king sometimes doesn't have to be very strong. Being able to endure and know how to endure is also very important. To be honest, your performance wasn't bad. If you perform better in this trial, then perhaps your imperial father will think more highly of you. So, Fatty, you don't need to think about those useless things, just let nature take its course." Fatty didn't speak, he drank another mouthful of wine and said, "You're right, let nature take its course." Zhao Hai looked at Fatty, then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, it's good that you can think this way. You and I are different. I don't plan to get married, nor do I plan to return to the Arctic continent. This is because that's not where my roots are. My life there is the same. To be honest, I don't like the environment of the Arctic continent. But you are different, your roots are there, so you should go back. But before that, there are some small problems that need to be solved, such as this." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, a cry was heard from the woods. Then, with a whoosh, a humanoid figure flew out of the woods. Fatty was about to get up when he saw that Zhao Hai didn't move. With his understanding of Zhao Hai, he was very clear that Zhao Hai wasn't in danger. Because of this, Fatty also didn't move. Bang! The person who flew out of the forest fell directly to the empty ground. That person screamed from the fall. Only then did Fatty realize that the person's body was tightly bound by the vines. There was no way for him to break free. Xiaohai looked at the person. This person was an adventurer around 30 years old. He was dressed like an adventurer and looked very ordinary. Now, he was screaming as he fell. One of his legs was clearly broken. Fatty looked at Xiaohai and said, "Did this guy want to take advantage of you?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Take advantage of you? It's not that simple. This isn't as simple as taking advantage of you." After he said that, Xiaohai moved his hand. A thorn appeared on the ground and stabbed the person to death. Fatty didn't think that Xiaohai would make a move. He couldn't help but stare. However, he immediately sobered up and looked at Xiaohai in confusion. Xiaohai smiled faintly and waved his hand. The vines immediately released the person. Then Xiaohai went to the person's side and took something out of the person's chest. This was a small metal ball. It didn't look very big, only about the size of a child's fist. The outside wasn't very eye-catching, it was a little uneven. There was nothing to look at. Xiaohai was very careful. He took out the small ball and looked at it. Then he sighed and turned to Fatty and said, "Fatty, have you heard of spirit thunder?" Spirit thunder? Upon hearing Xiaohai, Fatty couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "You mean, this thing is a spirit thunder?" While speaking, Fatty looked at the thing in Xiaohai's hand with surprise and fear. Xiaohai nodded and said, "Right, this is a spirit thunder. This guy wanted to use this spirit thunder. If we don't kill him, it would be troublesome." Fatty went to Xiaohai's side and took the ball. Then he sighed and said, "Is it ghost faces, people?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "It should be. If it wasn't ghost faces people, they wouldn't have such determination." After being caught, they immediately wanted to use spirit thunder. You should know that using spirit thunder in this situation is equivalent to perishing together with the enemy. But he still wanted to use it. This is enough to see his determination. Fatty said in a deep voice, "I've only heard of spiritual thunder before. It's said that this thing can only be made by master-level experts. Master-level experts can store the power of their 2 full-strength attacks into 2 arrays, then put these 2 arrays into a metal bead. In the middle of these 2 arrays, they can arrange another array. As long as someone stimulates the array in the middle with their spiritual force, the 2 arrays in the metal bead will collide and explode. The power of this explosion is equivalent to 2 full-strength attacks of a master-level expert. It's very powerful, and this thing is very precious. I've never seen it before, but I didn't expect to see it today." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Right, this is the spiritual thunder. That guy was just about to activate it. Let's check if he has anything on him." The Fatty nodded, then searched through the person's body. The person had 100 treasures pouch, which contained some medicine, hidden weapons, and the metal plate with the ghost face. There was nothing else. Xiaohai looked at the metal plate, then he turned to the Fatty and said, "It seems like the ghost mask really wants to kill you. Fatty, it seems like we need to be more careful in the future." The Fatty looked at the metal plate, then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Humph, these bastards. Just wait, I'll make them pay." Xiaohai looked at the Fatty, then he smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, you really don't know how to deal with them. Almost everyone in the 5 spirit realms cultivates. Moreover, the ghost mask recruits almost all kinds of people. In this case, how can you deal with them?" The Fatty sighed, then he looked at the metal plate in his hand and then looked at the person. Then he turned to Xiaohai and said, "Then what do we do?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. No matter how many of them come, we'll just kill them all. Although assassins are very annoying, as long as we're careful, we'll be fine." The Fatty smiled bitterly and said, "But don't you think that it's very uncomfortable to be on the edge every day?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be afraid of? In any case, we're very bored right now, so we won't let them come. We're not in a place with a lot of people. As long as someone comes near us, we'll just kill them. If we kill the wrong person, we won't let them go." Damn, what kind of idea is that? It's too awesome. Killing the wrong person and not letting them go is really ruthless. When the Fatty heard Xiaohai, he really didn't know what to say. Xiaohai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. A tree branch rolled up the corpse. Then the tree branch fiercely swung as if it was a ball. The corpse flew to who knows where. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "You're not going to bury it? Why did you throw it away?" Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the soil on the ground rippled, covering up the bloodstains. As Zhao Hai did this, he said, "I don't want to sleep next to a graveyard. Besides, since they're in this business, they should be prepared to die without a complete corpse." The fatty shook his head, then he sighed and received the spiritual thunder. Then the two sat by the fire again. The fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, I found out that you're really ruthless. Did you practice all of this during your time as an adventurer?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, but it can also be considered that. Part of the reason is because of my time as an adventurer, and part of the reason isn't." The fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I haven't heard you mention your family before. Where is your family?" Zhao Hai drank a mouthful of wine and said, "I don't have any family, only my wife. But right now, I have no way to meet them. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In this world, I only have friends, not family." When the fatty heard Zhao Hai say this, he knew that there must be something hidden. But since Zhao Hai didn't like to talk about it, he didn't ask. The fatty also drank a mouthful of wine and said, "No wonder you advised me to go home. Family must have a very high position in your heart, right?" Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, very high. I know how it feels to be separated from your family. Therefore, fatty, when you make a decision, you must think carefully. Don't regret your decision today." The fatty nodded and didn't speak. The two drank for a while and chatted for a while before returning to the tent to sleep. Today, the two of them felt that their topic was a bit heavy. The next morning, the two woke up early and ate. After tidying up, they continued walking. However, they didn't talk about last night's topic. In their opinion, it was too heavy. This time, they walked for about 2 hours before stopping to rest. After a few days of hurrying, the fatty's physical strength had improved a lot. He could now walk for 2 hours in a row. The two sat down and drank water. The fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, how do you think those guys from the Ghost Face Society found us? The people who attacked us before, we can say that they were following us. But what about this time? How did the person who attacked us this time find us?" Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "This is very strange as well. I thought that they had left a tracking formation or spiritual force on their weapons, so as long as we touched those things, they would be able to track us. But obviously not. We put everything we got into the space, but they were still able to track us. This is obviously not something a tracking formation or spiritual force can do. This is because whether it's a tracking formation or spiritual force, once it enters the space, it would immediately disappear. So obviously it's not this method. I have already noticed that we don't have any scent on our bodies, so they didn't rely on this to track us. This makes me feel very strange. I don't know how they were able to track us in the end." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "That's why I thought that it was a scent, but obviously it wasn't. I have already noticed that we don't have any scent on our bodies, so they didn't rely on this to track us." The fatty also frowned and said, "Could it be that their tracking technique is very powerful? In the process of tracking us, they deliberately left some markings that we didn't notice. Then the next batch of people would follow those markings and finally find us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's possible. These people have a lot of means. We can't be 100% sure that they didn't use any method to track us." The fatty said, "Then we're in trouble. In the future, we'll have to face an endless stream of pursuers. Just like you said, the Ghost Face Assassin group is very powerful. They must have a lot of people. If they keep sending assassins to deal with us, then we'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "There are only 2 ways to deal with the Ghost Mask Assassin group. First, kill the person who issued the mission. As long as we kill the person who issued the mission, nobody would give them any more money. Then they wouldn't chase after us anymore. Second, eliminate the Ghost Mask Assassin group. But it's obvious that these 2 methods aren't that simple, and they aren't easy to accomplish." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." The fatty smiled bitterly and said, "Of course. Let's talk about the first method. There are a lot of people who want to kill me. My brothers and sisters want to kill me, even my younger brothers and sisters want to kill me. I can't kill all of them. The second method is even more difficult. You said before that the Ghost Face Assassin group is just a peripheral member. Nobody knows how many people there are in the Ghost Face Assassin group. How can we destroy the Ghost Face Assassin group? Zhao Hai said, there is a way. Let's do this first. The people who are dealing with us now are not strong. They are relying on some underhanded means to deal with us. These people's positions in the Ghost Face Assassin group aren't very high. I think that there must be some very powerful people in the Ghost Face Assassin group. Once these weak people can't deal with us, they will send those strong people to deal with us. Then we might be able to learn some things about the Ghost Face Assassin group from their mouths. When the time comes, we can think of a way to deal with them. The fatty's eyes lit up, then he nodded and said, right, this is a good method. If we can use this method to deal with them, then it would be great. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's nothing to worry about with regards to the Ghost Face Assassin group. Let's think about the vast mountains. Fatty, why do I feel that the rumors about the holy tomb are true? When the fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, wind from an empty cave is not without cause. There's no reason for such rumors to spread outside. Naturally, it might be true. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. Actually, when I heard those rumors, I didn't believe them. This is because there are too many of them in this world. If you take them seriously, then I'm afraid you wouldn't even know how you died. But after meeting Yale, I feel that it might be true. Zhao Hai shook his head. The fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, why do you say that? Isn't it normal for Yale to cultivate in the vast mountains? What's wrong with that? The vast mountains have always been known as a holy land for cultivation. There are countless people cultivating here. Why do you think that the rumors are true when you see Yale? Zhao Hai replied, this is where the problem lies. The spiritual energy in this world is very rich. There are a lot of places suitable for cultivation. Why do so many people come to the vast mountains to cultivate? Yes, the spiritual energy here is very rich. Moreover, it's possible to fight with demons. But at the same time, isn't this place very dangerous? Why do they have to cultivate here? Can't they do it in other places? For people of their status, it shouldn't be difficult for them to find a place with dense spiritual qi and not so many people, right? But they didn't do that. Instead, they all came here to cultivate. Isn't this strange? Moreover, there's another problem. The people who come here to cultivate aren't weak. They are either grandmasters or spirit masters. These people have been cultivating here for so many years. Could it be that no one has ascended? If someone ascends, then wouldn't this place be left with a holy tomb? Are Yale and the others cultivating here in order to find a holy tomb to learn about ascension? Fatty stared blankly. He didn't think like this before because everyone in the 5 spiritual realms knew that the boundless mountains were a holy land for cultivation. However, no one thought about it the other way around. With so many experts cultivating here, wouldn't 1 or 2 of them ascend to the immortal realm? Fatty didn't think about it before. If someone ascends, then wouldn't the place they left behind be a holy tomb? Even if they didn't ascend and died here, wouldn't the place where they died be a holy tomb? From this point of view, the vast mountains were simply a treasure trove. Because of the countless people who cultivated here, how many holy tombs would they have left behind? Just thinking about it made Fatty excited. Fatty suddenly stood up and walked in circles on the ground as he muttered, I'm rich, I'm rich. Maybe there really is a holy grave here. Great, great. As long as I can find a holy grave, I'll be rich. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and patted his head impatiently. Then he said, Fatty, calm down. Now that the news has spread, countless people will come here to take risks. When the time comes, we won't be able to find the holy court. Don't be so proud. We're not going fast. Maybe someone has already found the holy tomb. Yes, you're right. Then we have to hurry. Old Zhao, let's go now. We can't let others get ahead of us. Let's go. Fatty said as he pulled Zhao Hai and walked outside. Zhao looked at his appearance and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on, fatty, there's no use in being anxious. What kind of place is the holy tomb? How can it be so easy to find it? Let me go. Zhao Hai looked at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you have that fate, then you don't have to look for it. Maybe the entrance to the holy tomb is right next to you, but if you don't have that fate, then even if you run through the entire mountain range, you still won't be able to find it. Fatty let go of Zhao Hai's arm and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry. Hee, I'm too excited. Old Zhao, why aren't you excited at all? A holy tomb, it's a holy tomb. There's endless wealth, cultivation methods, and even the knowledge of ascension. Aren't you worried at all? Zhao Hai replied, what's the use of being anxious? The more anxious you are, the harder it would be to find it. Moreover, we've only been in the mountains for a short period of time. I'm afraid that Yale and the others have already been in the mountains for a long time. I'm afraid that they would have already turned over every single tree and grass. You want to find the holy tomb in such a short time? Have you woken up? Ah. Fatty didn't know what to say. Although Zhao Hai's words weren't pleasant to hear, it was the truth. They had only been in the vast mountains for a few days, while Yale and the others had been here for several years. If one were to say that they didn't come for the holy tomb, nobody would believe it. Those people had spent several years but still couldn't find the holy tomb. Why would they think that they could find the holy tomb in just a few days? Their thinking was too optimistic. Zhao looked at the fat man and said, over the years, there hasn't been any news about the holy grave in the boundless mountains. There are only 3 possibilities. The first is that no one has found the holy grave. But I think this possibility is very low. They have been cultivating in the boundless mountains for so many years. If there is a holy grave in the boundless mountains and they haven't found it, then they would be too unlucky. The second possibility is that there is no holy grave in the boundless mountains, which is unlikely. The third possibility is that the people in the boundless mountains found the holy grave, but they hid it from everyone. They didn't want people outside of the boundless mountains to know about it. If this is the case, then it would be troublesome. Fatty looked puzzled at Zhao Hai and said, what do you mean? Why is it troublesome? Zhao Hai looked at the fat man and said, if it's true that the people of the boundless mountains have sealed this information, then it means that the people of the boundless mountains have reached some kind of agreement. They wouldn't let outsiders touch the holy tomb. If that's the case, then Yale's appearance wouldn't be a coincidence. He might have come specifically for this matter. Zhao Hai nodded. The fatty immediately reacted. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, you mean to say that Yale and the others already knew about this? They wanted to prevent adventurers from entering the boundless mountains. Therefore, they decided to come here to prevent adventurers from entering. But they were scared away by us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's possible. Fatty, don't forget that Yale came here to cultivate. The periphery of the boundless mountains isn't a peaceful place. Adventurers would often come here in order to hunt some beasts, find some herbs, and so on. In this case, the periphery of the boundless mountains is very chaotic. In such a chaotic environment, who would be able to cultivate peacefully? Therefore, it's impossible for Yale to cultivate here. He must have come here for some reason. I didn't understand it before, but now that I think about it, Yale might have appeared in front of us for this reason. Didn't you see how hostile he was when he saw us? Fatty replied, if that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Yale being scared away isn't a big deal. There are a lot of experts here. If Yale leaves, then others will come. If experts like Yale come, then the 2 of us wouldn't even know how we died. Zhao Hai just nodded. Although he was strong enough to run amok in the vast mountain, he didn't want to tell Fatty about this. It would only expose his identity. Fatty frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what do we do next? Do we still want to go inside? Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's go. Why wouldn't we go inside? I want to see what the people of the vast mountain can do to us. The fatty looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. Sometimes I really wonder if you're a madman. Look at you, you don't care about being chased by assassins. You also don't care about meeting experts like Yale. You might even face masters and spirit masters, but you still don't care. I really wonder if you've gone crazy. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Zhao Hai laughed and said, you're right, I'm crazy. Fatty, do you want to follow a crazy person like me? Ha ha ha, of course. Why wouldn't I? You're the only one. Who's crazy? I want to go crazy with you. Fatty laughed. Xiaohai looked at Fatty and also laughed. After some time, the two calmed down. Xiaohai looked around and then said, since we've decided, then there's nothing to say. Let's plan our future path. The fatty nodded and said, if we go inside, we'll offend people. We'll have to face the attacks of those experts. We should prepare well. Xiaohai said, not only that, don't forget that there are also other adventurers. They wouldn't think about this. Moreover, even if there are a lot of people cultivating in the mountains, it's impossible for them to outnumber the adventurers. Because of this, we're sure to meet adventurers in the future. It's very dangerous to meet adventurers in the wild, especially at this time and in this place. Fatty let out a long sigh and said, if that's the case, we'll be surrounded by enemies for the next period of time. Let me do the math. The adventurers, the experts who cultivate in the vast mountains, and ghost faces people. If they can find us twice, they can find us even more times. Before we know how they found us, we'll always be in danger. Xiaohai nodded and said, right, we'll be facing enemies from these three sides for some time. Ha ha ha, this is very interesting. Fatty, it seems like we don't need to be polite when we meet people in the future. We can just kill them directly. Of course, if we meet experts in the mountains, then it's best if we don't fight them. Fatty nodded. Xiaohai wasn't afraid of experts in the mountains, but Fatty was. Although Fatty didn't know Xiaohai's strength, he thought that Xiaohai had the same idea as him. Because of this, Fatty didn't oppose Xiaohai's words. Xiaohai stood up and looked at the dark forest. Then he said, we need a fixed camp. Fatty, let's go and find one. Fatty looked at Xiaohai, then he smiled faintly and said, I thought you weren't afraid of anything. I didn't expect you to be like this. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, I'm not afraid, but there's nothing wrong with being careful. Although almost everything in the mountains can be solved by killing people, it's still very annoying, isn't it? Fatty was speechless as he looked at Xiaohai. The two laughed as they walked towards the forest. Not long after, a person appeared in the place where Fatty and Xiaohai were. This person looked to be around 40 years old. He was also a tree soul, but his face was pale. However, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He walked towards the tree where Xiaohai and Fatty were sitting and placed his hand on the tree. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, is it like this? Is this possible? After saying these two words, the person walked towards the direction where Xiaohai and Fatty went. After walking for less than 10 minutes, he suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. At this time, a voice was heard, Fatty, what do you think? Didn't I say that your ambush was useless? He has a murderous aura and is very sensitive to murderous aura. As for you, your murderous aura is so strong that it's like a bonfire at night. It's too obvious. How could he not notice you? Damn, can you blame me for this? Didn't we stop him because we wanted to kill him? Of course there's killing intent. Who would have thought that he would notice us? While talking, Fatty and Xiaohai came out of the forest. Xiaohai looked at the person and said, friend, tell me, why are you following us? This is very impolite. The person looked at Xiaohai and coldly said, you meddled in other people's business, so you have to bear the consequences. Xiaohai looked at the person with a puzzled expression. Then he looked at the soul on the person's head and suddenly understood, you're the one who killed the 7 adventurers, right? We didn't meddle in other people's business, right? We just buried the corpses. Is this meddling in other people's business? You have to bear the consequences? The person coldly snorted and said, of course it is. I killed people, so nobody can dispose of their corpses without my permission. Naturally, you can't either. Xiaohai looked at the person, then he smiled faintly and said, friend, you're so arrogant. Does your family know about it? I really wonder how you managed to live to this day with your character. Why haven't you been killed yet? The person coldly snorted, then he said, don't talk nonsense. Today, you must die. Fatty looked at the person's expression and slowly turned serious. Then he said, friend, even if you want to kill us, you should at least let us know your name. tell me, what's your name? That person glanced at the fatty, and a very strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, take a guess. If you're right, then I can give you a quick death. Fatty looked at the person's smile, then he suddenly said, forest smile, Li Qing. The person looked at Fatty and said, right, you guessed right. Therefore, I'll give you a quick death. Wait, don't make a move. Let me say a few words. Fatty, tell me, what does this forest smile mean? How come I haven't heard of it? Zhao Hai suddenly interjected. Fatty looked at the person and said, forest smile, Li Qing. Legend has it that he was an ordinary adventurer. However, no one knows where he learned a very powerful spell. He's a tree soul, and his spell allows him to control trees to help him fight. As long as he's in the forest, his fighting strength would become very powerful. I heard that he wouldn't even be afraid of master-level experts in the forest. Moreover, it said that he has already reached the master level. However, he's most famous for his smile. He rarely smiles, but every time he smiles, he would kill people. And because his fighting strength in the forest is too strong, people gave him the name Forest Smile. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like this. If he wants to kill people with his smile, then wouldn't he kill people several times a day? This person is interesting, he seems to be more bloodthirsty than me. This is interesting, but I want to kill him even more. What do you think? Fatty turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, can you be normal? Li Qing has been famous for a long time. Although his reputation isn't as big as Yale's, his strength isn't weak. It's said that even Yale doesn't want to provoke him. You actually said that you want to kill such a person? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to escape? Li Qing's face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai and Fatty. He didn't think that he would meet these two people. One said that he wanted to kill him, while the other said that they wanted to escape in front of him. These two people seemed to have completely disregarded his existence. How could he not be angry? Li Qing coldly snorted and said, sure enough, you're just a bunch of clowns. Do you think that you can escape? It's useless, in this forest, you can't escape from my palm. Zhao Hai looked at Li Qing as if he was looking at an idiot and said, escape? Why would we want to escape? Didn't I just say that I'm going to kill you? How can I escape? I think the one who should be escaping is you. Bullshit. Li Qing looked at Zhao Hai, his face completely dark. He coldly snorted and said, boy, you've succeeded. I will make you suffer a slow and painful death. I will definitely do so. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Li Qing, then he smiled faintly and said, anyone can talk big. If you have the ability, then come at me. Li Qing coldly snorted, then he waved his hand as a green shield appeared in front of him. Then he stared at Zhao Hai and began to chant. Just as the fatty was about to move, Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped him. Then he coldly looked at Li Qing. At this time, Li Qing had already finished chanting. Then he waved his hand as a green light appeared in front of him. Then the green light exploded in the air and shot towards the surrounding trees. Then the trees began to move. But at this time, Zhao Hai coldly snorted. The trees immediately returned to their normal state and stopped moving. When Li Qing saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. For the first time, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. On the contrary, a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Hai looked at Li Qing and coldly said, when I saw the 7 adventurers die, I felt strange. If it was a soul tree that used the trees to fight, then why didn't he heal them? Now I understand, he simply treated the trees as tools in your hands. You didn't treat them as your comrades, you just ordered them to do things for you. I don't know where you learned this method, and I don't know if all the soul trees in the tree spirit continent use this method to make the trees fight for you. But what I want to say is that you're wrong. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, for a soul tree, all the plants in the world can become our friends, our comrades. We help them, and they help us. In general, we are equal. But now, you're putting yourself above the plants. This is unforgivable. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, you're a soul tree. Li Qing looked at Zhao Hai. His expression became even more flustered. This was because while Zhao Hai was talking, he used his spells several times. However, it was useless. The trees seemed to be ignoring him. Zhao Hai looked at Li Qing and said, "You don't need to work in vain, it's useless. All the trees around here are my friends. How could they help you? You're a tree soul, so you should know what would happen if you become the enemy of all the plants." Li Qing nodded. Li Qing's expression completely changed. His originally pale face was now devoid of blood. As a soul tree, he knew what would happen if all the plants saw him as an enemy. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to do this. In fact, not all soul trees would order their plants to help them in battle. The soul tree's cultivation methods were divided into two factions. One was the gentle faction. People in this faction treated plants as their friends. They would use their own strength to help the plants cultivate, and the plants would also help them in their cultivation. They would help the plants heal, and the plants would help them in battle. Generally speaking, people in this faction were like plant masters. However, they wouldn't deliberately improve the plants, nor would they communicate with the plants like plant masters. They would only help the plants because of their cultivation methods. The other faction was the Royal Path faction. The Royal Path faction treated all plants as their slaves. They were the kings of plants. They would order the plants to do things for them. They would order the plants to help them cultivate and fight. However, the Royal Path faction wouldn't help the plants. This was because in their opinion, it was only right and proper for them to take what they wanted from the plants. Li Qing was a soul tree warlock of the Royal Path faction. His cultivation method was very ordinary. He was an adventurer, so how could he practice a good cultivation method? But later on, when he was adventuring, he found a skeleton in a cave. On the skeleton, he found a cultivation method called the Tree Emperor technique. In other words, cultivating this cultivation method was like having an emperor commanding all the trees. This was the most terrifying part of this cultivation method. However, the cultivation method also said that if a soul tree was viewed as an enemy by all the plants, then even if the soul tree's spiritual force was strong, and even if the soul tree's techniques were good, it would still be impossible for the soul tree to command the plants to help them in battle. This was because the soul tree would no longer be accepted by the plants. Naturally, the plants wouldn't listen to the soul tree. When Li Qing saw these words, he didn't care. In his opinion, how could the plants be hostile to him? Plants weren't people. Plants were born to be used by them. How could they be hostile to him? Fatty looked at Li Qing in confusion. He noticed that Li Qing's expression wasn't right. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by hostile plants?" Zhao Hai looked at the plants around him and said, "Plants also have souls, they can talk to you. If you treat them as friends, then they will also treat you as a friend. As long as they recognize you as a friend, then they will always be good to you. They can do anything for you, even if it means their death. After you become friends with your friends, you will be able to feel their emotions. Whether they are happy, sad, sick, or old, you will be able to feel them. Because of these emotions, they will also be hostile to you. Especially for a soul tree, when the plants are hostile to you, then you will be crippled. Soul trees can use their own techniques to command the plants to fight. But when the plants are hostile to you, then you won't be able to command them to fight. In other words, soul trees inside the forest are the same as outside, or even worse. Outside, soul trees can still command wood element energy to help them in battle. But inside the forest, if the plants are hostile to you, then you won't be able to use any techniques. Formidable, too formidable. Isn't this the same as crippling a person? When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what he meant. If a soul tree couldn't use its plants to help them fight, then what would they rely on? This was tantamount to chopping off their arms. Zhao Hai looked at Li Qing and said, "Plants can help you fight, but you can't treat them as slaves. Otherwise, sooner or later, the plants will be hostile to you. When that time comes, you will have nothing left. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Just die." Li Qing waved his hand as the ground beneath Zhao Hai and Li Qing's feet suddenly turned into quicksand. It was obvious that this was an earth attribute spell. However, the quicksand spell could only be regarded as a low-level spell among earth attribute spells. Its power wasn't very strong. It was obvious that Li Qing couldn't use his wood attribute spells, so he could only switch to other types of spells. Similarly, this attack showed that Li Qing was flustered and exasperated. Zhao looked at Li Qing and smiled faintly. Such an attack is useless against me. I told you so much not because I intend to let you go, but because I want you to be a ghost who understands the situation. Hee. Actually, I don't agree with this approach, because I will kill my enemies directly. I won't talk too much with them. Today, I'm not only talking to you, but also to the plants around you. Now that I've said all that I need to say, you can die now. Li Qing smiled faintly and said, actually, I don't agree with this approach. Generally, I will kill my enemies directly. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the surrounding branches stabbed towards Li Qing. Li Qing's complexion changed as he raised his hand. Suddenly, several metal shields appeared around his body, replacing the green shields that appeared before him. Zhao Hai looked at Li Qing's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, you don't understand. Plants aren't just trees. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, Li Qing's miserable cry intensified. His foot was pierced by the grass. The grass no longer had its original soft appearance, it looked like it had turned into an iron nail. Following Li Qing's pitiful cry, a tree root suddenly pierced through Li Qing's body. Li Qing's cry stopped, then the tree root disappeared, and Li Qing softly fell to the ground. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the surrounding trees to return to their original appearance. Some of the leaves that fell down due to the battle were now growing back, even better than before. Fatty stood behind Zhao Hai and let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, now I understand why Yale was scared away by you. You're too strong. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're too strong. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, it's nothing, I'm just making friends with plants. Let's go and take a look. I don't know if this guy is one of Ghostface's people. After he said that, Zhao Hai and Fatty arrived in front of Li Qing and began to rummage through his belongings. Li Qing really had a lot of things on him. Although he didn't have any spatial equipment, he still had 300 treasure pouches as well as some good artifacts. Ordinary people's 100 treasures pouches were all made of hard leather. Inside were some medicines or hidden weapons. But Li Qing's 100 treasures pouch was obviously specially made. The leather he used was very soft. Moreover, it was a sling type. The number of 100 treasures pouches he used was also more than other people's 100 treasures pouches. There were a lot of things inside. Fatty rummaged through Li Qing's 100 treasure pouch. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and shook his head, I didn't find any iron plates. It seems like this guy isn't one of Ghostface's people. But this isn't strange, he's an expert who has been famous for a long time. It's impossible for him to be one of Ghostface's people. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's not necessarily the case. How can an expert who has been famous for a long time not be one of Ghostface's people? Are there no experts in Ghostface? If they have experts, then how many of them are still unknown? Fatty stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, what you said makes sense. But let's not care about him. As long as he's not one of Ghostface's people, then it's fine. I've heard people talking about him before, they said that he was very overbearing. Today, I've seen it for myself. When Yale asked about this matter, he said that we were meddling in other people's business. It seems like he already knew who did it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's very possible. Didn't you say that Yale's fame was similar to Li Qing's? It's not strange for Yale to know about Li Qing. Fatty nodded and said, it seems like this is the case. Old Zhao, do you think Li Qing is also a member of the Boundless Mountains? Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, that's possible. Hee, if that's the case, then wouldn't the two of us be in trouble? We killed Li Qing. Fatty stared for a moment, then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know what to say now. Just like what Zhao Hai said, if Li Qing was really a member of the Boundless Mountains, then the two of them would have already killed Li Qing. It would be too late to say anything. They would have to be on guard against the people of the Boundless Mountains in the future. Zhao Hai looked at the Boundless Mountains with a trace of excitement on his face. I'm now even more curious about the Boundless Mountains. I really want to know what's in there. If there's really a holy tomb, then what's in there? Zhao Hai looked at the Boundless Mountains with a trace of excitement on his face. Fatty's face also showed a trace of excitement, then he said, that's right. I'm even more curious now. Old Zhao, the two of us must figure out the secrets of the boundless mountains. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Fatty, how about we speed up tomorrow? Fatty immediately shook his head and said, no, absolutely not. I don't want to speed up. Walking so much every day has already made me very uncomfortable. If I speed up, then I'll die. When Zhao Hai heard Fatty, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he nodded and said, all right, then we won't speed up. Let's go. Fatty nodded, he really couldn't speed up. After all, his physique was there. He wasn't a martial artist, so he simply didn't have the ability to speed up. That day, the two didn't encounter any problems. At night, they found a place to camp. But after the camp was built and the two had a meal, Zhao said to Fatty while drinking wine, Fatty, you should drink less today. We are now deep in the boundless mountains. We may encounter some monster beasts, so we must be more careful. Fatty nodded and said, you should be more careful. Fatty nodded. Fatty nodded and said, don't worry, I know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then the two chatted for a while before going to sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. He had already informed the surrounding plants that if there was a situation, they would immediately inform him. Now that the plants had informed him that some demonic beasts were coming, Zhao Hai immediately woke up. After Zhao Hai woke up, he immediately woke Fatty up. When Fatty woke up, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, don't make a sound, a demon beast is coming. Fatty woke up, then he quickly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and nodded. Then he waved his hand and turned around to walk outside. Fatty quickly followed. The fire outside the tent had already been extinguished, so it was dark all around. Zhao Hai stood there quietly while Fatty stood beside him with an anxious expression. After some time, Zhao Hai said, something is coming, and it seems to be very big. We need to be careful. Just as his voice fell, a rustling sound could be heard. This rustling sound was very light, but it was very continuous. Upon hearing this sound, Fatty's expression changed, then he said, insects? Zhao Hai nodded and said, insects, and a lot of them. Fatty, light the fire. Fatty nodded, then he took some dry branches and threw them directly onto the extinguished fire. Although the fire was no longer burning, there were still some sparks flickering, not completely extinguished. Then Fatty chanted a few incantations, and the sparks under the fire turned into a fireball, igniting the dry branches. When the dry branches were ignited, the rustling sound stopped. However, Zhao Hai's expression was still solemn. Fatty couldn't see what was going on, but Zhao Hai could clearly see that there were a lot of insects around. These insects weren't ordinary insects, but a type of black beetle that Zhao Hai had never seen before. These beetles had huge jaws, and these jaws were very sharp. They were definitely not to be trifled with. However, after these insects saw the fire, they stopped. But only for a moment, then they rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. At this time, Zhao Hai also noticed that these insects had a very weak spiritual imprint on them. Obviously, these insects were raised by someone and weren't naturally formed in the forest. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Fatty and said, Fatty, do you know who is famous for raising insects in the 5 spirit realms? It's a type of black beetle. Fatty was throwing branches into the fire. They didn't have enough dry branches, so they could only use half of them. As long as the fire was strong enough, they could easily ignite the fire. When the Fatty heard this, he stared blankly for a moment before he frowned. Then his expression changed as he said, Black Hades, old Zhao, only the Black Hades meet your conditions. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Black Hades, old Zhao, only the Black Hades meet your conditions. Zhao Hai said, who is this Black Hades? What are his characteristics? The Fatty nodded and said, the Black Hades is a native of the thick earth continent. His soul is also an ordinary soul stone. However, he somehow learned how to control insects. Moreover, he raised a variant black beetle. These black beetles are not only fast, they also have amazing defensive and offensive capabilities. They're also poisonous, making them very difficult to deal with. Even now, people still don't know what kind of black beetles they are. They only know that they're very powerful, so people named them the Black Hades. The Black Hades also got his name from these beetles. However, he hasn't appeared in the 5 spirit realms for several years, so nobody knows where he went. Zhao Hai said, "It seems like there's no need to think about it, he should be here already." Fatty's expression was ugly as he looked at the forest. Although he couldn't see anything, he believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because he knew Zhao Hai very well. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. At this time, the rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Fatty, how can we kill these insects?" The fatty shook his head and said, "Nobody knows. A lot of people have used a lot of methods, such as throwing rocks, using iron tools, flooding, and burning. Although these methods can kill the insects, the results aren't ideal. Right, the insects are also very good antidotes. Grinding the dead insects into powder and using it as a primer can cure most of the poison." The fatty nodded and said, "What's the matter?" When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes lit up. Then he smiled faintly and said, "That's interesting. Right, what do these insects like to eat?" "Meat." Fatty gave Zhao Hai a very simple word. Upon hearing Fatty, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, I got it." After Zhao Hai said that, he immediately turned his hand and took out a wild goat from the space. This wild goat was hunted by him the day before yesterday. He hadn't eaten it in the past 2 days, so he had already cleaned it up and placed it inside the space. At this time, Zhao Hai actually took it out. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai's actions. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Zhao Hai threw the wild goat to the ground. Then he waved his hand, causing a stone pillar to rise up from the center of the fire. It didn't stop until it was about a meter above the ground. Zhao Hai pulled Fatty and directly jumped on top of the stone pillar. The two of them stood on top of the stone pillar, surrounded by burning bonfires. Fatty's sweat dripped down. It was because of the heat. One must know that it was summer, and the forest was already very hot. How could it not be hot when they were warming themselves by the bonfire? But at this time, a black wave came in from all directions and directly entered the camp. If you look carefully, you would see that this wasn't a wave, but a palm-sized black beetle. After these beetles entered the camp, they immediately surrounded the wild goat. Before long, the wild goat was completely submerged by the beetles. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he moved his hand and threw a seed on the ground. Green energy shot directly into the seed. Then Zhao Hai took out a pill and gave it to the fat man. "Fatty, eat this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Eat this." When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. But he still took the pill and ate it. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, but he believed in Zhao Hai. Just as Fatty ate the pill, a lot of grass suddenly grew in the camp. These grass grew very fast, it didn't take long before there were a lot of them. Then flowers bloomed on these grass, pink flowers. When these flowers bloomed, Fatty smelled a very strong fragrance. Then Fatty felt dizzy, but he immediately sobered up. At this time, the black beetles in the camp were all motionless. They were all lying there, motionless, as if they were dead. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his head to Fatty and said, "Fatty, these beetles are mine." Then Zhao Hai jumped down from the stone pillar. Then he took out a jade token. Then Zhao Hai pointed the jade token at the beetles. The beetles flew up and directly flew into Zhao Hai's jade token. Just as Zhao Hai was about to receive the beetles into the jade token, a voice was suddenly heard, "Who dares to touch my insects?" Then a rustling sound was heard. However, this rustling sound wasn't the same as the sound of insects crawling on the grass. It sounded like something was flapping its wings. Zhao Hai received the jade token. Then he looked towards the direction of the sound. Before long, a huge black beetle flew out of the forest. This black beetle was about a meter long. Its black carapace was already open, and its transparent wings were constantly flapping. Behind this black beetle was a person. This person looked very strange. He was about a meter tall, but he was very fat. Looking from afar, he looked like a rolling ball. Before long, the person and the beetle arrived at Zhao Hai's camp. Zhao Hai and Fatty looked at this person. This person was very fat. He was only 1 meter tall, but his waist was definitely more than 1 meter. Additionally, his head wasn't big, and his 2 legs looked like toothpicks supporting a ball. It was very strange. Zhao Hai looked at this meatball, then he turned his head to Fatty and said, "Fatty, is this the Black Hades King? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How dare this meatball-like guy call himself the Black Hades King? Is there no one else in the thick Earth continent?" Fatty shook his head and said, "I don't know. You should know that although the Black Hades is very famous in the 5 spirit realms, there are very few descriptions of his appearance. I don't know if this is his true body." Fatty shook his head and said, "I don't know." Bastards. What nonsense are you 2 bastards talking about? What meatball? Have you ever seen such a big meatball? Let me tell you, I'm the Black Hades King. Are you not convinced? Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." "Senior, why did you let your beetle enter our camp in the middle of the night?" "Humph, the reason we entered your camp is naturally to kill you. Didn't you see the one with the tiger and the 2 guys with the tree? Didn't they warn you? How dare you come in? Now that you've come in, of course I'll kill you. But I didn't expect you 2 to be so strong that you could take away my beetles." "Good, very good. I've decided that as long as you 2 return my beetles to me, I won't kill you. If you still want to go inside, I won't stop you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at the Black Hades and didn't know what to say. He didn't know if the Black Hades was really stupid or if he was just pretending to be stupid. He wanted to kill them, but now he actually thought that he was merciful and that it was natural for him to kill them. Zhao Hai had never seen such a person before. Fatty looked at the Black Hades with a dignified expression. Then without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, he said, "Senior, don't pretend. Everyone in the 5 spirit realms knows that the Black Hades doesn't keep his words. Anyone who believes the Black Hades is courting death. Do you think that we would believe you?" Fatty looked at the Black Hades with a dignified expression. "I'm afraid that if we return your beetle, you'll immediately turn around and kill us." "Ha ha ha, kid, I didn't expect you to know me so well. I haven't appeared on the continent for a long time. I didn't expect that someone would still remember me. Ha ha ha, good, very good. I'm really happy today, so I'll keep my word. As long as you return the beetle to me today, I won't kill you. I'll keep my word." Zhao Hai already knew what kind of person the Black Hades King was from Fatty's words. He smiled and said, "It's not impossible for us to return your beetle, but Senior has to give us something in exchange." "Bastard, this old man spared you. Isn't that enough for the beetle? If you really give me something in exchange for the beetle, then I won't let you go. Think about it carefully." Zhao Hai looked at the Black Hades and said, "Senior, we don't need you to let us go. We just want what you have. As long as you give us that thing in exchange for the beetles, we'll see who's stronger." For the first time, the Black Hades didn't immediately respond. Instead, he looked deeply at Zhao Hai and said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he pointed at the beetle beside the Black Hades and said, "We want him." When the Black Hades heard this, his expression couldn't help but turn dark. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, you're really shameless. I just want my beetle back. If you don't give it to me, then I'll catch more. But since you want my Hades, then I'll have you die." Zhao Hai's expression turned dark. After he said that, the Black Hades waved his hand as a magic staff appeared in his hand. Then he waved his magic staff forward, causing thorns to shoot out from under Zhao Hai and Fatty's feet. Zhao Hai pointed his magic staff at the ground, causing the thorns to immediately disappear. Then Zhao Hai looked at the Black Hades. The Black Hades felt a gust of wind behind him. He immediately moved and dodged the attack. At this time, he saw a tree branch shrink back from his side like a spear. At the same time, the beetle called Hades also screeched before it pounced towards Zhao Hai. But at this time, the grass around Hades suddenly went crazy. Then the grass wrapped around Hades. Moreover, it wrapped around Hades countless times, turning him into a big ball of grass. Hades looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Hades, Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai." The Black Hades situation wasn't much better than the Black Hades. The tree branches around the Black Hades kept attacking him, as if countless people were attacking him. The Black Hades's face turned pale. Although he had a layer of shield around his body, there were too many of these attacks. His shield was already on the verge of collapsing. In this case, the Black Hades had no way to counterattack. He could only chant an incantation to erect another layer of shield around himself. Zhao Hai looked at the Black Hades and saw that he couldn't move. The grass that was supported by natural energy was very tough. Even if the Black Hades was strong, he still wouldn't be able to break free. At this time, Zhao Hai could focus on dealing with the Black Hades. The Black Hades also noticed the situation of the Black Hades. His expression couldn't help but change when he saw that the Black Hades couldn't break free. Without the help of the Black Hades, his attack power would be much weaker than before. But this couldn't be helped. The Black Hades immediately chanted an incantation to attack Zhao Hai. But at this time, several tree roots suddenly shot out from under the Black Hades' feet. These tree roots looked like spears as they shot towards the Black Hades. The Black Hades had been guarding against the tree branches, so he didn't notice the tree roots. When the tree roots attacked him, he was almost hit. Fortunately, the Black Hades' combat experience was very rich. Therefore, he moved his body and dodged the tree roots. Then he used a haste spell to speed up his body and rush out of the tree's attack range. But just as he rushed out of the tree's attack range, an earth wall suddenly appeared in front of him. He slammed into the earth wall, but this time, he took the initiative to slam into it. Although he had a shield on his body, he was still forced back a few steps. His forward momentum was stopped before he could fully recover. Just as the Black Hades took a few steps back, more earth thorns emerged from the ground and attacked him. The Black Hades had no choice but to move his body and dodge the thorns. But just as he dodged the thorns, more tree branches came. The Black Hades had no choice but to deal with these tree branches. It must be said that these tree branches alone wouldn't cause any trouble for him. But when these tree branches came together in a rapid and concentrated manner, the situation was completely different. Such an attack could actually threaten him. The Black Hades had no choice but to deal with these attacks. This was the most annoying part. He couldn't attack even if he wanted to, he could only passively defend. The Black Hades had never suffered such a loss before, he was feeling very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai looked at the Black Hades' appearance and didn't intend to let him go. Instead, he waved his hand as a stone golem appeared behind the Black Hades. This stone golem was about 5 meters tall, and its body was made of stone. As soon as the stone golem appeared, it immediately sent a punch towards the Black Hades. Calling this thing a stone man was a bit of an exaggeration. It was nothing more than a human-shaped thing made of round beads and cylindrical stones. Its fist, to put it bluntly, was just a round stone without fingers. Naturally, if Zhao Hai wanted to make a high-level stone golem, it wouldn't be difficult. After all, he already had a lot of such creatures in his space. However, Zhao Hai felt that there was no need to do so. Therefore, he only made a stone golem. These stone golems had 2 advantages. First, they had great strength. Second, they could attack from a distance. They could throw their fist-sized round stones to attack their enemies. However, they also had a huge weakness, their movement speed was very slow. They could only be used as stationary turrets. However, just because the stone golems were slow didn't mean that they couldn't move. Their slow movement speed didn't mean that their attack speed was slow. In fact, the stone golem's punches weren't slow at all. And with the special environment here, the Black Hades couldn't use his speed. Therefore, he was hit by the stone golem's punch. This punch directly broke his shield. The Black Hades was also hit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, just as he was about to vomit blood, a tree root suddenly shot up into the sky and wrapped around his neck. Before the Black Hades could react, the tree root twisted and broke his neck. When the Black Hades died, the struggling Hades stopped. Zhao Hai could feel that Hades' life aura was quickly fading away. Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. He immediately took out a jade token and stored Hades inside. Actually, the jade token was just a distraction. Hades had already entered Zhao Hai's space. The fatty looked at the jade token in Zhao Hai's hand. Other than some envy, he didn't have any other expression. This was because these jade tokens existed in the 5-spirit realm. They were called spirit sealing tokens. These tokens were used to seal their tamed battle pets. The battle pets could enter the spirit sealing tokens and rest inside. Then they would be able to heal their wounds. The spirit sealing boards in the 5-spirit realm were actually made of many different materials. They could form a small space inside the spirit sealing boards. Because there were many materials used, some of them were specifically used to heal demonic beasts. Therefore, when demonic beasts entered the jade boards, they could rest well. If they were injured, they could enter the spirit sealing boards and recuperate well. Zhao Hai received the jade token. Then he turned his head and looked at the Black Hades corpse. Then he sighed and buried the Black Hades corpse in the forest. After taking care of this, Zhao Hai returned to the camp. The fatty was sitting there drinking. When he saw Zhao Hai return, he threw a bottle of wine to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, it seems like I've been underestimating your strength." The Black Hades was a master expert. Moreover, he had been famous for a long time. Now that he was killed by you, I'm very surprised. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What's there to be surprised about? It's not like you didn't see my technique." Right, shouldn't master experts be able to fly? Why didn't he fly to deal with us? If he flies to deal with us, then it won't be so easy for us to defeat him. The fatty smiled bitterly and said, "Of course he wouldn't fly to deal with us. This is because flying is forbidden in the Boundless Mountains. Although it's possible to fly, nobody dares to do so. This is because there's a saying in the 5-spirit realms that the seas of the 5-spirit realms belong to the sea spirit realm while the skies of the Boundless Mountains belong to the giant eagles. In the Boundless Mountains, there's a type of giant eagle. They're very powerful and ferocious. Most importantly, these giant eagles live in flocks. They treat the skies of the Boundless Mountains as their territory. Any warlock who dares to fly in the skies of the Boundless Mountains would be attacked by these giant eagles." Zhao Hai nodded. The fatty drank another mouthful of wine before he said, "Old Zhao, I've seen the techniques that you used, and I can use them as well. But to be honest, I really don't know how you managed to combine them. Moreover, you managed to use them perfectly. To be honest, I still don't understand." Zhao Hai looked at the fatty and smiled faintly. "There's actually no trick to it. You can only learn it by fighting. This is the result of the accumulation of battle experience. The more you fight, the more you'll know when to use the techniques. It's that simple." When the fatty heard Zhao Hai, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That's not simple at all. How many battles do you have to go through in order to accumulate so much experience? Alright, let's not talk about this. In any case, I won't be able to learn it in a short period of time. Old Zhao, let's see what's inside the Black Hades spatial equipment." The Black Hades was an expert who had been famous for a long time. He also had a spatial equipment on him. Before, he took out his staff in front of Zhao Hai and the fatty. Therefore, the fatty knew that the Black Hades had a spatial equipment. This was why he told Zhao Hai about it. Zhao Hai didn't object and took out the Black Hades spatial equipment. The Black Hades spatial equipment was very interesting. It was actually a wrist guard. It was made of metal and was very wide. There was even a carving of a beetle on it. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai slowly probed the spatial equipment with his spiritual force. Sure enough, he could feel the Black Hades' spiritual force. But now that the Black Hades was dead, his spiritual force couldn't be replenished. Moreover, it had become lifeless. Before long, it was cleared by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai saw the items inside the Black Hades spatial equipment. The Black Hades had a lot of treasures, as well as a lot of bells. There were also a lot of artifacts. Perhaps it was because he didn't have time to use them before, but in addition to these, there were also a lot of pills. As soon as he saw these things, Fatty immediately became excited. He continuously rummaged through the pile of pills and magic artifacts, but he didn't touch Bell. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He also didn't touch the bells and didn't even look at the pills. Zhao Hai focused his attention on the artifacts. But after looking at them for a while, Zhao Hai was disappointed. These artifacts might be good things in the eyes of the 5 spiritual realms, but in Zhao Hai's eyes, they were nothing. Zhao Hai took out a small leather bag. This leather bag looked like an ordinary leather bag, but Zhao Hai felt that it wasn't ordinary. This was because the Black Hades had a spatial item, yet he still carried this leather bag. This was very strange. When Zhao Hai was searching the Black Hades' body, he found this leather bag. But at that time, he was burying the Black Hades' body. Therefore, he didn't have time to look inside the bag. But now, he wanted to take a look. After opening the leather bag, something appeared in front of Zhao Hai's eyes. This thing was the size of an adult's fist. It looked like it was made of metal and had a metallic luster on it. No matter how you look at it, it looked like an ordinary metal ball. However, when Zhao Hai saw this thing, he couldn't help but be entranced. Although this thing looked like an ordinary metal ball, Zhao Hai could feel that it was extraordinary. This thing had a trace of an ancient aura. This aura was very strange, allowing Zhao Hai to feel that it was extraordinary. At this time, Fatty also noticed the metal ball in Zhao Hai's hand. But after looking at it, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Zhao, why are you holding an iron ball? Come and take a look. There are really a lot of good things here." When Zhao Hai heard Fatty, he received the metal sphere. Then he turned his head to look at the items on the ground. Then he threw the Black Hades spatial equipment to Fatty and said, "I'll give it to you, including the spatial equipment." Fatty nodded and said, "I'll give it to you." Fatty took the wrist guard and stared blankly at Zhao Hai. "What did you say? You're giving it all to me? Old Zhao, are you serious? There are many good things here. Are you really going to give them all to me?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'll give it all to you. Take it, I don't want these things." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Why don't you want it? Everything here is good stuff. There are some things that you can't buy even if you have money." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I cultivate instant spells, so I need to study the combination of spells. This already gives me a headache. If I want these things, then what use would I have? I don't have the mood to study these things. You can take them, you can use them in battle later. What about pills? You don't want pills?" Fatty pointed at the pills on the ground. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't want them. I focus on bitter cultivation. I rarely use pills. I heard that if you eat too many pills, it will leave behind poison in your body. This will affect your future cultivation. You should also eat less. So you're a cultivator of nature. No wonder you don't use pills." Hearing Zhao Hai, Fatty sighed and said. Hearing Fatty's words, Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and didn't refute. Zhao Hai knew what Fatty meant by nature. Nature was a cultivation school in the 5 spirit realms. This school hadn't really taken shape yet, but it had always existed. Nature was just a name that people used. People in this school generally wouldn't use pills when they cultivate. When it comes to magic artifacts, they would generally only use magic staffs. In other words, they relied on themselves. They believed that eating pills would leave poison in their bodies, and using magic artifacts would make them dependent on magic artifacts. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't eat pills or use magic artifacts. In the 5 spirit realms, there were a lot of people in the nature path. Although they didn't have a unified command or a unified sect, there were still a lot of them. Moreover, they were recognized by the people of the 5 spirit realms. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't refute Fatty. It was good that Fatty had such thoughts. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. In any case, the nature path didn't really count how many people there were. As long as they didn't use pills or magic artifacts, they could be considered as a cultivator of the nature path. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Zhao Hai saying that he was a cultivator of the nature path. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Fatty didn't become polite. He directly took the things on the ground and put them back into his wristband. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm rich this time. Once we get out, I'll take care of all the expenses." Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and ignored Fatty. Instead, he took out the sphere and said, "I have this thing. Fatty, let me tell you. I think this thing isn't ordinary. It's very likely to be the most precious thing. If you don't want it, then I won't be polite." The Fatty waved his hand and said, "I've already taken so many things, so of course this thing belongs to you." To be honest, all of these things should be yours. I only took them because you didn't want them. You can take them. Zhao Hai wasn't polite with Fatty. Instead, he nodded and said, "Alright, you can go back to sleep. I want to study this thing." Fatty nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll go back to sleep. I'm a bit sleepy." Then Fatty turned around and walked towards the tent. Before long, snoring sounds could be heard from the tent. Zhao looked at the tent and smiled faintly. Then he sat down and looked at the metal bead in his hand. He sent his spiritual force into the metal bead, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no feeling at all. It was as if the metal bead in his hand was just an ordinary metal ball. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up. He sent his spiritual force into the sphere as well. The result was the same, there was no reaction. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he calmed himself down. Then he sent his mind into the metal sphere. Then Zhao Hai slowly adjusted his spiritual force. In the end, he adjusted his spiritual force to its fastest speed. Only then did he feel the sphere's spiritual force. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by this. On the contrary, he was very excited. This was because this meant that his guess was right. This metal sphere was indeed a good thing. Otherwise, the sphere's spiritual force wouldn't be this fast. In the end, Zhao Hai's spiritual force fused with the metal sphere's spiritual force. After this, Zhao Hai felt a huge amount of information rushing into his mind. Zhao Hai finally knew what this metal sphere was. This metal ball had a very strange name. It was called the Eye of the Beast King. It was the eye of an ancient beast king. Later on, the beast king died and its body disappeared, leaving behind only 2 eyes. These 2 eyes were obtained by a cultivator. Then, the cultivator refined these 2 eyes and turned them into a magic tool that he carried around with him. The beast king's eye had a lot of uses. It could use eye techniques. Eye techniques were artifacts that used eye techniques. For example, petrification, freezing, and many other spells could be used with one's eyes. It can be said that all the spells in the world could be used with one's eyes. However, one needed to learn eye techniques first. Moreover, one's eyes needed to be strong enough. The Beast King's eye was such an artifact that allowed one to use eye techniques. It had a natural deterrent effect on animals, but it also had a natural attraction. Needless to say, as long as the user puts their anger into the Beast King's eye, the Beast King's eye would emit an aura similar to the Beast King's anger. This aura would cause all the beasts in the world to tremble. Similarly, if you put your own strength into the Beast King's eye, it would attract a lot of beasts. This was because beasts liked to get close to the Beast King. However, they were also afraid of the Beast King. The third ability was that the Beast King's eye could pass through all the evil beings in the world. The Beast King's eye had a strong vitality, making it impervious to all evil beings. Therefore, as long as the Beast King's eye stared at any evil being, it would be exposed and even destroyed. The fourth ability was to change a beastman's physique. The Beast King's eye can be absorbed into a person's body. Then, the Beast King's eye would stay on your forehead and become a celestial eye. This was because the Beast King's eye was a condensation of the Beast King's energy. After being absorbed into a person's body, the Beast King's eye would slowly release the Beast King's energy, improving the person's body and making them as strong as the Beast King. However, the cultivator who obtained the Beast King's eye didn't know about this. Although he refined the Beast King's eye, he didn't absorb the Beast King's eye into his body. Because of this, he could only use the Beast King's eye's 2 abilities. They were the ability to break evil and use spells. Even so, he didn't use these abilities well. Later on, when the cultivator was fighting with someone, he was killed. One of the Beast King's eyes was taken by the cultivator who killed the cultivator. As for the other one, it was unknown why it fell to the lower realm. After seeing this, everyone understood that the Beast King's eye was indeed an item from the upper realm. Zhao Hai also understood from the Beast King's eye that the upper realm of the 5 spirit realms wasn't the Sword Spirit realm, but another realm. This realm was called the Technique realm, which was completely different from the Sword Spirit realm. This was because the Technique realm was also a realm that focused on spells. However, the Beast King that produced the Eye of the Beast King wasn't from the spiritual world. It was a Beast King from a higher realm. Because it was too old, it died. The spiritual world was just a burial ground for itself. It can be said that the original cultivator didn't understand what the Beast King's Eye was. He only thought that the Beast King's Eye was a high-level spirit beast's eye. Because of this, the Beast King's Eye wasn't able to display its power. For some unknown reason, the Beast King's Eye fell to the 5 spirit realms. The other Beast King's Eye should still be in the technique realm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. He really wanted to gather both Beast King's Eyes. Zhao Hai calmly sat there. He felt that this Beast King's Eye was a very good thing. If he could refine it, then it would be much easier for him to use spells in the future. Although Zhao Hai's combat experience was very rich, his current body wasn't his original body. There were a lot of fighting methods that he couldn't use. This Beast King's Eye could be used not only in the 5 spiritual realms, but also after ascending. Zhao Hai guessed that this Beast King's Eye could be used for a long time. It would be very beneficial to him. Zhao Hai had already learned how to refine this Beast King's Eye. In fact, it was very simple. However, for ordinary people, it would be very difficult. This was because in order to completely refine the Beast King's Eye, one would need to use the blood of 100 beasts. Once the blood of 100 beasts is absorbed by the Beast King's Eye, the Beast King's Eye would be activated. Then one would use one's spiritual force to refine the Beast King's Eye. When the time comes, the Beast King's Eye would automatically integrate into one's forehead and become a part of one's body. For ordinary people, collecting the blood of 100 beasts was a big problem. However, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem. This was because Zhao Hai's space had more than 100 beasts. Therefore, collecting the blood of these beasts was very easy. Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the space. Then he extracted a little bit of blood from each beast. The amount of blood that he extracted wasn't a lot, so it wouldn't have any effect on the beasts. Then he mixed the blood together and finally put the Beast King's Eye into the blood. As soon as the Beast King's Eye entered the blood, it immediately emitted a golden light. Then the metal-like shell slowly disappeared. Then a greedy and majestic roar was heard from the Beast King's Eye. Along with this roar, all the beasts in the space quieted down. Then they prostrated themselves on the ground, showing an expression of submission. The blood slowly disappeared into the eyeball, and the eyeball slowly revealed its original appearance. It was a fist-sized eyeball, and it kept blinking, just like a living creature. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately sent his spiritual force into the eyeball. As soon as his spiritual force came into contact with the eyeball, it was immediately absorbed by the eyeball. As the absorption became faster and faster, Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual force couldn't support it any longer. After absorbing Zhao Hai's spiritual force, the eyeball began to absorb Zhao Hai's energy. Zhao Hai had a lot of energy in his body, but the eyeball absorbed about 1/10 of it. Zhao Hai had a lot of mental power in his body, but about 1/10 of it was absorbed in one go, which was really shocking. However, after the eyeball absorbed Zhao Hai's spiritual force, it directly flew out of the space and then slowly merged with Zhao Hai's body. As soon as the eyeball entered Zhao Hai's body, Zhao Hai felt a sudden change in his blood vessels. Some of the blood vessels in his body were directly connected to the eyeball. After the blood vessels were connected to the eyeball, Zhao Hai felt his spiritual force shake. Then a powerful spiritual force returned to his body. The surrounding energy immediately entered his body. Moreover, there was also a powerful energy that slowly entered his body through his blood. After this blood energy entered Zhao Hai's body, it immediately fused with Zhao Hai's blood. Even the blood devil in Zhao Hai's body was fused with this energy. When everything returned to normal, Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual force was at least twice as strong as before. At the same time, the energy in his body was also a lot stronger than before. Moreover, the natural energy in his body also had something new, a trace of majesty. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he stared. This was because Fatty's face was not far from his eyes. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Fatty, what are you doing?" Fatty let out a long breath, then he angrily shouted, "What do you think I'm doing? I say, old Zhao, are you crazy? Why don't you take a look at where you are? This is the boundless mountains. You actually started cultivating here. Moreover, you've been cultivating for an entire day. Are you crazy? When Zhao Hai heard fatty, he immediately understood what fatty meant. He quickly said, "Fatty, I'm sorry. This was really an accident. Do you still remember the metal sphere that I took yesterday? It turned out to be an extraordinary artifact. Moreover, it was a kind of artifact that was refined from a demon beast's body. This kind of artifact can be refined into one's body. I didn't think of it before, so I refined it a bit. I didn't expect it to directly enter my body. Even if I wanted to stop, I couldn't. So that's how it is. But the next time you do something like this, can you tell me? What if someone sneaks up on you?" The fat man was surprised for a moment, then his expression softened. "So that's how it is. But the next time you do this, can you tell me? You didn't have any ability to resist at that time. Even if I wanted to save you, it would be too late." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen again. Let's pack up and go." The fatty nodded, then he went to pack his things. While packing, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're really lucky. You actually managed to find such an artifact. In the 5 spirit realms, there aren't many artifacts that can be refined directly from beast parts. You actually managed to find one. Great. Tell me, what is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know what kind of animal's eyeball it is. This thing's usefulness isn't that great. It can only increase the speed of casting spells. But aside from some evil techniques, it doesn't have any other uses." The fatty rolled his eyes and said, "You make it sound so easy. If there's nothing else, what else do you want? Isn't this the same as having a magic staff inside your body? A magic staff that nobody can take away." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's pretty much it. Moreover, this magic staff has all attributes." Fatty said, "It's a good thing. However, you can't let others know about this. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "So what if they know? Even if they know, I'm not afraid of anything. Whoever dares to touch me, I'll kill them." When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Before long, the two had packed up their things. Then they walked towards the boundless mountains. While walking, Fatty turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, how are the insects you got yesterday? Can they be used?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "They can be used, of course they can be used. Do you know why the Black Hades was able to command those insects? It's because of the eyeball. Now that I have the eyeball, I can naturally command those insects." Fatty hurriedly said, "Then release that big bug. I want to see what it looks like." Zhao Hai nodded, then he patted his waist. The big black beetle appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Fatty didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the big insect seemed to be bigger than yesterday. Moreover, there were even small spikes on its head. However, Fatty didn't care. After all, he didn't look at the insect carefully yesterday. Even if there were any changes to the insect, he wouldn't be able to see it. Fatty carefully looked at the beetle called Hades, then he nodded and said, "Good, this guy looks very impressive. I heard that this guy's fighting strength is very strong. I really don't understand why it was trapped by a few blades of grass yesterday." Zhao smiled faintly. "In fact, this is a very simple unit. The reason why he was trapped by my grass was because I had already blocked him before he could exert his strength. This bug is different from us. We use spells to attack, but he uses strength to attack. For example, Fatty, try punching me now." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Let's see if you can hit me." Fatty didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. He raised his arm and pulled his shoulder back, wanting to attack. However, he didn't expect that when he pulled his body back, Zhao Hai would take a step forward and block his fist. Fatty's fist was blocked, so naturally, he couldn't make any move. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can't hit me right now, right? You haven't made any move yet, so I blocked you. Naturally, you would have a way to attack me. I used this method to deal with the insect. Before it could make a move, I had the grass entangle it. Since it couldn't make any move, it naturally couldn't deal with me." Fatty nodded and said, "So there's such a method. But old Zhao, isn't this something that only spirit cultivators play with? How can you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I do. Do you think that those adventurers would use spells to fight you? Many of their staffs are made of metal, and they even have a sharp end. When necessary, they can pick it up and give it to you. That can also take your life. Fatty nodded and said, so that's how it is. It seems like when I meet adventurers in the future, I have to be on guard against them. Otherwise, it would be easy to fall into their trap. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right. When you meet adventurers in the future, you have to be on guard against them. Didn't I notice it before? Those ghost-masked assassins all carry 100 treasures pouches. Although these things are commonly used by adventurers, their 100 treasures pouches all contain concealed weapons. In other words, they have refined the method of using concealed weapons. If you're suddenly attacked while you're fighting, then you'll lose your life. Moreover, I've also noticed that most of their concealed weapons are poisonous. Fatty stared, then he nodded and said, so that's how it is. No wonder. I was wondering why they had so many things. So it turns out that they're really good assassins. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, they're assassins. Therefore, they don't care what method they use. The only thing they care about is how to kill people. While the two were walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly stared. He turned to Fatty and said, Fatty, don't move. Let me take a closer look. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, he didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai carefully looked at Fatty. After some time, he let out a long breath and said, no wonder the ghost-faced assassins were able to find us. So it's because of this. No wonder. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fatty couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, what's wrong? What did you discover? Do you know how the ghost-faced assassins were able to find us? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know, I didn't think about this before. When I looked at you, I discovered that something is wrong. Your face has a layer of black qi, which is evil qi. In other words, you're cursed. Damn, I should have thought about it earlier, those guys would also use this method. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. Fatty stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, what do you mean? I've heard of curses, but in my current situation, I don't seem to be cursed. Zhao shook his head. This curse doesn't make you unlucky, or anything like that. This curse is very light, so you won't feel anything. But it can let the people from the ghost mask find you through this curse. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao shook his head and said, this curse doesn't make you unlucky. Fatty nodded and said, I understand. They used this curse to find me, right? Zhao nodded. Yes, they found us through this curse. I think it's not just you who has it, I have it as well. It's just that I was a bit careless before and didn't notice it. Now that I have the beast eye, I noticed that your complexion wasn't right. Naturally, I guessed it. Zhao nodded. Yes, they found us through this curse. Fatty said, then what should we do? Can we break this curse? If we keep this thing with us, then they can find us at any time. We'll be in more danger in the mountains. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course it can be broken. Any curse can be broken. Before, we didn't discover this curse, so naturally we couldn't break it. Now that we've discovered it, we can naturally break it. Moreover, it's a very light curse, so it's much simpler. Wait for me, I'll think of a way to break this curse. Fatty nodded and didn't say anything. Although Zhao Hai spoke casually, he still attached great importance to this matter. This was because he was very clear that any curse was very troublesome. Because he knew how to use curses, he had a better understanding of curses. He knew how troublesome curses were, so he paid more attention to it. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai also looked down at his own body. Sure enough, there was a trace of black gas on his body. It was obvious that he was also cursed. However, this curse was floating outside his body, so it didn't have any effect on his body. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't notice it before. But now that he had the Beast King's Eye integrated into his body, the Beast King's Eye had a very strong ability to identify evil things. This allowed Zhao Hai to notice the black gas on Fatty's face. The reason why he didn't notice it in the camp was because the camp was very dark. Naturally, he wouldn't notice it. But here, there was a rare ray of sunlight that shined on Fatty's face. This made Zhao Hai notice it. Zhao Hai has always thought that curses were the most troublesome spells. This was because curses were one of the few spells that could directly affect the soul. This kind of spell was very powerful, it was very hard to defend against. Take Zhao Hai's curses as an example. If Zhao Hai and the others weren't hit by curses, then Zhao Hai would have immediately discovered it. But because they were hit by curses, Zhao Hai didn't discover it. This allowed Ghostface to sneak attack them twice in a row. It can be said that the curses that Zhao Hai and the others were hit by weren't troublesome. It was a very low-level curse, but because of its special use, it was very difficult to discover. This curse wasn't something that Zhao Hai was afraid of. What Zhao Hai was afraid of was someone using curses. Zhao Hai had passed through a lot of realms, but among those realms, there weren't many that used curses. Zhao Hai had only encountered curses in one realm before. But now, curses had appeared in the five-spirit realm. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Curses, as soon as one heard this, one would know that curses leaned towards the dark side. The five-spirit realm spells were mostly elemental spells. Elemental spells were generally upright. Dark spells like these were rarely seen. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, he can think about these things later. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai began to think of ways to break the curse on himself and Fatty. Zhao Hai had a very good understanding of curses. Naturally, he was also very proficient in breaking them. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to break the curse. After Zhao Hai broke the curse, he let out a long breath. Then he turned to Fatty and said, "Alright, the curse has been broken. Don't worry." Fatty was relieved. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "When did we get hit by this curse? Also, what exactly was this curse technique? I've only heard of the word curse before, but I don't know anything about curses. Is this thing very troublesome?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very troublesome. However, I don't know much about curses. I only know that it's a very dark technique that is very difficult to break." Fatty frowned and said, "So it's like that. Then how did we get hit by this curse? And what should we do now? Should we continue to walk inside? You don't have to worry about Grimace anymore, do you?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and smiled, don't worry. Fatty, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Ghostface's people know that we've been cursed, so they'll definitely chase after us. Since the curse on our bodies disappeared here, then they'll definitely chase after us. So we might as well wait for them here. As for when we were cursed, I guess that it was when we were killing Ghostface's people. This curse was placed on Ghostface's people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, we've been cursed by Ghostface's people." When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Then what do we do now? Do we just wait here?" It can be seen that Fatty was somewhat flustered. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a tall tree not far away. He smiled faintly and said, "Right, we'll wait here for a few days. In any case, we don't have anything to do right now, so we'll just wait here." Then he walked towards the tree. Fatty also quickly followed behind Zhao Hai. When the two arrived under the tree, Zhao Hai looked at the tree and nodded, "Good place. Fatty, let's stay here for a few days." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. A thick branch of the tree suddenly drooped down. Zhao Hai and Fatty stood on the branch, then the branch rose up again. When the two were on the tree, more branches came down. Zhao Hai and Fatty kept going up until they reached the waist of the tree. Then Zhao Hai stopped and waved his hand. More branches and leaves grew out of the tree. Moreover, the branches began to intertwine before they slowly formed a platform. The branches above their heads also intertwined to form another platform. Surrounded by leaves, this place turned into a small treehouse. Fatty stared blankly at Zhao Hai's movements. After a while, he reacted. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with envy, "Good, you actually have such a skill. If you were in the wild, you wouldn't need to bring a tent. Old Zhao, did you do it on purpose? Why do we have to set up a tent every day? Isn't it good to live in a treehouse?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty with a strange expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Fatty, are you for real? With your physique, if I want to build a treehouse, I would need to find a big tree. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand your weight. Also, isn't it good to exercise more? At the very least, you can lose some weight. Scram, I don't need to lose weight. I'm very satisfied with my current physique. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he immediately became unhappy. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and smiled faintly. Actually, living in a tree isn't good. First of all, you can't make a fire in a tree. You can only use formations to cook. Also, these leaves are very tight. It can be said that wind and rain can't pass through. If you stay here for a long time, you will feel very stuffy. Moreover, unless it's a big tree like this, if an ordinary tree makes a treehouse like this, it would be very easy for people to notice it. Therefore, living in a treehouse is very inconvenient. But it's true that adventurers don't need to bring a tent in the wild. However, I feel that living in a tent is very comfortable. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, I'll listen to you. We'll do as you say. Are we going to stay here for the next few days? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, unless we have something to do, there's no need for us to go down. In any case, we have a lot of things to eat. We might as well stay here for a few days. I want to see if the ghost face people will chase after us. If they do, then it would be even more interesting. Fatty nodded, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, it's been very hard for us to be chased by them. We should also get our revenge. If they really chase after us, then they'll just be delivering food to our mouths. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty, then he smiled faintly and said, Fatty, we agreed that we shouldn't go down the tree for the next few days. Otherwise, we'll leave traces behind. Behind the tree, there's a latrine. If you need to go to the toilet, you can go there. After that, you can use earth magic to bury the dirty things. We can use the food, and we can use water magic to collect water. Therefore, we'll be going down for the next few days. This is a must for adventurers. I want to see if you can endure it. When the Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare, then he smiled faintly and said, Old Zhao, you can rest assured. Don't forget where I came from the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace isn't a place where people can casually enter and exit. Because of this, we are basically being kept in captivity. Only after we pass our trials can we leave the Imperial Palace and have our own residences. During this process, we have been staying in the Imperial Palace. This place is boring, but how could it be more boring than the Imperial Palace? Moreover, don't we still have you? We can drink wine and play chess. Isn't that good? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I forgot about your background. Speaking of which, the Imperial Palace is really a place of torture. It's very boring to not be able to go out. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, all right. Fatty sighed and murmured, it's fine if it's just boredom, but you still have to be wary of others harming you. I really don't want to live that kind of feeling for another day. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have thought of not going back. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. In fact, he knew a lot about the Imperial Palace. However, although he was a king, he rarely stayed in the Imperial Palace. The Lost Soul Empire also didn't have many rules. Zhao Hai was still in contact with the Lost Soul Empire. When Wen Hai and the others were managing the place well. Tang Ming was also doing well in the Arctic continent. It can be said that the Lost Soul Empire was doing very well, very well. Zhao Hai still used the transmission formation to deal with some things. But because Fatty was always there, Zhao Hai could only use his spiritual force to deal with things inside the space. Because of this, Fatty didn't notice any problems. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with his current life. However, he also knew that in a year, he would have to return to the Lost Soul Empire. This was because Xiaoyu would arrive at that time. Zhao Hai needed to go back and see Xiaoyu. Besides meeting him, Zhao Hai also wanted to know more about the spiritual realm. The Sword Spirit Realm was where Xiaoyu and the others were currently staying. It was the upper realm of the Lost Soul Empire. However, the upper realm of the 5 spirit realms was the Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm and the Sword Spirit Realm only differed by one word. Moreover, one could see that the 2 realms focused on magic arts while the other focused on martial arts. Zhao Hai wanted to know if these 2 realms were related. Zhao Hai's thoughts weren't baseless. Zhao Hai had been to many realms that were related to each other. Sometimes, 2 realms of the same level would have a feud with each other. Because of this, he needed to understand the relationship between the sword spirit realm and the magic spirit realm. He needed to see if there was any enmity between them. Of course, Zhao couldn't tell Fatty about these things, so after he finished building the treehouse, he turned to Fatty and said, "Fatty, we should practice for the next few days. Recently, we have fought a lot, so we should have a lot of gains. Do you want to summarize them?" Fatty nodded and said, "You're right." Fatty thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, it's time to summarize it. Although I haven't participated in any battles in the past few days, to be honest, I was able to see a lot of things when I saw you fighting. It's good to summarize it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then let's take a rest first. Then we can go into seclusion. I've already set up an alarm tree. If there's any news, we'll immediately know." "Don't worry." Fatty nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you've set it up. Let's eat something first." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're really a foodie." Fatty didn't mind. Zhao Hai was calmly standing in the treehouse, looking through the leaves. Because their position was quite high, they could see very far. However, there was no movement in the place he was looking at. Fatty was standing on the side. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, it's been 5 days, but there's still no movement. What does this mean? Is there no one chasing after us? If there's no one chasing after us, then let's go." Zhao looked at Fatty. Although he had been eating and drinking for the past few days, staying in the treehouse all the time made Fatty feel a bit bored, so he said that. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, take your time. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you to be patient?" Fatty looked at Zhao Hai's smiling face and suddenly felt like punching him. Fatty was sure that Zhao Hai was doing this on purpose. This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and smiled faintly. "All right, let's play 2 games of Go. You've been cultivating these past few days, you must be bored, right?" The fat man couldn't help but smile bitterly. He walked over and began to play chess with Zhao. There was also a jug of wine and a few side dishes. The two could play chess and drink at the same time. It was a very comfortable atmosphere. After 2 games, Fatty didn't want to play anymore. In the past, when Fatty was bored, he would also play Go with others. He thought that his Go skills were good, but in front of Zhao Hai, he was just trash. He thought of a way to make a move, but Zhao Hai easily broke it. It must be said that playing Go would only be interesting if you met your match. What's the point of always being slaughtered? Fatty really didn't have any interest in playing Go right now. After 2 rounds, the Fatty stopped. He drank some wine and went straight to the side to sleep. Zhao really admired the Fatty. This guy could really sleep. Zhao Hai wasn't doing nothing these past few days. He mainly did 2 things. One was to carefully study the Beast King's Eye, and the second was to study curses. Although Zhao Hai always thought that curses were very strong, he didn't study them too deeply. This was because curses were too dark, and their killing effects were too terrifying. Before Zhao Hai killed people, he rarely tortured them. Generally, after discovering the enemy, he would directly kill them. At most, he would talk some nonsense before killing them. Although there were many ways to seal a person's soul and slowly torture them, Zhao Hai almost never used such a method. Zhao Hai felt that it was too inhumane. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he would give them a dignified death. In curses, such techniques could be seen everywhere. Almost all of them were like this: they would torture people and then let them die. It was because of this reason that Zhao Hai rarely used curses. But now, Zhao Hai had to carefully study curses. This was because he encountered one here. Although it was the lowest level of curses, it was still a curse. Who knows if the person who used this curse would have other stronger curses. If he didn't properly understand curses, then he would suffer a loss when the time comes. Zhao Hai knew a lot of curses, but he didn't carefully study them before. Now, he took out those curses and carefully studied them. After some research, Zhao Hai discovered that curses weren't just simple spells. In fact, there was a lot of scientific evidence behind it. This was because a lot of curses needed a medium to be used. And this medium was very important for curses. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. He didn't think much about it. He didn't think much about it. Just like the previous curses that can cause skin to rot, these curses were generally placed on corpses. If someone disrespects the corpse, then they would be cursed. And the medium for this curse was the corpse itself. To be more precise, it should be the corpse's poison. In a more scientific way, it would be the corpse's bacteria. It could be said that curses were a perfect combination of science and magic. It was precisely because of this that this kind of magic was even more bizarre, harder to remove, and crueler. Although Zhao Hai didn't study curses before, Zhao Hai did study another thing, and that was cursing arrays. Cursing arrays can be said to be an extension of curses, but at the same time, it can also be regarded as a great achievement of curses. The curse array was also made up of runes, and each rune represented the source of the curse technique. In other words, the runes in the curse array were the most basic things of the curse technique, just like the human language. If the curse technique was a language, then the curse array was a language, and it recorded all the languages. And Zhao Hai himself knew how to use curses. If he seriously studied curses, then curses wouldn't be difficult for him. Zhao Hai also had a trump card, and that was his biological brain. This allowed Zhao Hai's brain to be clearer, and his calculation and analysis ability to be more powerful. Because of this, when Zhao Hai decided to study curses, everything went smoothly. Now that Fatty went to sleep, Zhao Hai didn't wake him up. Instead, he sat there and closed his eyes as he began to study curses. It has to be said that curses were very powerful. The more one studied it, the more one felt its profoundness. Curses weren't only combined with science, but also with theology. It can directly affect a person's soul through spiritual force. Naturally, curses that can affect a person's soul were also very powerful. It can even be said that they were very overbearing, but the user also had to pay a price. Curses were actually a kind of exchange. For example, if a person wanted to use a curse to attack a person's body, then they would need a medium. This could also be regarded as a kind of exchange. You have to pay the medium in order to achieve the goal of attacking the enemy. If you want to attack the enemy's soul, then even if the enemy was turned into a soul imprint, they would still be affected by the curse. Then they would have to pay a corresponding price, and they would also have to pay the soul in order to achieve this goal. This was the most overbearing aspect of curses. Because curses were so overbearing, it was very difficult to remove them. Not only do you have to break the other party's spell, you also have to remove the medium. Otherwise, the curse wouldn't be removed. It was like two people fighting. One person gave the other a stab, and this stab pierced the other person's internal organs. If you want to save the person who was stabbed, then not only do you have to stop the bleeding and suture the wound, you also have to heal the damaged internal organs. Otherwise, even if you treat the external injuries well, the internal injuries would still kill you. This was the case with curses. This was the difference between curse techniques and other spells. Other spells would attack you as they were and wouldn't use a medium. If you want to break the enemy's spell, it would be very easy. But for curse techniques, not only do you have to break the enemy's spell, you also have to get rid of the enemy's medium. This was the most troublesome part of curse techniques. The more Zhao Hai researched, the more he found that curses were very suitable for himself. Ordinary curse masters can only use curses that don't require a medium. Although these curses were very convenient to use, their power was very small. You can think of it as a very strange spell. True curse masters would generally bring a lot of curses that they were proficient in, as well as the mediums used. This was because the mediums needed for curses were very strange. It was impossible to bring all the mediums with you all the time, which would greatly affect the power of the curse. Because of this, most of the curses that were popular in the outside world didn't use mediums. Curses that used mediums were very rare. This was because curse masters didn't have much time to prepare mediums. They had to spend a lot of time practicing, so it was impossible for them to bring a lot of mediums with them. But Zhao didn't have such a problem. His space was very big, and he could store a lot of things. He could store most of the curses in the space, so that when he needed them, he could take them out and use them at any time. This way, the curses in his hands could play a great role. But Zhao didn't have such a problem. His space was very big, and he could store a lot of things inside. just like the tracking curse that Zhao Hai was afflicted with before. This tracking curse had very little power and was very secretive. However, there were actually two versions of this curse. One was the one that didn't use a medium, just like the one that Zhao Hai was afflicted with. Because of this, it was very easy to get rid of and was also much easier to be discovered. This tracking curse was very tyrannical. Its medium was actually a small insect. This insect was very small, just like a speck of dust. You can even think of it as a microorganism. The way to use it was to place this insect on a person's body. This insect would then become a part of the person's body. Normally, it wouldn't have any effect on the person. But as long as the person dies, the insect would immediately wake up and crawl onto the murderer's body. Then it would hide itself and release curse fluctuations. This would allow the person who was tracking it to track it. The murderer would never discover that there was a small insect hidden in his body. But here comes the problem. If you want to use these advanced curses, then you must first get your hands on these small insects. Without these insects, you wouldn't be able to use these curses. Whether it was the 5 spiritual realms or the curses plane that Zhao Hai saw before, their research in this area was very backward. Since they couldn't get their hands on these small insects, then naturally, they wouldn't be able to use advanced curses. Because of this, many of these curses were still in the theoretical stage, there was no practical application. But for Zhao Hai, this problem wasn't a problem at all. Bacteria, viruses, and all kinds of microorganisms were discovered by scientists on Earth. They were suitable to be used as mediums. But if you want to control these small organisms, it wouldn't be easy. Although these small organisms' ability to adapt to the environment was very strong, they still needed an environment that was suitable for them. Ordinary space equipment simply wouldn't be able to accommodate these small organisms. This was because the environment inside the space equipment was almost a vacuum. How could a vacuum be suitable for these small organisms? But Zhao's space was different. It was a world, and it was impossible for a world to not have these microbes. It could be said that these microbes existed everywhere in people's lives. So in Zhao's space, there were a lot of these small life forms. Moreover, with the research of curses, Zhao Hai also discovered that these curses can make people die very quickly. The curses that make people die very slowly were mostly done by warlocks. Because of the scarcity of curse mediums, the power of curses wasn't very strong. They could only be used as auxiliary techniques and didn't receive much attention. Because of this, many people who studied curses would be laughed at, some would even be bullied. This made those who studied curses very extreme and bloodthirsty. In other words, these people were psychopathic. It was precisely because of this that there were so many curses that could make people die. Think about it, if a curse can't be used immediately, then when two people are fighting, and you discover a curse, but the opponent has to wait until they return home to react. Then the opponent's spell can immediately take your life, then who would use a curse? Because of this, curses were actually the same as other techniques. It's just that these techniques were more strange, more difficult to defend against, and more varied. Whether it was a frontal battle or a sneak attack, it was very useful. The more he researched, the more he felt the power of curse techniques. Zhao Hai became more and more obsessed with curse techniques. He believed that curse techniques were an upgraded version of magic techniques. In the 5 spirit realms, the people here mainly used magic techniques to attack. But once you reach a higher level, where everyone knew about the concept of cultivation, magic techniques would be reduced to auxiliary cultivation methods. There were even some cultivators who didn't use magic techniques at all. They only used magic artifacts to attack. As for magic techniques, it was enough for them to use them temporarily. However, this curse technique was different. This curse technique was completely different. Although curse technique didn't have an artifact, it had a medium. And the medium could be ever-changing and could be developed. As long as this method was developed, he believed that the power of curse technique would be greatly increased. Take some microbial mediums for example. After being improved, they could adapt to a variety of environments. Smaller and more powerful microbes could be used as mediums, and ordinary microbes could also be used as mediums. So can the curses of these two mediums be the same? Obviously not. Because of this, the development potential of curses was still very big. After researching for so long, Xiaohai even understood that the potential of curses was limitless. This was because curses could not only affect the soul, body, and even genes. It could cause problems in a person's genes, and even their hereditary genes. This was very terrifying. Just as Xiaohai was engrossed in researching curses, his heart suddenly throbbed. Xiaohai opened his eyes and was completely awake. Then he suddenly stood up and walked to the side of the tree. He gently pushed aside the leaves and looked outside. He saw a figure slowly walking towards them from a distance. This person was still some distance away from them. Moreover, he was walking very carefully. From time to time, he would observe the surrounding situation. Moreover, he would also stop from time to time before moving forward. Xiaohai put down the leaves, then he turned his head and kicked the fatty. The fatty groaned twice before he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaohai immediately made a gesture to silence him. Seeing Xiaohai's gesture, the fatty stared. Then his eyes lit up as he suddenly sat up. Then he stood up and whispered to Xiaohai, "You're here?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here." Then he walked to the side of the treehouse and opened a few leaves to look outside. The fatty did the same, he also opened a few leaves to look outside. At this time, the figure was about to arrive at the place where Xiaohai lifted the curse. The two looked at the person, waiting to see how the person would react. Before long, the person arrived at the place where Xiaohai lifted the curse. He first looked around and then looked around. Then he scratched his head and said something. Xiaohai looked at the person, then he turned his head to the fatty and said, "Fatty, what do you plan to do?" The fatty looked at Xiaohai and said, "What do you mean? Do you want to kill him now?" Xiaohai replied, "Let's see what he wants to do first. If he's waiting here, then it means that he's waiting for someone. If he leaves, then we can only kill him." Fatty nodded and said, "All right, then we'll wait. I think that he might be waiting for more people to come. Those guys from the ghost mask aren't fools. They've tried to attack us several times but failed. If they still send one person to deal with us, then they're really fools. So I don't think that's the case. They'll definitely send more people to deal with us." Xiaohai nodded, he also agreed with the fatty. This was because the person who came wasn't very strong. If the ghost mask still sent someone to deal with them after failing several times, then they would really be fools. They were simply sending people to their deaths. The two turned their heads to look at the person. The person stood there for a while, then he took something out of his chest and fiddled with it. Then he sat there motionless. When the two saw this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. The fatty whispered, "It seems like he's really waiting for someone." Xiaohai replied, "He's definitely waiting for someone. They might be afraid that we'll ambush them, so they sent someone to scout the way. If we attack that person, then it means that we've discovered their tracking technique. Moreover, we broke it ourselves. This way, they wouldn't appear if they weren't prepared. If we didn't attack that person, then it means that we've left. Then they would appear. This might be their plan." The fatty's eyes lit up as he said, "It's possible. Those guys don't care about the life and death of their companions. Ha 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 ha. Then it seems like we were right not to attack." Although the two were chatting and laughing, their voices were very low. Therefore, the people outside couldn't hear them at all. Although the person was just sitting there, the two didn't feel bored at all. They had been cooped up in this treehouse for several days. They had done all kinds of boring things. Naturally, they wouldn't feel bored now. Time passed by little. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The person still didn't move, but he closed his eyes in boredom. It seems like he had fallen asleep. Xiaohai and the fatty didn't just stand there and stare at the person. Instead, they sat next to the tree leaf wall. Each of them held a jug of wine and drank it while eating some side dishes. At the same time, they would also look at the tree leaf wall to see what was going on outside. At this time, the fatty suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Old Zhao, look, there's movement." Xiaohai also looked towards the direction of the fatty's voice. Sure enough, there were several figures coming towards them. From the speed of these figures, it could be seen that they were experts. Their strength wasn't weak. Before long, the figures arrived next to the person. The person woke up. They were all dressed like ordinary adventurers. There was nothing special about them. However, although one of them looked like an ordinary adventurer, his body had a very special aura. Moreover, he was holding a metal staff with a ghost face on it. Engraving some special patterns on one's staff was very normal in the 5 spirit realms. Some people would fight skeletons, some would fight eagles. Therefore, engraving a ghost face on his staff wasn't surprising. However, in this situation, and with Zhao Hai's group knowing his identity, it was very strange for this person to hold such a staff. Those people stood there. The man with the cane said something to the others, and the others kept nodding their heads. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to the fatty and said, "Fatty, how about it? Should we move?" The fatty replied, "All right, almost everyone is here. It's time to move. Let's move." Zhao smiled faintly, then he put away the bottle and waved his hand. The trees where the people were standing began to crazily attack them. This caught them off guard. 2 of them were killed, and the remaining 7 were forced to scramble to defend themselves. At this time, Zhao Hai and the fatty came down from the tree. The tree also returned to its original appearance. Then the 2 slowly walked towards the tree. The tree that the 2 were on wasn't far from where they were, so it didn't take long for them to arrive. At this time, the people were still being attacked by the trees, causing them to be in a fluster. However, Zhao Hai could see that the strength of the person holding the ghost face staff wasn't just limited to this. In other words, the person's fluster was mostly an act. He wasn't really forced into a corner. The person also noticed the arrival of Zhao Hai and the fatty, so he immediately said, "You two, are you attacking us? Why are you attacking us? We don't have any enmity with you, so why are you attacking us?" Zhao Hai looked at the person's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to lie in front of an honest person. You don't need to pretend. We know why you're here, and we also know why we're attacking you. Not to mention anything else, just the staff in your hand is enough to explain everything. For us to come out and meet you is already giving you face. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for us to kill you silently." When the person heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but flash a cold light. Then his figure slowly stood up. The tree branches and roots that were attacking him were unable to attack him. This was because a shield had formed around his body. This shield was very special, it was a flaming skeleton. When the tree branches came in contact with the flaming skeleton, they immediately ignited. But the man could only save himself. As for his companions, he had no way to save them. Obviously, he didn't want to save his companions. He just stood there, coldly looking at Zhao and Fatty. "I didn't expect that even though I was so careful, I still fell into your trap. You actually waited for us to appear before attacking us. But it's useless, you're all dead. None of those who are targeted by us can survive, not a single one of them." Zhao Hai looked at the person's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Whether we can survive or not isn't something you can decide. However, I can be sure that you won't be able to survive. Fatty, do you want to practice? If you don't want to, then I'll deal with him. Didn't you say 2 days ago that you didn't want to fight? Now, the opportunity has come." The fatty's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the person. Then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll practice. I haven't fought for a long time. Leave it to me this time." After he said that, the fatty didn't care about the ugly expression of the person. He waved his staff as an ice shield appeared in front of him. Then the staff attacked the person directly. The person immediately started fighting with the fatty. This person's soul was also an earth soul, so naturally, he would use earth spells as his main method of attack. On the other hand, the fatty was using ice spells. After all, he was most proficient in ice spells. Moreover, his ice jade technique wasn't something to be trifled with. When the 2 fought, the situation changed. Although the fatty had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, he didn't learn instant spells. Although instant spells were very strong, the fatty didn't learn them before. Now that he suddenly learned an instant spell, he might as well use his original fighting style. After all, instant spells were weak in the 5 spirit realms. This proved that it wasn't easy to learn them. After Zhao Hai dealt with the last demon-masked person, he turned his head to look at the battle between Fatty and the demon-masked leader. Their fighting style was typical of the five-spirit realm. The mages had shields on their bodies while their feet were constantly moving. Although their staffs had a lot of formations, they didn't know how to use them. Instead, they just chanted incantations before attacking. This was the typical fighting style of the five-spirit realm. Naturally, they didn't only use spells to attack, they also used various artifacts. However, their artifacts were very interesting. Most of them had offensive formations while a few of them were defensive artifacts. The battle between the two was very beautiful. Earth thorns, stone golems, ice cones, ice blades, ice arrows, and all kinds of magical lights were used. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the two didn't have the opportunity to use high-level spells. This was because their attack speed was very fast and the power of their attacks were very strong. In fact, this was normal in the five-spirit realm. The warlocks of the five-spirit realm would rarely use large-scale spells in a fight. First, it took a long time to prepare. If the preparation time was too long, the opponent would seize the opportunity to attack and interrupt the casting process. Second, using large-scale spells consumed a lot of spiritual force. If the spell couldn't kill the enemy, then it would consume a lot of spiritual force. If the spell consumed a lot of spiritual force, then it would be over. Third, large-scale spells were generally group attacks. When used against a group, it was naturally very good. However, when used against a single person, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The effect wouldn't be very good. Because of these three reasons, the warlocks of the five spiritual realms would mostly use low-level spells to fight. These low-level spells were very fast. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the might of these low-level spells would also increase. This was the most suitable method for warlocks to use. Xiao Hai can also see that the demon-masked leader was stronger than Fatty. If they were to fight using spells, then Fatty wouldn't be his opponent. However, Fatty's other identity was that of a prince. He had a lot of artifacts in his hands. In addition, he also obtained a lot of artifacts. Some of these artifacts were very good. For example, the artifacts that he got from the Black Hades and the artifacts that he got from Li Qing were also very good. With these artifacts in hand, the battle between Fatty and the demon-masked leader was completely different. Not only did Fatty not fall into a disadvantage, he even gained the upper hand little by little. However, Xiao Hai can also see that the demon-masked leader still had some tricks up his sleeve. Although Fatty had the upper hand, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Xiao Hai didn't want to help Fatty. In fact, he had another plan. If the demon-masked leader left, then it would be exactly what he wanted. Therefore, he just watched from the side. On the other hand, the demon-masked leader didn't feel very good. Although he fell into a disadvantage, he still had some strength left. Therefore, he was aware of the situation around him. After he saw Xiao Hai killing his subordinates one by one, he knew that he was in danger. If Xiao Hai and Fatty dealt with him together, then he didn't know if he would be able to escape. But now he saw that Xiao Hai was standing at the side and didn't seem to be paying attention to them. Instead, he was in a daze. This made his heart move. He felt that this was an opportunity for his people. If he didn't leave at this time, then he wouldn't be able to leave. At the thought of this, he immediately moved. He took out 2 talismans that he hadn't been willing to use and threw them straight at Fatty and Xiao Hai. Then, he took out another talisman and tore it directly. The 2 talismans that he threw out directly turned into 2 thick lightning bolts and struck straight at Xiao Hai and Fatty. Although Fatty was taken aback, he was already prepared. He immediately cast a defensive artifact and blocked the lightning. However, he didn't expect the power of the lightning to be so great. He took out an earth-type defensive artifact, which looked like a small bell. However, the lightning struck the small bell and directly shattered it. Then it also shattered the fat man's shield. In the end, there was still a small bolt of lightning that made the fat man's hair stand up. The fat on his body trembled as if he was having an epileptic seizure. But the lightning that he used to attack Xiao Hai wasn't very useful. When the lightning came, a stone man immediately appeared in front of Xiao Hai. The stone man punched the lightning, and with a bang, the stone man's arm disappeared. Then his body collapsed, but the lightning also disappeared. But when the lightning disappeared, the leader also disappeared. When Fatty saw this, he couldn't help but be annoyed. Damn, that guy actually ran away. I didn't expect him to have a thunder talisman. This kind of talisman was very rare in the 5 spiritual realms. This was because the attack speed of lightning was very fast and powerful. Additionally, it was very difficult to make a thunder talisman. Therefore, if one had a thunder talisman in the 5 spiritual realms, one would be reluctant to use it. This was because once a thunder talisman was used, one's enemy would have no choice but to defend themselves. If one was careless, they might even be injured. Therefore, having a thunder talisman was equivalent to having a trump card. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, he ran away. But Fatty, if I were you, I wouldn't care about that person right now. Instead, I would care about your hair. Ha ha ha, your hairstyle is very interesting." When he heard Zhao Hai, Fatty couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately touched his head. Sure enough, his hair was standing up. It looked like there was a lot of hay on top of his head. Fatty let out a strange cry, then he immediately made a fire and poured it on his head. After a while, his hair was pressed down. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's appearance and smiled. Then he turned around and cleaned up the bodies of the assassins. The assassins also had some good things on them. Zhao Hai took all the things that were useful to him. As for the things that he didn't need, he buried them with the bodies. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't in a daze before. He already knew that the leader of the ghost-masked assassins was about to run away. However, he didn't think about keeping him here. The reason he did this was because Zhao Hai had placed a curse on the leader. Moreover, it was a very overbearing curse. As long as someone came in contact with the leader, they would be affected by this curse. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that once they were affected by this curse, it would be very difficult for them to discover it. And even if they did discover it, it would be very difficult for them to break it. Zhao Hai's curse wouldn't immediately affect people. However, everyone who was affected by this curse would slowly become weak. Then they would start to vomit blood and finally die of illness. Most people wouldn't be able to tell that they were cursed, they would only think that they were sick. Naturally, not everyone who came in contact with this curse would be affected. If that was the case, then it wouldn't take long for this curse to break out in the 5 spirit realms. Zhao Hai had already learned from Ling Bing that when the ghost-masked assassins meet, they would use a code word. This code word was fixed, but other than the ghost-masked assassins, very few people knew about it. Zhao Hai's curse had a lot to do with this code word. As long as the other party used the code word, then the person who used the code word would be affected by the curse. This sounded very difficult, but in fact, it wasn't. The strange part of the curse was that it needed a medium to disperse it. But at the same time, it could also be copied to other people. It only needed a command to copy to other people. And this command was usually set by the caster himself. Just like the ghost-masked assassins, they would place a curse on their organization's assassin. The command was the death of the assassin. As soon as the assassin died, the command would be activated and the curse would enter the body of the person who killed him. And the command of Zhao Hai's curse was the code word. As long as the person who ran away used the code word with the other ghost-masked assassins, then the other person would be affected by the curse. And if the other person used the code word with another person, then the other person would also be affected by the curse. This process would continue indefinitely until the other party broke the curse. Of course, if the other party died, then the curse would naturally disappear. Zhao Hai didn't expect that a curse would be able to make the ghost-masked assassins completely disappear. It was simply impossible. But if the ghost-masked assassins didn't notice this situation, then it could indeed cause them to suffer heavy losses. Most importantly, it would be impossible for the ghost-masked assassins to deal with him and Fatty in the future. This was because if the ghost-masked assassins wanted to deal with Zhao Hai and Fatty, then they would have to use the code word. In that case, the curse would be silently launched. At that time, the ghost-masked assassins would be cursed. Others might not be able to discover this curse, but Zhao Hai, the caster, would be able to discover it. In front of Zhao Hai, the ghost-masked assassins would be as dazzling as fireflies in the dark. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to plot against him. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell Fatty about this. This was because he told Fatty before that he didn't know much about curses. If he suddenly used curses, then it would be unreasonable. Just as Zhao Hai was dealing with the ghost-masked assassins' corpses, Fatty finally got his messy hair back. At this time, Zhao Hai also took his harvest and walked towards Fatty. Zhao Hai directly threw the items in front of the Fatty and said, "Take a look, there are a lot of good things this time. You can keep the useful artifacts. As for the useless ones, once we leave the boundless mountains, we'll find a place to sell them and use them as our travel expenses. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Fatty smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I won't be polite. I'll take them all." Then he put those things into his spatial equipment. After the two tidied up, Zhao Hai restored the surrounding trees. Then they went back to the treehouse. But this time, the two didn't go up the tree. Fatty went under the tree and looked at the tree. Now that the trees were restored and the treehouse was gone, Fatty couldn't help but sigh and said, "I've been living here for a few days, I really miss it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're still pretending. I don't know what you're thinking. It would be strange if you doubt me. Let's go and find another place to set up our tent. We'll have a good sleep." Zhao Hai wasn't talking nonsense. Fatty really didn't like living in the treehouse. In the beginning, he didn't feel anything when he lived in the treehouse. But after a long time, the stuffy environment of the treehouse became apparent. Fatty was particularly afraid of heat, so he naturally didn't like living in the treehouse. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, although I miss it, I didn't say that I have to live in the treehouse. Let's go and set up our tent." The two talked as they walked towards the woods. Before long, they set up their tent and got something to eat. Then they went back to their tent to rest. Fatty was very tired today, so it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Zhao Hai also had a good sleep. When the two woke up, the sky was already dark. Moreover, it looked like it was the middle of the night. The two of them had a good sleep today. Naturally, they wouldn't sleep any longer. They climbed out of the tent and made themselves something to eat. Then, they sat in front of the fire and ate while drinking wine. They were very comfortable. Zhao Hai drank a mouthful of wine and said, "We've been here for 5 days. I don't know what's going on in the vast mountains. So many people came here, so it should have been a day or two before they came here. But none of them came. This is really surprising." The Fatty nodded and said, "It's indeed a little unexpected. Yesterday, we went inside. I really want to see what happened in this vast mountain." Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and smiled. "I say, Fatty, this seems to be my line. I've always said this before, why are you rushing to say it today?" Fatty chuckled and said, "I'll say it for you. You were going to say it anyway. Phew, it's finally a little easier now. Now that we've killed so many of Ghostface's people, I don't think they'll come after us for a while." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. You should know what kind of people they are. It's almost impossible for them to give up on chasing us. But this time, we've taught them a lesson. If they want to deal with us in the future, they will have to think twice. But this also means that they will send stronger experts to deal with us in the future." Fatty nodded and said, "Then let them come. What can we do now? We'll just wait for them to come." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, let them come. Let's wait for them. I want to see what kind of tricks they have up their sleeves." The two drank while chatting. At this time, a loud roar was suddenly heard, scaring the two. The two vigilantly looked towards the direction of the roar. Fatty said, "This roar is really loud. But it seems like it's coming from very far away?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's at least 10 li away from us. What kind of beast can have such a powerful roar? How can a roar be heard so far away?" Fatty replied, "Tiger King beast, it must be a Tiger King beast." "Boss, do you think it's LA?" Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "It can't be that coincidental, right? How can we meet him?" Fatty replied, "It's very possible. Tiger King beasts are very rare in the 5 spiritual realms. Wild Tiger King beasts haven't been seen for a long time. There's also no news about Tiger King beasts in the Boundless Mountains. Therefore, this roar is very likely to be from Yale's Tiger King beast." Zhao Hai nodded and said, if that's the case, then there's an 80% chance that it's Yale. Ordinary tiger roars can't be heard so far away in the forest. What should we do? Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, what do you mean by this? Do you want to go and see what's going on? Listening to the tiger king beast's roar, I'm afraid that it's fighting with someone. In this forest, there aren't many who would dare to challenge Yale. The other party must be an expert. If we go, then it might cause a misunderstanding. It wouldn't be good if we get implicated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's true. Yale isn't weak. Someone who can fight with him shouldn't be weak as well. If we go, then it might cause a misunderstanding. Alright, let's drink. Then Zhao and Fatty clinked their bottles and took a sip. Zhao froze for a moment, then he turned to Fatty and said, Fatty, it seems like we can't hide from them. They're coming this way. Fatty nodded his head and said, Fatty, it seems like we can't hide. They're coming this way. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, they're coming this way? How far are they from us? 5 miles. Zhao Hai calmly replied. Then he picked up his bottle and took another sip. Fatty was very nervous, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what do we do now? Should we hide? Zhao Hai put down the bottle, then he looked at the Fatty and said, dodge? Why? Why should we hide? No, we won't hide. We'll just sit here. If they want to fight, they can go to the side and fight. If they want to involve us, then I'll kill them. I don't want to meddle in their affairs, not because I'm afraid of them, but because I don't want to meddle in their affairs. If they really want to provoke me, then I won't be polite to them. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you serious? The other party is on the same level as Yale. Are you sure you want to provoke them? Zhao Hai sneered and said, even if I provoke them, what can they do to me? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Then he took another sip of wine. At this time, Fatty became even more nervous. This was because he could hear the roars of the tiger king beast getting closer and closer. He could even faintly hear the sounds of fighting. Zhao Hai wasn't nervous, he just stood there and continued to drink. As the roars got closer and closer, Zhao Hai put down his bottle and said, 3 people are besieging Yale. But Yale is already on the verge of death. If the tiger king beast didn't carry him, then he would have already died. These 3 aren't weak, but they're all masked. Naturally, Fatty didn't doubt Zhao Hai's judgment. He had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, but he had never seen Zhao Hai make a big mistake. Therefore, he believed in Zhao Hai's words. At this time, the sound of fighting was getting closer and closer to Zhao Hai's location. Zhao Hai and Fatty could already see the light emitted from the battle. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he said, everyone, if you want to fight, then please stay away from us. Don't disturb our rest. Although Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud, it still spread far and wide. When the 2 sides heard it, their reactions were different. Yale's pale face suddenly turned red. Then he patted the tiger king beast, making it run towards Zhao Hai's location. On the other hand, the eyes of the people chasing Yale flashed with surprise. This was because Zhao Hai's voice spread far and wide. They were startled. Moreover, the voice didn't sound like he was shouting, it just spread far and wide. This made them realize that the other party wasn't someone to be trifled with. No matter what method he used, being able to spread his voice so far was enough to prove that his strength wasn't ordinary. However, when they saw that Yale was about to leave, they immediately chased after him. Naturally, Zhao Hai was able to see their movements. When Zhao Hai saw that they were heading towards his location, his expression couldn't help but change. He wasn't afraid of these people, but he didn't want to cause trouble. Because of this, his expression turned ugly. Sure enough, the first to arrive at Zhao Hai's camp was the tiger king beast. Yale was sitting on its back. When the tiger king beast arrived, it immediately roared at Zhao Hai and Fatty with hostility. At this time, Yale's situation wasn't very good. He didn't seem to have any external injuries, but his face was very pale. Moreover, it seems like he would faint at any time. Zhao Hai knew that Yale was already on the verge of death. His heart was injured, there was no way to save him. Yale was currently supporting himself, it wouldn't take long for him to die. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Yale's expression was getting uglier and uglier. But when he saw Zhao Hai and Fatty, his face suddenly turned red. His whole body seemed to be in high spirits. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and Fatty and said, "Gentlemen, I was ambushed today. I don't have much time left. Please take care of Six-Legged for me. Six-Legged, you can follow them from now on." After saying this, Yale patted the Tiger King Beast's back. The Tiger King Beast's eyes flashed with a painful expression as it let out a sad cry. Yale smiled and said, "People will always die. I can't live as long as you, I'm just dying a bit earlier. You should live well in the future." At this time, the three masked men also arrived at the camp. They didn't attack Yale, they just looked at Zhao Hai and Fatty. Yale didn't seem to notice them, he turned his head towards Zhao Hai and Fatty and said, "Gentlemen, I'm dying. I hope you can take care of Six-Legged for me. I have a message for you. Leave the boundless mountains as soon as possible." After he said that, Yale's body slowly slid down from the Tiger King Beast's back and fell to the ground. He was no longer breathing. When the Tiger King Beast saw Yale's appearance, it couldn't help but let out a sad roar. It used its two front paws to push Yale and used its tongue to lick him. But since Yale was already dead, there was no response. Zhao Hai looked at Yale's corpse and said, "Since you gave me a warning, I'll agree. Moreover, I'll avenge you. You can rest in peace." After saying that, Zhao Hai looked at the three masked men. The three masked men had been paying attention to Yale. When they saw that Yale was dead, they couldn't help but feel relieved. But when they heard Zhao Hai's words and saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but stare. Then they became angry. During this time, Fatty had gained some understanding of Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai would definitely do what he promised. If he said that he would take revenge for Yale, then he would definitely do it. Therefore, today, he would definitely fight against the three masked men. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Fatty didn't raise any objections. Instead, he raised his staff. At the same time, he also readied his magic weapon, ready to fight at any time. The three masked men looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "You two better think carefully. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's best if you don't get involved." Zhao Hai looked at the three masked men and said, "Yale asked me to take care of Lu Jiao, so Lu Jiao will be mine. Since I received such a great benefit, I naturally need to repay it. I think it's good to take your lives for Yale." The three masked men coldly snorted, then they raised their staffs and looked at Zhao Hai. "Kid, you're courting death. You can't blame others. Prepare to die." However, before they could make a move, the trees behind them attacked them. The three of them didn't expect this. However, the three of them were very strong, so they immediately moved and dodged the attacks of the trees. But then the stone golems appeared. Then the trees around them moved as well. The trees seemed to come alive as their branches intertwined and turned into giant hands that attacked the three masked men. These people were struck dumb by the sudden attack. If it weren't for the fact that their staffs had a lot of formations, then they would have already been killed. Even if they had formations in their staffs to help them defend, they still felt flustered. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Fatty stood on the side, they didn't move. At this time, the Tiger King Beast held Yale with its two front paws and walked towards Zhao Hai. When it arrived at Zhao Hai's side, it put Yale's corpse down. Then it squatted down and looked at Yale's corpse. Its eyes were filled with desolation. Zhao Hai looked at the Tiger King Beast and then at the three masked men. At this time, the three masked men had gathered together. They were very experienced. Two of them gathered together and protected one of the masked men in the middle. At the same time, the masked man began to attack Zhao Hai. The three of them were all Earth Soul Beasts. As soon as the Earth Soul Beasts made their move, Zhao Hai and the Fatty were immediately surrounded by Earth Thorns. At this time, the Tiger King Beast was ready to fight. But just as they moved, Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Along with this snort, the thorns around them disappeared. Zhao Hai's hand moved as he quickly made several seals. Then behind the three masked men, a stone giant appeared. This stone giant was 3 times taller than an ordinary stone giant. It was 10 meters tall and looked more like a human. Then the stone giant sent a punch towards the three masked men. The three masked men also noticed the stone giant. Their bodies immediately moved to the side. But at this time, the stone giant's attack suddenly changed. Instead of smashing, it turned into a sweep. One of the masked men was directly hit by the stone giant's attack. The masked man's shield was instantly shattered. Then the stone giant's fist directly hit the masked man's body. The masked man was sent flying, his body looked like a broken bag. This was because all the bones in his body had been shattered. Then the stone giant stepped on the other two masked men. The two masked men moved to the left and right, making way for the stone giant. At the same time, they also used their spells to attack the stone giant. But just as the stone giant's foot stepped on the ground, several stones suddenly flew out. These stones were like cannonballs as they flew towards the two masked men. The two masked men weren't prepared for this and were directly hit by the stones. Their shields were directly shattered and their bodies were torn apart by the stones. At this time, the three masked men were already dead. After the three masked men died, the tree returned to normal. The stone golem and the stone giant also disappeared. The scene also returned to normal. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses of the three masked men and let out a long breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes and muttered an incantation. Before long, a green light came out of his body. This green light slowly spread to the area where the battle took place. Then the destroyed plants slowly returned to their original state, not leaving a single trace behind. Then Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Then he turned to Fatty and said, "Fatty, see if the three masked men left anything behind. If they leave something good behind, we'll take it." Fatty didn't object, he just nodded and walked over. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the Tiger King beast and said, "You're called Lu Jiao, right?" "Lu Jiao, Yale is already dead. Let's bury him. But I want to take his things. You don't have any objections, right?" Lu Jiao looked at Zhao and then nodded. Zhao didn't say anything as he waved his hand, causing a branch to fall from a nearby tree. Zhao picked it up and then placed it on the ground. Then a green light shone on the branch, and in the blink of an eye, the branch turned into a thick tree. But this tree was very strange. It was lying flat on the ground, but there were a lot of roots growing under the tree. Then it slowly grew to a thick tree. After the tree grew thick enough, Zhao Hai waved his hand and removed the bark from the middle of the tree. The inside of the tree turned into wood shavings, turning them into coffins. Zhao Hai took off Yale's belongings and tidied up his clothes. Then he placed Yale inside the coffin. Then he waved his hand, causing the bark of the tree to grow back. Then the tree slowly sank down and disappeared from the ground in a blink of an eye. Lu Jiao was watching from the side. Although his eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance, he didn't show any expression. After burying Yale, Fatty also took back the items and buried the three masked men. Fatty took the three people's things and said to Zhao Hai, "I didn't expect these three guys to have so many good things. Old Zhao, guess what else I found?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What else do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "What? Are they ghost faces people?" Fatty clapped his hands and said, "Right, they are ghost faces people. But what's strange is that they didn't recognize us. They didn't seem to want to deal with us. Don't you think that's strange?" Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Fatty and said, "Are you serious? Are they really ghost faces people?" The Fatty took out 3 demon-faced metal plates and said, "Why don't you take a look and you'll know. Moreover, I feel like they're of a higher level than the demon-faced people we met. The plates they're wearing aren't made of iron, but silver." Zhao frowned. "Silver plates, that is to say, this may be the way they divide their ranks. Iron plates are the lowest level, and silver plates may be higher than them. Does that mean that there are stronger killers above them?" Zhao frowned. "That is to say, there are stronger killers above them." Fatty nodded and said, "It's very possible. We didn't know much about Ghost Face before. But it seems like their division of ranks is very strict." Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned and said, "Yale told us to leave the Boundless Mountains immediately. It seems like he must have discovered something. But no matter what happened, it must be related to Ghost Face. As long as it's related to Ghost Face, we should go and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned. The fatty said in a deep voice, Old Zhao, you have to think about it carefully. The people that Ghost Mask sent this time might be some experts. If the two of us really go, it will be very dangerous. To be honest, you don't have any great enmity with Ghost Mask. The reason why Ghost Mask is targeting you is entirely because of me. But if you really ruin Ghost Mask's plan this time, then Ghost Mask will definitely not let you go. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Isn't that good? I've been wanting to deal with Ghostface for a long time now. Let's go, fatty. Don't think too much about it. Ghostface has schemed against us so many times. If we don't take revenge, then I won't be able to sleep well. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai was facing Ghostface because of him. Now that he was dealing with Ghostface, how could he not be moved? Zhao Hai smiled at Fatty, then he turned to Lu Jiao and said, Lu Jiao, you'll be following me from now on. If you don't want to follow me, then you can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. How about it? Lu Jiao looked at Zhao Hai and then roared at Zhao Hai. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jiao and smiled, then he said, Alright, if you don't want to leave, then you can follow me from now on. The sky isn't bright yet, so we'll rest for a while. Once the sun rises, then we'll head towards the mountains. I want to see what's in the mountains that made Ghostface's people mobilize so many people. Fatty said, It's certainly not a small matter. Right, do I have a curse on my body? Even ordinary Ghostface assassins have curses on their bodies, let alone these guys. I don't want to run around with a curse on my body. Zhao smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, it's fine. Those curses are still on my body, but there's nothing to worry about. I've already broken the curse. You didn't fight with them, so the curse won't go to your body. But we should wait until dawn and leave immediately. Those people must have other tracking devices on them. If we don't deal with them properly, then they will definitely know that we dealt with them. Zhao smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, it's fine. The curse is still on my body, but there's nothing to worry about. The fat man nodded and said, Alright, then we'll leave at dawn. To be honest, if these guys are the same as before, then I wouldn't be worried at all. We can ambush them here again. But this time, these guys are very strong. Moreover, they killed 3 people in one go. If they come again, then they must be even stronger. If we stay here, then we might be in danger. So let's leave first and then talk about it later. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, It's not impossible to ambush them. However, doing so would cause a bigger commotion and alert Ghostface's people. We still don't know what they found and why they attacked LA. However, it's clear that this matter is related to the Divine Tomb. Before we figure this out, we shouldn't make a move against Ghostface. Once we're done, then we'll look for Ghostface. Fatty smiled and said, Hee hee, old Zhao, I realized that it wasn't a wise thing for Ghostface and the others to offend you. You're too vengeful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, I've never been polite to my enemies. However, I'll also do my best to take care of my friends. But when it comes to my enemies, there's only one way to deal with them, and that is to kill them. I don't want to leave anyone alive. Ghostface offended me, they can only consider themselves unlucky. Fatty shook his head and smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. At this time, he really didn't know what to say. He understood Zhao Hai's character. Although Zhao Hai seemed to be very easy to talk to, he was actually a very vengeful person. If someone really offended him, then he would certainly retaliate. Moreover, he would retaliate thoroughly, just like this time. Zhao Hai looked at the things on the ground, then he looked at Fatty and said, Did you find anything good? Right, these are Yale's things. You can take a look and see if there's anything good. If there's anything you can use, then you can keep it. As for the other things, we'll deal with them after we get out of here. This was also how they dealt with things in the past. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't interested in these things. He already used his spiritual force to scan the things and found that there wasn't a single thing that caught his eye. Therefore, he handed them all over to Fatty. In any case, these things were useless to him. Fatty didn't speak politely this time, he just nodded and looked at the things before he slowly picked them up. Finally, he placed the useful things inside his spatial equipment. As for the things that he wanted to deal with, he placed them inside another spatial equipment. This time, he obtained several spatial equipment. These spatial equipment were obtained from Yale and the Ghostface assassins. Naturally, they were now his. While Fatty was looking through the things, Zhao Hai made a fire and prepared to make some food. As for Lu Jiao, Zhao Hai directly gave him half a raw wild goat. Lu Jiao seemed to like this raw meat very much, he ate it with relish. As the sky slowly brightened up, Zhao Hai and Fatty began to pack their things. They had already eaten, so it was time for them to set off. Before long, the two were done packing. Although Lu Jiao didn't help, he was still vigilant. However, his vigilance wasn't towards Zhao Hai and Fatty, but towards the forest. After Zhao Hai and Fatty finished packing up, Zhao Hai led Fatty and Lu Jiao towards the forest. But this time, Zhao Hai turned to Lu Jiao and said, "Lu Jiao, take us to the place where Yale was attacked. I want to see what he found." Lu Jiao nodded and said, "Lu Jiao, take us to the place where Yale was attacked." Lu Jiao understood Zhao Hai's words. He gave a low roar as if he was responding to Zhao Hai. Then he took the lead while Fatty and Zhao Hai followed behind him. While walking, Zhao Hai turned to Fatty and said, "Fatty, do you think we should go to the place where Yale was attacked? Let's see what happened." Fatty nodded and said, "If we want to know what Ghostface's people are doing, this is the fastest way. However, this might also attract Ghostface's attention and alert the enemy. Old Zhao, we have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then the two followed Lu Jiao. However, they didn't expect that after walking for an entire day, they still hadn't reached their destination. Moreover, along the way, they could see traces of fighting. It was clear that Yale had been chased for a long time when they encountered him. At night, the two set up their tents and went hunting. After eating, they chatted for a while before going to sleep. Lu Jiao stayed outside the tent, keeping watch for the two. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. He felt that someone was coming towards them. However, their target didn't seem to be here, instead, it seemed to be somewhere not far from them. Zhao Hai knew where this place was, it was the place where Yale and the others had been fighting. Although Zhao Hai followed the traces during the day, at night, he set up his tent some distance away from the traces. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to see their campsite. Zhao Hai did this because he was afraid that the Ghostface's people would follow the traces. If they set up their tents, then the Ghostface's people would be able to see them. Zhao Hai didn't want to face the Ghostface's people right now. Naturally, Zhao Hai's method was very effective. The Ghostface's people didn't discover them and directly followed the traces. Although Zhao Hai woke up, he didn't move. He was observing the Ghostface's people through the tents. When he saw that the Ghostface's people didn't discover their campsite, Zhao Hai felt relieved. After the Ghostface's people left, Zhao Hai went back to sleep until the next morning. The next morning, after the two woke up, Zhao Hai went to make some food while Fatty went to clean up the tent. After the tent was cleaned up, Zhao Hai also made some food. When the two sat down to eat, Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "Last night, the Ghostface's people followed the traces left behind by Yale and the three people. It seems like they also discovered that the three people were dead, so they wanted to take a look." Fatty stared, then his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you serious? Does that mean that we might encounter the Ghostface's people today?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's possible. Therefore, we shouldn't walk too close to the traces. In any case, Lu Jiao is here. We'll just walk on the side until we reach them. This way, they wouldn't be able to discover us." Fatty nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. Today, we'll stay away from the traces. That place has already attracted those people. If we encounter them, then we'll just alert them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Lu Jiao and said, "Lu Jiao, did you hear what we just said? Today, we won't go to the traces, we'll go directly to the place where Yale went." Lu Jiao looked at Zhao Hai with a confused expression. Although his intelligence wasn't low, he still didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. It could also be said that he didn't fully understand Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jiao. He had already guessed how intelligent Lu Jiao was. Therefore, he didn't say anything and instead used his spiritual force to communicate with Lu Jiao. In the five-spirit realm, there was no such thing as using spiritual force to communicate with a battle pet. Moreover, there was no such thing as a contract formation. Battle pets here were divided into two types. One was raised from childhood while the other was subdued halfway. Battle pets raised from childhood were generally very loyal to their masters. This was because they had been with their masters for a long time. Naturally, they would develop a sense of dependence on their masters. Because of this, these battle pets were the most reliable helpers for their masters. The other type of battle pet was subdued halfway. These battle pets were generally mature beasts. They were very strong and intelligent. When they were defeated in a battle, the person who defeated them didn't kill them. Instead, they used various methods to subdue them. These battle pets were very strong, but they were also very wild. Sometimes, they would even attack their masters. But no matter which method it was, the people of the five-spirit realm wouldn't try to communicate with their battle pets using spiritual force. This was because using spiritual force to communicate with battle pets was a very dangerous thing. They were afraid that their spiritual force would be damaged. One must know that the people of the five-spirit realm mainly relied on their spiritual force to fight. If their spiritual force was damaged, then they would be in trouble. It was for that reason that the people of the king spirit realm couldn't command their battle pets as if they were their own arms. They could give orders to their battle pets, but the orders couldn't be too complicated, or the battle pets wouldn't be able to understand them. Zhao Hai slowly probed Lu Jiao's head with his spiritual force. Then he tried to make contact with Lu Jiao's spiritual force. Before long, Zhao Hai could feel Lu Jiao's spiritual force. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to whisper, Lu Jiao, can you hear me? Answer me if you can. Lu Jiao, who was lying beside Zhao Hai, suddenly raised his head. Then he looked around in confusion before turning his gaze to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jiao and smiled. Then he used his spiritual force to say, don't look at me, I'm talking to you. Lu Jia, can you hear me? Answer me if you can. It's you? Why can you talk to me? Can you understand what I'm saying? A very young voice was heard. This voice was very deep and sounded a little naive. Zhao Hai immediately smiled faintly and said, of course I can understand. We're using spiritual force to communicate. You can completely understand what I'm saying, and I can also completely understand what you're saying. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Of course I understand. I didn't expect you to be able to talk to me. Yale hasn't talked to me like this before. You're really amazing. Lu Jiao spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, his eyes flashed with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jiao, then he smiled faintly and said, of course, I'm stronger than Yale, so I can do things that he can't. Lu Jiao, let's not go to the road where you fought a few days ago. We'll go to the side to avoid being discovered by those people. Our main goal right now is to see what the ghost mask assassins want to do, and why they want to kill Yale. Fighting them is secondary, do you understand what I mean? I understand, I don't know why those people chased after Yale. Yale and I set up camp, but Yale said that he wanted to go out and find some wild vegetables to eat. He told me to keep an eye on the camp, then he left. It didn't take long before he came back with an ugly expression on his face. He immediately took me away, but not long after we left, some people chased after us. They chased after us for a few days, but in the end, Yale was seriously injured. Today, take us to the place where you and Yale set up camp. I want to see why Yale was being chased. Did Yale tell you why he was being chased? No, Yale didn't say anything. But I can see that he was very nervous. Moreover, not long after we met, the people chasing after him arrived. He didn't have a chance to talk about it. Alright, then we'll stay here after eating. Don't lose us. Let's go as fast as we can to the place where you set up camp. Lu Jiao nodded and didn't say anything. Then he lowered his head and ate the meat in front of him. Zhao Hai and Fatty also ate their breakfast as fast as they could. Then Zhao Hai followed Lu Jiao. Fatty didn't know about this, and he didn't need to know. He just needed to follow Zhao Hai. Lu Jiao led Zhao Hai forward. While walking, Lu Jiao also talked to Zhao Hai. This was the first time Lu Jiao communicated with a human, so it was very refreshing. Lu Jiao didn't stop talking, he even talked about his childhood. On the other hand, Zhao Hai listened quietly. He didn't think that Lu Jiao's memory would be this good. Lu Jiao even remembered his childhood. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel annoyed. On the contrary, he felt that Lu Jiao was a friend who was telling him about his childhood. Time passed little by little as the two walked for 2 days. In other words, Yao Lei was being chased by the demon-masked assassins for several days. Even if Yao Lei and Zhao Hai were walking, the demon-masked assassins would still be able to chase him for 2 days and 2 nights. This was a very shocking matter, they were actually chasing Yao Lei for such a long time. What did Yao Lei see that made them chase him for such a long time? This made Zhao Hai even more curious. After 2 days, Lu Jiao told Zhao Hai that they were very close to Yao Lei's camp. Just as he was about to take Zhao Hai to the camp, Zhao Hai stopped. Not only did Zhao Hai stop, he also stopped Lu Jiao and Fatty. Both of them looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "There are people in the camp, 10 of them. Moreover, their strength isn't any worse than the 3 silver assassins we encountered before." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fatty, and Lu Jiao stared. Then their expressions turned solemn. However, Fatty didn't notice Lu Jiao's expression. He didn't know that Lu Jiao would have a face like this. Fatty said in a low voice, "So, the other party is waiting for us? Moreover, they have sent out so many experts. In addition to the people who followed the traces before, they have sent out quite a number of experts this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We can't go to the camp. There's nothing there anyway. What we want to see is what Yao Lei saw. Lu Jiao, lead us to the direction that Yao Lei went." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." This last sentence was directed to Lu Jiao. Of course, this was what Zhao said. Lu Jiao didn't understand what Zhao meant. Lu Jiao didn't know what Zhao meant. Lu Jiao didn't know what Zhao meant. Lu Jiao nodded. Although he could communicate with Lu Jiao using his spiritual force, he couldn't just use words to communicate with Lu Jiao. Because of this, even though Zhao Hai could communicate with Lu Jiao using his spiritual force, he couldn't use his own words to make Lu Jiao understand what he was trying to say. Lu Jiao understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He nodded and walked forward. However, he was smart enough to bypass Yao Lei's camp and head towards the forest. After walking for more than an hour, Lu Jiao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "We're here. I can still smell Yao Lei's scent here. I can follow it and keep going forward." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then let's go straight from here and see where we can go." Lu Jiao nodded, then he followed Yao Lei's scent all the way forward. However, after walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped them. Fatty and Lu Jiao looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai stopped them. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled bitterly and said, "We found the right place. There are ghost mask people guarding the front. Obviously, Yao Lei's matter has made them more vigilant. They wouldn't let anyone pass easily." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You're right." Fatty's expression changed, then he said, "Then what should we do?" Zhao Hai replied, "I don't think it's possible to go around them. They were startled by Yao Lei that day, so they wouldn't only defend one direction, they would also have defenses in other directions. Even if we go around, it's impossible to bypass their defenses. Therefore, there are only 2 ways. The first is to break through as fast as possible. With our strength, we can still do this, but the consequences would be dire. It's very likely that we'll be discovered by the other side and be surrounded by countless experts. I'm afraid that we'll have to stay here forever. The second way is for me to go and take a look. I'm a tree soul, so I can come and go freely in Forest City without being discovered. I'll go and see what's going on there, then we'll come back and think of a way together." Zhao Hai nodded, "Then I'll go and take a look." "Old Zhao, that's too dangerous. Don't forget that Yao Lei is also a soul tree. Moreover, he's also known as the king of the jungle. But in the end, he was discovered and chased down. Therefore, we can't do that." As soon as Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he immediately spoke out. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty's expression and smiled faintly. "Fatty, you don't need to worry about me. Yale's strength isn't as good as mine. Even if he was discovered, it doesn't mean that I'll be discovered. Let's go find a safe place and have a good rest. After we find out what they're doing, we'll think of a way to deal with them. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, listen to my advice. What you're doing is too risky. We came to the boundless mountains to travel, there's no need for you to take this risk. Otherwise, we'll just leave the boundless mountains. There's no need to take this risk. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and smiled faintly, don't worry, nothing will happen. Let's go and find a place to rest. After he said that, Zhao Hai led Fatty and Lu Jiao towards the woods. Before long, they found a place with a lot of trees, making it unsuitable for camping. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, the ground in the area sunk down. Then a lot of shrubs grew around the trees. These shrubs even had thorns on them, turning the area into an enclosed space. But this wasn't the end. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the branches and leaves above them to grow even denser. It was impossible to see the situation below. Seeing this, the fatty couldn't help but smile bitterly, thanks to you, this place is really safe. Old Zhao, do you really have to go? Zhao Hai replied, we have to go. Fatty, this matter isn't a trivial matter. If it's a trivial matter, then the ghost mask wouldn't have chased Yale for such a long time. They also wouldn't have mobilized so many people. Those ghost mask people aren't good people. If they were planning something, then it wouldn't be a good thing. If there's a holy tomb there, and if they obtained the inheritance of the holy tomb, then the strength of their assassins would increase. The consequences would be unimaginable. If they were to become strong, then their ambitions would naturally grow bigger. If such an assassin group were to flourish, then the 5 spirit realms would be shrouded in the shadows of the ghost mask. The fat man stared, he really didn't think about this. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. In fact, this time, he felt that the ghost mask assassin group was unscrupulous. He was a prince of a country, but the ghost mask assassin group could directly assassinate him. Was there anything that they didn't dare to do? He was afraid that once his imperial father left the imperial palace, the ghost mask assassins wouldn't dare to assassinate him. If the strength of the ghost face assassin group was increased, then they might be able to kill their way into the imperial palace. This kind of thing wasn't impossible. If the strength of the ghost face assassin group exceeded the strength of the imperial palace's guards, then it was possible for them to do such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, this is an opportunity. I want to know what the ghost mask assassins are doing. If they really found the holy tomb, or if they're doing something shady, then even if we don't kill them, we can still spread the news. When the time comes, countless people would pay attention to this matter. At that time, we wouldn't need to deal with them, other people would be able to deal with them. Fatty was stunned for a moment, then he sighed and said, all right, if you want to go, then go. But you have to come back alive. If worst comes to worst, we'll just ignore this matter. If Ghostface's strength really increases and he does things without restraint, I'm afraid he'll cause some dissatisfaction. When that happens, those people will naturally take care of him, you don't need to do anything. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, you don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine. This time, they didn't need to set up a tent in the camp. However, the 2 people and the beast still ate some food. Then Zhao Hai gave Fatty and Lu Jiao some instructions before his figure flashed and disappeared from the camp. After leaving the camp, Zhao Hai went straight to the place where the ghost mask assassins were guarding. When it came to stealth, no one could compare to Zhao Hai. Although the 5 spirit realms had all kinds of stealth techniques, these techniques simply couldn't enter Zhao Hai's eyes. It was almost impossible for the people here to discover Zhao Hai's stealth. After sneaking for nearly an hour and avoiding 12 groups of ghost mask assassins, Zhao Hai's expression became more and more dignified. The ghost mask assassins had sent several hundred experts this time. With such a large force, the ghost mask assassins must be planning something big. Zhao Hai needed to be more careful. After sneaking for another 5 minutes, Zhao Hai's expression became even more dignified. This was because he smelled a very thick smell of blood. He was very familiar with this smell. This wasn't the smell of beast blood, it was the smell of human blood. With such a heavy smell of blood, there must be a lot of people who died. Moreover, the people who died were definitely not Ghostface's people. This was because Ghostface had arranged so many experts to protect him outside. It would not be easy to kill the people inside under the protection of so many experts, especially without alerting the people outside. Therefore, the people who died inside must not be Ghostface's people, but Ghostface's people who died here. Xiao Hai slowly sneaked forward. The reason why he was so careful was because he didn't just smell the smell of blood. At the same time, he also sensed several powerful auras. Judging from those auras, they were all Spirit Master level experts. According to the Lost Soul Empire's calculation, they were all Broken River level experts. Although Xiao Hai wasn't afraid of Broken River level experts, he still knew the strength of Broken River level experts. Moreover, the Broken River level experts in the 5 spirit worlds were all arcane masters. Their mental strength was very powerful. With powerful mental strength, they would be more sensitive to their surroundings. Therefore, if he wasn't careful, he would be discovered very quickly. Xiao Hai used his nature's heart. However, he didn't use it to attack or speed up his movements. Instead, he used it to mobilize the surrounding natural energy, allowing him to completely integrate himself into the surrounding natural energy. At this moment, he was like a tree or a blade of grass. No matter how much spiritual force others use, they wouldn't be able to find him. Xiao Hai moved forward very slowly. As he moved forward, there wasn't any sound under his feet. Whether it was the grass, trees, or even the air, there wasn't a trace of superfluous fluctuation. He moved forward like an invisible person. There wasn't the slightest ripple. It was as if he had completely merged with the surrounding environment. After walking like this for a few more minutes, Xiao Hai finally stopped. He could already sense what was happening in front of him through the surrounding plants. A huge formation was placed in the middle of the forest. All the trees around the formation had been cleaned up. The formation runes of this formation were all made of human heads. Among these heads were old people, women, children, and young men. Moreover, it was clear that they hadn't been dead for long. Their blood almost dyed the entire formation red. However, there were only heads here, the bodies were nowhere to be seen. This made Xiao Hai feel strange. Although the blood on the formation wasn't very fresh, Xiao Hai could infer that the formation had been built only a few days ago. Moreover, the heads must have been placed here after they were killed. In other words, if these people were killed here, then their bodies should be here as well. However, Xiao Hai didn't see any bodies here. If it was an average person, they might think that the Ghost Mask Army had buried the bodies. But this wasn't the case. Xiao Hai looked around and saw that there were no traces of the earth being turned over. There were also no traces of magic being used. In other words, the bodies weren't buried here, the bodies had disappeared. If it was someone else, then they might not know where the bodies went. However, Xiao Hai wasn't an ordinary person. He knew a lot of things that the people of the 5 spirit realms didn't know. Because of this, he was able to discover a lot of things that the people of the 5 spirit realms couldn't. Yin Qi, there was a layer of Yin Qi above the formation. This Yin Qi was very condensed, just like the Yin Qi in Xiao Hai's hell space. This Yin Qi was very suitable for ghosts to live in. And from the situation of this formation, it should be a sacrificial formation. It was either to open a spatial passage or to summon something. Because of this, the Yin Qi appeared. And when the Yin Qi appeared, it would devour something. In other words, the corpses of those people were devoured by the Yin Qi. Xiao Hai had seen this kind of scene a lot, so he didn't have any reaction. What he found strange was what these people wanted to do. While Xiao Hai was looking at the formation, a person opened his mouth and said, "In 2 days, the demon god will appear. When will the other sacrifices be delivered?" The one who spoke was a man wearing a golden ghost mask. He was wearing a black robe, and his clothes were embroidered with all kinds of ghost masks using golden thread. It looked gorgeous and strange. When his voice came out of the mask, it was already a little distorted, but one could still hear the aura of a superior, which made one feel fearful. Behind him, there were a few people wearing silver ghost masks. These people were all spirit masters. One of them said, "There won't be any problems with the offerings. However, if we make a move here, the people in the boundless mountains will definitely notice. When the time comes and they come to investigate, what should we do? The golden-masked man said, if they come, then they'll come. The demon god needs sacrifices. The demon god has been sleeping for a long time. His thirst for blood is very strong. If they come, then they'll become the demon god's food. Another silver-masked man said, I don't know what happened to Yale, the king of the forest. I heard that 3 of the people we sent to kill him went missing along with him. The golden-masked man said, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Before the demon god wakes up, this news must not be spread. Send people to find this Yale. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The silver-masked man nodded. After a while, another person said, the demon god's awakening is a big matter for us. We've been collecting blood essence for the demon god for so many years. However, there are a lot of experts in the vast mountains. We still need to be extra careful. Golden-masked man nodded and said, I didn't expect Yale to come here. But that's only because he's a soul tree. If he wasn't a soul tree, then he wouldn't have been able to come here. Another silver-masked man said, Lord, can we establish a country now that the demon god has appeared? Can we make the 5 spiritual realms under the demon god's rule? The golden-masked man said, of course. In the past, the demon god was in the upper realm and competed with the spiritual realms for the position of ruler. In the end, the demon god lost and fell into a deep sleep. Those people thought that the demon god was dead, but they didn't know that the demon man has been sleeping in our realm. I accidentally learned of the demon god's existence and have been providing him with blood essence. Now that the demon god is about to wake up, how can the people of the 5 spiritual realms be a match for the demon god? Naturally, the demon god wants to unify the 5 spiritual realms. Although the expressions of the other people couldn't be seen, their eyes were shining with excitement. The golden-masked man looked at them and said, the demon god has been in the 5 spiritual realms for too long. It won't be easy for him to return to the spiritual realm. Only by conquering the 5 spiritual realms and consuming blood essence will he be able to slowly recover his original strength. When that time comes, he can ascend to the spiritual realm. We can also follow the demon god and ascend to the spiritual realm. When the golden-masked man said this, the eyes of these people lit up even more. They wanted to ascend to the spiritual realm. However, due to various reasons, they weren't able to do so. Now that they finally saw the hope of ascension, they were naturally happy. It was precisely because of this reason that they followed the golden-masked man and wanted to awaken the demon god. However, they weren't necessarily loyal to the demon god. Naturally, Zhao Hai also heard these words. He didn't think that they would do something like this. They wanted to awaken a demon god that could compete with the people of the 5 spirit realms. This matter was enough to affect the entire 5 spirit realms. Not only the 5 spirit realms, even the Lost Soul Empire would be affected. Zhao Hai didn't think that this matter would affect the entire 5 spirit realms. Zhao Hai has long regarded the 5 spiritual realms as his own flesh and blood. How could he allow these people to awaken the demon god? But now, it seems like the demon god hasn't woken up yet. Even if he interrupts these people, it would only make the demon god sleep for a while. Maybe someone else would come and wake the demon god up in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to deal with the demon god after he wakes up. After listening to the golden-masked man, Zhao Hai understood that the demon god would be very weak when he wakes up. That would be the best time to eliminate him. As for why the golden-masked man worked so hard for the demon god, it was actually very simple. In the past, Zhao Hai had encountered this kind of thing. Demons would use all kinds of means to control people, seduce them, and even brainwash them. This was the most common thing that demons did. Zhao Hai had seen this kind of thing a lot, so he found it strange. Now that he roughly understood what these people were planning to do, there was no need for him to stay here. Zhao Hai carefully left. His return wasn't much faster than when he came. When Zhao Hai returned to the camp, Fatty was already waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Fatty immediately greeted him. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How was it? Did you find anything?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he told Fatty about what he saw. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. Then he said, is that really the case? Who is that demon god? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know about this. But from the looks of it, this matter has been going on for a long time. Moreover, I'm afraid that the demon god will wake up soon. Fatty was silent for a moment, then he said, then what do we do now? Do we leave the vast mountains immediately? Then we can spread the news. When the time comes, the 5 spirit realms will naturally send people to deal with them. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Even if we leave the boundless mountains right now, it would take at least a few days. At that time, I'm afraid that the demon god would have already come out. Once he appears, he would treat everyone who enters the boundless mountains as food. I'm afraid that his strength would become very formidable. Moreover, he would have a lot of helpers, many of whom are spirit masters. Even if we leave the boundless mountains, it would be impossible for us to immediately spread the news. Even if we do, I'm afraid that only a few people would believe us. What should we do when the time comes? Once the demon god recovers, I'm afraid that the 5 spirit realms would be finished. Fatty understood what Zhao Hai meant. The demon god could compete with the spirit realms. If he recovers, then no one in the 5 spirit realms would be his opponent. Moreover, he wasn't alone. Ghostface's influence was very big. If they really established their own country, then no country in the 5 spirit realms would be able to stop them. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what do you mean? Do you want us to stay and deal with the demon god? Zhao Hai replied, right, that's what I meant. We'll stay and say that the demon god has just awakened and is in a weakened state. Then we'll immediately attack and eliminate the demon god in one fell swoop. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai as if he was a madman. When he said that he wanted to stay and deal with the demon god, he was just joking with Zhao Hai. Who knew that Zhao Hai would actually have this idea? This was too surprising. After some time, Fatty recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, old Zhao, are you crazy? Let's not talk about the demon god's strength. The demon god has several spirit masters around him, they aren't people that we can deal with. The demon god was weak when he first appeared, but those spirit masters weren't weak. They knew that the demon god was weak, so how could they not protect him? Do we have a chance to attack the demon god? Even if we have a chance to attack the demon god, do you really think that we can kill him? Old Zhao, what we need to do now is to leave the boundless mountains as soon as possible and spread the news. We don't need to tell people that a demon god has appeared here, but we can say that a divine tomb has been discovered. This will certainly attract experts from all sides to investigate. At that time, those people will naturally see that something is wrong and they will naturally think of a way to deal with the demon god. If the 2 of us die here, then the news of the demon god's appearance won't be able to spread. At that time, the 5 spiritual realms won't be able to prepare at all, and things will only become more troublesome. Moreover, don't forget that I'm still a prince. I'll tell this news to Imperial Father so that he can use his name to spread the news. Only then can we deal with the demon god. How can the 2 of us deal with the demon god? When Zhao Hai heard Fatty, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, what you said makes sense. It seems like I've been thinking about this matter too simply. Fatty, let's leave the boundless mountains immediately and return to the ice ocean continent. You should inform your Imperial Father about this as soon as possible. Then have him announce it to the world in his name. When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He nodded and said, all right, then we'll pack up and leave immediately. Fatty was really afraid that Zhao Hai would stay. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai took care of him along the way. It can be said that without Zhao Hai, Fatty would have died a long time ago. If Zhao Hai really wanted to stay, then the 2 of them would have died here. The reason why Zhao Hai agreed to the fat man's request wasn't because he was afraid of the demon god or the other spirit masters. Instead, it was because Zhao Hai saw this as an opportunity. The demon god had awakened and wanted to return to the spirit realm, so he needed to use people as food. From what the gold-masked man said, it seems like the gold-masked man wanted to conquer the world. As long as the gold-masked man makes a move, the 5 spirit realms would fall into chaos. At that time, Zhao Hai's invasion of the 5 spirit realms wouldn't cause too much resentment. Zhao Hai and the others quickly packed up their things. Then 2 people and 1 beast walked out of the boundless mountains. While walking, Zhao Hai turned to Fatty and said, Fatty, after leaving the boundless mountains, you should immediately return to the Arctic continent. I won't follow you back. I'll stay in the thick earth continent for 2 reasons. First, I want to spread what happened in the boundless mountains in the shortest time possible. Second, I want to stay in the boundless mountains and monitor the situation here. Fatty nodded and said, Don't worry. You should come back with me. Even if the demon god wakes up, he would still attack the thick earth continent. We'll be safe in the Arctic continent. Once something happens in the thick earth continent, the Arctic continent would be able to react. Old Zhao, come with me, it's too dangerous to stay here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, I'm afraid that the demon god will attack the thick earth continent first. You should come with me, it's too dangerous. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and smiled faintly, then he patted Fatty's shoulder and said, Fatty, there are some things that must be done. Just like you said, that demon god has a lot of experts around him. Even if I want to deal with him, I don't want to court death. Also, if the 2 of us act together, we'll be too big of a target. Ghost Mask's people will know that it's the 2 of us, and they will certainly make a move against us. This is a formation that I made, it has no other use other than to change one's appearance. As long as you use your spiritual force to maintain it, others won't be able to see your appearance. This way, you can safely return to the Arctic continent. You should quickly tell your father about the situation here. If the thick earth continent isn't good, then I'll leave, but I'm going to the mixed spirit continent to take a look. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Fatty's shoulder and said, Fatty, there are some things that must be done. Just like you said, that demon god has so many experts around him. But if you can't leave, then you can't leave. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fatty couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, you're going to the mixed spirit continent? What are you going to do there? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he let out a long breath and said, Fatty, the mixed spirit continent is also a part of the 5 spirit realms. Although the people there are mixed spirits, they aren't necessarily weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to repel the attacks of the other 5 continents. Therefore, I want to go there and take a look. I also want to inform the people of the mixed spirit continent about this. If the demon god fails in the thick earth continent and runs to the mixed spirit continent, the people there wouldn't be able to get any information. At that time, they would be finished. It's possible that the demon god would use the mixed spirit continent as a base to make an army. If he really does make an army, then it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he let out a long breath and said, I want to go there and take a look. Fatty listened to Zhao Hai, then after some time, he sighed and said, You're right, old Zhao. This matter is very dangerous. Do you really want to do this? You should know that you can stay out of this matter. After all, no matter what happens in the 5 spirit realms, there will be someone to take care of it. You'll still be safe. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty, then he shook his head and said, Fatty, I'm currently in the 5 spirit realm. Everything that happens in the 5 spirit realm is related to me. Because of this, I have to do this. My original plan was to go to the mixed spirit realm to take a look. Now, I'm just going to follow my plan. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. He didn't know what to say. He knew that he couldn't change Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty, then he smiled faintly and said, All right, let's go. We have to leave the boundless mountains quickly. Otherwise, if the demon god wakes up, we'll be eaten as snacks. The Fatty smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to say, but he still quickened his pace. The 2 of them were silent along the way. They didn't expect that they would discover such a big secret after entering the boundless mountains on a whim. Going out was much faster than going in. Because of this, the 2 deliberately sped up. Therefore, in less than 5 days, they were already at the edge of the boundless mountains. On this day, the 2 set up camp early in the morning. They planned to stay in the boundless mountains for the night and then leave the next day. This was just the right time. After the 2 set up camp, Zhao Hai took out a jade token and said, Lu Jiao, this is a battle pet token. I don't know if you've used it before, but I want to take you inside so that you can have a good rest. If you go out with me, then people would immediately know about our identities. After all, you're Yale's battle pet. You're very famous in the 5 spirit realms. If you suddenly go out with me, then the ghost-masked man would immediately know about it. Therefore, I can only take you inside. Do you agree? Do you agree? Zhao Hai used a spiritual force to talk to Lu Jiao. Naturally, Lu Jiao understood what Zhao Hai meant, so he nodded and said, "All right, I agree." After following Zhao Hai for several days, Lu Jiao's impression of Zhao Hai was getting better and better. In fact, he was also accepted by Yale as a battle pet. Although he had a good relationship with Yale, they hadn't reached the point where they would live and die together. On the other hand, Yale was having a hard time communicating with him, unlike Zhao Hai. After Lu Jiao was able to talk to Zhao Hai, his relationship with Zhao Hai became better and better. Seeing Lu Jiao agree, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he stored Lu Jiao inside the jade token. However, this was only for Fatty to see. At this time, Lu Jiao was already inside the space. Upon entering this unfamiliar environment, Lu Jiao stared. Then he immediately looked around vigilantly. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Lu Jiao, don't be afraid. This is my space. You can live here from now on. Because I can't let outsiders know about the space, I stored you inside the jade token. You don't need to worry." Lu Jiao stared blankly. At this time, the space was being used. Since Lu Jiao had already submitted to Zhao Hai, he didn't object. At the same time, Zhao Hai also told the other animals inside the space to interact with Lu Jiao. After dealing with Lu Jiao's matter, Zhao Hai turned his head to Fatty. Just as he was about to speak, a loud sound was suddenly heard from the depths of the mountain range. This made Zhao Hai and Fatty turn their heads towards the direction of the sound. But since it was night time, they couldn't see anything. However, their expressions changed at the same time. This was because the direction of the sound was the same as the place where the demon god was being awakened. Fatty turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Old Zhao, what's going on? Did the demon god awaken?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like it. If a demon god really woke up, then there should be a strong yin qi. I felt this yin qi when I was in their formation, but this time, I only heard the sound, not the dark qi. Fatty, I'm afraid that someone has discovered that something is wrong and has started to fight with the Ghost Mask army." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fatty became happy. He immediately said, "Really? That's great." Zhao Hai looked at Fatty, then he smiled bitterly and said, "What's so great about it? The demon god is very strong. Moreover, there are a lot of spirit masters and even some masters. Do you really think that the vast mountains have no organization and no unified management that can defeat them? I don't think so. I'm afraid that it will be a chaotic battle next. As long as Ghost Face's people can survive this period of time, their demon god will come out. Then, the experts here in vast Dang Mountains will probably suffer heavy casualties. Of course, this way, Ghost Face's people will also suffer heavy casualties." When Fatty heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "Then what do we do?" Zhao Hai said, "Don't sleep tonight, just wait here. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave the vast mountains and go straight to the town. First, we'll spread the news, then we'll immediately leave the town. Then we'll proceed according to our original plan." Fatty looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "You're really calm. All right, I won't ask. In any case, I can't sleep tonight, so let's drink a few cups." Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't object. The two took out their wine and drank one cup after another. Zhao Hai drank a cup of wine, then he looked at Fatty and said, "Fatty, when you return home, remember, don't fight for anything. Just live like before. You don't have anything right now, and you don't have any connections. Your brother has a natural advantage over you, so don't fight for anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'll be in danger." Fatty chuckled, but Zhao Hai could see that his smile was bitter. Fatty replied, "I didn't want to fight for anything, but the order of my birth is a big problem. Even if I don't fight for anything, those people would still be on guard against me. But in the Imperial Palace, I can still protect myself. Even if I leave the palace to build a residence, as long as I don't go out and make friends with the ministers, those people wouldn't do anything to me. To be honest, if it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have returned so quickly. Xiaohai nodded, then he looked at Fatty and said, "Try the formation that I gave you." Fatty nodded, then he took out the formation that Xiaohai gave him and poured a trace of energy into it. A white light flashed on the formation before it was restored to its original state. Fatty couldn't see any difference. Fatty looked at Xiaohai in confusion. Xiaohai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand as an ice mirror appeared beside Xiaohai. Fatty turned his head to look at the mirror and was stunned. A person appeared in the mirror. This person looked to be around 30 years old and was very fat. However, he was completely different from Fatty. Even if Fatty walked in front of others, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Even his clothes had changed. Fatty reached out and touched his face. He discovered that the person in the mirror was also touching his face. His actions were the same as his, even his expression was the same. However, his appearance was completely different from his. Xiaohai replied, "This formation can change a person's appearance, but it can't change their body shape. It can only make you look different from your original appearance. But remember, although this formation can change your clothes, if someone tears them, as long as the clothes leave your body, they will revert back to their original appearance. They will immediately discover that something is wrong with you. Also, you need to change your magic staff. You got a lot of magic staffs in the Boundless Mountains. Take one out and use it yourself. This way, people won't suspect you." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "You're right. You have a lot of magic staffs in the Boundless Mountains." Fatty nodded, then he sighed and said, "Old Zhao, this formation is a good thing. How did you come up with it?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "It's just a variation of an illusion formation. You should know that as an adventurer, sometimes you can't let people see your true face." Fatty nodded and didn't say anything. The small town at the foot of the mountain was still as prosperous as ever. This was because there were a lot of people here, most of whom were adventurers. Usually, when these adventurers gathered together, they would talk about where they had gone on adventures before. But today was different. They were mostly talking about the loud noise from last night. Last night, a loud noise was heard in the mountain. Everyone in the town heard it, but because it was night time, nobody went to the mountain to check the situation. Although some people went to the mountain, there were also a lot of people who didn't. This was because they knew that there were a lot of people in the mountain. If they went in, they might die. Because of this, many people didn't go in and instead stayed in the town. There were a lot of taverns and restaurants in the town. In a restaurant called Mountain Wilderness, there was a fat man who lived near the window. This fat man looked to be around 30 years old. His face was greasy, and his clothes were very gorgeous. At first glance, one could see that he was a merchant. At this time, he was sitting by the window and eating the dishes on his table. These dishes were all the best in the restaurant. This fat man attracted the attention of many people in the town. Some of the people who often moved around the town were actually very familiar with some of the businesses in the town. However, no one had ever seen this fatty before. Therefore, they were very curious about this fatty. However, those who often moved around the town didn't say anything. Because of the divine tomb, there were a lot of people who came to the town. Many of them were unfamiliar faces. And these people were from all walks of life. Therefore, it wasn't strange for a merchant to suddenly appear. At this time, the fat man seemed to have seen someone. He immediately shouted out of the window, Old Tian, why are you here? Come and have a drink." Everyone looked in the direction of his voice and saw an adventurer walking slowly in the small town outside the window. This adventurer looked a little travel-worn, as if he had just come out of the vast mountains. This adventurer looked to be around 40 years old. His appearance was very ordinary. He held an unremarkable staff in his hand. There was nothing special about it. As for the soul above his head, it was an ordinary earth soul. The adventurer looked at the fatty and said, "Oldly, it's you. Why did you come to the Boundless Mountains?" Then he walked into the shop and sat in front of the table. Fatty immediately shouted, "Waiter, bring another pair of chopsticks and a bowl, and add 2 more dishes." "Old Tian, why did you come all the way to Mount Dang? Is it also because of the Holy Grave?" Old Tian nodded and said, "Isn't that so?" I heard that the vast dang mountains had a saint tomb, so I came here. I've already been in the vast dang mountains for several days and only came out today. Why are you here? You don't have any business here, do you? What's there to be afraid of if there's no business? But let's do it. Now that there are so many people here because of the holy tomb, how can I not come and take a look? Oh right, you said that you've been in the boundless mountains for a few days, so were you on the mountain last night? Did you hear that loud noise? Was it the loud noise from last night? It's very loud. I heard it. How could I not hear it? I came back because I heard that loud noise. Sigh, I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the vast mountains this time. What's going on? Tell me, if there's any danger here, I'll leave immediately. Sigh, I'll tell you. A few days ago, I entered the vast dang mountains and met the king of the forest, Yale. You should have heard of him. I didn't recognize him at that time, but when I saw the Tiger King, I knew that he was Yale. If I didn't meet him, I wouldn't have left the vast dang mountains. What's going on? Did you fight with Yale? No way, if Yale really fought with you, you wouldn't be able to walk out alive. I didn't, of course I didn't. With my status, how could I fight with Yale? It was Yale who told me something. He wanted me to leave the vast dang mountains as soon as possible, the further the better. I didn't know what happened at that time, so I asked him about it. He seemed very anxious, but he was afraid that I wouldn't leave, so he still told me about it. He said that there was a group of unknown people moving in the woods. They weren't weak, and they were all masked. The leader of the group was wearing a mask, a silver ghost mask. These people were holding people who didn't seem to be very strong. When Yale saw these people, he was very curious, so he followed them to take a look. After they killed those people, they used their heads to form a formation. Black gas came out of the formation and swallowed the bodies of those killed. It was very scary. Yale said that these people were performing a blood sacrifice, but he didn't know what exactly they were doing. So he told me to leave as soon as possible. He said that something big would happen in the vast dang mountains, and that someone with my strength wouldn't be able to survive. You know, Yale's reputation has always been good, so I naturally rushed out. Last night, I was already at the edge of the vast dang mountains, and I thought that I would be out soon. But I didn't expect that I would hear a loud noise coming from the mountains. I thought that it must be what Yale said, so I ran out early this morning. Oldly, I'm telling you, you'd better leave now. I'll leave as soon as possible, we can't stay here any longer. With our strength, we'll surely die here. You know, Yale's reputation has always been good, so I naturally rushed out. Last night, I arrived at the edge of the vast dang mountains and thought that I would be out soon. But I didn't expect that I would hear a loud noise coming from the vast dang mountains. I thought that it must be what Yale said, so I ran out early this morning. Oldly, let me tell you, you better leave now. Old Tian, don't lie to me. In the past, when you guys were together and formed an underground adventure group, I took care of your business a lot. You can't lie to me. Of course I won't lie to you. In the past, you took care of us a lot. Later on, if it weren't for the fact that we were old and didn't want to adventure anymore, we might still be working together now. Why would I lie to you? Oldly, you know me the best. We've been working together for so long, when have I ever lied to you? That's true. So, what you said is true. Is there really someone causing trouble in the vast mountains? Then let's go quickly. By the way, when I came, I stored the 2 horses in a shop nearby. I was going to use the other horse to carry some goods first. Now that I've met you, I don't need any more goods. We'll leave immediately. Okay, we'll leave now. But I've run out of dry food. I'll go buy some dry food. There's no need to buy dry food. We'll leave immediately. Tell the shop to prepare the dry food. Waiter, come quickly. Prepare enough dry food for 3 people for 5 days. Right, bring some jerky. Money isn't a problem. Bring some water bags as well. Also, prepare 2 bags of good wine. Because there were a lot of people in the shop, the waiter didn't hear what the 2 were talking about. So when he heard the fatty, he quickly complied and went to the shop. However, the conversation between the 2 was heard by the people sitting next to them. These people looked at each other and didn't know what to say. There was no reason for them to say that the two were acting. They were indeed leaving. But if they were telling the truth, then this matter was really strange. At this time, the fatty opened his mouth and said, "Old Tian, why does this sound so strange to me? Do you think that Yale is lying to us? He didn't want you to stay in the mountains, so he deceived you. Oldly, keep your voice down. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll believe whatever others say. I'm not afraid to tell you. After Yale told me, I also searched the mountains. But do you know what I saw? Yale's corpse, but I didn't see the Tiger King's corpse. Think about it, Yale was known as the king of the forest. If he was killed, would I still dare to stay in the mountains? Nonsense! The fatty shouted. But when he looked around, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "Old Tian, don't lie to me. Who is Yale? He's a famous expert. How could he be killed? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Let me show you something. Have you seen this before?" After he said that, old Tian took out something from his chest and handed it over to the fatty. The fatty received the thing and looked at it. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "This seems to be an artifact. Moreover, it's made of high quality. It shouldn't be cheap. It's a good thing, but it's already broken." Right, this is an artifact. Moreover, it's a very famous artifact. It's Yale's shield. Although I haven't seen him use it, I've heard about it. I heard that his shield was bought by the Violet Light Artifact shop. There's a Tiger King pattern on it. Moreover, I heard that he told the shop that they can't let anyone else use the pattern. Therefore, this artifact should be unique to him. Look at the shield, isn't there a Tiger King pattern on it? There really is. So this shield belongs to Yale? Is he really dead? Of course, I buried him with my own hands, but I didn't see his Tiger King beast. I don't know if it was killed or ran away. Oldly. Listen to me. Something must have happened in the mountains, and it must be something big. The sooner we leave, the better. This time, I have a very bad feeling, so I ran out in such a hurry. Alright, I'll listen to you. Hurry up and eat. After we finish our rations, he should be ready to leave. You don't have to carry this shield with you. Find an opportunity to throw it away. Don't let Yale's friends and family think that you're the one who harmed him. If they come looking for trouble, then you're finished. You're really daring to say that I harmed Yale. With my strength, if I didn't harm him, I'm afraid that his Tiger King beast would tear me to pieces. Yale has been famous for many years, what kind of situation hasn't he seen before? The methods that we adventurers use are useless against him. Moreover, he has a Tiger King beast by his side, so how could I harm him? But you're right, I can't carry this thing with me. Old Zhao, do you think we can fool them with our act? Fatty turned his head and asked Zhao Hai while riding a horse. Yes, we discussed it last night. Plus, there was that loud explosion last night and Yale's magic shield. They have no reason to doubt us. Even if they have doubts, so what? As long as we spread the news, there will be people who will believe us. I hope that the countries in the Thick Earth continent will pay attention to this. Otherwise, they will be the ones to suffer. It's fine, you'll be returning to the Arctic continent soon anyway. Although I'll stay, if things go south, I'll immediately leave. At that time, the life and death of the people in the Thick Earth continent will have nothing to do with us. We'll do what we can, the rest is none of our business. It seems like that's the only thing we can do. Old Zhao, after leaving this place, find a city with a teleportation formation. Then we'll part ways. Take care of yourself. If this place is too dangerous, you must leave immediately. If you don't want to go to the Mixed Spirit continent, you can return to the Arctic continent. Even if I go back and become a powerless prince, I can still protect you. Rest assured, if I really can't survive, I'll definitely look for you. You don't need to worry. The two chatted as they walked forward. They didn't know how much of a shock their play had brought to the town. Just like Zhao said, the people in the town really believed their words, because the two had already discussed how to act out the play the day before, and had made arrangements in advance. Zhao returned to the town the night before, then went to the place where they left the horses. He took the horses out of the town and handed them to the fat man who was waiting outside. The next morning, Fatty rode his horse into the town and left it in a hotel. Then he looked for a place to eat. Naturally, he looked for a place with a window. Then Zhao, who had changed his appearance, would enter the town from the direction of the mountains. Then he would be discovered by the fat man, and the two of them would act out a play together in a restaurant. The play was very successful. The people in the town were shocked by the news. And with the loud noise from the boundless mountains last night, the people in the town felt very uneasy. At this time, Zhao Hai and Fatty's play came out. Naturally, the people in the town began to speculate about the authenticity of the news. However, such speculations would slowly turn into rumors. People were like this, they would always spread rumors, and the rumors would only get more and more exaggerated. In the end, the rumor became that a group of people wearing ghost masks had occupied the entire boundless mountains. Moreover, they were using the evil living sacrifice technique to summon a great devil, killing all the people who were cultivating in the boundless mountains. The boundless mountains had turned into a devil's domain. Whether the rumors were true or false, in any case, they were spread. Zhao Hai and Fatty actually heard these rumors along the way. This made Zhao Hai and Fatty surprised. They thought that they were fast enough, but they didn't know how the rumors spread faster than them. One must know that they were the ones who spread the news. By the time Zhao Hai and Fatty arrived at a city with a transmission formation, the rumors were already flying everywhere. The two found an inn and rested for a day. The next morning, the two went to a restaurant in the city and ordered a few dishes before sitting opposite each other. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and smiled faintly. Fatty, we're going to part ways today. I'll be staying here for a while. You should hurry back to the Arctic continent. Be careful. Fatty raised his glass to Zhao Hai and said, Old Zhao, although you and I haven't known each other for a long time, you're still my only friend. Remember, no matter what happens, you'll always be my friend. If there's anything, remember to look for me. As for the boundless mountains, it's best if you don't care about it. That matter is beyond your ability. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I'll be careful. Now that the news has spread, I think that regardless of whether the other countries believe it or not, they'll send people to check the boundless mountains. This way, they'll be able to find some clues. The matter of the boundless mountains has already been resolved. Fatty nodded and said, Right, it's precisely because of this that you shouldn't get involved. Just watch from the side. If there's nothing else, you can go to the mixed spirit continent. Didn't you always want to go there? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. On the other hand, Fatty, you should be more careful when you go back and ensure your own safety. The fat man nodded, then the two clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After that, the two put down their glasses. The fat man sighed and said, I didn't think that something like this would happen. I wanted to play outside for a while, but now I can't. Old Zhao, I really envy you. Zhao Hai patted the fat man's shoulder and said, Don't think too much about it, Fatty. People have to accept their fate, but you also have to have the courage to defy it. You were born into an imperial family, so you have to adapt to this kind of life. But at the same time, you can't always treat this as a burden. You like to go outside to play, but although the imperial palace is small, it still manages the entire country. Is it safer to fight outside than to fight inside the imperial palace? You don't want to fight, but regardless of whether you fight or not, they won't let you go. So you might as well fight. Of course, this also depends on you. Fatty looked at Zhao Hai, then he raised his glass and said, All right, I'll listen to you. I've endured enough these years. Come, let's drink and eat something. I'll leave immediately. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just raised his glass to Fatty. The two drank the wine and then ate something. Then Zhao Hai sent Fatty to the transmission formation. Seeing Fatty's figure disappear into the transmission formation, Zhao Hai returned to the hotel and checked out. Then he went out of the city and found a place where nobody was around. Then he used the transmission formation and returned to the boundless mountains. The place where Zhao Hai appeared was the place where he, Fatty, and Lu Jiao had set up camp. It was also the place not far from Ghostface's blood sacrifice. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared, he immediately sensed the situation around him. When he found that there was no one around, he immediately restored the camp to its previous airtight state. Then, Zhao Hai sneaked towards the place where Ghostface and the others had performed the blood sacrifice. Zhao Hai didn't really want to destroy Ghostface and the others this time. He wanted to see how far Ghostface and the others could go. He wanted to see how strong the awakened demon god was. However, when Zhao Hai sneaked to the place where Ghostface and the others had performed the blood sacrifice, he was stunned. This was because there was no one there. However, there were heads and bloodstains on the ground. Moreover, there was a huge pit on the ground. The pit was filled with dense black gas. It was obvious that the demon god had awakened. It was just that he didn't know where he was now. Zhao Hai looked around and immediately communicated with the surrounding plants. In the end, the plants told Zhao Hai that those people had left using the transmission formation. Moreover, they had indeed fought before. Some experts had come to besiege Ghostface people. In the end, the demon god had awakened in advance. Then, they left using the transmission formation. As soon as Ghostface people left, those experts naturally left as well. After asking these questions, Zhao Hai looked at the scene. It was obvious that he was the first person to come here after Ghostface and the others had fought with those experts. Zhao Hai's eyes turned as he immediately came up with an idea. He casually threw a few energy balls into the sky. After these energy balls reached the sky, they immediately exploded. Then the rumbling sound spread far and wide. Seeing these energy balls exploding, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the scene. Zhao Hai was very clear that there must be a lot of people investigating this situation in the Boundless Mountains. He made this move to let those people see the situation. Although Ghostface people were no longer present, there were still traces of battle. Moreover, the heads and blood stains were still there. When those people saw this, they would know that the rumor was true. When the time comes, they would be prepared. This was also Zhao Hai's goal. Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with the thick earth continent. It would be very difficult for him to find Ghostface people. Therefore, he could only use this method. Zhao Hai hid in the camp he made and paid attention to the situation around him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a lot of people arrived. Then they went to the scene. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. While these people were focused on the blood sacrifice array, Zhao Hai went back to the city where he had sent the fat man away. Zhao Hai didn't intend to establish a large force in the thick earth continent. He didn't need to do what he did in the oceanic ice continent. When he was in the oceanic ice continent, Zhao Hai planned to use it as a base. He wanted to invade the 5 spirit realms first. But after Tang Ming's reminder, he discovered that the first place he would appear in should be the mixed spirit continent. However, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai would give up on intelligence work in the other continents. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to establish an intelligence system in the thick earth continent. However, this intelligence system wouldn't be as good as the one in the oceanic ice continent. Zhao Hai planned to find some ordinary people in the thick earth continent and turn them into his slaves in order to provide him with information. Zhao Hai stayed in the small city for 2 days before he finally chose a person. This person was none other than the patriarch of a family in the small city. At this time, this family had encountered some difficulties. The old patriarch had just passed away, and the new patriarch wasn't able to convince the people. This caused the family to be in conflict. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. Zhao Hai entered the small family under the cover of night and turned the patriarch into his slave. Then he slaughtered all of the people who weren't loyal to the patriarch. After that, he provided the patriarch with a large amount of funds so that the small family could survive this crisis. And all of this only took 10 days for Zhao Hai to do. After 10 days, the small family was stabilized. Zhao Hai then left the small city and went to another city. Using the same method, he subdued another small family. Then Zhao Hai appeared in many cities in the thick earth continent. Every time he went to a city, he subdued a small family. During this process, Zhao Hai also heard about the situation in the vast mountains. The discovery of the blood sacrifice formation in the vast mountains could no longer be concealed. Now, the entire thick earth continent was in an uproar. Everyone was surprised by this news. At the same time, many people were curious about the Ghostface organization. Although the Ghostface organization had existed in the five-spirit realm for a long time, not many people knew about it. Especially ordinary people, they didn't know about the existence of this organization. But very soon, people dug out information about the Ghostface and spread it all over the world. Only then did people know that there was such an organization in this world. After the various countries learned about this, they immediately began to track down the Ghostface organization. This was because this matter was too big. No matter what the Ghostface organization created through the blood sacrifice formation, it was certain that it wouldn't be anything good. Moreover, it would have a serious impact on the rule of the various countries. Therefore, the various countries immediately began to investigate this matter. However, the Ghostface assassin group wasn't easy to track down. They were very secretive, and their members had never revealed their identity. Even if the various countries were to investigate, they would only be able to find some peripheral members of the Ghostface assassin group. As for the core members of the Ghostface assassin group, they weren't able to find anything. However, Xianxia didn't care about this because there was no need for it. In any case, he had already reached his goal of reminding the various countries, so he didn't need to care about anything else. The reason why Xianxia reminded the various countries was because Fatty was present at the time. Secondly, he didn't want the Ghostface plan to go smoothly. If he allowed the Ghostface plan to go smoothly, then the Ghostface organization might cause a huge massacre. Moreover, since they dared to call themselves a demon god, then it meant that the thing released by the Ghostface organization wasn't weak. Perhaps the demon god would create something like the undead army. If that was the case, then the demon god would become a powerful enemy for Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to conquer the five-spirit realm, then he would have to pay a huge price. This was something that Xianxia didn't want to see. Xianxia wanted to remind the various countries so that they could be prepared. This was because Xianxia believed that the Ghostface organization wouldn't be easy to deal with after so many years. Even if the various countries were prepared, the Ghostface organization would still be able to carry out its plan. However, it wouldn't go smoothly. In this way, the number of people killed by the Ghostface organization would decrease, and the losses of the various countries would be reduced. However, the five-spirit realm would still be in chaos. This wouldn't disrupt Xianxia's plan, this was enough. Xianxia stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the coastline that was getting farther and farther away. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. He had just left the thick earth continent. After Fatty left, Xianxia stayed for 3 months. During these 3 months, Xianxia had been doing one thing, that is, subduing small clans and turning them into his intelligence network. 3 months was enough for him to set up one or several intelligence networks in the large cities of the thick earth continent. Although it was hard work, it wasn't in vain. In the future, nothing in the thick earth continent could be hidden from Xianxia. Now, Xianxia was going to the tree spirit continent. Then he would go to the volcano continent, then from there he would go to the acute metal continent, and then from there he would go to the miscellaneous spirit continent. Xianxia had been wanting to go to the tree spirit continent for a long time. The people there were all tree souls, or plant souls. It had something to do with him, so it wouldn't be bad for him to go there. In the past 3 months, the most lively thing in the thick earth continent was the boundless mountains. The Ghostface assassin group had become a hot topic in the continent. Although 3 months had passed, this topic still hadn't subsided. This was because the thick earth continent had been searching for the Ghostface assassin group. In the past 3 months, several thousand people had been caught. This matter had become very big. However, Xianxia could see that this matter didn't hurt the Ghostface assassin group at all. There weren't many core members of the Ghostface assassin group, and all of them weren't weak. In the past few months, they had only caught some ordinary assassins. These people were just ordinary adventurers. Only when they had a mission would they become assassins. Although assassins earned a lot of money, the risk was also high. When they finally gave up, it would be good if they could open their own shop like Lin Bing. Xianxia didn't feel anything about the people caught in the thick earth continent. However, as his intelligence network grew bigger and bigger, Xianxia slowly learned some things. In fact, the imperial clans in the thick earth continent attached great importance to this matter. They had begun to increase their efforts to hunt down the Ghostface assassin group. However, the Ghostface assassin group's whereabouts were very mysterious, making it very difficult to catch them. However, the intelligence network of each country's royal family wasn't to be trifled with. They really did find some families that were close to Ghostface's people. Of course, in the end, these guys were all destroyed. However, Ghostface's people were still not caught. This matter wasn't known to the common people below, but it caused a big shock to the upper echelons of each country. The reason why the upper echelons of the various countries were so concerned about this matter was because some of the clans that were destroyed weren't weak. Although some clans didn't have high status, they were still in charge of some departments. If these clans made any move, it would have a great impact on the various countries. Because of this matter, the imperial clans and the upper echelons of China became even more concerned about the Ghostface assassin group. Ghostface had used various methods to control so many families, and these families were willing to be controlled by him. This meant that there was something wrong with this matter. Therefore, the various countries naturally paid more attention to this matter. However, when Zhao Hai heard about this, he felt that the various countries weren't paying enough attention to this matter. Even if they found some of the Ghostface assassins, it was impossible to find all of them. Therefore, the Ghostface assassin group still had a lot of influence in the 5 spirit realms. As for why the Ghost Mask Army hadn't made a move yet, Zhao Hai didn't care. The Ghost Mask Army had awakened the demon god, so it was impossible for them to just stay there. They would certainly make a move, it was just a matter of time. Zhao Hai was too lazy to care about it right now. After dealing with the matters in the Thick Earth continent, Zhao Hai went directly to the Tree Spirit continent. He wanted to take a look at the situation there. At the same time, he wanted to develop his information network there. It would take 20 days to travel from the Thick Earth continent to the Tree Spirit continent, which was 10 days closer to the Arctic continent. This time, Zhao Hai took a passenger ship. Passenger ships were faster than cargo ships, so naturally, the price was higher as well. When Zhao Hai saw the passenger ship, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect to see such a large ship in this place. The deck of the ship was divided into 10 floors. It can accommodate more than 1,000 people. Including the crew, the ship can accommodate 2,000 people. There was also a theater, a casino, a brothel, a variety of entertainment facilities, and 10 large restaurants. The ship was like a moving city. The most important thing was that the ship was actually made of wood. To be honest, Zhao was really surprised that such a large ship could be made out of wood. It was really surprising that such a large ship could be made out of wood. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his head to look at the ship. At this time, a lot of people were looking at the Thick Earth continent. Some of them were pointing, some of them were just looking and didn't have any reaction. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he couldn't help but smile. He discovered that he had been a bit sentimental recently. Perhaps it was because he was too lonely here. Although he had a lot of people, he didn't have Laura and the others to accompany him. This kind of loneliness had always surrounded Zhao Hai's heart, causing him to lose control of his emotions. Zhao Hai slowly walked around the ship. The ship was very big. If he wanted to explore the entire ship, it would take him 2 days. Moreover, there were some places that he couldn't go. First of all, there was the place where he lived. Naturally, he could go there, but people who didn't live in the same area couldn't enter. Each area had its own door, so he couldn't just walk around. Then there are some working places on the ship that cannot be casually visited. Those places are very important. If you casually go there and cause trouble, then everyone on the ship would be in trouble. Therefore, those places cannot be visited. Besides these places, there were other places on the ship that one could visit. Restaurants, taverns, theaters, and even brothels. But if you want to go to those places, you would need to pay extra. Of course, the ticket also included the money for 3 meals a day, but the food wasn't very good. Although it wasn't much worse than what ordinary people ate, it was far worse than the food in those restaurants. The people on this ship were divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The thickest cabins were the most common cabins. Each cabin could accommodate 4 people. The first level cabins were for your family. However, the cabins weren't big, they only had a bed, a table, and chairs. The highest level cabins were like a home. Not only did they have a bedroom, they also had a living room. The environment was also much better. The prices of these 3 cabins were very different. Moreover, the food was also very different. People who lived in the lower-level cabins weren't allowed to go to the upper-level cabins. On the other hand, people who lived in the upper-level cabins could go to the lower-level cabins. Zhao Hai lived in the upper-level cabin. It had the best facilities and the best environment. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't need to go to the government district. Therefore, he lived in the best cabin. Zhao Hai returned to his room and sat in the living room. Then he took out a few jade slips from the space. These jade slips were given to him by Tang Ming. The jade slips contained information about Fatty. Fatty had already returned to Ice Ocean City and returned to the Imperial Palace. But since he returned to the Imperial Palace, he didn't disappear. There was no news of him leaving the Imperial Palace to build a mansion. There was also no news of the prince being punished. In short, he didn't disappear at all. This made Zhao Hai a little worried. However, the matters of the Imperial Palace couldn't be casually inquired. The Yu family's control over the Imperial Palace was very strict. It was their home. Naturally, they couldn't let people know about the Imperial Palace. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. However, the Ice Jade Nation did make some moves recently. However, their actions were very secretive. Recently, there were several families in the Ice Jade Nation that had bad luck. According to Tang Ming's information, these families seemed to be related to Ghostface. Besides these actions, there were no other movements. In fact, it wasn't just the Ice Jade Nation, the entire Arctic continent didn't make any movements. The vast mountain blood sacrifice that caused a stir in the thick Earth continent didn't cause any waves in the Arctic continent. At most, some people from the thick Earth continent went to the Arctic continent and used this matter as a topic of conversation. The countries in the Arctic continent didn't seem to have any reaction. The Ice Jade Nation's reaction was already the biggest. After hearing this news, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but sigh. The people of the 5 spiritual realms were really slow. Such a big matter, yet the Arctic continent didn't seem to care at all. Zhao Hai also understood that this was mainly because the 2 continents were too far apart. It would take about a month to travel by ship. Even if something happened in the thick Earth continent, the Arctic continent would have enough time to prepare. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The reaction of the people of the 5 spiritual realms was really slow. They didn't think that even if they didn't build a cross-continent transmission formation, wouldn't Ghostface's people do the same? If Ghostface's people build a cross-continent transmission formation, then they would be able to connect the continents. When the time comes, how would they face Ghostface's people? However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't something he should worry about. The people of the 5 spiritual realms didn't have anything to do with him. As long as he establishes his own intelligence network, then he can go to the mixed spirit continent and control it. As long as he waits for the 5 spiritual realms to change, then he can send his army to the 5 spiritual realms and take them down. Before Ghostface's people make a move, Zhao Hai wouldn't make a move. This was because if he made a move, then Ghostface's people would be able to fish in troubled waters. If Ghostface's people make a move first, then the resistance of the 5 spiritual realms would be a lot smaller. The passenger ship continued to sail. After Zhao Hai dealt with some matters, he went out of his room and looked outside. He discovered that at this time, there were a lot of people strolling outside. Very few people would stay in their rooms. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he looked around the ship. With the price of the ticket, aside from some important places, he could go anywhere else. This was also a privilege. Zhao Hai first went to the theater to take a look. However, the theater would only be performing at night, so there was no one there. There were only a few places he could go. One was the casino, one was the tavern, one was the restaurant, and one was the brothel. However, Zhao Hai wasn't interested in places like the casino, so he went directly to the tavern. There were a lot of taverns on the ship, some big and some small. The small one was actually the tavern on the top floor. It entertained people like Zhao Hai, people who bought the most expensive tickets. As for the taverns on the bottom floor, they entertained people who lived in the worst rooms. Zhao Hai went to the tavern on the top floor. The interior of the tavern was very beautiful. It was made of high-quality wood. There was also a band performing inside. The music was soft and gentle. Although there were a lot of people in the tavern, they were all talking in low voices. The entire tavern was very quiet. When Zhao Hai entered the tavern, the people inside just glanced at him and didn't care. When Zhao Hai went to the bar, a waiter immediately came over and said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, what would you like to drink?" Zhao Hai looked at the bar and said, "Golden ice crystal." The waiter immediately complied and then went to prepare Zhao Hai's drink. This golden ice crystal wine was a special wine from the Arctic continent. It was made from golden moss in the Arctic continent. It tasted very good. However, the amount of golden moss was very small. Therefore, the production of this wine was very limited. The price was also very expensive. The general price was about 1 bell per cup. Zhao Hai had drunk this wine before. The taste was very good. Therefore, Zhao Hai ordered it this time. Before long, the waiter gave Zhao Hai a glass of wine. This glass was made of crystal and was half filled with golden liquid. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai took the glass and then threw a gold coin to the waiter. Then he picked up the glass and took a sip. Then he nodded and turned his head to look at the people inside the tavern. The people inside the tavern were all people with high status. The wine that they ordered wasn't cheap. They were either in groups of 3 or 5 or sitting in pairs. There weren't many people sitting alone. However, there was one person who attracted Zhao Hai's attention. It was a man dressed like an adventurer. He looked to be around 30 years old, had dark skin, and wore gray clothes. In front of him was a large wooden cup filled with ordinary ale. His attire and the wine he ordered didn't match the tavern. Naturally, he didn't fit in with the other people in the tavern. However, the man didn't mind. He sat there and read a book in front of him. The ale had been there for a long time, but he didn't touch it. But Zhao noticed him, not because of his attire, but because of his strength. Although this man looked like an ordinary adventurer, Zhao was very clear that in this tavern, and even on the entire ship, this man was the strongest after him. This made Zhao Hai curious. Who was this person? However, Zhao Hai was only curious. He didn't look for this person, nor did he want to chat with him. Zhao Hai knew that in such a place, it was very impolite to get close to other people. Not only was it impolite, it would also arouse disgust. It might even cause other people to think that you were plotting something. Because of this, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't get close to this person. Zhao Hai looked at the person and then withdrew his gaze. Then he waved his hand and called for a waiter. Then he said to the waiter, "Is there a place on this ship where I can read? I want to find 2 books to read." The waiter immediately replied, "There is. Mister, there is a door next to the tavern. That door leads to the library. There are a lot of books on this ship. You can take the wine and go there directly. You can also bring the books here to read." Zhao Hai nodded. The waiter bowed to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Then Zhao Hai directly went to the library that the waiter mentioned. The library wasn't small, and there were a lot of books inside. However, it was currently cold and quiet. There was almost no one inside, only 2 people dressed as waiters were standing inside. When the 2 people saw Zhao Hai come in, they immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took his wine glass and walked into the library. Before long, he arrived in front of a bookshelf. On this bookshelf were the words wood element spells. In other words, the entire bookshelf was filled with books about wood element spells. Zhao Hai looked at the books one by one. In the end, he took out a few books and took them to a table in the library. Then he sat down and quietly looked at them. From time to time, he would take a sip of wine. While Zhao Hai was looking at the books for who knows how long, he suddenly felt the room shake. Zhao Hai stared, then he put down the book and looked around. He discovered that the room was indeed shaking. Zhao Hai immediately understood that they were under attack. It was certain that sea beasts were attacking the ship. Therefore, the ship shook. Zhao Hai stood up and took the books to the bar. Then he had the waiter register the books. Then he had the waiter look at the room number in his hand. After that, he took the books and wine glass and walked out of the library. When he went outside, he saw a lot of people standing on the deck. These people were looking at the sea with great interest. They were even pointing at the sea. They didn't seem to be worried at all. Zhao Hai took the wine glass and the books and walked over. He looked at the sea and saw a huge turtle-like sea beast fighting with a person. This huge turtle's shell was definitely more than 20 meters in diameter. There were also two huge turtle-like beasts on its back. Its shell wasn't flat, there were a lot of bumps on it, it looked like a rolling mountain range. Zhao Hai actually knew the person fighting with this huge turtle. It was the person he saw in the tavern before. The person was dressed as an adventurer and was drinking ale. This person was a water soul user. At this time, he was fighting with the sea beast. Moreover, it seems like the sea beast wasn't able to gain any advantage and was about to leave. Upon seeing this person fighting with the sea beast, Zhao Hai immediately understood the identity of this person. This person was an expert who was responsible for the safety of the ship. No wonder he was dressed like an adventurer and was able to sit in the tavern and drink. It must be said that people like him were treated very well. Not only did they receive a lot of money, they also had nothing to do. Sea beasts rarely attacked passenger ships. This time, it should be an accident. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai lost interest. The sea beast wasn't able to gain any advantage and was about to retreat. There was no need to continue watching. Zhao Hai directly took the book and the wine glass and returned to his room. Just as he returned to his room, he heard a burst of noise and cheers coming from outside. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew that the person had defeated the sea beast. After waiting for the noise outside to die down a little, Zhao Hai took the wine glass and the book and went to the tavern. Upon arriving, he discovered that there were already a lot of people inside. Moreover, the voices were also loud. Everyone was talking about the battle just now. Each and every one of them had an expression of exultation, it was as if they were the ones fighting. However, Zhao Hai looked at the people inside the tavern and didn't see the expert. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. After returning the wine glass to the tavern, he returned to his room. After reading for a while, Zhao Hai went out to eat. After that, he came back to rest and read for a while. When it was night time, Zhao Hai came out of his room and prepared to eat. When he came out, he stared. This was because he discovered that the ship was more lively at night than during the day. Although there were a lot of people on the ship during the day, it still looked relatively empty. However, at night, it seems like everyone was running out. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the people who were chatting and laughing with their friends. Some of them were walking towards the restaurant while others seemed to have already eaten and were preparing to go to the theater or the casino. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. Instead, he went directly to the restaurant and ordered 2 dishes that he liked as well as a glass of wine. He sat there and drank while eating. He was very comfortable. While Zhao Hai was eating, a low voice was heard, "Mister, can I sit here?" Zhao Hai looked up and couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the person standing in front of him was the expert who was in charge of the ship. Zhao Hai looked at the person and nodded, "Please sit." The person wasn't polite and directly sat down. Then he called the waiter and ordered 2 dishes as well as a glass of wine. However, what he ordered was ale. The amount of food he ordered was also quite large. After the waiter left, Zhao Hai smiled faintly at the person and said, "I saw Mister's might during the day. You repelled the sea beasts and ensured the safety of the ship. I really admire you. I wanted to talk to Mister, but I didn't see Mister in the tavern. It's a pity that I didn't expect to see Mister here. I hope Mister can accept my feelings." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Mister is too polite. This is what I should do. I don't deserve Mister's thanks." Then the waiter brought the dishes and wine. Zhao Hai raised his glass to the person and said, "Being able to meet on this ship is fate. Let me give Mister a toast." The person also raised his glass and said, "Please." Then the 2 of them drank the wine in their glasses. The person put down his glass and smiled at Zhao Hai. "This one is surnamed Hai, given name Bao. May I know Mister's name?" "This one is Zhao Hai, nice to meet you." Hai Bao also cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Mister is too polite. May I know why Mr. is going to the tree spirit continent? Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's nothing. I used to be an adventurer, so I wanted to go to the tree spirit continent to have some fun. When Hai Bao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Mr. used to be an adventurer? It doesn't look like it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Some time ago, I was still an adventurer in the ice ocean continent. But I just made a fortune recently. With money, I don't have to worry about living anymore. I don't have any relatives, so I wanted to travel around. That's why I came to the thick earth continent from the ice ocean continent. I didn't expect that the thick earth continent wouldn't be safe, so I wanted to visit the tree spirit continent. I heard that the tree spirit continent's environment is very good, it's very suitable for us soul trees. I was born in the ice ocean continent and haven't been to the tree spirit continent, so I wanted to take a look. Hai Bao nodded and said, So that's how it is. So Mr.'s father is already living in the ice ocean continent? But if you only know these things and aren't strong, then you wouldn't have a future in the tree spirit continent. Because of this, my father went to the ice ocean continent and became an adventurer while treating poisons. Later on, I was born. I'm also an adventurer while running a small shop. But my shop wasn't doing very well. Some time ago, when I went out for an adventure, I found a spirit tree and got my hands on a lot of natural magic staffs. After selling those magic staffs, I had some money, so I went out to play. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm not an adventurer, I'm also running a small shop. But my shop wasn't doing very well. Some time ago, when I went out for an adventure, I found a spirit tree and got my hands on a lot of natural magic staffs. Hai Bao nodded, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. He was also an adventurer. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of a senior. Because of this, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. On the contrary, he had a good impression of Zhao Hai. Hai Bao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, do you think that the thick earth continent is very dangerous? Is that why you want to leave? When Zhao Hai heard Hai Bao's words, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. He said, I won't hide it from Mr. Hai, I stayed in the boundless mountains for a period of time, and at that time, the blood sacrifice happened. At that time, I was in a small town at the foot of the boundless mountains. The news came from an adventurer, and after I heard this news, I followed him into the boundless mountains, wanting to see if this matter was true or not. But who would have thought that not long after I entered the boundless mountains, I heard a sound coming from the mountains. There was also a mass of energy exploding in the sky, it was obviously very beautiful. I, along with some other adventurers from the small town, went in that direction, and found the place where the blood sacrifice took place. It was a very large open space, and it can be seen that there were originally trees there, but they had been cleaned up by someone. The ground was reddish-brown, soaked in blood, and there were a lot of human heads on the ground, old people's, children's, men's, women's, all kinds of heads. To be honest, when I think of this scene, I still feel somewhat uncomfortable. At that time, I knew that the news was true, so I immediately withdrew from the boundless mountains. Hai Bao's expression turned serious, and he said, the blood sacrifice was a very large open space. It can be seen that there were originally trees there, but they had been cleaned up. Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then waved his hand. The waiter poured him another glass of wine, and then another glass for Hai Bao. Zhao Hai took a sip of the wine, then continued, after leaving the vast mountains, I immediately went to a big city. I wanted to see what would happen in the mountains, but to my surprise, nothing happened. So I went back to the small town in the mountains. You don't say, I heard some news there. Not far from the place where the blood sacrifice took place, someone found a broken formation. After studying it, it seems like it was a transmission formation. In other words, the other party had already succeeded in the blood sacrifice, so they used the transmission formation to escape. After saying this, Zhao Hai took another sip of wine. Then he looked at Hai Bao and said, Brother Hai, after knowing this, do you think I would still dare to stay in the thick earth continent? In the past few months, the various countries in the thick earth continent have been trying to catch people from the demon mask. But what kind of people did they catch? They're just small shrimps. How many real assassins did they catch? Moreover, the enemy is a force that can establish transmission formations, how could they be easy to deal with? I came to the thick earth continent to play, but now that the continent is no longer safe, there's no need for me to play. I might as well go somewhere else to play. Hearing Zhao Hai, Haibao nodded and said, so that's how it is. Since I've been staying on this ship, I don't know much about the thick Earth continent. I didn't expect it to be like this. So the demon mask has been causing a lot of trouble in the thick Earth continent recently? No, they haven't. Zhao Hai shook his head. I've never heard of this organization before. I only heard about it recently. But when I think about it, ordinary people like us don't have the opportunity to come into contact with the ghost face people. So we don't know what the ghost face people are doing. It's just that this time, the matter is relatively big, so I heard about the existence of the ghost face people. Haibao smiled and said, that's right. I've also heard about the demon mask. A lot of people on the ship are talking about it. I heard that they're an assassin organization. I've also heard that. Zhao Hai replied, but whether it's true or not, nobody knows. Forget it, there's no need to care too much about it. Let them do as they please. I don't have any relationship with the Ghost Face Society. I didn't offend any of their people, so I don't have any enemies. Nobody would send people from the Ghost Face Society to kill me. Ha ha ha, Zhao Hai is quite open-minded. Haibao smiled and said. Zhao Hai also smiled and said, I'm just a nobody. Even if I have some money, I'm still a nobody. I don't want to become a big shot. I just want to spend my money and play around. I don't want to do business. To be honest, I'm not cut out for that. Who would want to cause trouble for someone like me? That's true. Mr. Zhao's life is free and easy. It's really enviable. Haibao looked at Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's not free and easy. I just want to live according to my own ideas. Right, Mr. Hai, I heard that there are a lot of islands between the thick Earth continent and the tree spirit continent. Is that true? Will we go to those islands? I heard that the environment on those islands is very good. I really want to see them. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhao, you're on the wrong ship. This is a fast ship, it doesn't stop at sea. It goes straight from the thick Earth continent to the tree spirit continent. If Mr. Zhao really wants to go to those islands, then you'll have to take a special ship. It's different from the ship we're on right now. So that's how it is. Alright, Mr. Hai, let's have a drink. Is there anything fun on this ship? There are a lot of fun places on this ship. What do you like to do, Mr. Zhao? Do you like places that are lively or quiet? Do you like to have fun or watch a play? Well, I like places that are quiet. Taverns and libraries are good. Of course, watching a play is fine too. But I don't like places like casinos. Then let's go to the theater. I heard that there's a new play today. It's about the story of the legendary adventurer Wu Qi. Mr. Hai should go see it. The theater troupe on this ship is very good. Alright, then let's go watch the play. Will Mr. Hai come? How about we go watch the play together? I can't, I still have to guard against the sea beasts. So I can't go with you. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Hai. Let's have another drink. After that, Zhao Hai raised his glass and toasted with Haibao. Then the two ate and chatted. Their conversation was very congenial. After the meal, Zhao Hai and Haibao separated. But when Zhao Hai left, the smile on his face carried a different meaning. Haibao also looked at Zhao Hai with a different gaze. As Zhao Hai said, he went directly to the theater to watch the play. But the things that were being played in the theater weren't very interesting. However, there were also people who used magic on the stage. It looked very good, this could be considered as a pioneering work. However, Zhao Hai's mind wasn't on the stage, all of his attention was on Haibao. Before, he didn't pay much attention to Haibao. But when he was eating with Haibao, he noticed that Haibao had a very strong murderous aura. This murderous aura was hidden very well, making it so that Zhao Hai didn't notice it in the beginning. This was very impressive. Murderous aura can be hidden, but it must be done by killing a lot of people. In the end, the murderous aura could be used as a weapon. Only such people could hide their murderous aura. Ordinary people simply couldn't hide their murderous aura. However, Hai Bao's body was concealing a murderous aura. This murderous aura was definitely not obtained from killing sea beasts. It was the murderous aura of someone who had killed countless people. He must have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to know Hai Bao's identity. However, the problem was that Zhao Hai couldn't use his spiritual force to monitor Hai Bao. Otherwise, Hai Bao would be able to sense it. This was because Hai Bao wasn't an ordinary person, he was very strong. Additionally, his murderous aura was very strong. Such a person would be very sensitive to things that were monitoring him. If Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to monitor him, then he would be able to sense it very quickly. At the same time, there weren't any plants in the sea. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to use plants to monitor Hai Bao. This made things difficult for Zhao Hai. He wanted to use some small animals in the space to monitor Hai Bao, but these animals needed to be close to Hai Bao. However, they couldn't be too close, otherwise, they would be affected by Hai Bao's murderous aura. They might even be killed by Hai Bao's murderous aura. However, if these small animals were too close to Hai Bao, then they would be discovered. One must know that in the 5 spiritual realms, there was the concept of beast control. If Hai Bao had some secret that he couldn't reveal, then he would be very careful. He would kill all the small animals in order to not let them get too close to him. This was also an inconvenience of being on a ship. There were very few insects on a ship. This was because the people on the ship would carry out a bug removal operation every once in a while. This was because the insects would destroy the wood on the ship. Therefore, if there were any insects on the ship, then Hai Bao would certainly kill them. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to monitor Hai Bao. Zhao Hai was also having a headache over this matter. At this time, Hai Bao was also sitting in his room. He was also frowning. When he was in the tavern today, he noticed Zhao Hai. It wasn't because Zhao Hai ordered the most expensive wine in the tavern, nor was it because of Zhao Hai's attention. Instead, it was because of Zhao Hai's expression and temperament. Zhao Hai's expression seemed like he didn't care about anything. However, when his eyes swept past Hai Bao felt as if he was being seen through by Zhao Hai. Hai Bao's hair stood up. It was because of this feeling that Hai Bao noticed Zhao Hai. Therefore, he had been paying attention to Zhao Hai. He even asked the people on the ship to help him pay attention to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He was reading, drinking, eating, and watching a play. Everything seemed normal. This made Hai Bao even more curious about Zhao Hai. Today, he deliberately approached Zhao Hai in the restaurant. He wanted to get close to Zhao Hai and see how Zhao Hai would react. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could get any information from Zhao Hai's mouth. However, after talking to Zhao Hai, Hai Bao was even more confused. He didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity. However, Hai Bao always believed that Zhao Hai would be a variable, a huge variable. Therefore, he paid attention to Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai was on the ship, he would always pay attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt it, especially after he finished watching the play. After watching the play, Zhao Hai prepared to return to his room. However, he felt that all the people on the ship were paying attention to him. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't his illusion. The staff on the ship were indeed paying attention to him. This made Zhao Hai's heart tremble. He understood why this was happening. It must be because Hai Bao was suspicious of him. However, this also made Zhao Hai puzzled. He didn't know what he did to arouse Hai Bao's suspicion. However, he didn't show any expression as if he didn't know anything. He wanted to see what Hai Bao wanted to do. In the next few days, Hai Bao didn't make any moves. Zhao also didn't make any moves. The two even drank together twice. It was as if nothing had happened. This situation made Zhao Hai even more worried about Hai Bao. This Hai Bao was very scheming. Moreover, all the staff on the ship listened to him. This showed that Hai Bao's influence wasn't small. Because of this, Zhao Hai became even more vigilant. In order to figure out Hai Bao's background, Zhao Hai had his subordinates in the Thick Earth continent gather some information about Hai Bao. Hai Bao was also collecting information about Zhao Hai. However, he didn't manage to find anything. He only knew that Zhao Hai came from the Arctic continent and that he was related to the prince of the Ice Jade country. However, the prince disappeared and Zhao Hai went to the ship to the Tree Spirit continent. In general, Zhao Hai didn't seem to have anything special. But it was precisely because of this that Hai Bao became even more suspicious. Later on, news came back from the Ice Ocean continent. There was indeed a Zhao Hai in the Ice Jade country. He had opened a small store, but now the store was in partnership with a local company. At the same time, Zhao Hai also went out to play. It seems like there was no difference between what Zhao Hai said and what Zhao Hai said. However, after Hai Bao carefully investigated Zhao Hai, he discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to have gone to a lot of places. Moreover, he didn't seem to be playing. He visited almost all the cities in the Arctic continent, but he didn't stay in any of them for long. Later on, he went to the Thick Earth continent and did the same. This made Hai Bao even more curious about Zhao Hai. He wanted to know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. What was Zhao Hai's purpose in visiting the continents? But the time he stayed in each city was too short. It was simply impossible for him to do anything. This made Hai Bao even more puzzled. Hai Bao's intelligence network was very big. But he still couldn't find out where Zhao Hai came from. In any case, Zhao Hai first appeared in the Ice Jade City. Moreover, Zhao Hai started out by selling natural staves. This wasn't wrong, but Hai Bao still felt uneasy. However, Hai Bao also couldn't find anything on Zhao Hai. This made Hai Bao very angry, but at the same time, he became even more worried. Day after day passed by. In the blink of an eye, they were about to arrive at the Tree Spirit continent. Zhao Hai didn't make any movements on the ship. Although Hai Bao was still monitoring Zhao Hai, he didn't do anything. Hai Bao decided that once Zhao Hai arrives at the Tree Spirit continent, he would mobilize all the forces in the continent to monitor Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what Zhao Hai was doing in the Tree Spirit continent. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also curious about Hai Bao's identity. The people of the Thick Earth continent had already investigated this Hai Bao. This Hai Bao appeared in the Thick Earth continent 5 years ago. He was a water soul wielder. Moreover, after he appeared, he was very strong. He immediately boarded a ship and became an expert. After 5 years, he seemed to be a veteran. He knew that he had no hope of advancing, so he decided to find a place to retire. However, this wasn't right. Whether it was in the Thick Earth continent or the Ice Ocean continent, Hai Bao didn't appear 5 years ago. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. When Zhao saw this information, his face couldn't help but be a bit strange. Zhao didn't think that this person who appeared out of thin air would have a background. But this Hai Bao didn't even have a background. He just appeared out of thin air, or maybe he deliberately erased his own background. Zhao didn't think that Hai Bao would have such a background. Hai Bao, on the other hand, didn't have a background. No matter what the case was, this proved that Hai Bao wasn't simple. Just the fact that he didn't have a background was enough to make people suspicious. However, up until now, no one had suspected him. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. Moreover, the report also showed that when they were investigating the shoplifters, someone had already started to pay attention to them, so they immediately stopped investigating the shoplifters. Obviously, when they were investigating the shoplifters, they had already attracted the attention of some people. In other words, someone was deliberately paying attention to everyone who was investigating the shoplifters. This situation made Zhao Hai even more curious about Hai Bao. However, he also knew that he couldn't make a move right now. No matter what Hai Bao's identity was, it wasn't very important to him. Even if Hai Bao was as strong as him, this was almost impossible. Moreover, even if Hai Bao really unified the 5 spirit realms, as long as the army of the Lost Soul Empire arrives, Zhao Hai would be able to eliminate him. Strength was the most important thing, everything else wasn't important. After 20 days of sailing, the ship finally stopped at the pier of the Tree Spirit continent. Zhao Hai looked at the Tree Spirit continent and couldn't help but stare blankly. This was because he saw a plant city. Zhao Hai thought that he was the only one who could build a plant city. He didn't expect that the Tree Spirit continent would also have one. This made him very surprised. In the distance, the walls of the plant city were covered with vines. The entire city looked green and was very beautiful. Looking inside, one could see that the entire tree spirit continent was covered in green, no other colors could be seen. At this time, Haibao also arrived at Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother Zhao, you seem to be very surprised. Is this really your first time in the tree spirit continent?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I've heard people say that there are a lot of trees in the tree spirit continent. I didn't think that there would be so many trees here. How did the city walls come about? Why are there so many vines?" When Haibao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It seems like you really don't know. In the tree spirit world, all of the cities are actually made of earth. Those vines are planted on the ground. In normal times, those vines can be used to reinforce the city walls. If there's a fight, those vines can also be used to attack the enemy." Haibao smiled and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he said, "Right, that's a good idea. Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. This is a place where a tree spirit should stay. I can already feel the aura here, it's very comfortable." Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Haibao couldn't help but smile. Then a relieved smile appeared on his face. At this time, he felt relieved about Zhao Hai. This was because he had investigated Zhao Hai's background. He even investigated Zhao Hai's origin. According to the information he obtained, Zhao Hai was indeed born in the Arctic continent. However, he wasn't born in Aurora City, but in another big city. In that big city, Zhao Hai did have a small shop, but the business was very bad. Zhao Hai also made a living as an adventurer. As for why he ran to Aurora City to open a shop, it was very simple. He had obtained so many natural magic staffs, so he naturally ran to a place where no one knew him to open a shop. If someone knew about him and saw that he had so many natural magic staffs, then he would probably end up with nothing. It was precisely because of this that he ran to Aurora City to open a shop. Zhao Hai also noticed Haibao's actions. His eyes flashed with a smile. In this battle with Haibao, he had the upper hand, he won. The reason for this was because Zhao Hai knew about Haibao's identity, but Haibao didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity. The things that Haibao found were forged by Zhao Hai and Tang Ming. As for Haibao's identity, although Zhao Hai only knew what Haibao was doing in the past 5 years, Zhao Hai already knew about Haibao's true identity. Haibao was a member of the Ghost Mask Assassin group. Zhao Hai was certain that Haibao was a member of the Ghost Mask Assassin group. This was because Zhao Hai didn't think that someone would investigate his identity. Later on, Viper 3 and the others found out that something was wrong. Because someone was inquiring about Zhao Hai, Viper 3 immediately reported this information. In the end, this information was sent to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this information, he immediately thought of Haibao. Besides Haibao, almost nobody would investigate his identity. If there was, then it could only be Fatty or someone from the assassin group. However, there was no news about Fatty, so it was impossible for Fatty to be the one inquiring about him. It was possible that it was someone from the assassin group, but Haibao's identity and the assassin group's identity didn't seem to contradict each other. They might have the same identity. Zhao Hai immediately had Tang Ming and the others forge an identity for him. Then, he followed the vine to find the melon. He wanted to see if this Haibao was a member of the Ghost Mask Assassin group. This investigation really allowed him to find out that the people who investigated his identity were really from the Ghost Mask Assassin group. These people were also recognized by Lin Bing. This time, the truth came to light. In fact, strictly speaking, Zhao Hai didn't have any enmity with the Ghost Mask Assassin group. The Ghost Mask Assassin group wanted to kill Fatty in the beginning, and Zhao Hai just happened to meet him at the right time. It had nothing to do with him at all. Even if the Ghost Mask Assassin group wanted to chase after him, they would chase after Fatty and not him. This was because the Ghost Mask Assassin group didn't receive any missions to chase after him. Those assassins didn't get any money from killing Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't easily chase after Zhao Hai, and they wouldn't use such a large network to investigate Zhao Hai's identity. Therefore, the only one who could track down Haibao could only be Haibao. Don't forget, Haibao had monitored Zhao Hai on this ship. But if Haibao wasn't a member of the Ghost Mask Assassin group, then what other identity could he have? Even if he was the king of a country, it was impossible for him to have such a powerful intelligence system. There was only one kind of person who could create such a powerful intelligence system, and that was an assassin. This was because they needed a lot of information. In addition to Hai Bao's identity that couldn't be found, this was enough to explain Hai Bao's identity. He was a member of the Ghost Mask Assassin group, and his status in the Ghost Mask Assassin group wasn't low. However, Hai Bao didn't find out Zhao Hai's identity. What he found out was that Zhao Hai had forged an identity. Perhaps Hai Bao didn't expect that Zhao Hai's influence in the Arctic continent would be so great that he could completely forge Zhao Hai's identity. He even found some people to pretend to be Zhao Hai's neighbors. This was something that the Ghost Mask Assassin group didn't expect. Because of this arrangement, Zhao Hai's identity wasn't a problem, and Hai Bao was relieved. When the ship reached the shore, the people on board disembarked one by one. Although the ship was very comfortable, they still weren't used to staying on board for more than 20 days. Because of this, the speed of disembarking was very fast. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He turned to Hai Bao and cupped his fist. "Mr. Hai, I'll be leaving now. I'll be playing in the Tree Spirit continent for a while before heading to the Volcanic continent. Then I'll head to the Ruijin continent and tour the entire 5 spiritual realms. This is my greatest wish. I don't know when we'll meet again, but I'll invite Mr. Hai for a drink the next time we meet." Hai Bao looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Actually, there are a lot of ships that belong to the same person. Maybe I'll go to another route in the future. Maybe the next time you go to the Volcanic continent, you'll meet me. When that time comes, we'll have a drink or two." Hai Bao smiled and said, all right. When Zhao Hai heard Hai Bao, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, I'll listen to Mr. Hai. The next time we meet, we'll have a drink or two. All right, Mr. Hai, I'll be leaving now. Let's meet again someday." Hai Bao cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai turned around and walked down the ship, disappearing from the pier in an instant. Hai Bao looked at Zhao Hai's back. At this time, a person came over from the ship. This person wore coarse clothes and had a very fierce expression. This person looked at Hai Bao and said, "Lord, why do you seem to be very concerned about this Zhao Hai?" Hai Bao replied, "This person isn't simple. I feel that he's very strong." "Right, have you heard about this Zhao Hai's strength?" The person nodded and said, "I've inquired about him. I heard that he's a proponent of instantaneous casting. Although his level isn't high, he was able to fight against a lot of experts using instantaneous casting. I also heard that he and the Jade Flood Dragon went through several battles together. His strength is quite good." The person nodded and said, "That's right. Do you know his relationship with the Yu family? Does he know the identity of the Jade Flood Dragon?" Hai Bao asked in a deep voice. "I don't think so. The people who were monitoring him said that he always called Jade Jiaolong fatty. If he knew Jade Jiaolong's identity, he definitely wouldn't dare to call him that." It seems like he really doesn't know. Forget it, let's not provoke him. Now that the Jade Jiao Dragon has returned to the Yu family's palace, the mission is considered a failure. Have you explained it to the person who issued the mission? We've already made things clear and returned the money to him. My lord, are we really going to let this Zhao Hai go? We've lost quite a few men in pursuit of this Jade Jiao Dragon. The Jade Jiao Dragon can't move anymore, so there's no point in pursuing this Zhao Hai anymore. It will only make us an enemy. This Zhao Hai is quite strong, and he's an adventurer who has killed people before. It won't be easy to kill him, and it will only cause us to lose more men. Most importantly, we haven't received any money yet, so killing him is a loss for us. Forget it." "Yes, my lord. Do we still need to monitor him while he's on the Tree Spirit continent?" "Let's monitor him and see what he's doing on the Tree Spirit continent. If he's just having fun, then it's fine, but I don't think so. Let's see if he's doing anything unusual. If he's not, then forget it. But if he's doing anything unusual, tell me immediately." "Yes, I've already made the arrangements. From the moment he got off the ship, someone has been watching him. Unless he goes into the wilderness alone, we won't dare to get too close to him. Otherwise, someone will be watching him all the time. Don't scare him. Zhao Hai is a very shrewd person. Moreover, he's always taken the teleportation formation when he went to other cities. I don't think he'll go into the wilderness. Just keep an eye on him. Yes, my lord. Please rest assured. The man bowed. Haibao waved his hand, and the man withdrew. Haibao looked at the direction Zhao Hai left and muttered, either you're really having fun, or you're hiding very well. Let's see if you're really hiding very well. After saying that, Haibao turned around and walked back to the ship. At this time, Zhao Hai had already boarded his carriage and was heading towards the city. This city was called Green Wave City. It was the largest port city in the Tree Spirit continent. Zhao Hai wanted to take a look at this city. However, Zhao Hai, who was sitting in the carriage, had a faint smile on his face. There were several other carriages in front and behind his carriage. These carriages looked very ordinary and seemed to be heading towards the city. However, Zhao Hai knew that 3 of these carriages were specifically for him. In other words, they were here to keep an eye on him. Tracking and assassination, Zhao Hai was an ancestor-level character. How could he not notice when he was being followed? Moreover, the people in the carriages weren't Haibao. Haibao's body was filled with killing intent. If Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to monitor him, then Haibao might be able to sense it. However, if he used his spiritual force to monitor these people, then these people wouldn't be able to sense it. Zhao Hai knew that these people were sent by Haibao. However, he found it strange. Why would Haibao want to monitor him? Could it be that he wanted to kill him? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be the case. Then why, while he was thinking about this, the carriage had already entered the city. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai looked outside through the window. When he saw this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that the city would look like this. Trees and vine houses could be seen everywhere in the city. Moreover, the trees were shorter than the trees. The same was true for the vine houses. As long as the tree was big enough, there would be a wooden house. There were also people moving around in the wooden house. Obviously, people were living there. In addition to the roads, green plants could be seen everywhere in the city. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai looked at the city and couldn't help but sigh. If there were a sky-supporting tree in the city, then it would be a botanical city. Although it wasn't as pure as the botanical city that he built, it was still very surprising that it could be built to this degree. The carriage quickly stopped in front of a vine-covered house. Then the coachman's voice was heard, "Mister, this is the best hotel in the city, the Green Vine Hotel." Zhao Hai looked at the hotel outside. The hotel had 5 floors. There were green vines growing on the top. The leaves of these vines were very wide and looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded and got down from the carriage. Then he paid the driver and walked towards the hotel. On the way, Zhao Hai noticed that the floor of the hotel was paved with wood. It wasn't what he imagined, it was also made up of plants. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he walked into the hotel and directly booked the best room. Then he went inside the room and washed up. After that, he went out and went to the biggest restaurant in the city to eat. Zhao Hai didn't go to the restaurant just to eat, he also went there to inquire about information. In a big restaurant like this, there would be a lot of people eating every day. Naturally, the situation in the city would become a topic of conversation. And this was what Zhao Hai wanted to hear the most. He wanted to collect information about the forces in the city. While listening to the discussions outside, Zhao Hai finished his meal. Then he walked around the city. Finally, he went to the restaurant and drank a glass of wine. He waited until the sky turned dark. Then he ate outside and returned to the hotel. This was also what he did in other cities. When he was outside, he wanted to familiarize himself with the environment in the city. Then, he would inquire about the news in the city and find a suitable target for himself. Then, he would use 2 days to confirm his target and finally take action. After he made his move, it was equivalent to planting a nail in the city. Naturally, he could leave. Then, there would be a steady stream of information sent to him. When Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, it was already evening. Zhao Hai went back to his room and took a hot bath. Then he directly went to sleep. Although he knew that there were people following him all day, he didn't take it to heart. If they dared to make a move at night, then he would destroy them. If they were just monitoring him, then he would just ignore them. In any case, they wouldn't dare to enter his room at night. They could only monitor him from outside the room. When he leaves, it would be impossible for them to know. Zhao Hai didn't believe that those people would dare to use their spiritual force to test him. If they were found out, then he would directly kill them. Using spiritual force to test someone was a taboo. Sure enough, nobody came to disturb him that night, allowing him to have a good night's sleep. After getting up, he went outside to eat breakfast. Then he walked around the city. From time to time, he would stop to look at the scenery. He looked like he was having fun. But during this process, Zhao Hai had already figured out the city's situation. However, Zhao Hai also discovered one thing. The ghost face's influence was very big. While he was wandering around the city, the ghost face sent dozens of people to follow him. These people were constantly changing their identities so that he wouldn't be able to meet them in a short time. Moreover, they would also change their appearance. If it wasn't Zhao Hai, then it would be impossible for him to avoid being followed. Zhao Hai had just arrived in the city, but Ghost Face was able to send dozens of people to follow him. This showed how strong the Ghost Face was. Zhao Hai also understood why in the thick Earth continent, all the countries that tried to catch Ghost Face were only able to catch small shrimps. The real big fish simply didn't appear. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this situation. The Ghost Face's influence was very big because they hadn't encountered a force as powerful as the Lost Soul Empire. If the Lost Soul Empire conquers the 5 spiritual realms, then Zhao Hai would be able to deal with them. At that time, the Ghost Face's people wouldn't be able to escape. No matter what they do, Zhao Hai would be able to react in the shortest time. Because of this, the people around the Ghost Face would become their enemies. Without a place to live, they would naturally be finished. However, these were all things for later. The stronger the Ghost Face's people were, the more they wouldn't be content with the status quo. As long as they make a move, then the 5 spiritual realms would be in chaos. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai finally chose his target, a middle-sized family in the city. Although this family wasn't very conspicuous, it had existed in Green Wave City for several generations. Such families generally had deep roots, making it hard for people to move against them. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose this family. After choosing this family, Zhao Hai sneaked into their home under the cover of night. But when Zhao Hai sneaked in, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw a lot of acquaintances in the house. These people were the people who followed him during the day. At this time, these people had changed their clothes and were in the hall, reporting to the family's patriarch. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that he would choose a den of thieves. However, this was also what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai knew that it would be useless to deal with these people. These people were just small fries that listened to orders. He couldn't get anything out of them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on them. Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with Ghost Face, so he didn't follow these people. He wanted to see who they were contacting. However, he didn't expect that he would accidentally find a den of thieves. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai's mind moved as a metal formation appeared in the room. Then the room was covered by a transparent shield. Then Zhao Hai appeared in the room. The people in the room stared blankly when the metal formation appeared. When Zhao Hai appeared, they were even more stunned. However, it can be seen that the people in the room were all experienced experts. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately took out their weapons. Zhao Hai stood in the room and looked at the middle-aged man who stood up and took out his staff. He was around 40 years old and wore a luxurious robe. Zhao Hai said, "I didn't expect you to be one of Ghost Face's people. But this is also good, it saves me a lot of trouble." When the man heard Zhao Hai, he knew that he was exposed. He didn't waste time and immediately shouted, "Kill." Then he moved his hand and activated the formation on his staff. This time, he activated an attack formation. An iron arrow was shot towards Zhao Hai. The other people in the room also began to move, using all kinds of techniques to attack Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, his figure moved, and then he dove into the ground, avoiding this attack. But when the people in the room wanted to attack again, they suddenly discovered that they couldn't use any techniques. The people in the room stared, then their faces changed. They were all warlocks. If a warlock couldn't use spells, then wouldn't they be finished? This was what the warlocks were most worried about. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared in the room. He looked at the people and smiled faintly. What's wrong? Could it be that he couldn't use any spells? Hee, do you see this formation? This is a barrier formation. It can absorb all of the 5 elemental energy outside. In other words, the 5 elemental energy you just used was the last bit of 5 elemental energy in this room. Now that the 5 elemental energy has disappeared, even if your spiritual force is very strong, you don't have the 5 elemental energy to control it. So naturally, you can't use magic arts. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and said, "What are you so proud of? We can't use spells, but you can't use them either. I don't believe that we can't beat you with so many people." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly. "You think you can beat me?" Not necessarily. After he said that, Zhao Hai's hand moved as a mass of blue energy suddenly appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai threw the mass of blue energy to the ground. The energy exploded and a layer of frost formed in the room. The people in the room felt their bodies go numb. It was as if they were frozen. Actually, Zhao Hai's move was the freezing spell. He wanted to make these people's bodies turn cold in an instant. This way, their bodies would go numb and they wouldn't be able to move. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to resist. After these people couldn't move, Zhao Hai immediately threw a slave formation on each of them. The people in the room naturally fainted. Then they woke up several times before fainting again. After repeating this several times, they finally returned to normal. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and dispelled the spell. Then he cast a healing spell on the people in the room, making them feel better. Under the lead of the middle-aged man, these people came forward and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "What is your status in the Ghost Mask Society?" The man immediately replying to the master, "I'm a silver-masked emissary in the Demon Gods World Purification Group." Demon Gods World Purification Group? Is that the Ghost Mask Assassin Regiment? Interesting, you said that you're a silver-masked emissary, then is there a gold-masked emissary above you? Have you seen that person? Who is he? Replying to the master, "I haven't seen the gold-masked emissary's face, nor do I know him. Every time I meet him, he's always wearing a mask. But I heard that there's a spirit mask captain above the gold-masked emissary. However, this spirit mask captain is even more mysterious, no one has ever seen him before. Why did you join the Demon Gods World Purification Group? Your Yu family is a big local clan, so why did you become an assassin?" "Master, the Yu family is a big family in this area. However, more than 20 years ago, the Yu family encountered a huge crisis. At that time, the Yu family was almost wiped out. Later, the people of the Demon God World Purification Group helped us. That's why the Yu family is where it is today. That's why I joined the Demon God World Purification Group and became the Silver Masked Envoy. So that's how it is. Then what kind of authority do you have as a silver-masked emissary?" Replying to the master, "The silver-masked emissary is in charge of 10 cities to a country. Within this country, all the world purification assassins are under my control. I can also do business on my own. But if there are any orders from above, I must obey." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can still report to the Ghost Masks people in the future. In any case, everything is normal during the day. If the Ghost Mask makes any special movements, you can report to me. Also, collect information about Green Wave City and all the cities under your control. If there's any important information, use this transmission formation to send it." "Alright, I'm going back, you can continue." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the room. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that such a good thing would happen. Subduing the Yu family's patriarch was equivalent to subduing a lot of people from the Ghost Mask. Moreover, the Ghost Mask's people had been collecting a lot of information over the years. In the future, Zhao Hai's sources of information would be much more secure. Zhao Hai didn't ask the Yu family's patriarch if he knew any other silver-masked emissaries. Organizations like the Demon Gods World Purification Group would generally protect the identities of their higher-ups. A silver-masked emissary was already a high-ranking member, so it was naturally impossible for them to reveal their identity. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't ask. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Hai felt a lot more relaxed. He was now ready to go to the other cities. Just like in the Thick Earth continent, he needed to plant a spy in each city to be at ease. The next morning, Zhao Hai checked out of his room and left Green Wave City through the transmission formation. Although he had subdued the Yu family's patriarch, the ghost mask still didn't relax their surveillance. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind. In any case, they were only monitoring him and didn't make a move. Naturally, he wouldn't mind. Although Zhao Hai already knew that the Ghost Mask Assassin Group was actually called the Demon Gods World Purification Group, he was still used to calling them Ghost Mask. In any case, he didn't go around shouting about it. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai wandered around the various cities of the Tree Spirit continent. He visited all the cities of the continent. Naturally, every time he visited a city, he would subdue a family and make them his slaves. This way, his intelligence network would naturally spread out. What Zhao Hai did in the past few days was naturally turned into intelligence that was sent to Hai Bao. When Hai Bao saw the intelligence, he didn't know what to say. The intelligence was nothing more than where Zhao Hai went, what hotels he stayed in, where he ate, and even what he ate. However, there was nothing useful in it. It seems like Zhao Hai just went on a tour. Hai Bao would still be suspicious if he saw it once or twice, but after seeing it a few times, he no longer doubted it. In his opinion, perhaps Zhao Hai was just an ordinary adventurer who wasn't worthy of his attention. Hai Bao wasn't satisfied with this result. He always thought that Zhao Hai wasn't that simple. However, all the evidence proved that he was just overthinking. He had no choice but to believe in this piece of evidence. However, he still decided to fully monitor Zhao Hai while he was in the Tree Spirit continent. He wanted to see if there was any problem with him. Zhao Hai didn't have much resentment towards this matter. After experiencing so many things, he was already very good at what he did. Naturally, it was impossible for the other party to see through him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very calm as he carried out his plan. It took him about 3 months to deal with the matters in the Tree Spirit continent. After 3 months of observation, Hai Bao finally gave up on monitoring Zhao Hai. This was because he had other things to do and didn't have much time to observe Zhao Hai. So after a long time, he naturally stopped paying attention to Zhao Hai. 3 months later, Zhao Hai boarded the ship once again. This time, his destination was the volcano continent. Naturally, he didn't meet Hai Bao on the ship. However, when he boarded the ship, he heard that several ships from the Thick Earth continent to the Arctic continent were attacked by powerful sea beasts and sunk. Moreover, all of the ships were passenger ships. Now, the Thick Earth continent has sent experts to clean up the sea beasts in the area where the ships sunk. However, when Zhao Hai heard this news, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The people of the 5 spirit realms had been dealing with sea beasts for a long time. Although sea beasts would sometimes attack human ships, it was very rare for them to actually destroy a ship. Some people said that sea beasts didn't like to eat humans. On the contrary, they were very interested in land beasts. Because of this, as long as humans gave them some land beast meat, they wouldn't embarrass humans. After all, attacking a human ship would require them to fight. These sea beasts weren't fools. If they could obtain good things without fighting, then naturally they wouldn't fight. Instead, they would just sit and eat. How good would that be? Although there are some ships destroyed by sea beasts every year, most of them were cargo ships. It has been a long time since a passenger ship was destroyed by sea beasts. But this time, several ships were destroyed. There were more than 1,000 people on each ship. The destruction of several ships meant that more than 10,000 lives were lost. Of course, this was a big deal. However, in Zhao Hai's view, this matter wasn't that simple. In the past, Ghostface used a blood sacrifice to awaken the demon god. However, the blood sacrifice was interrupted. In other words, although the demon god woke up, the blood sacrifice wasn't completed. It might even be said that even if the demon god recovers, he would still be very weak. Therefore, he needs flesh and blood to help him recover. However, if a large number of people were casually killed on any of the continents, then it would be noticed and investigated. At that time, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. Therefore, they thought of using this method to destroy several passenger ships. Naturally, the people on the ships would become sacrifices to the demon god. Moreover, Zhao Hai clearly remembered Haibao's words. He said that there were a lot of passenger ships that belonged to the same person. This sentence sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. When a person's influence was big and he had money, it wouldn't be a problem for him to manage several passenger ships. However, one shouldn't forget that Haibao was one of Ghostface's people. What he meant was that Ghostface controlled a lot of passenger ships. Zhao Hai believed that Haibao wasn't lying. Ghostface's people must have controlled a lot of passenger ships. This was because Haibao didn't know that Zhao Hai was investigating him. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with his words on the surface. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai thinking too much about it. Therefore, he told the truth. And this sentence also confirmed that the accident of those passenger ships might really be related to Ghostface. Regardless of whether those passenger ships were controlled by Ghostface or not, this matter made sense. If those passenger ships were controlled by Ghostface, then it was because they needed to provide blood for the demon god. Therefore, it was normal for a few ships to be destroyed. If those ships weren't controlled by Ghostface, then it also made sense. Ghostface could use the excuse of providing blood for the demon god to sink those passenger ships. They could even use this method to attack their competitors. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai believed that the sinking of those passenger ships must be caused by Ghostface. What a ruthless method. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. What Ghostface did this time was indeed very powerful. He directly sunk the passenger ship. Such a method was indeed shocking. However, their goal was also achieved. The demon god should be enjoying his blood right now. Through this incident, Zhao Hai was able to see a lot of things. Ghostface's true strength might not be in the 5 continents. Of course, it wasn't in the mixed spirit continent either. Instead, it was in the passenger ships, or in other words, in the islands. Zhao Hai discovered that he had been neglecting one thing, the islands outside the 6 continents. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who didn't pay attention to these islands, even the people of the continents didn't pay attention to them. This was because when Zhao Hai read the history of the continents, there were very few mentions of these islands. It was only mentioned that there were some aboriginals on these islands. These islands were a visual blind spot of the continents. What happened on these islands and who lived there, very few people knew about them. Although there were some cruise ships that allowed people to visit these islands, they only visited the outer areas. The islands that were easy to visit were dangerous, or the islands that were too far away from the continent. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't think about these islands before. But now that the passenger ship was in trouble, it made Zhao Hai think about these islands. These passenger ships weren't simple. Each ship was like a small city. If Ghostface people really controlled these ships, then their strength must be very strong. Zhao Hai sat on the ship and thought about these things. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed since he left the Tree Spirit continent. The ship that Zhao Hai took this time was a fast ship. The ship's facilities were similar to the ones he took before. However, these days, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to go out and play. He was thinking about his own matters. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the hull of the ship shake. He had already experienced this before, so he knew that there was only one reason for the ship to shake like this. It was because a sea beast was attacking the ship. Zhao Hai came out of his room and went to the deck. Then he looked at the sea. Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of sea beast was coming this time. However, when Zhao Hai saw the situation on the surface of the sea, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that it wouldn't be a single sea beast that attacked the ship. Instead, there were dozens of sea beasts. These sea beasts were all about 30 meters long. On their heads, there was a 10-meter-long spike. The speed of these fishes was very fast, and their spikes were also very sharp. At this time, these fishes were like knights as they charged towards the passenger ship. At the same time, the passenger ship also responded. The experts on the ship were dispatched. There were actually 5 experts on the ship. Some of them used shields to protect the ship while the others attacked the fishes. At this time, a loud voice was heard from the ship, "Fellow passengers, please work together to repel the sea beasts and ensure the safety of the ship." These words were repeated 3 times in a row. All of the staff on the ship were shouting at the same time. Upon hearing this voice, the passengers couldn't help but exclaim. They knew that the ship must have encountered a great danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asked to act. This made the passengers panic. When Zhao Hai heard this, his mind moved. He waved his hand and sent an ice all towards the sea beasts. Then he waved his hand and sent various low-level water spells towards the sea beasts. When the people around Zhao Hai saw Zhao Hai make a move, they couldn't help but stare. But when they saw that Zhao Hai was using low-level spells, they couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Then they also made a move. With the passengers on the ship attacking together, it was indeed different. After being attacked by so many people, the big fish couldn't hold on any longer. 2 of them were directly killed, and the remaining few were seriously injured. The big fishes immediately retreated. When the people on the ship saw the fishes retreat, they couldn't help but cheer. Although the fight was short, the people on the ship were still very nervous. After all, they were on a ship. If the ship was sunk by the big fishes, then they would be finished. Zhao Hai looked at the sea beasts that were retreating. His eyes had a trace of suspicion. These sea beasts weren't the strongest, so why would they attack the ship? This shouldn't be the case. Passenger ships like this rarely encounter attacks from sea beasts. This was because they had a good understanding of sea beasts and their movements. The sea beasts in the sea were actually divided into 2 types. The first type were the sea beasts that had their own territories. These sea beasts were generally experts in the sea. They would carve out a territory for themselves. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't leave their territory. These sea beasts generally wouldn't attack passenger ships. This was because the ship had already fed them. Every time the ship went out, it would bring some meat to these sea beasts. Therefore, these sea beasts wouldn't attack passenger ships. The second type of sea beast was a type of oceanic beast. There were a lot of warm currents in the sea. And when these warm currents flowed in the sea, it would cause a lot of microorganisms to grow in the sea. These organisms could then become the food of fishes. Then there would be fish-eating sea beasts that would chase after the currents. And these sea beasts that chase after the currents were called oceanic beasts. These oceanic sea beasts didn't have their own territories. They would always chase after the currents. And these sea beasts would also attack passenger ships. They wouldn't care if the passengers would give them meat or not. However, people who often sailed on the sea had their own way of calculating when the oceanic sea beasts would pass by. When the oceanic sea beasts pass by, they would generally avoid the oceanic sea beasts. Since Zhao Hai's ship often sailed on the sea, they naturally knew when the oceanic sea beasts would come. Since they dared to leave the ship, it meant that the oceanic sea beasts didn't come. In other words, they wouldn't be attacked if they left the ship. However, they still encountered attacks, and it wasn't just once. When Zhao Hai went to the tree spirit continent from the thick earth continent, they were attacked by sea beasts. Now, they were being attacked by sea beasts again. Moreover, there were also the ships that were sunk by sea beasts. But whether it was true or not, it was certain that sea beasts were involved. Otherwise, people would be able to find out. Sea beasts seem to be very active these days. Zhao Hai decided to wait for a while and see if their ship would still be attacked by sea beasts. If their ship was still attacked, then it would be strange. It might mean that someone was planning to attack this route. If there were no sea beasts attacking, then it could only mean that the sea beasts were just a diversion. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He decided to wait for a while and see if their ship would still be attacked by sea beasts. Zhao Hai suspected that the oceanic sea beasts attacked the oceanic sea beasts because of the oceanic sea beasts. However, the oceanic sea beasts wouldn't let people think this way. Therefore, they might have the oceanic sea beasts attack other ships in order to divert people's attention. As for why the oceanic sea beasts were able to control the oceanic sea beasts, this wasn't difficult to explain. If it was as Zhao Hai thought, then the oceanic sea beasts were mostly hidden in the islands. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange for them to know how to control the oceanic sea beasts. In the following period, Zhao Hai was very careful. However, the oceanic sea beasts didn't attack them. Seeing that they were about to reach the volcanic continent, Zhao Hai understood that the oceanic sea beasts weren't prepared to attack the other ships. After traveling for more than 20 days, the ship finally arrived at the volcanic continent. Before they arrived, Zhao Hai could already see thick smoke billowing from the volcanic continent. When the ship arrived at the pier, a heatwave came towards them. Looking at the people on the pier, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Most of the people on the pier were wearing robes. Their skin was also very dark. With just one look, Zhao Hai knew that the volcanic continent was very hot. Sure enough, after Zhao Hai entered the volcanic continent, he had no choice but to buy a set of robes to wear. He only wore underwear inside the robes, just like a big skirt. It was a lot cooler, but compared to the other continents, it was still a lot hotter. Zhao Hai went ashore in the volcanic continent's third largest port city, Jade Sea City. He directly stayed in the best hotel in Jade Sea City. Then he began to play in Jade Sea City. The temperature here was very high. Zhao Hai felt that the average temperature here was above 30 degrees. Such a temperature was really unbearable. However, after understanding the volcanic continent, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was because although the temperature in Jade Sea City was very high, it was actually the volcanic continent's holy land. It was also one of the coolest places in the volcanic continent. Hearing this, Zhao Hai really didn't know what to say. Such a temperature was actually one of the lowest places in the volcanic continent. Then what would be the highest temperature here? Would the people here still have a way to survive? Would the plants here still be able to grow? In order to get a better understanding of the volcanic continent, Zhao Hai went to the outskirts of the city and brought some plants into the space. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that since the volcanic continent was very hot, there wouldn't be a lot of plants. However, he didn't think that the plants here would be very lush and grow very well. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Moreover, after Zhao Hai brought these plants to the space, he immediately discovered that all the plants here were of the fire attribute. No wonder they could grow so well. This aroused Zhao Hai's interest. Aside from subduing those small families, he also had another pleasure, which was to collect plants and animals in the wild. Naturally, he was also preparing to collect the 5-element spirit shells. Moreover, Zhao Hai also remembered that he didn't do this in the tree spirit continent. This was because there were people monitoring him at that time. Now, he can make up for it. Zhao Hai stayed in the volcanic continent for half a year. During this time, he didn't stay in the volcanic continent all the time. During this time, he spent a month in the thick earth continent. When he went to the thick earth continent, he was accompanied by Fatty. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't take a stroll in the wilderness of the thick earth continent. Instead, he went to the tree spirit continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai also took the thick earth continent into account. Then he stayed in the tree spirit continent for another month. This was mainly because there were too many plants and beasts in the tree spirit continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to take all of these things into the space. After the tree spirit continent was settled, Zhao Hai began to prepare for the volcanic continent. The volcanic continent's information network was slowly established. The plants and beasts were also taken into the space. Naturally, what Zhao Hai wanted the most was the 5-element spirit shellfish. The 5-element spirit shellfish could produce pearls, and these pearls contained energy. Because of this, Zhao Hai attached great importance to the 5-element spirit shellfish. At this time, 4 of the 5-element spirit shellfish had been taken into the space. These 4 spirit shellfish had settled down inside the space. Moreover, the spiritual chi inside the space had become richer, which was a good thing. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. After staying in the volcanic continent for 4 months and establishing the information network, Zhao Hai took the plants and beasts into the space before preparing to leave. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to stay in the volcanic continent for such a long time was because the living environment here was really bad. It was even worse than the Arctic continent. People in the Arctic continent could still raise fish and hunt. But in the volcanic continent, the thing that was lacking the most was something that was indispensable for human survival, and that was water. There was very little water in the volcanic continent. Moreover, there were volcanoes everywhere. Occasionally, volcanoes would erupt. Therefore, it was even more difficult for the people here to survive. However, this difficulty of survival was only relative to ordinary people. For the powerful clans, the volcanic continent was a good place to gather wealth. The volcanic continent was famous for one thing, and that was artifacts. The refining of artifacts was the most famous thing in the volcanic continent. There were even some small mountain fires that were directly occupied by these clans. They used the fires in the volcanoes to refine artifacts. Naturally, the quality of the artifacts would be better. And the main source of income for the volcanic continent was the export of artifacts. However, very few people in the volcanic continent were able to refine pills. This was because the fires in the volcanic continent were too strong, and they hadn't yet learned how to control them. Therefore, very few people in the volcanic continent would refine pills. In the entire 5 spiritual realms, the best place to refine pills was the tree spirit realm. On the other hand, the volcanic continent and the acute gold continent were famous for refining artifacts. The volcanic continent was famous for refining magic staffs, while the acute gold continent was famous for refining artifacts. The small clans that Zhao Hai subdued had occupied several small volcanoes. These volcanoes were also extinct. However, there was still a lot of fire in them that could be used. This made them the favorite of the clans in the volcanic continent. In the 5 spiritual realms, the volcanic continent was the place with the most restricted areas. This was because there were a lot of active volcanoes here. And the active volcanoes were forbidden areas. Anyone who went there would have to be careful. Once a volcano erupts, even a spirit master wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was because when a volcano erupts, it would carry a lot of poisonous gas. Moreover, it would also stir up the spiritual energy of the world, making it chaotic. Even if one had the ability to reach the heavens, one wouldn't be able to use magic in such an environment. One could only wait for death. Because of this, there were a lot of forbidden areas in the volcanic continent. Naturally, these things didn't matter to Zhao Hai. Even when the volcanoes were erupting, he still dared to go and take a look. Zhao Hai even took some fire cores into the space, allowing the space to have volcanoes as well. In the volcanic continent, Zhao Hai didn't just establish an intelligence network. At the same time, he also had the small clans refine some artifacts that imitated the Lost Soul Empire. These artifacts were much closer to the commoners. Naturally, he wouldn't take out spirit gathering formations, that would be too conspicuous. These things still needed people to supply energy to them. He could also use Bell to provide energy, but ordinary people wouldn't be that wasteful. Because of these things, Zhao Hai stayed in the volcanic continent for more than 4 months. Then he took a ship to the Ruijin continent. While he was in the volcanic continent, Zhao Hai slowly received news that the 5 spiritual realms weren't very peaceful, especially on the sea. Last time, there was a problem with the route from the thick Earth continent to the Arctic continent. Several ships were attacked and more than 10,000 people died. This time, there was a problem with the route from the thick Earth continent to the Tree Spirit continent. Several ships were sunk, and more than 10,000 people died. This made the people of the continents very angry, so they began to send experts to eliminate the sea beasts. However, the sea beasts weren't easy to deal with. It didn't take long before the sea beasts began to counterattack. They fought with the human experts on the sea several times. The humans didn't gain any advantage, but the sea beasts also suffered a lot of losses. In the end, both sides retreated. The sea beasts also became well-behaved and didn't attack the human ships. However, this matter didn't stop for long. Just as Zhao Hai was on his way to the Ruijin continent, he received news that the sea beasts attacked the human ships on the route from the Ruijin continent to the Arctic continent. But this time, the situation was much better. The sea beasts that attacked the human ships were actually attacked by other sea beasts. The human ships were saved and no one died. However, this matter also made the people of the continents understand that the sea beasts that attacked the human ships weren't ordinary sea beasts. They might have been ordered by someone. As soon as this speculation came out, some smart people immediately thought of the blood sacrifice in the Boundless Mountains. The matter of the Ghost Face Assassin group, which was originally settled down, was brought up again. At the same time, the atmosphere of the 5 continents became tense. The second round of screening was about to begin. However, this news didn't attract Xiao Hai's attention. He already knew that the sea beasts might have something to do with the Ghost-Face assassin group. Now, he was just more certain of this theory. As for the Ghost-Face assassin group, he didn't have much hope. As for catching the assassin group, Xiao Hai didn't have much hope. Back in the tree spirit realm, Xiao Hai already knew about the strength of the assassin group. Their methods were surprisingly similar to Xiao Hai's. They were also spread across several continents. On each continent, there would be several silver-masked emissaries. These silver-masked emissaries were generally under the command of a gold-masked emissary. In the hands of these silver-masked emissaries, each of them had a ghost mask magic staff. And these ghost mask magic staff would command a large number of ordinary people to kill. Most of these people were ordinary people, some of them were adventurers, some of them were ordinary people, some of them were ordinary people, some of them were adventurers. There were even a lot of ordinary people who were members of the Ghost Mask Assassin group. These people didn't know much about the Ghostface Assassin group. Even if they joined the Ghostface Assassin group, they wouldn't receive much money from the group. They joined the Ghostface Assassin group in order to obtain a channel that would let them know what missions the Ghostface Assassin group had. They could choose some missions that they could complete in order to obtain a reward. It can be said that these people didn't have a deep connection with the Ghostface Assassin group. They didn't even look like members of the Ghostface Assassin group. The members of the Ghostface Assassin group started from the trusted subordinates who used the Ghostface staff. But even so, there were still a lot of them. Moreover, many of the emissaries of the Ghostface Assassin group had very high status. Generally, they were people with families. However, the Ghostface Assassin group didn't have Xiao Hai's slave formation. Therefore, they didn't have a lot of silver-masked emissaries. Moreover, they didn't have a portable transmission formation. Because of this, the transmission of information was a lot slower. Generally speaking, Xiao Hai's forces in the continents outside of the Ruijin continent were already bigger than the Ghostface Assassin group. However, Xiao Hai didn't want to make a move at this time. There was no need to make a move. Xiao Hai knew that the 5 spiritual realms weren't in chaos. If they were to make a move, they would suffer a lot of casualties. Therefore, it was better to not make a move for now. From the volcanic continent to the Ruijin continent, they didn't encounter any problems. The journey was very peaceful. It seems like the experts of the continents played a certain role in the battle against the sea beasts. From the volcanic continent to the Ruijin continent, it took about 20 days before the ship finally arrived at the Ruijin continent. After arriving at the Ruijin continent, Xiao Hai finally felt a trace of normalcy. But soon, he felt that something was wrong. This was because the Ruijin continent had very few plants. The entire Ruijin continent was filled with stones. There were no plants at all. Even if there were some plants, they were only some half-dead trees and some half-dead weeds. This place seemed to be a wasteland full of stones. Most of them were stones. Aside from stones, there was nothing else. The Ruijin continent was indeed like this. There were a lot of stones, and ores. Because of this, the Ruijin continent produced the most iron. At the same time, the refining of artifacts here was also the most famous in the 5 spiritual realms. The Ruijin continent produced various artifacts and staves that were used by all continents. They were one of the best-selling products in the 5 spiritual realms. After arriving at the Ruijin continent, Xiao Hai felt a sense of familiarity. This was because in addition to some iron ingots, and other soul objects, there were also various kinds of soldier souls. These soldier souls were all different kinds of weapons. Moreover, the people here also carried weapons that were similar to their soul objects. This made Xiao Hai feel a sense of familiarity. This was because soldier souls were also an important part of the Lost Soul Empire's army. Sharp Sword City was an inland city of the Ruijin continent. Because there was a valley next to the city, there was a cold sword in the valley. It was very suitable for quenching, especially for refining swords. Because of this, the city was named Sharp Sword City. At this moment, Xiao Hai was in Sword City. However, he wasn't in a hotel, instead, he was in a very good room. A person was standing in front of Xiao Hai, surnamed Jian Wanzong, the patriarch of Sword City's Jian family. In Sword City, the Jian family could only be regarded as a mid-tier force. However, they had a long history and had a lot of experts. However, they didn't have a lot of members. Because of this, the Jian family had always been a mid-tier family. However, there weren't many families that dared to provoke them. However, the Jian family had now been subdued by Zhao Hai. It must be said that subduing the Jian family took a lot of effort. He used a formation to cover the entire Jian family before he rushed in. However, there were a lot of experts in the Jian family. Moreover, all of them were sword souls. Each of them had their own sword techniques. These swords were very powerful. Not only could they fly and kill, they also had magical techniques within them, making them very difficult to deal with. In the end, Zhao Hai also used his Jasper Goldlight sword to subdue the Jian family. Then he used the slave formation on them. After subduing the Jian family, Zhao Hai left Sharp Sword City. After going around the Ruijing continent, he returned to the Jian family. The reason why Zhao Hai returned to the Jian family was because the Jian family had a business that Zhao Hai needed. This business was related to the miscellaneous spirit continent. The Jian family had been doing business with the miscellaneous spirit continent for a long time. They were one of the few clans that could do business there. Although the higher-ups of the 5 continents didn't treat the people from the miscellaneous spirit continent as people, and even now, the 5 continents still sold slaves from the miscellaneous spirit continent. However, there were still a lot of people doing business with the miscellaneous spirit continent, and the Jian family was one of them. The people of the mixed spirit continent didn't cultivate magic arts, they mostly focused on martial arts. Because of this, they needed good weapons. The swords refined by the Jian family were definitely good weapons. And since the Jian family was doing business with the people of the mixed spirit continent, it was quite fair. Because of this, the people of the mixed spirit continent began to accept the Jian family's weapons. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. Now that Zhao Hai has dealt with the matters in the Ruijing continent, he wanted to go to the mixed spirit continent. He didn't want to take a passenger ship, so he wanted to take the Jian family's ship. Jian Wanzong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master can rest assured, I'll be safe as soon as possible. The young master will soon arrive at the mixed spirit continent. Young master, you can stay in the Jian family and rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'm not in a hurry. You can make the arrangements." "Right, I asked you to collect information about the Ghost Mask Assassin group. How's your progress?" Jian Wanzong replied in a deep voice, replying to the young master, "I've already collected some information." The Ghost Face Assassin group had appeared in Sword City before. Moreover, these people were very arrogant before, but recently, the situation has become tense, so they slowly disappeared. However, I suspect that there are people from the Ghost Face Assassin group in Sword City, so I've been secretly investigating. The day before yesterday, I received news that the Sun family in the city seems to be very suspicious. Later on, I specifically investigated the Sun family and found that several of their hangers-on had a ghost face pattern engraved on their weapons. This pattern is very small, and it's engraved on their weapons. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. I'll go there and take a look." "All right, you can arrange a room for me to rest. Don't let anyone disturb me. Except for food, don't let me get close to the courtyard." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Jian Wanzong nodded and immediately went to arrange things for Zhao Hai. He didn't arrange the best courtyard for Zhao Hai. Instead, he arranged a very quiet courtyard. Naturally, the environment was also very good. Zhao Hai directly lived in that courtyard. Jian Wanzong also did as Zhao Hai said. He didn't let anyone disturb Zhao Hai. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the courtyard and directly arrived at the Sun residence. The Sun family was the biggest family in Sword City. It must be said that the Sun family's history was a bit of a legend. A few decades ago, the Sun family was just an ordinary family with no power or money. They made a living by refining swords. But somehow, the Sun family suddenly became rich. Their business got bigger and bigger, and their money got bigger and bigger. Generally, in such a situation, some families in Sword City would suppress the Sun family. However, when these families wanted to suppress the Sun family, they were suddenly attacked. A lot of family members died. On the other hand, the families that didn't participate in this matter were completely fine. When this matter came out, people naturally knew that the Sun family was behind it. They also understood that the Sun family was warning them that if they were to act recklessly, then it would be as simple as killing a few people. Naturally, these families didn't suppress the Sun family. However, their relationship with the Sun family wasn't very good. However, this didn't include the Jian family. The Jian family's status in Sword City was very high. This was because there was a saying in Sword City, first came the Jian family, then came Sword City. From this saying, one could see the Jian family's status in Sword City. However, the Jian family was too small. Although there were experts in the family, the Jian family's strength wasn't very strong. Therefore, the Jian family couldn't dominate Sword City. Although the Sun family was rich and powerful, and could be considered a first-class family in Sword City, they had always been ostracized by the other families because they did not have a good relationship with the other families in Sword City. Although the Sun family was not weak, it was impossible for them to destroy all the other families in one go. Therefore, both sides were in a deadlock. However, at the end of the day, they were still businessmen and not government officials. Therefore, they mainly focused on doing business. After decades of divergence, although the Sun family was still ostracized, there were no major conflicts between the two parties. The house that the Sun family lived in was considered a big house in Sword City. As the Sun family was a newly developed family, they did not have a large population. However, they had many hangers-on. Therefore, the house of the Sun family could not be too small. After the sky turned dark, the Sun family's courtyard gradually quieted down. However, a large hall in the Sun family's residence was still brightly lit. However, there were people standing guard outside the hall from afar. They couldn't hear what the people in the hall were saying, so the hall seemed very mysterious. In this hall, there were more than 40 people sitting. The leader was a fat old man in his 50s with some gray hair. Although this fat old man was very fat, he had a big beard on his face. He didn't have the kind and honest appearance of a fat man. Instead, he looked very ferocious. The fat old man glanced at the people below and said in a deep voice, "Just now, the gold messenger sent a letter. Recently, he wants to attack the passenger ships from the Ruijin continent to the volcanic continent. He wants us to be prepared. Everyone, what do you think?" On the left side of the fat old man, a thin man in his 40s said, "Silver messenger, we are far away from the sea. What can we do? It's nothing more than passing on some information. I don't think there's anything to prepare." The others in the room nodded as well. The fat old man looked at them and said, "We have a lot of people in the separation sea, but don't forget that the higher-ups of the continents are keeping a close eye on the sea. What we need to do now is to collect information and see how the higher-ups of the Imperial Sword Nation view the situation on the sea. At the same time, we need to see how they react to the situation on the sea." The fat old man nodded and said, "That's right." When everyone heard this, they nodded. They were in the Imperial Sword Kingdom. The fat old man was the patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Firen. He was the silver-masked emissary who was in charge of the Imperial Sword Kingdom's Ghost Mask Assassins. Naturally, they wouldn't call themselves the Ghost Mask Assassins, they would call themselves the Devil Purification Group. Recently, the Ghost Mask's people had been attacking passenger ships. This had attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the 5 continents. At this time, the higher-ups of the 5 continents were very concerned about the situation on the sea. The higher-ups of the various countries weren't fools. When they found out that the Ghost Mask's people were behind this, they would naturally make preparations and set up some traps. If the Ghost Mask's people were to fall into these traps, then they would be able to do it. Because of this, the higher-ups of the 5 continents were very careful in their actions. The fat old man looked at the people in the room and said, "The devil god has yet to recover, so he needs more blood. But if we kill people on the continent, then we will be hunted down by the various countries. This isn't a good thing for our purification group. Therefore, our information is very important. As long as the devil god recovers, then the world will be ours. At that time, whether it's me or everyone else, we will all be meritorious. We will naturally be able to follow the devil god and achieve immortality. We will invade the spiritual realm and achieve great things. The eyes of the other people in the room lit up as they said, "The Devil Purification Group, Supreme Hegemony." Just as they shouted this sentence, a burst of applause was heard. The people in the room stared blankly before their expressions changed. They all took out their weapons and assumed battle stances. They didn't even look at the direction of the sound, they just assumed their battle stances. Good reaction. I can see that all of you have been through hundreds of battles. You're just right for me to use. A voice suddenly echoed in the room. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a very ordinary-looking person. They couldn't see anything special about him. The fat old man Xianxia looked at the person and said, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The person who came was naturally Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the fat old man and smiled faintly. "Patriarch Sun, the silver-masked emissary of the Devil God's Purification Group." "Haha, I didn't think that you would have such an identity. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have waited until now." "Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hai. Have you heard of this name before?" "Zhao Hai? You're Zhao Hai?" When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai say his name, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't think that the person who came would be Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "You've heard of my name? It seems like you haven't heard of it for a long time. It seems like someone sent you to investigate my background? I guess you guys don't know the identity of this person, but I roughly know who he is. Hee, you guys are really resourceful. In order to dig out my background, you guys used all your power. But this is quite interesting because you guys didn't find anything in the end. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai, who was laughing. His expression was somewhat ugly. Just as Zhao Hai said, they received a message from the envoy some time ago, asking them to investigate a person called Zhao Hai. Moreover, they also mentioned Zhao Hai's characteristics: tree soul, 30 years old, very ordinary appearance, and so on. They also heard of Zhao Hai's name at that time. Naturally, just like what Zhao Hai said, they didn't know who sent them to investigate Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he smiled and said, "Do you know that I told a fatty not long ago that when fighting with the enemy, he shouldn't talk so much nonsense. He should make the enemy die without knowing why. It's more cruel to make them confused than to make them understand. But every time I make a move, I still talk a lot of nonsense. Do you know why?" Naturally, Xianxia and the others couldn't speak, so Zhao Hai didn't expect them to answer. Instead, he continued, "Because I told the fatty that unless the situation is completely under your control, you don't have to worry about the people you want to deal with. You don't have to worry about them threatening you, so you can talk to them and make them feel better. Now that I've talked to you for a long time, I feel much better. So now that I'm going to make a move, isn't that good?" Zhao Hai continued, "Don't worry about the people you want to deal with. What do you think? Do it." After hearing Zhao Hai say so much, Xianxia finally couldn't help but move his hand. The sword in his hand flew out and attacked Zhao Hai. The other people in the room did the same. Their weapons all flew out and attacked Zhao Hai. In an instant, artifacts were flying all over the place. Hee, you're still too inexperienced to play this game with me." Zhao Hai chuckled, then with a thought, he waved his hand and a large sword appeared in front of him. With a sweep of the sword, all of the artifacts that were flying towards him were swept to the side. Before they could hit the wall, it was as if they had hit a layer of transparent shield. They were directly bounced back. Then the iron chain behind the large sword flew out. The chain grew a lot longer and entangled everyone in the room. The iron chain had barbs on it. When it wrapped around those people, they immediately cried out in pain. Although they used flying swords, they weren't martial artists. Naturally, they couldn't endure this kind of pain. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Then he waved his hand as slave formations flew towards them. After these people were hit by the slave formations, they screamed and then fainted. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the iron chains wrapped around the people were taken back. Then the golden jade light swords were also taken back. Then a green light appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. The wounds on the people's bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the wounds completely disappeared. Then these people woke up several times before fainting again. Finally, all of them woke up. Then one of them stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai as they said, "We have seen the master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "In the future, cooperate with the Jian family. I'll tell you what to do. Don't let Ghostface notice anything. Don't mention anything about me. Just do what Ghostface wants you to do. But you need to report his movements to me in a timely manner." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, all right." Sun Firan nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared from the room. After Sun Firan waited for Zhao Hai to leave, he turned his head to the others and said, "It seems like the master values Ghostface very much. We should pay attention to this matter in the future. Also, it would be great if we can find out the identity of the other silver-masked messengers or gold-masked messengers. But for now, we should do what we said before. Collect the information and send it to Ghostface." Sun Firan was now Zhao Hai's slave. Naturally, he was worried about Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai called the Demon Gods World Purification Group Ghostface, they naturally followed suit. They didn't have the same fanaticism as before. Everyone in the room also responded. When Ghostface was mentioned, there was no expression on their faces. The enthusiasm they had when they shouted the slogan just now was completely gone. Soon. Firan glanced at everyone and continued, "Do you have a change of clothes on you? If you do, change out of them. Don't let anyone see through you." Earlier, they were entangled by the chains behind the Jasper golden light swords. Their bodies were pierced by the barbs on the chains and were stained with blood. Naturally, they had to change their blood-stained clothes. Otherwise, they would be discovered. These people shook their heads, and one of them said, "Sir. Sir said that we don't have any spatial equipment on us, so we'll bring some clothes with us. I think we should ask the servants outside to bring in some clothes." "Nonsense. We're having a meeting here. What's going on? Why did someone suddenly send clothes in? I have some clothes here. Although they don't fit, you can put them on first. It's already late, so the people outside won't notice. You can change when you get back." Sun Firan took out some clothes and gave it to these people. After these people took the clothes, they directly put them on. Because Sun Firan was fat, these people felt that his clothes were too big. Therefore, they had to tie them up with a belt. After Sun Firan finished speaking, he said, "Sir, you should know that the Sir Patriarch is right. It seems like the Jian family is also Sir's people. However, even if we want to cooperate with the Jian family, we can't contact them openly. Everyone knows about the Sun family's situation in Sword City. The Sword Sharp family is still on guard against the Sun family. If it wasn't for Ghostface's help, the Sun family wouldn't be where they are today. However, although the Jian family hasn't targeted the Sun family, they also haven't treated the Sun family well. If we suddenly contact the Sun family, we will only implicate them. So in the future, if we contact the Jian family, we must do it secretly. I think that this matter will also be handled by the Jian family. Remember, in the future, when you see the Jian family, don't let them see you." Everyone nodded. Then Sun Firan said, "All right, go back and rest. Remember Sir's words." Everyone nodded once more. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Sun Firan before turning around and leaving. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the Jian family. The Jian family didn't know that Zhao Hai had gone out. Zhao Hai just returned to his courtyard and went to rest. The next morning, after Zhao Hai had his breakfast, he called Jian Wanzong to his courtyard. After Jian Wanzong entered the courtyard and gave Zhao Hai a salute, Zhao Hai said, "In the future, the Sun family might send someone to contact you. You need to contact them as well. However, don't let outsiders know that you're in contact with them. Do you understand?" "Yes, young master. I understand," Jian Wanzong replied. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "In the future, I'll leave the matters of the Ruijin continent to you and Sun Firan. I'll leave the two of you in charge. If there's anything, use the transmission formation to report to me." Jian Wanzong replied, "Yes. Rest assured, I'll do my best." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Jian Wanzong and said, "How are the arrangements for the mixed spirit continent? When can we set off?" Jian Wanzong immediately replied, "We can set off the day after tomorrow." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Prepare yourself today. I'll take you to see Sun Firen in the evening. You two should cooperate more in the future. Sun Firen's situation is different from the Jian families. I've only subdued some people, I haven't completely subdued them. Moreover, they're ghost faces people. Many of the people around him might not be trustworthy. Therefore, in the future, you'll still be in charge. However, you should also listen to Sun Firen's opinion. Go." Jian Wanzong nodded. After giving Zhao Hai a salute, he turned around and left. In the evening, Zhao Hai brought Jian Wanzong to the Sun family's residence. After meeting with Sun Firen, Zhao Hai explained some things to them. Then Zhao Hai led Jian Wanzong back to the Jian family. 2 days later, Zhao Hai followed the Jian family's weapons convoy and boarded a cargo ship. Then the cargo ship sailed along the river to the seaside. Then the weapons were loaded onto the ship. This ship belonged to the Jian family. It wasn't only used to transport weapons, but also other things such as life necessities, formations, and the like. One shouldn't underestimate this ship. This ship alone can bring huge profits to the Jian family. Moreover, there weren't many families like the Jian family who were allowed to do business in the mixed spirit continent. It can even be said that the Jian family's business in the mixed spirit continent can be considered a monopoly. The ship was guarded by Jian family experts. However, these experts were now Zhao Hai's slaves. Naturally, they were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. It would take more than a month to travel from the Ruijin continent to the miscellaneous spirit continent. Moreover, this route wasn't very safe. This danger didn't mean that they would be attacked by sea beasts, but by other ships. These ships weren't necessarily going to the miscellaneous spirit continent to do business, they were actually slave ships. Their purpose was to capture slaves from the miscellaneous spirit continent. Such ships were definitely more hateful than pirate ships. Pirate ships have their own territories, so as long as you pay them, they wouldn't touch you. However, these slave ships didn't care so much, they would just snatch any ship they see. Because of the existence of these slave ships, every trip to the sea was very dangerous. Naturally, they had to be very careful. On the other hand, the Jian family's ship wasn't particularly big. It had a long and narrow hull. It was a fast ship. On the ship, there was a large flag with a sharp sword drawn on it. This was the symbol of the Jian family. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the deck of the ship and said, "How long until we reach the mixed spirit continent?" A Jian family expert replied, "Young master, we'll reach the mixed spirit continent in about 10 days. The mixed spirit continent only has a coastal city. The pier there isn't very big. However, young master doesn't need to worry. Our Jian family has a very good relationship with the people of the mixed spirit continent. Our ships are very popular there." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people around him and said, "We didn't encounter any sea beasts along the way. This is strange, I didn't see you feeding any sea beasts." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people around him and said, "We didn't encounter any sea beasts along the way." The person replied, "Young master doesn't know, but we've already fed the sea beasts along the way. Every year, we'll feed them at a fixed time. Other than that, we won't feed them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Right, there's a ship ahead." When the Jian family expert heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately looked at the mast. There was a lookout tower there. There was a person standing on the lookout tower, always paying attention to the surroundings. Once a ship approached, they would immediately send out an alarm. But now, there was no ship on the lookout tower. And yet, Zhao Hai said that there was a ship. What was going on? The Jian family expert couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai suspiciously. Naturally, they wouldn't doubt Zhao Hai. However, they really didn't see a ship. Zhao Hai replied, "It's a black ship. It doesn't have any markings, there's no flag on the ship." Right, the ship's ram is quite strange. There's a skull on the ram. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Jian family expert couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Young master, did you see it clearly? Is it really a black ship? And it looks like a skull?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true." After a while, the people On the lookout tower should be able to see it. What's the origin of this ship? The Jian family expert didn't have time to answer Zhao Hai. Instead, he loudly said, "People on the lookout tower, pay attention. The demon god is coming." Upon hearing the Jian family expert, the entire ship was in chaos. Everyone looked nervously at the person on the lookout tower. The people on the lookout tower were even more nervous. They kept looking around. At this time, the Jian family expert opened his mouth and said, "Young master, if you're not wrong, then that ship should be the demon god. It's a very strange ship. The ship's speed is very fast. The people on the ship are also very strange. They all wear black robes, black masks, and black staffs. However, their fighting strength is very strong. As long as a ship is targeted by them, almost no ship can escape. Because of this, although nobody knows what this ship is called, everyone gave it a name, the demon god. Devil's ship." Zhao Hai muttered the name of the ship, then he said, "This name is quite interesting. I want to meet this devil's ship and see how strong it is." When the Jian family person heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He just commanded the people on the ship to increase their vigilance. But before he could make the arrangements, a mournful cry could be heard from the observation deck, "Devil's ship, it's the devil's ship." This person's cry was quite terrifying. The people on the ship couldn't help but panic. Zhao Hai didn't move, so the Jian family person quickly stopped the commotion. Only then did the people on the ship calm down. Zhao Hai looked at the people on the ship and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. However, in the distance, a black dot could be seen. This black dot was getting bigger and bigger. Before long, the people on the ship could see what this black dot looked like. This black dot was a ship. The ship was completely black, even the sails were black. It looked like a black monster moving on the sea. Upon seeing this, the people on the ship became restless. They had already heard of the devil's ship's reputation. Now that they saw this ship, they couldn't help but feel afraid. The Jian family person's expression was also ugly as he looked at the ship. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly. "All right, don't worry. Leave this ship to me. It's a good ship, I'll be taking it." When the Jian family person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he didn't say anything, but his expression relaxed. He was Zhao Hai's slave, so naturally, he wouldn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. Because of this, he wasn't nervous anymore. The speed of the black ship was very fast. It didn't take long before it arrived in front of the ship. Zhao Hai, who was standing on the ship, suddenly moved and disappeared. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared on the black ship. There were a lot of people standing on the black ship. These people wore black robes and held black staffs in their hands. They also wore black masks on their faces. These masks looked very terrifying. However, these people were surprised by the sudden appearance of Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai immediately launched an attack on them. Zhao Hai raised both of his hands towards the sky. Suddenly, the sea around the ship turned into a huge wave. Then this huge wave directly rolled towards the ship. At this time, the black-robed people also reacted. They were all black souls. When they saw this huge wave, they panicked. Some of them immediately set up a shield while some of them directly attacked Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing on top of a wave. This wave was much higher than the ship. When the people on the ship wanted to attack Zhao Hai, they suddenly discovered that the surrounding water elements didn't listen to them. At this time, the seawater turned into big hands and grabbed the people on the ship. Seeing that these people had lost their ability to resist, Zhao Hai began to place the slave formation on them. It must be said that it was much easier for Zhao Hai to deal with these people compared to those who practiced martial arts. With Zhao Hai's spiritual force, as well as his heart of nature, he can make the surrounding elements not listen to these people. In this way, these people who relied on the elements to attack simply lost their ability to attack. Each and every one of them became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to easily deal with them. For those who practice martial arts, although they can't separate themselves from the various elements, they can absorb these elements into their body and refine them, turning them into their own energy. This way, their body will have a lot of energy. So even if Zhao isolates the surrounding energy, they will still have a strong fighting strength, which is stronger than a warlock. However, this was also because these warlocks were too weak. If they were like the people from the spirit realm, then it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to deal with them. These people had a strong affinity with elemental techniques, so it was impossible for them to be isolated. Even if they were isolated, they would still have spirit pools in their bodies. These spirit pools also had spiritual qi, enough for them to use spells. To put it simply, Zhao Hai was using his formidable spiritual force to bully the people of the 5 spirit realms. There was nothing to say about this. Naturally, the black-robed people fainted. It didn't take long before they woke up and fainted again. After this happened several times, these people were completely awake. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the sea to calm down. Then he looked at the black-robed people and said, "Take off your masks." The black-robed people took off their masks. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Who are you?" These people looked ordinary and had dark skin. One could see that they had been through a lot. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's question, one of them immediately replying to the master, "We are people from the Demon Gods World Purification Group. We are also known as the Ghost Face Assassin Group." When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared. Then he looked at the black-robed people and said, "You are people from the Ghost Face Assassin Group? That's interesting. Tell me, what do you do in the Ghost Face Assassin Group? Do you specialize in robbing people?" Replying to the master, "We don't specialize in robbing people. We only rob for money. We want to earn more money for the group. Our main purpose is to rob the slave ships. We attack the slave ships and rob the slaves." "What do you rob the slaves for?" Replying to the master, "These slaves are eventually brought to the islands controlled by our group. They work there, and sometimes they are used as blood sacrifices. But because these slave ships have strong backgrounds, we don't make a lot of moves every year." "So, you know where the bases of your regiment are?" "Yes, master. We all know that the main bases of our group are on islands. Moreover, these islands are very remote. Ordinary people simply don't know about them. Only we know about them." "Then, has there been any movement in your base recently? Or did anyone come to your bases?" Replying to the master, "Some time ago, the bases were under martial law. Nobody was allowed to approach them. We all went to other bases to rest and reorganize. Moreover, the higher-ups passed down orders for us to rob more people, especially those from the Ruijin continent to the miscellaneous spirit continent. This is because these ships are filled with food and weapons, which are exactly what we need." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the person and said, "All right, this is a portable transmission formation. If you have any news in the future, you can pass it to me. If I have any orders, I will also pass it to you. This is a spatial equipment. If you don't have any orders, you can do as you normally do." Then Zhao Hai threw a spatial bag and a formation towards the person. After receiving these things, the person gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, master." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared from the devil's ship. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the Jian family's ship. At this time, the devil's ship had already turned around and left. Their ship speed was much faster than the Jian family's ship. In just a blink of an eye, they had already gone far away. When the Jian family saw the ship leave, they couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he just returned to his room to rest. After dinner, Zhao Hai went to the deck. At this time, he had a large wooden bucket in his hand. Inside this wooden bucket was a seashell. This seashell was very colorful, it looked like it had 7 colors. When placed inside the bucket, it seemed like it was emitting a faint light. Zhao Hai gave the seashell to the person from the Jian family and said, "This seashell is for you. Later on, you can put it on the ship. Remember, if the fire gets dirty, then you can just change it to seawater. Other than that, you don't need to worry about it. But remember, if the seashell gets messy in the bucket, then you shouldn't go out to sea. You might encounter a storm when you go out to sea. Moreover, with this seashell on the ship, you can use spells with less effort. Do you understand?" When the person from the Jian family heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up as he said, "Yes, young master. I understand." Zhao Hai nodded. Although these people were very experienced, they knew when to go out to sea and when to avoid encountering a storm. However, the sea wasn't something that one could predict. Every year, there would be storms and waves. Because of this, there were a lot of ships that got sunk every year. Now that they have this seashell, it would be much safer for them to go out to sea. As for what Zhao Hai said about making it easier for them to use spells, they didn't take it to heart. They hadn't tried it before, so they didn't take it to heart. But just like before, this made them very happy. The ship traveled for another 10 days. During these 10 days, they didn't encounter any problems. Along the way, they encountered 2 ships. These 2 ships were obviously slave ships. However, when the people on the ships saw the flag of the Jian family, they didn't make a move. Everyone lived in peace with each other. People who lived on the sea were very clear about the situation of each family. Although the Jian family wasn't a particularly powerful family, they still had a lot of experts on their ship. Because of this, most people wouldn't make a move on the Jian family. This was because the Jian family was a hard bone to chew. Moreover, the things that they obtained were nothing more than food and weapons. These things would only be worth a lot of money if they were transported to the mixed spirit continent. Once they were transported to other places, their prices would be mediocre. Naturally, nobody would make a move on the Jian family. 10 days later, the Jian family's ship finally saw a continent in the distance. The leader of the Jian family looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the mixed spirit continent is in front of us. In a while, there might be ships coming over. But young master doesn't need to worry, those ships are from the mixed spirit continent. They are specifically made to deal with slave ships. Our Jian family has received permission to come here, so they won't do anything to us. On the contrary, they will welcome us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't make a move. Since we're here, it's up to you." The leader of the Jian family nodded. Then he commanded the ship to move forward at full speed. In the distance, several black spots could be seen. Seeing the ships approaching, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. The people on these ships were all mixed souls. However, there was one person who looked incomparably strong. Moreover, he was carrying weapons. Perhaps it was because he had been on the ship for a long time, but his skin was very dark. However, he looked very spirited. However, the clothes on these people were a little special. They didn't have any shirts at all. They were all bare-chested and only had a pair of pants on their lower body. When these people saw the Jian family's ship, one of them had a smile on his face. One of them was a person wearing a shirt and said to the person in charge of the Jian family, "Brother Yuejing, you're finally here. Did your journey go smoothly?" The expert from the Jian family was called Jian Yuejing. When he heard this, he cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Commander Zhu. Ha ha ha. I brought a lot of good things this time." When Commander Zhu heard this, his smile widened. He quickly said, "All right, Brother Yuejing, please. We'll escort you. Brother Yuejing, please." Jian Yuejing cupped his fist to the person before the ship continued to move forward. The ships from the mixed spirit continent had to turn around to return, so they fell behind. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the ships used by the people of the mixed spirit continent. Their ships looked a bit cumbersome. Compared to Jian Yuejing's ships, they were much worse. When Jian Yuejing saw Zhao Hai looking at the ships, he sighed and said, "The people of the miscellaneous spirit continent don't have it easy. There are a lot of powerful beasts here. When these people were first sent here, they had nothing. Many of them died of sickness and starvation. In the end, they were eaten by the beasts. However, these people relied on simple wooden sticks to survive. Later on, I heard that there were several sages among them. These sages observed the movements of the beasts as they hunted and slowly created their own martial skills. This allowed them to gain a firm foothold in the miscellaneous spirit continent. But this wasn't the end. Later on, the people of the 5 continents attacked them and wanted to turn them into slaves. At that time, the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent were already able to resist. Both sides had a great battle. Almost half of the people of the miscellaneous spirit continent died before the people of the 5 continents were driven away. At this point, Jian Yuejing paused for a moment before he sighed and said, "But because of this battle, the mixed spirit continent's martial techniques have undergone a qualitative development. Now, their martial techniques aren't much worse than magic techniques. The people of the 5 continents have no way to attack them. However, they have sealed them off, not giving them any materials or information. Because of this, they can only rely on themselves. Because of this, the things in the mixed spirit continent look very crude. The people of the 5 continents would sneak ashore from time to capture slaves. This made the people of the 5 continents hate the people of the 5 continents even more. In the past, the Jian family spent a lot of effort to open up this trade route. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "These people really don't have it easy. Do they lack materials?" "Yes, there's a lack of everything here. Food, cloth, everything. Because the mixed spirit continent has a lot of mountains, there are only stones on the mountains. There aren't many materials here. Aside from some minerals, there's nothing else here. Although they produce ores, their metallurgy techniques are very poor. The money they make from refining isn't very useful, and it's even worse when it comes to making weapons. Because of this, they need to buy weapons from us. We can only get iron from them and of course, gold and silver. No wonder. Is it because they lack cloth?" "That's right. At the very least, they can fish and eat. However, these people are also very dangerous because they have to deal with the slave ships. Almost every few days, there would be a battle. Every battle would result in people dying. However, they are still very happy because they think that they are protecting the people of the mixed spirit continent. Young master, I really admire them. If you can help them, it would be even better." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Young master, I really admire them. If young master can help them, it would be even better." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'll help them. This time, I came here to help them. You can rest assured. Also, I think that it wouldn't take long for them to be self-sufficient. I'm afraid that the Jian family's business wouldn't be as good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'll help them. The Jian family belongs to the young master. It doesn't matter if we do business or not. The Jian family's current wealth is enough for them to live for several generations. As long as we can work for the young master, even if the Jian family were to die, it wouldn't matter." If these words were said by someone else, then it would be considered flattery. However, one shouldn't forget that Jianyue Jing was Zhao Hai's slave. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Just like he said, the Jian family belonged to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai can do whatever he wants. Now that Zhao Hai wants to kill everyone in the Jian family, what else could they say? Zhao Hai looked at Jianyue Jing and said, "No matter what the Jian family loses, I will make it up to you. You are my people. I, Zhao Hai, will never mistreat my people. Remember, take good care of the shell. You will benefit from it." Although Jianyue Jing didn't know why Zhao Hai mentioned the shell, he still nodded. Actually, Jianyue Jing didn't know that the shell was very important. It wasn't just a colorful shell, nor was it used for storm warnings. Its true identity was actually a spirit shell. What spirit shell? Of course, it was the 5-element spirit shellfish. But the 5-element spirit shellfish referred to 5 kinds of shellfish. This spirit shellfish was actually a type of shellfish. After Zhao collected the 5-element spirit shellfish, the 5-element spirit shellfish gathered together in the space. Finally, they slowly fused together and formed this 7-colored spirit shellfish. It can be said that this spirit shellfish was a new type of spirit shellfish. And this spirit shellfish was very useful. Not only can it be used as an early warning for storms, it can also make the surrounding spiritual qi richer. Most importantly, this spirit shellfish was equivalent to a living spirit gathering formation. This spirit shellfish can absorb spiritual qi and then release it. The spirit shellfish that Zhao Hai left behind was enough to build a barrier formation on the ship, as well as some energy cannons and other things. It can be said that this spirit shellfish was very useful. Most importantly, the longer the spirit shell lived, the more spiritual energy it could gather and release. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very concerned about this spirit shell. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell the Jian family about this matter. This matter can only be discussed in the future. If news were to spread, then it would be very troublesome. When the ship slowly docked on the shore, Jianyue Jing and Zhao Hai disembarked from the ship. Upon arriving on the shore, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but sigh. This was because there were a lot of people on the shore. These people were looking at the ship and their bodies. A lot of them were wearing short robes that reached their knees. Their upper bodies were bare, revealing their dark skin. Naturally, these people weren't doing this for the sake of cooling off, but rather because they didn't have enough cloth. At this time, several people wearing clothes came over and politely cupped their fists towards Jianyue Jing. Jianyue Jing also went to chat with them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai stood on the side as he looked towards the miscellaneous spirit continent. Not far away from the pier was a city. This city was very big and its walls were very high. However, Zhao Hai felt something from the walls of the other 5 continents that he couldn't find in the other 5 continents. The other 5 continents had been peaceful for a long time. Therefore, although the walls were tall, they didn't have any imposing aura. Some of the walls had been in disrepair for a long time, making them look very shabby. However, the walls here were different. Although there were some traces of repairs on the walls looked very imposing. These traces of repairs weren't because they had been repaired for a long time. It was clear that they were repaired after being attacked. It can be seen that the walls had been through a war not too long ago. Zhao Hai didn't need Jianyue Jing to know why the walls were like this. The slave ships weren't easy to deal with. The miscellaneous spirit continent didn't have a lot of warships, so the slave ships could easily attack the walls. Moreover, the people on the slave ships were all warlocks. Naturally, they could use spells to attack the walls. At this time, Jianyue Jing turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, please come." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked over. Jianyue Jing looked at the person from the miscellaneous spirit continent and said, "Mr. Yu, this is a good friend of the Jian family. He likes to travel all over the world. This time, he wanted to visit the miscellaneous spirit continent. Moreover, he's very strong and can also treat illnesses. I hope that Mr. Yu can take care of him." Mr. Yu looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Mr. Yu." Mr. Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "Since Mr. Yu was recommended by the Jian family, then we naturally welcome him. I'll give Mr. Yu some proof later. Mr. Yu wouldn't be in any danger when he travels the miscellaneous spirit continent." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks, Mr. Yu. I can see that Mr. Yu seems to have some kind of illness. Does Mr. Yu feel sore every day when it's cloudy?" When Mr. Yu heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, how did you know?" "That's right, every day when it's cloudy is the most unbearable for me. My whole body feels sore. I can't help it, I have to get drunk every day in order to feel better." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, I can see it. I won't hide it from Mr. I can cure Mr.'s condition, but it will take some time. However, I'll be staying in the mixed spirit continent for a long time. After I cure Mr., I'll travel around the continent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." When Mr. Yu heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu, please wait for a moment. After I finish speaking with Mr. Jian, I'll go to the city with Mr. Yu. When the time comes, I'll have to ask Mr. Yu to relieve my pain." "Of course. Mr. Yu, please do as you wish." After Zhao Hai said that, he cupped his fist towards Mr. Yu and then moved to the side. Mr. Yu was very polite to Zhao Hai. After cupping his fist towards Zhao Hai, Mr. Yu turned to Jianyue Jing. Jianyue Jing looked at Zhao Hai's actions and couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai more and more. He felt that his master was unfathomable and omnipotent. The reason why Mr. Yu came to see Jianyue Jing was because he wanted to receive goods. The Jian family and the miscellaneous spirit continent had business dealings, but they didn't have any shops in the continent. Although they did have a residence, they didn't have any shops. This was because the miscellaneous spirit continent lacked these things. These things needed to be controlled by the government. Because of this, Jianyue Jing didn't need to do business with other people. As long as you deliver the goods, the miscellaneous spirit continent's government would immediately give you money. Moreover, they didn't even need to bargain. After Mr. Yu and Jianyue Jing finished talking, the group went back to Life City. Naturally, there would be people moving the things on the ship. They didn't need to do anything, nor did the Jian family. This business was very enjoyable. The group quickly entered the city. The city of the miscellaneous spirit continent was very close to the docks. Therefore, they didn't need to take a carriage. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Compared to the city walls, this city was a lot worse. This was because there were almost no high-rise buildings in the city. All of the buildings were one-story buildings. Moreover, most of them were made of stone. The Jian family's people directly went to the Jian family's residence. The residence was very big, but Zhao Hai didn't follow them. Instead, he went to Mr. Yu's residence. Mr. Yu's residence was very spacious. There were 4 courtyards, but there weren't many servants inside. Most of them were soldiers, and they were all armed with weapons. Mr. Yu was very polite to Zhao Hai. After inviting Zhao Hai to the living room, Mr. Yu said, "I didn't expect Mr.'s medical skills to be this good. Just by looking at me a few times, you already knew about my illness. May I ask how long it will take to cure my illness? What kind of herbs do you need?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Sir, there's no need to worry. Sir's illness is an old illness. If I'm not mistaken, Sir's illness was caused by an ice element spell during a battle. If we want to cure Sir's illness, then we need to prepare some things. However, these things are a bit troublesome to prepare. This is because these things are specialties of the volcanic continent. Coincidentally, I've been to the volcanic continent for a while now, so I have some things that aren't native to the volcanic continent. But before we can use them, these things need to be processed first. Sir, give me 3 days. After 3 days, I'll officially treat Sir's illness. What does Sir think?" Mr. Yu nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave it to Mr. Yu. If Mr. Yu needs anything, please don't hesitate to ask." 3 days passed by quickly. Mr. Yu went to see Zhao Hai again. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai has been busy, so Mr. Yu didn't bother Zhao Hai. Now that the time had come, they naturally came to take a look. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had Mr. Yu call over a blacksmith. He said that he wanted to make something that would be useful when the time comes. Although Mr. Yu didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, since it was related to his illness, he naturally didn't have any objections. When Zhao Hai heard that Mr. Yu had arrived, he came out of his room and cupped his fist towards Mr. Yu and said, "Mr. Yu has arrived. Please come in, the thing has been prepared." Although Mr. Yu didn't know what it was, he still nodded and followed Zhao Hai into his room. In the middle of the room was a large wooden barrel. The barrel was very big, and there were 2 wooden steps on the side that allowed people to step into the barrel. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Mr. Yu and said, "Mr. Yu, this is prepared for Mr. Yu's treatment. Mr. Yu's illness has already penetrated deep into his bone marrow, so he needs to use a medicinal bath in order to eradicate it. However, this medicinal bath also needs to have a temperature. Mr. Yu has a cold disease, so he needs to use some fire attribute herbs to dissolve it. However, an ordinary wooden barrel won't do, so the bottom of the barrel needs to be heated. Mr. Yu needs to have this barrel moved to an empty room, and then have a trustworthy person boil the herbs and pour the medicine into the barrel. Once the temperature is right, Mr. Yu can take a bath in the barrel. At this time, someone needs to be constantly heating the barrel so that the medicine inside can be maintained at a certain temperature. This way, the effects of the medicine can be maximized." When Mr. Yu heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Mr. Yu's method is good. Actually, I've also felt that hot baths are very comfortable. I didn't think that Mr. Yu's method would also be a medicinal bath." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. Yu's illness is cold, so using hot water would naturally be effective. Actually, under normal circumstances, Mr. Yu's illness can be cured with hot water. However, Mr. Yu's injury isn't good, so just hot water isn't enough. You must add herbs." Mr. Yu immediately said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it. I'll have Mr. Yu prepare the herbs." Zhao Hai pointed at the paper bags on the side and said, "Mr. Yu, these herbs have already been prepared. 1 bag a day. It's best for Mr. Yu to soak in the medicine for 4 hours. While soaking, you should be able to cultivate. Here are 10 bags. After 10 days, Mr. Yu's illness should be cured." "Good, very good. This illness has been tormenting me for many years. Now that I'm finally going to be cured, I'll immediately have people prepare it," Mr. Yu said excitedly. Then he immediately called people in to move the wooden barrels and herbs away. After the things were moved away, Mr. Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. has been working hard these past few days. Please take a good rest. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. This official has been worried about my illness, so I won't be accompanying Mr. any longer. After this official recovers, I will certainly reward Mr. and have a few drinks with you." Ha ha ha, Mr. Yu is too polite. I've been in the city for a few days now, but I haven't been able to take a good look around. Mr. Yu, I want to go to the city to take a look. Can I? Of course you can. I've already prepared a certificate for Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu can take this to anywhere in the city. Mr. Yu, please follow me. Then Mr. Yu led Zhao Hai out of his room. When the two arrived at Mr. Yu's room, Mr. Yu gave Zhao Hai a piece of paper as well as an iron plate. After giving these two items to Zhao Hai, Mr. Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Yu, take this iron plate with you. If someone wants to check it, just show it to them. Mr. Yu, do you need someone to follow you when you go out?" Zhao Hai received the paper and iron plate. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Thank you Mr. Yu for your kindness, but there's no need for that. I'm just going to take a look around the city. I don't need anyone to follow me." Mr. Yu nodded, then he loudly said, "Someone, go to the treasury and give Mr. 1,000 gold coins. Mr., although I'm a city lord, my income isn't that high. Therefore, I can only give Mr. 1,000 gold coins to spend. My mixed spirit continent doesn't have anything good, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine, I don't want to buy anything. Mr. Yu doesn't need to worry about it. There's no need to give me gold coins, I'm not lacking in money. Mr. Yu, I'll be taking my leave." Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist to Mr. Yu before he turned around and left. Mr. Yu looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but stare. At this time, he remembered that when Jian Yujing met Zhao Hai, he called Zhao Hai young master. How could such a person lack money? After thinking about this, Mr. Yu didn't call out to Zhao Hai. However, he still remembered Zhao Hai's kindness. After leaving Mr. Yu's residence, Zhao Hai went directly to the Jian family's residence. The Jian family's residence was very easy to find. Moreover, the Jian family had been stationed there for a long time. Additionally, they had just transported some things over, so the crew needed to rest. Because of this, they haven't left yet. Zhao Hai went to the Jian family's residence to see their situation. The Jian family didn't need to worry about anything. This was because the Jian family's status in the mixed spirit continent was very high. Zhao Hai gave some instructions to Jian Yujing. He told them to take care of the matters in the Ruijing continent. There was no need for them to worry about Zhao Hai's matters. After sitting in the Jian family's residence for a while, Zhao Hai left. He really wanted to see what the city was like. Walking on the streets of this unfamiliar city, Zhao Hai thought that his tree soul would make the people of the city hate him. However, he didn't expect that the people of the city didn't hate him. On the contrary, they were very kind to him. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. However, Zhao Hai was quickly attracted by another matter. He noticed that the city didn't seem to have any businesses. There were very few people doing business. Besides some people selling vegetables, there were also some people selling fish. Other than that, there weren't many shops in the city. On the other hand, the people on the streets were even worse. Generally, people in the fields only wore one pair of pants. Women also wore one piece of clothing. There were even some children who only wore a small grass skirt. This was very surprising. Poor, this was the abbreviation for the entire city. One must know that this was the only maritime city in the mixed spirit continent. Generally, a city like this would have very developed businesses. However, there were very few shops in the city. From this, one could see how poor the mixed spirit continent was. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's mood became very heavy. Zhao Hai was a ruthless person, but he was also a soft-hearted person. His ruthlessness was aimed at his enemies. He would do everything he could to deal with them. He could even kill them all. In this regard, his heart was very ruthless. However, in the face of ordinary people, Zhao Hai was still very soft-hearted. This was because no matter where the people were, Zhao Hai wanted them to live well. When he saw that they weren't doing well, he wanted to help them. This was Zhao Hai's soft-hearted nature. This time, Zhao Hai treated Mr. Yu's illness not because he was soft-hearted. He wanted Mr. Yu to remember him. He wanted Mr. Yu to know that he was a capable person. He wanted Mr. Yu to owe him a favor. This way, Mr. Yu would be grateful to him in the future. Mr. Yu would also support him in whatever he does. This was what Zhao Hai needed. Zhao Hai didn't plan to directly move the army of the Lost Soul Empire to the Mixed Spirit Continent. If he did that, not only would the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent view him as an enemy, it would also bring casualties to the army of the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, the people of the other 5 continents would receive this news. This would be very disadvantageous to his actions. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to do this. He planned to make some changes to the Mixed Spirit Continent. He wanted to gain some prestige in the continent and make the people of the continent feel grateful to him. At that time, he would bring the people of the Lost Soul Empire to the Mixed Spirit Continent. Naturally, the people of the Mixed Spirit Continent wouldn't be too disgusted with the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, the people of the Lost Soul Empire were mostly mixed spirits. Many of their soldiers were also mixed spirits. Therefore, when the time comes for the Lost Soul Empire to come in contact with the Mixed Spirit Continent, everything would be logical. There wouldn't be any opposition. Therefore, what Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to gain prestige in the Mixed Spirit Continent. This wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. With his ability, if he wanted to make a name for himself in the Mixed Spirit Continent, then it would be easy. However, if he wanted to make a name for himself in the continent, then it wouldn't be easy. The Mixed Spirit Continent was very big, it wasn't smaller than the other continents. However, there was one thing that was that the Mixed Spirit Continent didn't have a transmission formation, not even one. Communication here relied on horses, carriages, boats, or even walking. In this place, the circulation of information was very slow. Even if you become famous in a city, you might not be heard of in other places. This effect wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted. What Zhao Hai wanted was for the entire Mixed Spirit Continent to know his name and be grateful to him. Perhaps this would be difficult for others, but for Zhao Hai, it wasn't difficult. What was the situation in the Mixed Spirit Continent right now? People were so poor that they couldn't even afford to wear clothes. Why was this? There were a lot of people, a lot of mountains, and a lot of things. Because of this, the people here were poor. Wanting to change this situation wouldn't be easy for others. However, for Zhao Hai, it wasn't difficult. Don't forget who he was, a plant master. He was a plant master. What was a plant master good at? Improving plants. Improved plants might not be very useful in some places, but for the Mixed Spirit Continent, it was very useful. The people of the Mixed Spirit Continent were poor because they didn't have much land and a lot of mountains. Moreover, there were very few places where things could grow in the mountains. Although there were minerals here, the economic blockade of the 5 continents made it so that even if they had money, they wouldn't be able to spend it. This was the reason why the Mixed Spirit Continent was so poor. This was also the reason why the Mixed Spirit Continent was driven here. In the eyes of the people of the other 5 continents, the Mixed Spirit Continent was simply a land of death. It was precisely because the Mixed Spirit Continent was too poor that it couldn't even be self-sufficient. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought of using the method of improving plants in order to make the Mixed Spirit Continent better. Just like the Soul Realm in the past, why didn't the Soul Realm go through a lot of natural disasters but nobody rebelled? The reason was very simple. It was because the grains there were all improved by plant masters. The yield was very high. Aside from paying taxes, every family had surplus grains. They relied on those grains to get through the disaster years. The people there could rely on farming to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Naturally, nobody would rebel. The Mixed Spirit Continent didn't have a plant master. Although there were a lot of soul grafters in the continent, their status was too low. They didn't even have the means to learn magic arts, they had to make their own martial skills. The reason why they were able to make these martial skills was because they were constantly fighting. Because of this, all of their martial skills were aimed at improving their combat strength. They didn't think about improving plants. Because of this, the people here naturally didn't know the methods of a plant master. But even if they didn't, Zhao Hai did. Because of this, Zhao Hai was confident in making the mixed spirit continent better. However, his current identity wasn't that of a mixed soul. Moreover, he was a member of the Jian family, he wasn't a native of the mixed spirit continent. Although the people of the mixed spirit continent seemed to be very polite to him, Zhao Hai knew that these people were being polite to him because he was a merchant. The mixed spirit continent needed merchants, and those who can openly appear in the cities of the mixed spirit continent were merchants that the continent allowed. Because of this, the people of the mixed spirit continent wouldn't treat him as an enemy. However, this status wasn't enough to make people respect him. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed a high-ranking official of the mixed spirit continent to help him. It was precisely because of this that he treated Mr. Yu, the city lord of Sea Spirit City. This would make things easier for him in the future. After strolling around the streets, Zhao Hai returned to Mr. Yu's residence. He didn't plan on going back to the Jian family's residence because that would arouse Mr. Yu's suspicions. In any case, Mr. Yu's residence wasn't a big deal. Mr. Yu's medicine wouldn't have any problems, and there were many people waiting on him. When Zhao Hai returned to Lord Yu's residence, the people there were very polite to him. They invited Zhao Hai back to his courtyard and asked him if he needed anything. Zhao Hai only asked them to bring some food and drink, then asked about Lord Yu's situation. Mr. Yu had already soaked in a medicinal bath. This medicinal bath would take 4 hours, and Zhao Hai had been gone for quite some time. Thus, Mr. Yu went to rest after soaking in the medicinal bath. The next morning, Mr. Yu arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard with a ruddy complexion. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Mr. Yu cupped his fist and gave Zhao Hai a big bow. Yu Jinglin thanks Mr. Yu. This you will never forget Mr. Yu's kindness. Zhao Hai quickly helped Mr. Yu up, then he smiled and said, Mr. Yu is too polite, this is nothing. Looking at Mr. Yu's appearance, it seems like you slept well yesterday. Today, Mr. Yu will soak in the medicinal bath for 10 days. After that, Mr. Yu's illness will be cured. Yes, thank you Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu doesn't know that this illness has been tormenting me for the past few days. This is the seaside, so whenever the wind blows, I feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, I haven't slept as well as I did yesterday. Zhao Hai smiled and said, in a few days, Mr. Yu will be completely cured. I can guarantee this. Right, Mr. Yu, I have a request, I hope that Mr. Yu can help me. Mr. Yu is too polite. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help Mr. Yu. Hee, it's not a big matter. I want to go out of the city and have a look. I hope that Mr. Yu can find a guide for me. Oh, Mr. Yu wants to go out of the city? What's the matter? Mr. Yu, please don't be offended. I'm very curious about all kinds of plants. I want to study them and see if there are any differences between the plants of the mixed spirit continent and the other continents. Moreover, I also want to improve the plants. Improve the plants? What do you mean by that? Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's just my idea. Although I'm a tree soul, I was born in the Arctic continent and have always been an adventurer. Later on, I found a spirit tree and sold it for money. After that, I went to the thick earth continent, then the tree spirit continent, then the volcanic continent, then the acute gold continent, and finally the mixed spirit continent. During this process, I learned some things in the tree spirit continent, as well as other continents. I also did some experiments in the acute gold continent. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at Yu Jinglin and said, plant improvement is literally using one's own energy to make plants better. This method has already been used in the tree spirit continent. I've also learned a bit about it. I came to the mixed spirit continent to help improve some plants. Yu Jinglin nodded, then he said, I'm going to improve some plants here. Yu Jinglin stared, he didn't understand Zhao Hai's meaning. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, what can you do by improving plants? Zhao Hai's eyes flashed as he looked at Yu Jinglin and said, it can produce more grain, more hemp, and more cotton. Yu Jinglin's body shook. Then he suddenly stood up and looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression. Mister, are you telling the truth? His voice was trembling. This was because he was too excited. He knew what it meant to produce more grain, hemp, and cotton. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, although I'm a tree soul, I don't look down on mixed soul cultivators. I know what the people of the 5 continents have done to the mixed spirit continent, but I don't like their methods. This time, I came to the mixed spirit continent to help. I want to see what I can do for the people of the mixed spirit continent. Improving plants is the first step. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm a tree soul. Yu Jinglin's body trembled, then he gave Zhao Hai a big bow and said, thank you, mister. As long as mister can improve the plants of the mixed spirit continent, then I would like to represent the people of the continent in thanking mister. Zhao Hai helped Yu Jinglin up and said, Mr. Yu, the Jian family has always been fair when doing business with the mixed spirit continent. They also want to help the mixed spirit continent. However, they are a family. If they help the mixed spirit continent and the other continents know about it, then they would be finished. Because of this, they can't help too much. But I'm different, I'm alone, I have no relatives or friends. Therefore, I can do whatever I want. I want to leave the city to see if the plants of the mixed spirit continent can be improved, and to what extent. I hope mister can help me. Help, of course I'll help. I'm not just helping you, I'm also helping the people of the mixed spirit continent. You can rest assured, from today onwards, I'll give you whatever you need. If you can really improve the plants, then I'll let the people of the mixed spirit continent know about you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, mister, don't forget about the medicinal bath. In a while, you can arrange for people to help me leave the city. Right, I also need a piece of land. It doesn't need to be big, just enough to grow things. No problem, I'll immediately give the order. Yu Quan, come in. Yu Jinglin suddenly shouted at the door. Someone outside the door responded and immediately ran in. Before long, a person ran in. This person looked to be around 40 years old. He looked very ordinary, but his stature was very tall. He cupped his fist towards Yu Jinglin and said, Mister, do you have any orders? Yu Jinglin said, in a while, you'll help Mr. Zhao Hai leave the city. You'll live in my courtyard outside the city. After arriving there, you'll listen to Mr. If Mr. wants to choose a piece of land, then you'll have to give him whatever he wants. You can't neglect him. If I find out that you've neglected Mr., then I'll peel your skin. Although Yu Quan didn't understand why Yu Jinglin did this, he still cupped his fist and said, yes, Mr. I'll certainly listen to Mr. Mr. can rest assured. Yu Jinglin nodded and said, all right, you can go outside and wait. Yu Quan nodded, then he turned around and left the room. Then Yu Jinglin turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Yu Quan is my housekeeper. He represents me when he leaves the room. Therefore, no matter what Mr. needs, you can tell Yu Quan. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, thank you, Mr. Then I'll be heading out. I'll be staying outside the city for a while. If there's any good news, I'll immediately send someone to inform Mr. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Yu Jinglin looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression and said, Mister, this matter is related to the lives of hundreds of millions of people in the mixed spirit continent. If Mr. succeeds, then you'll be the benefactor of the entire continent. We won't forget Mr.'s kindness. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there's no need for Mr. to be like this. I'm only doing this to help the mixed spirit continent. As for gratitude, we'll talk about it later. Right, Mister, I want to ask Mister to choose some soul plants and have them learn from me. If they can learn how to improve plants, then that would be even better. When that time comes, the mixed spirit continent would become even better. Soul plants? But our mixed spirit continent doesn't have any soul trees. When Yu Jinglin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Sir, I'm talking about soul plants, not soul trees. In fact, all soul plants are the same. What soul trees can learn, other soul plants can also learn. For example, grass soul plants, vine soul plants, and flower soul plants can learn how to improve plants. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Sir, I'm talking about soul plants. Mister, are you serious? Can they really learn how to improve plants? How is that possible? If that's the case, then why would the people of the 5 spirit realms look down on us mixed spirits? End of chapter 41:17. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.